Let's get this going. Okay. While I have a little bit of energy still in me, I have a. I'm gonna. I did a stream with Moose earlier, and this is the semi continuation of that, maybe. Whatever, it's a stream. It's no different than any other stream I do, and neither was Moose's really. Um, what was I gonna say? Yeah, it's easier for me to do an early stream tonight if I'm gonna do an all day stream tomorrow. That way I can stream now, go for as long as I need to, get some rest. Tomorrow I can wake up ready to go all day, and so that's the plan. So this is a little stream to wrap up all the streams from today. I think just a lot of storylines advanced, a lot of plot twist started to get resolved. Oh my god. You don't know me at all. I do like a good bubble bath though. I don't have one, but when I have access to one, I enjoy it. I appreciate it. I just do shower. I'm very like minimal. I don't do a lot of fuss. Get in, wash off, grab shirt, pair of shorts, whatever. Very simple. I've always been very streamlined in my like grooming routine, except for when I was like punk and goth and stuff. Then you'd have to take the time to do the eyeliner and the darken your eyebrows and like that. That's the only time I've taken that amount of fuss over me. Frank, I haven't seen you all day. It's good to see you. I almost forgot that you were out there. Y'all don't know me. How can you? I don't know how you get that. I don't even know what a smoking jacket is. I hate slip. I don't. I mean, I don't have anything against slippers. I prefer shoes. I would kick back in a pair of tennis shoes and I don't know, maybe a leather jacket. Phantom memories. Oh, like when I look back on myself. Wait, what's a phantom memory? Um, no, it's weird because I can live in multiple memories at once. I can remember like 8 years old, and I can have my today memory, and I can go back and forth to where they're almost. I can remember them almost equal. So I can go back and like look at my past memories and remember who I was then, and then from the perspective I am today, and kind of keep switching back and forth, and that's like a weird little effect. Oh, okay. Do any of you have phantom? Wait. Oh, I see what you're asking. Do they have memories of me or somebody like me? I do get that sometimes. That I remind them of so it's like you remind me of my cousin or something like that, but not often. Right. Oh, you do? That's weird because I don't meet many people like me. Maybe you did, not lost. Maybe we were on a Zoom together like in 2020 or didn't realize it. Or maybe you saw me on a YouTube. There could be so much because you could have so many memories of people today in the modern age without actually ever having met them. You could still have memories of them from seeing them somewhere on social media. Um, Let me check the news. Uh, Not a lot. I don't see anything new. Okay, let's see streaming. I know it. Actually, it went down. It was at 591 earlier, but still, it. Um, yeah. I thank you, thank you. Seriously, you helped. You were part of this, Lanza. Terribly chapped lips. What a memory. I used to eat the chapstick as a kid. They have all. They should. A. They should not have made it flavored. And B. You would get it at like parades. It seemed like it would chapstick would end up in our swag, or you'd get it at in actual swag. Like if your parents went to some event or convention, they'd come home with free chapstick. So it seemed like there was always chapstick around of different flavors, and it tastes good. So, are you serious to this? Well, I do remember that we didn't get along at first for a while because you were trying to micromanage my conversations, and I don't like that. Um, and so I didn't even think we'd ever get along at all. But I misjudge. I'm learning that and I guess that's part of that is the probably the neurodivergence on other people's part. Well, my own, but because of my own neurodivergence, I'm not always. I'm sometimes blind to the neurodivergence of others, and Illumitami is somebody that I I wouldn't say I misjudged. Like what I was reacting to in the moment actually happened. I wasn't hallucinating anything. I was just seeing a very small part of the person and not the totality of who they were. And so I was basing my judgments of that person on. I mean, you base it on what people show you. So at the time, but even in Tommy's case, I was making some assumptions and jumping to some conclusions that were not warranted. And so I like went beyond where the evidence was leading at the time, which is what I preach everybody on here not to do. So I have misevaluated people. But then when you don't know someone, you're just meeting for the first time. Everybody does that. You go off of your initial impressions and judgment, and then as you get to know them, you revise that. And I think that's what happened with a lot of people. And people say that about me too. Like um, they never thought they'd be on a panel with a Satanist, or they never thought they'd meet a gay person that they like that didn't get on their nerves. Or so I get like the panel verses and social media in general, because this happened with AOL too. It's bringing so many different types of people together that you would never like. There's where in real life would these people interact? They might stand at a bus stop together, but they wouldn't be having the conversations that we have. That would be a good movie project. Take the panelverse conversations, but put them in the mouths of characters in the real world, like at restaurants and walking around the streets, kind of like Slacker, but I guess almost exactly like Slacker, and see if you notice a difference. Like see if having panel conversations come out of the mouth of real life people in real world contexts, can you tell that they're panel conversations, or do they sound natural in those environments too? Or is there something about this medium that lets particular conversations happen that would just jar in the real world? I don't know. Some aspiring director try it as a film school project. Me neither. I said that for Zoom during COVID. We were all locked down, and I started Zooming with my friends and my family. Everything. It was like 99% being in the room with them. There was almost nothing missing. You couldn't share food. You couldn't hug them or shake their hand. But other than that, my brain could not tell the difference between sitting with them in front of me on a couch and sitting with them in front of me on a computer screen. The experience was almost like the effect I had when it was over, the richness and depth I got from it. All of that was there in the remote experience. But phone calls were the same way, like because phone calls with me and my friends are in terms of so they would have the same type of conversations in the right circumstances. Phone calls to me, especially as an adult, but even as a kid, because you would, like me and my best friend would see each other at school all day, and then we'd go back home, and we could call each other on the phone and keep the day going just through the technology of the telephone, the rotary dial telephone. But then, as an adult, like I made a lot of friends that lived in different parts of the state, so they were all spread out. So I had to keep in touch by phone with more people than probably a teenager is used to having to do. And so I'm used to having the kind of conversations on the telephone that we have on the panelverse. And then as an adult, when I was living away from home, and some of the other friends I picked up along the way, our phone conversations are like 5 or 6 hours. They're like a stream. They're as long as one of these streams. They're 5 or 6 hour conversations. So the way it works, none of us spontaneously call each other. We like plan it like, hey, do you want to talk this week? How is Wednesday or whatever? And then I know that Wednesday to block out that entire evening, because at some point my friend's going to call and we're going to get into a conversation. And then like maybe by 11 o'clock at night, we'll be wrapping up and I'll be getting off the phone. And that was my normal phone conversation with all my friends. So I had like 5 or 6 friends. And that's how long we talked, every single one of them. And so I got used, like my type of conversations is, I guess I don't ever find my kind of conversations in public. Let's see, a little antisocial. What part's antisocial? I don't drink, but and I don't really eat expensive food. But yeah, I like going out and like restaurant or coffee shop, or I could hang out at a bar if it's not too loud. I like being social, but the people have to be fun to be social with. I don't like being social with people that I don't enjoy and are not fun or don't know how to have a good time. It's hard being social with uptight people or people that don't know how to have fun or introverts because you have to walk on eggshells to not blow out their battery with too much conversation. So environments where there's like a heightened social difficulty, I don't enjoy. I like the more relaxed. Just go out and to a casual restaurant with friends, or go hang out at a coffee shop, or go camping or something. I love doing that stuff. But again, it's just finding the people to do it with. I had a lot easier time before I moved up here. And part of that's me. Part of that's me choosing not to, that I don't want to do activities with. It's not these people telling me, although sometimes it is. But it's not these people telling me we don't want you to do things with us. It's me deciding I don't enjoy being around these people. I don't want to waste my time doing activities with them. Hey, Monsoon. What's up? Move to the peg. Oh. I can see us in a canoe. I have a canoeing story that might uh, prophesy our canoe trip if it ever happens. Um, I was part of this canoe group, and we went on this canoe trip, and we were paired up. It was a It was a formal event, like you did so many miles a day, and then you camped and you did so many more miles, and it was a little more formal and structured. And so they paired you up, and then the next day you could switch partners and get paired up with somebody else for the remaining set of miles. And so the first day I was fine with my partner, whoever I don't even remember who it was, but the second day, one of the guys that I helped organize the trip with, couldn't partner with his girlfriend that day for some reason, and he asked me if I would partner with her. And we already didn't get along because women. She's has all the traits of women that I clash with, and we knew that, and we did a good job of keeping our distance. So these are not the two people that I would stick in a canoe together all day long for like an 8 hour canoe trip. But I agreed to do it, and we had never canoed together before, and we were on that bayou, and she had a dog, like about this big, like not a puppy, but a medium-sized dog in the canoe. Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that mod soon. um, I bet we weren't 20 or 30 minutes in when I was at my limit. She argued with everything I said. She thought she infantilized me and didn't think I knew anything, even though she didn't know how to canoe. But she thought that she was teaching me how to canoe. So we fought about that the whole time. We could not coordinate our strokes at all. Like I couldn't verbally coordinate with her. I couldn't non-verbally coordinate. There was just no. The dog kept shifting around the canoe, and we were stuck for hours together. We were both of us. None of us were enjoying this. We were both hostile and aggressive. We were trying to make the best of it. We both wanted to fight and get out of that canoe. It's like it was a real test of my patience, my ability to. It really put me in touch with all of my women issues. There was no escape from it. And then the dog in the middle of it all. My God, that's what I picture our canoe trip as if we attempt it. So I hope you don't have a dog. Yes, Mardi Gras. I think it was probably 2000. That's when I lived on Bourbon Street. But it might have been, let's just say around that time, 2000. But it might have been when I moved back, like in 2008. So it was either 2000 or end of the 2000s. Um, yeah, Bourbon Street. They have the live cams, like the live Mardi Gras cams, and that's back when it was Flash. What is it? Real Player, Flash players. And they have some people that go around with cameras that work for those websites, and they capture all kind of stuff from Mardi Gras. And they feed it back. You can like watch the live Mardi Gras cams. You pay, I guess. I don't know. Um, but all I know is he asked my permission. I think he had to check my ID. I had to sign a release or something, and he gave me the bead, which I don't have it handy, but I have it somewhere. But when I say all that, I also want to say that none of that was unusual because everybody was doing that all day long. And the women with the boobs, and like that is just New Orleans Mardi Gras. And then you also have Southern Decadence, which is like a big gay celebration in the fall. I think it's in the fall. So they call it the gay Mardi Gras sometimes, but it's similar goings on. So yeah, I hope that clears all that up. Sorry. Ooh, ooh, I forgot to get water. All right. Well, oh, and there was a guy today on Moose's stream that was a producer, and he was giving tips and advice, and he said that opening with about a 20-minute monologue on a topic, which I used to do. I was a little worried the topics got too nerdy for the stream, but what's too nerdy? I mean, it's my stream. What's too nerdy for my own stream? Maybe for the audience. But anyway, like a topic for about 20 minutes and then having like one or two or maybe callers to talk specifically about the topic to keep that conversation going for a while and then bringing on like two or three other people to fill out a panel. So like gradually um, amass a panel and keep it tied to this topic thread. And then so by the time it gets to the open panel part, we've talked enough about the topic. We've gotten some closer perspectives, like where you can really focus on the individual points of view, and then you can bring in some more people at the end to kind of tie it up and move the panel into a larger conversation. That's exactly how I would expect. Yes. And that was, did you hear those dates? 2000 and or 2008? And that would have been probably before Obama. I was there when Obama got elected. And so I was there for the Mardi Gras before and the Mardi Gras after. But I think it was the Mardi Gras before. So that was all before Obama even. And 2000 would have been before Bush. That would have been Clinton. That made you mad and you booted. Oh God, that could have been anybody. Can you narrow it down? He was male. Was it the producer guy? Well, you know how they do when they make some claim, like there's lizard people living under the earth, and you say, "Oh, really? Well, do you have a source for that?" Or you ask for evidence, and then they do this little thing of, "Well, I'm not going to do your work for you. You do your own research." And I'm like, I don't care about this topic. It's your topic. I'm not interested enough to do research on something you're trying to convince me is true. Like I don't care. And so that escalated or broke down, however you want to see it. I just don't like the feeling of being manipulated. Oh, it's when he said that if yeah, that was the other wrinkle. He said that if I don't want to lose my stream. And it sounded like a threat, but what he was really saying is if he does provide evidence for this claim, I could get my channel, like the evidence was so dangerous, I could get the channel shut down. Oh yeah, well it's gay, it's, I don't know if it's gay Satan. It's Satan. Global, this is global Satan. Or Save the Earth Satan, however you want to look at it. This is my Earth Day t-shirt too. All right, I was going to see who was streaming. Less people than I thought for a Sunday night. Oh well, we can do our thing here then. It's like 9 something on the East Coast. All the British people are probably in bed, right? And all the Australian people are waking up. Is it Labor Day over there? They probably don't have that. And yes, tomorrow, reminder, Labor Day stream all day. Oh, it's 11 in the morning in Australia, so what time is it in Britland? Almost 3 in the morning. Hey, Vexy. Okay. Do I know? Let's see. That's fine. Who are you? Let me look. Um, do I know you under another name, or have we talked before? Okay. Well, I hope you bring a topic with you. I'm fresh out. I did a morning stream. I did a midday stream. There's nothing on my brain right now. Maybe the AI can give me a topic prompt. It's done that for me before. Navigating loneliness in a connected world. Are we more truly isolated than ever? Wow. This is creepy. Discuss how, despite the rise of social media and digital communication, many people still feel lonely and disconnected. Do y'all? Let's talk about that. Explore the impact of technology on our social lives, the difference between solitude and loneliness, and how men in particular can navigate these feelings. I'm as pro man as they come, and yes, I agree with that. But why just men? Like, or why is that a specifically male problem? Loneliness seems universal. Encourage panelists to share personal experience and strategies that they found helpful in combating loneliness. And y'all know what my strategies. I mean, my strategy is going to be is panels. Wait, are they making another Fight Club? What? Hang on, this is breaking news, not loss. Well, how are they? Are they going to put in a new twist that everybody's going to know to look for? A reboot with Oh, what from the Barbie guy, the Barbie lady? Is it going to be female? Hang on. Oh God. You mean at AOL? We'd all be chatting on AOL with. Oh, y'all know who's live? Y'all know who's live? Y'all know who's live?
5 minutes because I need to call someone to come fix it.
Okay.
But
So,
this should be.
Peter,
Let
do
me
you
see
want
what
a
my
woman in
competition
Nigeria?
is. McBishop.
Yeah, in Nigeria anywhere. Just I need a good person. That's what I'm.
Kendra looks bored. Is there a daddy out there for me? That's gonna be my headline. Lost deer wonders, is there a daddy out there for me? Lost antler boy. So yeah, I don't know if maybe I don't know if nothing happens here. I could just go in there tonight. I was gonna wait. Tomorrow's my I gotta wait. Tomorrow's my shaving day, and I need a fresh face. Like daddies tend to not be looking for daddy face themselves. So I think tomorrow would be a better day to do it. Oh right, the what's it called? The Fight Club trailer. So does that mean it's already made? What? Not lies. You always say the most upsetting things on here. All right. Wait, is this Brad Pitt? Did Chuck Palahniuk write the reboot? Oh my God, it's already bad. Hang on, it's 11 seconds in, and the narration is always already so horrible compared to how like original Flight Club he talks to himself and narrates. This narration is so bad. The voice, the cadence, the pitch, the passion or emotional intensity he puts, it's just flat. Oh my God. This has me worried. And they're playing some like dark female pop, goth ballad in the background. Not live. You keep making me watch things that are not. I can't even finish it. I can't even finish it. And I love the Barbie movie. I thought it was one of the best movies of the decade. I can't even get to the trailer, Fight Club. Ugh. Oh. I hate bad art, like bad theater, like live theater, bad live theater, and bad art. Astor, the robot. I don't. I might do a embargo on not Laws videos. No more. What do you call it? A moratorium. All right. Well, I'm at 30 minutes. Yeah, but you're Canadian cool. That's not American cool. It never will be. Sorry. I'm an American chauvinist. Mainly because it's all I know. It's ignorance masquerading as chauvinism, or chauvinism as cope for ignorance. But regardless, it is what it is. It is there. And even within America, I'm a Cajun chauvinist, so I'm not even. Hey, Liliana, it's not even all of America, or it is America, but I hope you get what I'm saying. Um, what's up? Where I was wondering where the panels were. It looks like it's a rather slow night. I just opened this up to kind of wrap up the day if there's any spillover from the other panels. But it looks like there's not. So I guess that's a good thing. Here's my question. Oh, yeah, I was going to do that AI prompt about loneliness, but I have another question that I just thought of. Do you think people really want healing here in the panelverse? Or is it the conflict and the drama that they really want? Like in their heart of hearts, core of core. Because I always work, this is my assumption about people, just in general, that adult people, adult humans, we could say in the US or the Western world, but we don't have to limit it to that. I believe more or less that, or I assume more or less, that adult humans are doing what they want to be doing. They're not doing anything that they don't really want to. Like most people don't waste a lot of time doing things they don't want to do unless they absolutely have to. So if somebody's doing something and they're doing it often, they're doing it repeatedly, they probably want to be doing it on some level. Whether it's conflict, whether it's drama. So when people say they want healing, is that what they really want? Because I think you want what you do. What you spend the most of your time doing is probably what you most want. And that people that want healing probably have healing because they spend most of their time trying to find healing, not trying to find drama. Unless for some people drama is like a first stage to healing. Anyway, just things to think about. We could also do the loneliness topic. Let me pull it back up. Where did it go? Loneliness in digital age. I don't feel lonely, and part of the reason I don't feel lonely is because of this technology and the digital age. Before lockdown, I had a job with like probably five, 4, 5, 6 relatively close coworkers that I felt worked together as a team. And then I had a roommate that I was really good friends with, and we had a couple of friends between us we'd see periodically. And then I had some peer friends, some mental health friends that I picked up in the mental health work that I did. And I did mental health activities, so I had a little social life built up around that. But that's pretty much it. I didn't have a lot of for being an extrovert from the South and from Las Vegas, where I'm used to my social activity level being up here and having like 20 people around me all the time. It was definitely a reduction, but it was not one that I had any complaints about. Um, and so when lockdown happened, all that ended, and I really wasn't sure what where was I going to have a social outlet now. It was me and my roommate, and we didn't even know how long we were going to be locked down for. So for the foreseeable future, I had this one human being that I could interface with, and that's it. Like you were supposed to keep distance for everybody else. You couldn't really interact. So, and I had telephone, and I didn't really have a lot of telephone numbers because most of my social life was work, in person, internet. And I discovered Zoom, and people were talking about Zoom and Zoom calls and Zooming with their family and all this. And I signed up for a workshop during COVID. That's another thing. It gave me time to do all this stuff that I would never do otherwise. So I signed up for this workshop, and it required Zoom. And so I downloaded it, and I showed up for this class, and that was the first time I had experienced like all these people on a video from all parts of the world. A lot of them were Canadian. That's where I met a lot, because the lady that led the workshop was Canadian. So a lot of them were from Canada. And that was my first immersion in interacting, like getting your social needs met, but not in person and not by telephone with specific people. And and other than like AOL and chat rooms and stuff. But I hadn't done those for years. And so it was like I can't even describe it. It's like an entire world opened up. It was the same experience that I had with AOL. I was in my little small Louisiana town. I had limited people to talk to, almost no people to talk about philosophy with. And all of a sudden, there's this little computer device with access to hundreds of people from all over the world that I could have every conversation I ever dreamed of having with anybody. And I just spent, I got addicted. It was like 16 hours a day at least on that thing. I couldn't pull myself away. I was so starved for that level of socialization. And that's what Zoom did. It's like, oh my God, I have the entire world I could be talking to. Like the whole time I could have been talking to anybody anywhere in the world and have the same almost realistic experience as if they were in my city and we were hanging out at a coffee shop. I almost never looked back. Like from that point forward, the minute I started using the technology, I saw the potential. And it was the same with AOL. And I just dove in. Like every single thing from that point forward. Suddenly I had a calendar, and I would wake up and I had like 8 Zooms to go to that day because it was COVID. There was nothing to do but Zooms. And then eventually I started my own and did the podcast and all that. But my social life and my ability to meet it gave me the power to meet my social needs in a way I had never had before. Like it was like AOL to the next level because it had the video and all these other features. And you could pair it with Discord, you could pair it with YouTube. There was all this Twitter interaction. Like the world of social media was it was like the next phase of it, the next iteration. It was even better than the days when I was using it. And so I dived in, head, feet, toe first, and I'm still there. I have never gone back. Like I walked through that door, and my social how do I want to say it? My loneliness, solitude, what is it? Loneliness and disconnected. All of that, like that ended that more than anything that was happening in my real life. And from that point forward, loneliness was never an issue again, if it ever was, because it never really is for me, other than like romantic loneliness, erotic loneliness, that kind of loneliness. But other than moving up here, like this is the first time in my life living here where I really experienced that kind of loneliness outside of being a teenager. But so it was like a smooth bridge from real life, COVID lockdown, not knowing how your social needs were going to get met, and discovering, oh, they're going to get met. They're going to get met in a way beyond your wildest dreams of how social needs could get met. And so my take on the loneliness epidemic is I think social media has the potential to be a solution to that loneliness. Is it? I do know people that have difficulty in their own company. Like they have to have people or on the phone, or like they have a hard time being alone for too long. But I never have. I could always entertain myself or stimulate myself. Even as a kid, like I said, I was the oldest child, so I was like the only baby for a while. I was left to play by myself. I had to think of my own games. I could entertain. I would read books to myself. I would play music to myself. Like there was no other person to do things with. So if I wanted to do something fun, which I always did, I was the only person there was to do it with. A lot of times, I would climb trees. I would play with my dinosaurs and my stuffed animals and make up all these complex games and plots and everything, all by myself. So I most of my childhood was me enjoying my own company, and I had siblings and friends that I could move in and out of, so I could have like my thing going, and then friends or siblings could show up, and we could do a social thing together and start our own little game. And then when they left, I could go back to enjoy my own company. So I always had this nice mix of both to move in and out of. I think that's why I'm an ambivert to this day. Because I have plenty of things I could do with my alone time, and I have plenty of things I can do when there's people around. And I could do either one. Whatever's in front of me at the time, I can do it. Right. And honestly, I did not. I mean, I had always known there was introversion and extroversion, like as personality traits or psychological traits. And I had known there were shy people, although in the South they really are very rare and they do tend to stand out. But the introvert personality type, where your battery gets drained, you have like a limit on socialization that you have to recharge, and you have to kind of babysit that battery, that limited amount of socialization that you have. Almost, I'm trying to go through my mind of people I knew growing up, and I can't think of anybody that was like that. And if they were, there might have been a few, but if there were, they mostly stayed home. They mostly kept to themselves. You never really saw them at the social gatherings. So they might be like the quiet kid that, like, maybe you have a friend whose brother stayed in their room a lot. Like, there were, like, kind of those people in the background, but not a lot of them, or at least not a lot that I became aware of. And so introversion as a social fact is very, very new to me, and I didn't really know what it was experientially until I moved up here. And the ex was an introvert, and that was responsible for a, probably a significant amount of the tension between us, but by far, like, it's not like there would not have been plenty of more if that wasn't there. Um, all his friends, and then when I left him and started like mingling in Seattle, all the Seattle people were extroverts, the coworkers, and so what I thought was a unique personality type from him, because he was a pretty unique person. Like I didn't see his personality a lot, so I thought like What I thought was unique to him, I found out was a cultural thing. And there were many, many people up here that shared those traits. And a lot of it clustered around this thing called introversion. And they had to, all right, I guess I'm going to go into a little bitch session or rant. Yes, when I get off, that's why these 12-hour streams, when I get off of these streams, I'm high as a kite. I could go 5 more. My battery is at its peak. And I turn the streams off, and I have to like wind down for hours because I'm on such a high from all the social contact that I just had. The things I don't like about introverts is instead of locus of control, instead of at least up here, and this could be cultural. Um, Instead of the introverts manage, like I manage my own autism. I don't ever. Other people don't have to do anything to accommodate my autism. I manage that on my own. I adjust. I leave situations. I verbalize what's going on. I ask questions. Whatever. At least up here, it's like the introverts expect the society to conform to their introverted needs instead of managing their own. And like, I'll give you an example. I was at one of my workplaces. We had an introvert, and we had like these little work offices, like they were kind of little rooms you could go into, so they were pretty closed off and self-contained. Um, She would complain that she could hear other coworkers talking and our conversations from her little workroom space. And so they wanted to have a meeting about how the office could help her. And I'm thinking, why? Like, just get headphones. My God, just put on some music or just get like, why can't you manage the sound levels around you? Like, why does the whole office need to come together and create a solution and develop policies just because you have a problem with the noise around you? None of us is not bothering any of the rest of us. Just put headphones on. Or like if you're on a bus, and you're talking maybe on the phone or on a person next to you, they'll hiss at you to be quiet or lower your conversation. Just put headphones on. Like, why do I have to change what I'm doing? I'm doing something normal. I'm having a conversation with another human being. And I told you about the time I had my antlers on. In the coffee shop, I was working with this autistic kid, and he had a loud voice, just naturally loud, and he didn't have the awareness to regulate it. And one of the patrons walks over to our table and says, "Excuse me, can you keep it down? Can you lower your voice?" And I lost it. I threw a fit. I had my antlers on. I said, "I'm not lowering shit." I said, "I'm autistic, and I'm not lowering my voice, and he's not either. This is our voice. This is the autistic voice. If you have a problem with our voice, then you just have a problem with autistic people, because there's nothing wrong." And the lady behind the counter was getting nervous. She didn't know what to do. The customers, it was conflict. I said, "I'm from New Orleans." I said, "I don't know what y'all do here at coffee shops, but we talk. We have conversation. That's what a coffee shop is for." And they all wanted to sit there and study and read their laptops. So stuff like that about introverts, how they impact the social environment for extroverts. But they would tell you the same thing about extroverts. And the other thing is kind of related. Actually, it's the exact thing. Like the coffee shop, the social settings are normed to introverts. The coffee shops, the Starbucks in Seattle are like libraries. It's people on laptops, wanting everything to be quiet. The front line where you do your order, it's not very noisy. If you talk too loud, people are going to give you stink eye or hiss. And a coffee shop in Louisiana or even Vegas is just a buzz with conversations, just people talking and dishes clattering and the waitress coming up and people asking questions, and totally different environments. And I put that down to the introversion. Well, you may be the exception, but my experience up here is if you're an extrovert, you're the minority, and your social norms are not the norms that are going to be catered to. Not the Starbucks in my neighborhood in Seattle, which was the hipster neighborhood, the woke neighborhood. This is not a social town at all. They shut down. They discourage conversation. I told you when I first moved here, my ex told me. He took me aside one day and he said, "Listen," he said, "don't talk to people when you're when you're out in public. Don't talk to people. They don't do that here." And I just looked at him. I'm like, "What? I don't understand what you're saying. Don't talk." He's like, "Yeah, like when you're in the grocery store." In line at the grocery store, don't talk to people. Don't try to make conversation. And I just remember looking at him like I don't understand. Like my brain is not even computing what you're trying to tell me. I don't. It's not even making sense. Don't talk to people. I had no clue what he meant, and he meant don't fucking talk to people. He meant when you're standing in line at a grocery store, don't try to make conversation with the people. They are going to think you're a crazy person. And that's exactly what happened. Like you do, there is a social. If initiating conversation with a stranger in Seattle, even a worker that looks like they're busy at a job, there is a social risk in initiating conversation. And I've never been anywhere in the U.S. where I've had that feeling, and it's a persistent sense. And I was there for 15 years. In fact, talking about loneliness, that I was more lonely in person in that environment than social media or YouTube or Twitter or Discord. My social norm, especially being from the South, is relaxed, casual, conversational, spontaneous. That is all normal human interaction to me. And even here, the servers, like if you ask them too many questions, like about the menus, they get irritated. They get visibly irritated. They're used to take up as much of our bandwidth as you can. Like, give us your order. We have one or two questions in us, but we don't want to stand at the table talking all day long, answer your questions. We have work to do. That's the attitude here. And the customer service relationship is reversed. You're there to make the server's job easier. They're not there to cater to you and the customer needs. If you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. Oh, hey, Lou. Haven't seen you in a while. Wow, I'm already at almost an hour. All right, I'll monologue for about 7 more minutes, and then I'll call it a night. I can sleep up, and all day stream tomorrow. Prepare for anything. I know I will. Yeah, they used to happen a lot in Vegas. They would just like sit in the booth with you and start talking. I love that. Oh, cool. I never it's cool having a lurking audience, but there's no way to ever know who they are. So it's cool when I get a little peek at some of the people lurking. Hi, lurker audience, and I also have ghost audience, and I have I don't anymore because he doesn't have his channel, but I had a hate watch channel that would stream me pretty much daily, and say ugly things about me and laugh about me. So I had that whole audience. That was like 3,000 viewers. So hi to all of my other audiences. And it's open panel. I don't mind keeping it going if somebody wants to talk, but I just don't have much more monologue in me. I feel like I've been babbling. I have been objectively, I think I have been babbling. What's the definition of babble? I like facts here. To utter a meaningless confusion of words or sounds, to talk foolishly or idly, chatter, to make a continuous low murmuring sound as floating water, to talk or say something in a quick, confused, excited, or silly way. Talk or speech that has no meaning. Well, I'll let everyone else decide. That's a judgment call, really. I don't consciously smile. If I smile at all, it's organic, and I don't smile in pictures because I get squirrel cheeks, and so my pictures tend to be doing this. And I had one other thing to say about smiles, and I lost it. Um, oh yeah, forcing a smile feels fake to me, and I know people that not weaponize, but they definitely know how to employ a smile tactically. And I don't want to be one of those people, so I purposely like if I'm gonna smile at all, I want it to be natural and authentic. So to sit like I can smile at the dentist when they say smile, we need to check your teeth. I can smile. This is okay here. This is the fake smile, like the force the where I feel like I'm like the phony fake smile where like it's all the teeth. But that's not my natural smile because I have a like my teeth don't line up perfectly, whatever, and so it's more comfortable for me to smile like this. But then you lose a lot of the teeth, and I have my top teeth are smaller, so it looks weird that way. So there's all kind of like aesthetic reasons why I might not want to smile, but most of it is because I like to flow, and if I were gonna consciously smile, I would have to take some of that and work in this like reminder to break the flow now and then and consciously smile. Now I will tell you when I was doing oh sorry, I hope y'all can hear me. I will tell you when I was doing theater, my drama teacher drilled into us smile, 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 beam like biggest because you from the audience th- there's you can't make a smile too big because they're not going to be able to see most of it anyway. So you need to make that smile big. And if it's a musical or a comedy and your character is an extra or just sitting around the background and doesn't know what to do or smile. Don't just sit there and look flat faced or if there's an opportunity to smile and you're in the background, just smile. It lights up the musical, it adds energy, just smile, smile, smile. So she was constantly hollering out to smile, smile. And she'd do this, like real big, like smile. So I did it in theater. And another little curious fact about theater and me, which you might all appreciate, because you know how I can be ornery and rebellious and resistant, and y'all say that I don't take feedback and criticism and all that. When I'm on that stage and I have a director telling me what to do, I take direction very well. If I trust the director, I completely hand myself over to that person, and they can call any shot they want to on stage, and I'm going to jump to it exactly like they tell me, and I'm not going to think about it. I'm not going to question it. I am like a puppet on that stage when I have a good director. And so if it's for specific reasons, and I trust that you know what you're doing, I have no problem following guidance, taking criticism. At the end of the each session, she would give us notes, and we'd all sit around and she would have her little papers that she had made notes on, and she would go around and they were they were memorable. Let's just say she had a way of making them very memorable. Um, and I would listen to those notes. I would take them in. I'm like, okay, she's telling me this. I gotta improve this. I gotta change this. Like I took that shit seriously, and I didn't question. It's like, yes, ma'am, yes, sir. This is what you want. That's what you're gonna get. So I have that in me in the right context easily. I don't know if the panelverse is that context. So I could say I'll try to smile more, but that would be like me telling you I'll try to rock less. I'm not going to be conscious of it no matter what. So it's no use setting false expectations. But I think I smile when something's funny or when someone makes me smile. And I laugh when something's funny. people ask me like, "Do you laugh at jokes or do you laugh at movies?" I say if they're funny. Yeah, I laugh at anything that's funny. Hey, Jess, what's up? Oh, we're at an hour. Okay, well, hey, this is a chance to do a poll. I need to get practice with the polls. Um, there's not even a pun there because I don't have practice with any kind of polls. Well, I guess there's kind of a pun. Um, and then canoeing and kayaking. Sometimes you use polls. So I'll leave it there and just get the poll set up. Start a poll. And I won't be offended if you vote no, so. Because I have plenty of things I could do. All right, there we go. I'll leave it up for like 5 minutes or so. Do a poll. Like a Polish person. Let's do a poll. There was a drag queen in New Orleans that used to say, like as part of her little drag patter, she'd say, "Hey, we could take a poll from the audience. Anybody want to take a poll? We could take a poll. And shove it up your ass." And it was like her little pun. Because it's a gay bar. So like all the gays would tee hee hee. All right. So I guess I don't know what to do yet till the poll's over. And how many? So there's about 14 people watching. So I guess at about 10 votes or 5 minutes, whichever comes first. Paul Unslaved. Y'all can go there if you want. Like, I can take Paul and limit at least his content. The direct one-on-one conversations I've had with Paul have been fine. But as far as consuming his content, I can take him in very small doses. It's just not. It's not an approach that does much for me. But I'm not knocking it for the people that it helps. But I've said before, I'm a pragmatist. Whatever works, if something, as long as it's healthy for you. Like fentanyl might work too, but I wouldn't say that's a healthy solution. But as long as something works and it's relatively healthy and it's not causing more destruction than it's helping, then use it. Like I don't care what it is. If it works, go with it. Go with what works. And keep it within the law too. Lillian Fierce Paul. Are you talking about Unslaved? You think it's a girl thing? Like delicate, frail girl, scary, ranty male gorilla? I don't know. I'm just trying to make a topic. Actually, I doubt I even care. All right, this is that same drama that was in earlier. I don't know who this BSBT guy is, but he if you put him and Mike Cerrone, like which one would, like if you had to, I'm going to ask two questions. If you had to come up and confront one of them on a panel, which one would you confront more? BS or Mike Cerrone? And then if you had to kick one off of a panel, which one would you kick more? That might give me a sense of how they stack up. Oh, is there? Yeah, sure. I'll take a look at the link. I think I have a few things to watch tonight. Let's see. You don't have a way to put a link, do you? You could always come in the back and throw it in the private chat. You don't have to come up. Oh, okay. Well, I honestly don't know what any of that is. Like 1A auditor. Is that what Paul and Brian O'Shea were doing on Moose's channel, where they were following people around whatever town they were in, asking if they were corporate beta slaves. Um, Chuck, I don't think you're a disruption. That was Moose's call. Um, you're not a disruption on my panels, anyway. I think that the whatever emotional reaction Jack set off in you about Talcott, I mean about him, um, is at the root of a lot of what happens when you and Talcott are on panels. But that same dynamic happens with a lot of people. If you have the two wrong people on panel, they're both going to revert to that dynamic. So you're not the only one it happens with. It just happens to be between you and Talcott in your case. And so that's the only effect I see on the panel as far as disruptions, or when you and Talcott are on together. Sometimes it can get a little disruptive on both sides, or either side. No, and I appreciate you being there. And I also said that I thought that paying for Jack to have 5 minutes was a very, like, noble gesture on your part. Like, I think that was a noble move. And so, as a bonus, I'm going to give you 10 minutes on here, two of your own. If you ever want 10 minutes of your own to talk, I'm going to give you that for free on this channel because you were willing to give it to Jack. Well, you say that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Because I know people can't always predict their reactions once they're actually in the situation and the person's on the panel with them. But if that's what your goal is, I mean, we can certainly help with that as best we can. Oh, I didn't put a panel link? I'm sorry. All right. I, all right. Tommy's. Wait, how does Tommy have it then? Oh, there it is. Tommy's in the back, and I have to pee, so I think I'm going to bring him on when I get back, and anybody else that wants to come up, and I'm going to like find some video to play in the meantime so I can go pee. Who's streaming right now that I can maybe halfway trust? I don't know. Really. I may just have to leave you with some old video. I'll only be gone a minute or so. Here, just watch me walking around town. It's not very long. I mean, I won't be very long. And then I'll bring people on when I get back. So I'm going to walk back from my appointment. All right, I will be right back. Miles, and I figured I would. I can't stream from my phone yet. You have to have like a certain amount of subscribers. So never mind. Don't subscribe. I hate that. Okay. Anyway, when I get the right amount of subscribers, I'll be able to take you on little jaunts. But today I'm just gonna pre-record it and post it when I get back. There's a guy mowing the grass. It's gonna be jumpy because I'm walking. One guy said my last one like that made him feel dizzy or sick. I can't do anything about that. I don't have the coordination to hold the phone steady enough to make it not jump. It's noisy today too. That looks like datura, or is it morning glory? It looks like Jimson weed. That the devil's lettuce. What do they call it? No, that's marijuana. Datura. It's a drug. It's a very bad. What do you call it? Anti-cholinergic I think it's in the Nightshade or Belladonna family, and people take it and get really messed up on it, psychedelically. I would never touch it, but that's what it looked like to me. They used to have them in New Orleans. I love spring here. Look at that little Swiss German looking house. Swiss German. I don't know what that is. But I love walking around the town at this time of year. People just landscape so beautifully. They have a million different kinds of flowers in people's yards. All right. Do I have any viewers left? Sorry. Okay. Let's use here. Tommy, I'm going to bring this guy on so I could see what he's all about and fill him out for a second, and then I'll get you on. All right, I got the video. All right, can you, Mr. Lanto in the back, can you flash your camera so I could see that you're a real person? Nothing's showing up. It's looks like it's not. All right, I got you. All right, so this is what is it, BSBT?
Yeah, well, broken system, broken trust, BSBT. You know, if anybody's interested, they could check out my About section. I go around claiming I am a First Amendment champion. And also, I think you heard earlier on the panel or through the chat somehow, I can't recall, but I do work with Paul Enslaved from time to time. And when I say work with him, you know, him and I have different strategies in court, but we kind of, you know, revolve around the law tube, if you will. I often get labeled a sob sit for simply asking questions in a courtroom. And basically, I think Paul and I are united in one common goal, which is to put the legal game back in its proper perspective. Again, Paul does it his way. I do it my way. Tomato, tomato. Paul, his way works for him. My way works for me.
Okay. But you don't consider yourself a sob sit?
Well, see, I mean, it just goes to, I mean, sob sit when it gets used is, I mean, well, right now it's being watered down and it's kind of losing all of its meaning. I know the guy, Juan Galt, who, to answer your question directly, no, I don't identify myself as a sovereign citizen. I'm actually somewhat statist still. Sovereign citizens tend to be anarchists as well.
Okay. Well, that helps. I'm gonna I have Tommy in the back and Barnabas. Do you have an issue with any of those two people?
I've never heard of them, but yeah.
Well, you're in for a treat. They're they're a couple of sticks of dynamite all in one place. Welcome.
Our last interaction.
What's that noise?
All right, let me go first. Tommy, before you start going, I'm going to jump in. I'm calling first. Listen, Jeff, you said you were going to man up and go on Kendra G's show. Guess who's live right now?
I
Big
did.
dog.
I just looked at it. I saw that it was live, but I
Sign
explained it before you got here. Tomorrow's my shaving day, so daddies are gonna. I'm gonna have my best chance if I have a freshly shaved face. So I think it's gonna be better if I do it tomorrow or Tuesday than with this bush today.
Okay, fair
So
enough.
I'm making a gay call. That's a gay call.
Gay call. Okay.
Cool.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
fair
gay
enough. Good luck to you and all you do. Tommy, nice to see you and whatever your name is, bro. Peace be unto you. Take it easy, y'all. Or did you have any smoke for me, T? Before I go?
No.
No? Tommy, I don't know what you're doing, bro.
Mac, are you back?
Yeah,
Tommy,
what's
I'm
that
leaving.
noise? It's like somebody's blowing
leave.
a car horn.
Leave? No problem.
Please leave. Good. Ah, damn it! It's BSBT.
Yeah, I don't think I have any audio issues on my end, do I? I don't know how.
Let me mute you to see if it goes away. It was him?
It's BSBT.
Yeah, there's this low rumble.
Well, it's like a feedback. It's going woo.
Yeah,
woo,
yeah.
woo.
It's like somebody leaning on a car horn way in the distance.
No,
or a foghorn.
It's like
here. I'll mute. Tell me if it goes away when I mute.
It does.
Yep. So.
Oh well, then it's probably my. It's probably an issue on my end. But yeah, I put that debate in the backstage. If anybody wants to check out Cerrone and me, and then also if you'd be down, one of these days, how folks bring their viral videos, or if you've seen that whatever podcast, whatever, they'll bring up viral videos of what folks do. I'd be happy to bring you a couple videos to show you kind of what's in my library. It works best if you have not seen the videos. If you've not seen the videos, I love watching people react to my stuff for the first time. So if any of that piques your interest, I can come back.
I don't mind watching. I just don't like to be surprised. I'd want to watch them ahead of time. That's the only thing.
If you're worried about like copyright, if you're worried about like terms of service and stuff like that, these videos, like this video is 100% clear of that because it's
and
been
content too, because there's just certain type of content that I like to manage on here.
Yeah.
So I'd want to know ahead of time what I'm getting into.
Yeah, I mean, all you'd have to do is go to my channel and search like my most popular videos, and you could see kind of what some of the stuff is about. But in my genre, I have videos that have been called the greatest of all time in their genre. So I mean, that's not me saying it; other folks have said it. So if that piques your interest, maybe. And it's 100% my content because I shoot it from beginning to end, and then it's done live on YouTube. So these are live cop watches that I've recorded. So there's no copyright at all. I am the originator of all the content. I don't steal other folks' content like a lot of other creators have to do. But anyways, hope that clarified stuff, and I'll drop down some of my audio.
Real quick, okay, I get it. We have Lily on.
I'm sorry, BSBT, but we were going to address you, and you're not just going to come up here and cross-promote and then just dip out.
Hang on, Tommy, real quick. We have Lily on in the back. Should she come on?
Oh.
Delightful. Tommy, have fun with Lillian. This is going to be great.
I wanted to talk to you, dickhead.
Because I can leave her backstage until Tommy has.
They can't be together.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anybody on a panel. So
Well, I tell you what. Let's hear what Tommy has to say. Let's hear what Tommy has to say.
Please. I watched your body language that day that you got to react to my content. You were on Paul and Slave's panel, and I showed up like, "There's your fucking Loop Loops 3, play it." And he tried to spell me out like he was daddy energy and shit, and he talked all this shit. And do you remember he had to stop it like 3 times and cover his ass because I exposed him for telling Snafu to strike channels and shit? You remember that day?
This guy?
Well,
was telling Snafu to strike channels?
Oh, Jeff, keep up. He was there.
Well,
and
I'm sure you don't always keep up
thing
all
I
the
liked,
time either. So don't pull the
the thing I liked was the whole panel suddenly just wasn't laughing with Paul because they all knew I pretty much smoked him with that video, and he had to put his foot in his mouth. But BSBT, you have to say you cannot be a sovereign citizen. Those two terms are contradictory.
Well, enough folks have said that already. The reason I don't like it is because it comes with connotation that it's a domestic terrorist group, and
right.
Terrorist by definition is somebody that uses force or violence for political gain.
Okay, don't go in the definition. I know what you're saying. I appreciate that because while people would say you can't be a sovereign citizen, we all know what the term means, and it's like I don't jump a guy if a guy says clips instead of mags, I don't jump his shit. I know what he means, so I get what you're saying.
And just so you know, your Loopy Loops video was slightly funny. I think Paul even liked your Loopy Loops video. No,
I mean, it's funny because it showed him directly contradicting himself as
he does. Yeah, I do that shit too. He does that, but this is a learning tool for all of us, I think. And this experience has helped me search through those contradictions that I have in myself. So I'm using it as a tool.
One of you.
But welcome Wildheart too, and I still have Liliana in the back.
Yeah, what up?
So Tommy, y'all are cool. Did you work it out?
There was no problem, Jeff. You autistic Spurg.
Well, you kind of made it sound, Tommy, like you had it out for me, like at the beginning.
I heard it too, like you wanted to get front of you. I feel like Tommy's trying to manipulate perception
it
here,
sounded
do
like
a little bit of gaslighting, because it did seem.
Just keep talking.
That's why I kept Liliana.
This is why I sounded that way. I sounded that way because Jeff's always in a perpetual state of sending people out. You sounded like you were leaving, so I was just trying to interject.
Oh, okay.
And I just have that hostile
I'm going to bring Liliana up now. And Wildheart, welcome.
That's not
Good
puffy, right?
evening. Hey, everyone.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing. I just pop up and say hi.
Hello, Lillian. Are you
Josh,
going to call?
come
Are you
on.
going to call the police on me?
Okay.
Okay, so for the
That
record,
fucking feedback,
Wait,
man.
I
It
did
was
that to end the drama.
in my ear.
okay, I
Keep
respect.
going. He's not gonna be the only one.
Okay, I won't. No, I'll stop. It's fine.
All right. All right.
I didn't say anything, Jeff. I was just responding.
What is that
So I
noise?
apologize.
Jeff, are you
Someone
high?
singing.
No.
No, I was imitating the feedback noise.
Oh, you were doing such a good job.
I know. I mean, I'm
You're like a
about
mimic.
ready to crash, and I'm still running circles around the common man. I feel burnt. I feel like I could drop into a warm bread bed of mine and fall asleep. I'm still running circles around you
Why
guys.
do you do that to yourself?
What do you mean, do that to myself?
Like push yourself like that?
Well, I wouldn't say I pushed it, but I'm just sleepy.
Is this your natural?
I think
pace?
everyone has a natural get sleepy until they sleep and then be rested. Jeff, you seem especially retarded today. I like it. I can work with this.
I don't
So
think
what
I'm any
was
more
going-
retarded than any other day.
What was going on with Chuck and Jack? Because you sounded like he's gonna get in. I think I'm done with Jack. I mean, I say that all the time. I think I'm done
Everybody's
with Jack.
done with Jack until they show up on his show the next day.
That's what I'm saying. I think I'm done.
Well,
'Cause
Liliana, what's up with you, or Wildheart?
I
can't
was
read.
gonna say I've been enjoying the way things have been going for the past couple of days. It's been fun. It's been vibrant. It's been exciting. So yeah, I think it's been interesting.
That helps. I will try to keep it that way.
Yeah,
It's that excitement word that leaves a lot of wiggle room.
it is. Every time you show up, we don't know what to expect,
Neither do
Jeff.
I.
Yeah, it's great.
And then we have Wildheart here, looking very.
Wildheart, I
calm
feel
and
like we
chill.
never got to things because of Jack. Did you have some lingering things with me?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I was just gonna say, you seem like a very angry kind of fellow that gets like mixed up in drama. That I think you'd be much more peaceful and chilled if you just, just didn't
What's
get
that?
involved.
There's a level of it that we've created. Like if
Yeah.
I saw these people in the street, well, with the exception of like Snafu and maybe a couple people, I wouldn't just walk up to these people in the street and punch them. But this is like, it is the LARP. We've started that because if we all got along and sang Kumbaya, I would have left a long time ago. It's boring.
Yeah.
But the anger is at specific hosts that do infuriate me, and I'll destroy them all. Yada yada yada. You know.
Yeah. So
Are you- Go ahead.
are you engaged? Are you engaged in the drama, or are you just trolling? Just
Well, it's not always drama. One of the things that pisses me off that I don't realize people don't see is like some people like Jack or Paul, they'll backstage me and then just speak for me, and that wouldn't be a big deal as it's just the community just goes with what they say. They'd be like, Tom had sex with 3 guys last night, and then they bring me back up and they'd be like, everybody's like, Tom, why did you have sex with 3 guys last night? I'm like, I didn't. But they put me in the back and say that shit, and everybody goes with it. I was never a crypto millionaire. People still say I was a crypto millionaire.
I heard you invested in Tesla stocks.
Tesla and a couple other companies, yeah. And I probably will be a crypto millionaire, but not yet. Yeah, I was buying Tesla $50 a
I
share.
keep
while
going
I'm
back to that. Like I don't return to those forms of treatment. Once I experience them once, that's enough for me to. And then, but people, I don't know if they're like playing out childhood patterns of abuse or what.
Well,
but they keep returning to the experiences that keep traumatizing them.
It has to be worth it. Like me and Flow State are basically on a you stay over there, I'll stay over here thing. But if somebody's on his panel or if I see that we can cook or something, I'll I'll still go up. That's what's pulled me back onto Jack a couple times. It's like, this person's there and I need to talk to them.
Flow
Oh.
states in the chat. If you want, I'll hop down so they could come up for you, Tommy.
There's enough room, and if he wanted this smoke, he can come up here. But that is very acknowledgeable female of you.
No.
That you were gonna put your shoes on and be out without us telling you to. You make a fine wife to some dude one day.
Yes,
What are
he
you
is.
talking about?
Jack, come up and confront him. I wouldn't let him talk to you like that.
What Illuminati? Who?
Wait, which Jack is that?
You know which Jack it is. Don't pretend like you
Did
were.
Talcott change his name to Darko?
All right, never mind. You blew the cover.
I
He's
haven't
talking-
been in the panelverse for
He's
like
talking
48
about
hours.
a different Jack, but you can come up anyway if you want. There's more than one Jack, believe it or not.
There's only one Illuminati.
There's
I don't care how many
Neurojack,
pictures
there's
are going around.
Talcott, and there's Darko. Neuro, Darko, Talco.
Still
At
want to
least
do
those
my
three. Simple Jack, but he's Philip now.
yeah. Oh, I can. It's a good thing he changed it because searching his channel just brings up all those Tropic Thunder clips of Simple Jack.
Hey, Tommy, I'm curious. Were you talking about me being a wife or Jeff being a wife?
Oh, both of you'd probably make a good wife to somebody one day.
Yeah.
I-
why are
Jeff
you
is
I hope
concerned
to make a
about
good
little
my-
trad
satanic
Why-
husband,
twink.
but
Why
not
are
a
you
wife.
concerned about my life and my love relationship?
No, I'm not concerned. I was saying the way you didn't need to leave, but because another man was coming up, and you're like, "I'll just be out. I'll leave you a space. I'll just take these dishes and I'll be right out." And it's like, "Oh, okay, thanks. Go ahead and make some coffee." You're just gonna make a fine wife to somebody one day,
Yeah. Well,
or you're already a
I-
widow, and it's really depressing that I'm saying that.
Yeah, that too. But I'd rather be all that shit than be wrong like you, Tommy. So.
Be wrong,
hmm
so you're not gonna make somebody a good wife. No, but
Do
what
y'all
I
know each
feel like,
other?
Why
What
do
I
you want
feel-
to know about my personal life?
because I feel like I've offended you. I don't really need to know. You just sounded like I offended you. Okay,
I'm
here's an
just-
example.
I'm
Here's an
just
example of what
curious.
I think I sound like. It reminds me of the time I was sitting on the bus and there was a young lady sitting at a seat and an old lady came in and sat next to her. And the old lady said, "Oh, you don't have any kids yet at your age?" And then the rest of the ride, this girl painfully walked this old lady through why she is barren and cannot have children. It was like doom cringe gold. And I just sat there just content with the bus ride. Like, yeah, tell her real slow, tell her in all detail. Because I've had people say that kind of shit to me too. When you gonna get married and settle down? Never.
Hmm.
So did I do that to you? Did you have a husband like horribly die and with like a dumpster falling off
What
an
if she did?
overpass and land? Well, that's what I think. I thought she said she was widowed.
Are you Liliana? Did you have some kind of reaction? Is he picking up on something?
She sounds old. Is she old?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Tommy.
I'm just
old,
joking.
I'm
It's
Liliana.
okay
old
to
and
be
mature
old.
and barren and widowed, and you're right. Please keep telling me what I am.
Hey, you want to hang out?
Hey Jack, what's up? Do you
Tommy's
have
a
any
bit
mental
old.
health
Is that
trauma of
Talcott?
your own?
You don't seem to be like a very
Oh,
nice
he even
person.
looks like Talcott. Dude, do you want to do
No.
a bit? Dude, you should do a bit.
Yes.
Have you
let's
heard
go.
of bits? You look like Jack Talcott. You should do a bit.
How does
Is
he
that-
look like?
Yeah.
You don't look like Tal. Well, a little bit. I
Is that
see
like
it
I
now.
have
Oh
sex
my
Fuck,
with
he
Bill?
god.
doesn't look like Talcott.
Oh,
I'm checking the
fuck.
chat. Somebody tell me that motherfucker doesn't look like Talcott. I dare you to tell me he doesn't look like Talcott.
Jack, if you're out there, come up so we can compare.
I still don't know if I talked to one of Jack's sons on Provo's comments. Now it's like it was probably a troll, but he's I don't want to say he sounded, but like the wording, it sounded like authentic.
What's up, Jack? What's new with
Jack Darkocott. Jack Doppelcott.
Not much. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, no.
What's your thing?
The whole ass
What's your
weekend
thing,
doing nothing.
hipster Jack?
Hey, Jack.
I think
Hi,
the left
I'm a
side needs
biochemist.
twisted like 3 more times. 3 more twists to the left side of the stash.
Right, yeah. Which
That's what you do if you're a villain, too. You
Right,
twist
right.
it and you go,
Yeah, right. That's why I grew it, is
'Cause you're
because I
gonna
wanted
be-
to look like a 1920s cartoon villain.
and you're going to be Jack's 1920s cartoon villain, and I'm going to guide you to being the villainiest villain for Jack you can be. And I will be your Dr. Evil. You'll be my little Scott. And when Cynthia asks if she can improv with me, I'll be like, how about no? I'll bring the clip, Flow State. I tried to come up last night, but you were busy with your talking about your felon days. I wanted to come up and emphasize to Cynthia like she got it on my panel. It wasn't an improv. I really call her HR, and we will not be working together. I actually am disgusted by her. And she just comes and she projects it to you guys like it's a bit or a skit. I'm like, no, Cynthia, you are HR. It's not a bit.
I've got a question for Tommy. Do you like have any interests outside of like the drama? Every time I've seen you, you talk about Jack Talcott and like people. Do you have any interests outside of?
Yeah, and I think the other channels I go to, the same way people just randomly come at me, they have a tendency to keep me in the lore drama. You go over and watch some of my content. I talk about real shit. You should come over there sometime when I have my hours back.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I'm only streaming my 20 hours in September, and then I'm going to disappear.
Cool.
Well, maybe not.
Sorry, I'm gonna hop out. Thanks for having me on.
Do you want some airtime, Liliana? I can backstage if you want some airtime.
No, that's okay. My bullshit meter is going off, and I'll just let.
Where are you getting bullshit?
How
What do
they
you want to talk
manually
about?
shit.
What does Lillian want to talk about?
I don't want to talk about shit.
Well, let's talk about piss.
That's why I'm evading my bullshit meter right now. Okay.
Do you have a topic you want to talk about? I could keep it backstage for a little while.
No. I actually came up because of the conversation Josh was going to have about Sov-City.
Oh, okay. Are you? Do you
Yeah.
consider yourself one?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I am a citizen of the United States of America, proudly, and I don't need to revoke my citizenship in order not to obey or follow laws that are endowed by the 10th Amendment.
Okay.
Not endowed, but
Yeah, I don't understand it either. So.
yeah. So on that note, have fun. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Thanks for coming up.
Bye.
Cheers, Liliana. Nice to meet you.
Right. Okay. Anybody else want to turn? Otherwise, I'm bringing it back.
What is the 10th Amendment stuff? Is that states' rights beams? I don't even... I missed something here.
I'm not sure either.
All right.
I'm not sure, and I don't want to ask a bunch of questions because I don't really want the conversation to be that, but
Fair.
it has to do with like a creative interpretation of existing law and the Constitution
Oh.
that they believe gives them license to disobey certain laws and defend it in court.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I'm not driving, I'm traveling.
Yeah.
Is it those people? Okay.
Yes, those people.
That's-
Yes.
I love those people. They make great content.
Well, I'm still waiting for it.
Yeah, haven't you seen it? There's like great compilations where it's just like car window after car window just being broken over and over and over again, and it's, I don't know. I think it's great content. I don't know. I'm amused by it.
Hey, Paul, what's up?
Oh. Sorry, so racist against you,
Jeff,
Paul.
what the fuck are you doing, man? I wanted to talk to Lillian. I agree with her. That's where we were going to take off in parallel.
Well, she can come back.
No, she left, and you're tyrant, Jeff.
I am a panel.
You're
This is a
Jotzi.
dictator. This is a dictatorship.
Neff.
Yeah.
I don't know how to snafu Nazi your name.
It's a tyranny.
Well, I agree with her. I do solve things, but not like in defiance of all. I like to have plates on my car. I like to have it registered. So if it gets stolen, they know that's my car that's stolen. And the thief isn't going to take the plates off because he doesn't want to get pulled over in a stolen car with no plates. But there's a lot of order to this society and the registrations and the things that I think a lot of the solved channels are just little kid rebellious to. Like I've always told Paul, you better have car insurance. I don't care if you don't drive without a license. I don't care if you drive without tags. You better have that motherfucker insured.
It seems more than just like being frustrated or inconvenienced by bureaucracy. It seems like there's a psychological resistance to
it's like the
feeling
shape debate
controlled or being told what to do.
Yeah, it's like more than shape debate with the shape people, and it's more than the policies with the SOVs. But I do stand against stuff when it's not right, and I win all my traffic court shit. So there is benefits to knowing what the fuck you're talking about. But when I get pulled over, I give them my ID, license, registration, and if I'm in the right, I'll bitch the cop out, usually get out. And if I'm in the wrong, I just act polite and cordial and fight it in court.
It just doesn't happen enough to be, I guess, for it to be much of an issue.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about US politics. Is that like libertarianism? Like where they don't like paying taxes and that? Is that
some of it's taxes, but a lot of these channels are talking about driving, getting pulled over, getting tickets and stuff. And traffic court isn't the judicial court. It is a different type of court that you can win if you know things.
Yeah.
Are these mostly people with records? Like, would that be the people that have?
I think in the sense of Joe Cool, like Joe Cool, Flow State, Paul Enslaved. Yeah, there's an animosity because they've all been in trouble with the law in the past.
So this is just jailhouse jabber.
No, I think it motivates them though. I think they'd still be interested in it, but I think
it motivates them to like fight a traffic ticket and win.
No,
it's just like the victory over the system that
more to it than
defeated them because they were crooks in the first place.
Well, take Flow State. He wants to be able to own bang bangs. And in America right now, if you're a felon, you can't own bang bangs. And I've often disagreed with that. Like if you did your time, you should still be able to protect your family.
Is that at the state or local level, or is that federal?
Government, yeah, federal.
Oh.
But there's some workarounds with types of guns and stuff like that. I mean, technically, we're all felons, just not everybody got caught.
What's happening, Jeff? How are you guys?
Hello.
Pretty good. How are you? What's up? I'm doing a bunch of things at once. How are you? How is your day? Do you have a topic for us? Let's get this panel started. You certainly have a background for us.
You like? I edited it myself. The No More True Life Crew.
Is it am I gonna have my channel left?
No, I do it all the time on mine.
Okay. I guess you two has me feeling like a prude.
Oh, this is a topic actually you could talk about. The butts in this picture are no longer considered the standard of women's butts.
One of them looks like a dude.
The BBL?
Tiny ones.
Displaced.
They all have like fit butts.
Yeah, they didn't have implants.
See? And one might have a wiener. Who knows?
Hey, give that one my number.
Okay.
What's Jack's channel about? It's probably cooler than Jack Talcott.
Do you have a channel, Jack?
Yeah, you, George McFly. What's the channel about?
I almost hit go live this weekend and didn't.
Oh, you should. Would you like to do a panel?
Fucking weeb. Hit live.
Yeah, I was gonna do a research stream. Teriak recently put out a video that I wanted to debunk. And that's
What is his story?
You debunk the things.
Oh yeah. I have a degree in biochemistry, so I'm a science nerd, dude.
Are you a globe acknowledger?
He's a science acknowledger.
Well,
know,
he
man.
has chemistry. I have applied science. We could be a team or something.
Oblate spheroid.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, if you Google like sun and you look on like Google Images for sun, like which one of those are real, are like actual pictures, and how many of them are CGI? Because I don't know.
They're not.
It's kind of weird,
There's special telescopes they use to look at the sun. We could bring up the video right now.
They color the galaxy, like the pictures of the nebulas
No,
and the
they
galaxies are all colorized.
galaxy of color. Hey,
Okay.
galaxy of color, guys.
God damn
Jeez,
it.
Jeff, you're always worried about your channel getting taken down.
So, Jack, do you believe in evolution? Did you say you were bio something?
Biochemist, yeah.
Bio-
Yeah. I guess it seems to be a decent explanation for some stuff.
No.
I don't know. Once you get into like evolutionary like biology and then like even like psychology, like those are very like significantly softer sciences than like.
Let me ask you this. When has a tree ever petrified standing up?
I don't know. Probably when it
It
fell in the
doesn't.
forest
It
when no one was
doesn't,
around.
except for the multiple layers that laid down in Noah's flood. That's when virtually a whole forest petrified and it's still upright with layers crossing over the trees.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
like-
yeah. And there's some like halogen O-rings in a volcano that like can only have been formed when Earth first started, and they break down within like 10,000 years, and they're still around.
Halogen.
So. Wait, which side am I supposed to take again? I unironically work with a young Earth creationist now, so
At a science job?
not a science job.
Oh.
It's closer to
Jeff,
like
share this.
manufacturing, I guess, technically. Whatever. I
Play
mean,
that
they're
link.
they're
It's the sun, Jeff. But actually, it's pretty cool the way these lenses can look at the sun. It's like looks like some kind of plasma or like fibers. The way the what's it called? The thing that could reach out and destroy our electric grid. What are they called? But they just look cool.
Solar
Yeah, the
flares.
flares. Yeah. They look cool, like positioning off the sun. They look like they're holding steady, but it's all still flickering and moving like there's bugs all over it or something. But yeah, there's no way that thing could be artificial. It like gives us cancer and melts our skin every summer. It's like we didn't create that energy. We can harness it.
So it's not part of the matrix.
Well, there was conspiracies that it was an artificial sun. I'm like, if we could make an artificial sun, we wouldn't have the energy issues we have. We wouldn't be warring if we could just create the sun's energy. Are you gonna play it, Jeff?
Play what?
The link I put in the back.
Oh
of the
no,
sun.
I wasn't. It has music on it. I don't know what the copyright is.
Just mute it. Wow. Solutions.
I know, but it's Nat
Dottie.
Geo. I don't know how fussy they are about their footage.
You just turn the music off. You show the sun. I'll get a
Okay,
different link. I'll get one that's not Nat Geo.
Pop the link in, and those that want to see it, here it is. Look at the sun.
No, we've got to do a show here, Jeff.
I don't want to play the sun.
It's entertainment.
We
value.
can talk about
All
the
right,
sun.
fine. No, I don't want to. I want to talk to Oscar about butts.
Okay, we could do that too.
Also,
Oh,
what
I
the
know
fuck do
you
you mean
wanna
by
talk about
applied
butts.
science?
That's what
You're an
everybody
engineer.
always says.
Oh.
It's like my course had everything in electrical engineering except hydraulics, pistons.
Okay.
And I didn't want to take that. I watched people take it. I was okay with my degree.
Sure.
There was this little nerdy kid I knew that when they said whenever he was taking the hydraulics test, he'd sit there going,
Like Pat?
I feel you, dude. Yeah, he's just like groaning, and he was a little skinny guy. But yeah, I majored in renewables and
cute.
done some low voltage work and shit like that.
Fun, same. I hooked up my own surround sound system,
Nice. No, I was a project manager for this system that was invented after 9/11 so that emergency radios would work down in the parking garages and stuff.
Oh, very cool.
It turns the building into a giant antenna and emergency radios inside the building are like using the building as an antenna.
I like it.
Yeah,
I
it was
worked
cool.
on a project that was trying to ferment algal biomass that was generated from like cleaning wastewater. You know, they'd have like a gross pond. They'd throw seed algae in it and like grow this algae, and then they didn't know what the fuck to do with it. So I was trying to ferment it into biodiesel precursors.
Their word?
Not really.
Because I know the military has some kind of algae that they can use for diesel, but it's like they save it for them. Like they got vats and vats of it making diesel fuel, but they don't put it to the public. And then there's like junk yards where they cover the piles of junk with like a wrap, and the gas can only seep out these pipes, and they make energy with it.
Yeah, the methane decomposition. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. See, chat, we know what we're talking about. We're not a couple of plebs like you guys are, chat.
Did we figure out which butt has the penis or the new standard? Which butt is
I bet
most,
you're going to sniff
is
it out. I
closest
bet
to
you're
the
going
new
to sniff it
standard?
out.
I would say the one on the far right.
I'd say second from the
Wow.
left.
Or
thought you were a
that's
centrist,
my
Jeff.
choice. Huh?
Second from the left, I think.
I thought you were a centrist, Jeff. Now you want the far right one?
I think actually Luke Skywalker is the one all the way this way.
And
Wants
center
that
left
dick.
and far right. That's what I call.
Good call.
But I don't have the expertise that probably the rest of you do.
I could add one to it, so later on, and it'll be true.
You can add a butt to that
Oh,
image
a wiener.
or a new image.
I could add a wiener to that thing.
Oh, I see. Do you have an example of what the new current style is to contrast it with?
Oh, it's just, like the BBLs. I mean, those are just like giant butts, that, like Jennifer Lopez, I guess. She actually had a shapely one, but it was kind of big. But Kim Kardashian.
Oh yeah, I think Drizzy has one of those too. Am I right?
For shizzy.
I mean, I heard that they stink, like, because they leak.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
butt
if
implants.
you go to a bad place, yeah, but I mean that's just true for any shitty surgery.
I mean, I heard the oil just keeps secreting out of the butt. Like, it's not meant to be there, I thought.
And it's like lube.
Yeah.
But there was an Instagram model. She was really hot. She died whenever she was under for butt implants.
I heard about that.
Mhm.
People put caulk in there, too. That's pretty weird.
And
Not
then
sure
is
what
that
color.
the same stuff? Have you seen these douchebags that they don't get any stronger, but they inject oil into their biceps till they got like
Those-
huge? Is that the same stuff?
I mean, like, sometimes they have, like, those, like, those crappy doctors in the inner city that were actually using caulking stuff. But that was actually some sort of, like, oil that you were talking about.
Right.
Those guys
are
look like
retarded,
freaks,
Do,
man.
what do the guys think? Is that how do you feel about the new style? Is that what closer
No,
to your
I like natural
preference?
fat asses.
Oh,
Yeah, I like natural. Do that gym work.
not
Because the guys with the
simulacra.
huge freakish biceps, they're not getting any stronger. It's like, just work out, bro.
And have heart attacks, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that some bodybuilders are using insulin now because it helps you build
Really?
muscle? Apparently, yeah.
That's
Yeah, it's
insane.
it's mildly anabolic, so like it like kind of helps you build muscle, but more specifically, it's anti-catabolic, so it stops you from breaking down muscle tissue. So, yeah, some
Nice.
bodybuilders.
I met a
are
roid
shooting up
rager
with-
last week, actually. It was freaky.
A what?
A roid
I think-
rager.
I did a cycle of roids like 10 years ago. I've theorized that it's the ragey people that seek roids. I didn't rage because I felt like $1,000,000. I was like, why would anybody rage on this? My joints feel great. I feel great. I think just ragey people use roids.
No,
Seemed like it.
there seems to be a pretty strong correlation between like testosterone levels and aggression. I mean, if you look at like who's in prison for violent crime, it's like men ages like 19 to 25 or something. So
Do they measure their testosterone?
Yeah, you
I
have
mean,
to. You have to, because if you make too much testosterone, it starts making estrogen. And I knew a guy that had to get a lump removed from his chest, and he saw it coming because he was like crying when Bumblebee got kidnapped on Transformers. He was getting all female.
Is that estrogen that makes like people?
Yeah, women
So
are
like when
primary
Barnabas comes up,
estrogen.
that's estrogen.
No, women are primary estrogen, men are primary
But when men, I
testosterone.
guess I'm asking when men do it, is that like estrogen in men
If you
overriding the
if you
testosterone?
yes, if you have too much testosterone, your body starts
So it is when I
counteracting.
feminize it, when I metaphorically feminize it, it's physiologically estrogen.
I don't know if what you're saying is that, but I
Oh.
was trying to answer your question before you started talking.
Because I'm questioning whether I should be gendering this stuff. But now, if there's an actual physiological basis for gendering it, that changes things.
Gendering it? I mean,
Yeah,
you know
like
the
if like
test,
if the masculine traits that people define as predominantly masculine are
yeah, that's
mostly
testosterone.
because of a chemical called testosterone, and if the female
Yes.
ones are mostly because of a
Yes.
chemical called estrogen,
Why is this news to you?
then when men do it, when men exhibit the traits that are mostly associated with females, is it because of estrogen in them as well? Like,
When
is
you're asking when
when
they're
we talk about
effeminate,
male
like
and female
boobs?
traits, are we really talking about testosterone and estrogen?
Yes.
So then they're
So
real
like
things.
bull dykes probably have a tighter balance toward test and less estrogen. Twinkie boys like yourself probably lean more toward estrogen, but still have test because you are a dude. But
I don't
yeah,
know why you keep calling me a Twinkie boy.
you're
Sorry.
This is not a
'Cause you like
twink.
Twinkies.
I'm 53
no,
years old. I
not
have
like
almost
not
a
like
full
snack
beard.
cakes.
This is not a
No,
twink.
no, twink,
It's not even a twink.
like little shaved butt bottom
Yeah,
twink.
I'm not a twink. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I should be flattered that I'm getting mistaken for a twink at 53 years old. But
What would
I'm
you
really
consider
not a
yourself,
twink.
Jeff?
Huh?
What would you call yourself? Like
Technically, in gay world, I'm an otter. It's like a thin bear. The bears are like the dad bod, and otters have the fur and
no
the
muskrats
They might have
Otter
those
pop.
in the South. Maybe when I go to Louisiana,
or a
I can
mongoose
find
is a
out.
good one too.
I don't know. They have all kind of animals. They keep multiplying, so it's quite possible.
Otter.
But-
I've never heard that term.
Jack, are we sound on the chemical basis for gender? Is it is it as simple as testosterone and estrogen? That's what we're experiencing.
It's.
So-
Well, I mean, obviously, it's more complicated than that, but like, yeah, it can kind of be reduced down to that. Like, yeah, like mostly like your natal environment. So like when you're in the womb, like you get a lot of like hormone like blasts that kind of
You don't want to get in a
genderize
womb
and
with me.
sexualize you. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously more complicated. I mean, hormones are just the most complicated thing, really, because they're like a signaling molecule that signals other molecules. So it's but yeah, and then you also have to consider like your androgen sensitivity, which is like how much you react to testosterone. So like like some dude could have twice the testosterone of another guy, but if the other dude is like way more androgen sensitive, like he could have half the test, but twice the effects of that test, if it makes sense. If that makes sense.
So it's not simple like one-on-one correlation of you have this level
No.
of testosterone.
The only
No,
thing I
no.
was summing up was the fact that if you overabundance one, your body will kick in the other. But yeah,
like if
he's right.
a
It
guy
gets-
is
it
getting
gets
all
real
weepy about a rom-com, is that estrogen? Is that
No,
'cause
he
he's
might.
higher in
No, he
estrogen?
might be under a lot of stress. He might not have slept well. He might be.
But if it's like
coming off
a
substances.
persistent pattern with it, could that be like a hormonal? His
Who
hormone
is it
balance
you're
is different.
you're
than-
talking about? And let's just analyze the person you're referring to.
No, I'm not going to do that to my brother.
Pussy,
I told him I wouldn't.
twink.
I think he just gave him away when he said that.
Shh.
Oh,
Oh, you don't have to point a
Yeah, you're
neon
short.
side at it. My God, whose side are you on here?
Sorry.
Don't apologize. You do you.
True. Nature, nurture.
Where are we taking this, guys?
Well,
What's the
here,
score
okay. Here, my last thing. I just want to clarify. I just want to make sure I have this right. So, if a guy is being weepy, emotional, rom-commy,
Oh my God!
can I? And I
Change the
say, like
record.
people say, you're acting like a woman. Is there some accuracy to that? If it's because of estrogen,
No. it's
is
'cause
that
you're acting
association
Like
between femaleness and that
a, you're
behavior?
acting like a
still
bundle of sticks.
Savage. You can't say that here.
Bundle of sticks.
We burn our queers standing up.
Throw
on this
another
channel.
faggot on the
After we
fire.
petrify them.
Wow, do you just quote a mirror? Anyway, I mean, but again, like hormones are signaling molecules, so like like they don't directly trigger stuff. Like they trigger stuff that triggers other stuff that triggers other stuff. I mean, you can talk to
Hormones
anyone
where-
who's like changed their birth
Doesn't
control, and like like they'll tell you about the emotional roller coasters that they go through with that. But it's not like if we inject estrogen into you, like you'll be sad for a time. Like it's not that.
Well,
like,
not sad, but probably emotional.
Right.
I
yeah.
understand everybody's shit is emotional right now.
Right. But even like
But
your
yeah,
mitochondria,
there was
the
this-
powerhouse of the cell has like estrogen receptors on it. So like like even how like people make energy is different depending on how much hormones you have in you at any given time.
But we all
So
we
there
all
was
have
this
it.
stuff
Like,
on the market, like back in the early 2000s. It was called Finadex, and it was sold at GNC and stuff. And they found out that even though it went over the counter legal, after you ingested it, it turned into something illegal in your system. And me and my workout buddies, we would have these days where just nobody looks at each other, and we're silently like spotting each other and lifting, and we're all like a fucking emotional wreck because of this Finadex stuff. And it made my back break out like the fucking gremlins whenever they jumped in the swimming pool. But we got like 30 pounds on our bench in like a month and a half. Shit was crazy. It's definitely turning into something illegal once it
then
was in
why
your
don't we
system.
just chemically engineer people to be?
We do. It's called.
Why do
it's
we
called-
bother with culture? Just do it.
It's called hormone therapy. It's just a controlled steroid. Every UFC fighter is on some form of steroids. Every major athlete is low key on some kind of enhancement because you can only compete at that level now. Once somebody set records on steroids, you have to be on steroids to get there. Shout to Russia.
Well, that doesn't sound legal?
Well, it's legal now in ways.
I mean,
Like
every
Ronda Rousey-
athlete can't be competing on steroids.
Yeah, they just won't be at the top. But Ronda, I forget what it was called, but Ronda Rousey got caught using some steroid that you don't even have to work out. If you just sit on your couch and watch TV, it'll make you stronger and faster and shit.
Oh, I gotta find that stuff then.
Yeah, I know. And it was illegal because she got caught with it. But yeah, and historically, you still had to work out and do stuff while you're doing steroids. But she had some kind of.
Do they have one that can just give you the BBL while you're watching TV?
What is the BBL?
The
That's
new
fat, I
style.
thought.
Oh,
What?
can you do it with hormones, like chemicals? Just
I
For a
did a
horse.
psych test where you actually inject it in your butt cheek. You got to take estrogen blockers and stuff.
Yeah, it's
I
a
gue-
whole
I guess
cycle.
I've never been that bothered by my body to. alter
Well,
it
it wasn't that I
much.
was bothered. It's I wanted to try it.
Oh.
I know someone who actually has a BBL, and actually, it's been like probably 10 years almost now. So I actually have to. I haven't seen them in a long time. I'm actually gonna inquire about
What
that.
is the BBL?
They get fat sucked out of their stomach and injected into their ass.
Brazilian butt lift. They had a drag queen on RuPaul last year that had one. She was the
Listen,
BBL
Jeff.
queen.
You just need to start doing certain types of squats and lunges, and
Ride
you'll get
bikes.
a butt. Yeah, and ride a bike.
Sounds
Get
like work.
a fixed gear. You want to
When would I
work that
straighten?
ass into some dude's dick, don't you? You might as well get some exercise to get it, or you're
Don't
just
put a
not
seat
gonna
on it too.
won't be a power bottom to him. You'll just be a flabby ass and no power bottom.
I don't even do that. So
Oh, then how do you ever get by on the grinders? How do you ever get the?
I don't.
Then what do you want an ass for?
Just in case. In the
Jesus,
future,
Jeff, you're
maybe.
not getting any younger.
I'm aware.
You little-
Like, is it
50-year-old.
ever wrong to aspire to an ass?
Yes. Jack Talcott's aspirations are wrong and pointless.
Well, that's
Man,
okay.
I can't remember if I hate Jack Talcott now.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Well, what did Dobes? There's a Norwegian word for his type of Christian. It's happy Christian. There's a
He's not a
Norwegian word.
Christian, bro.
Galak.
It's
not a-
pronounced heretic.
He says he is. So
Yeah, that's
I-
it. I like this.
I
Jack.
go by
This is
self ID
Jack.
when it comes to religion. There's no way to objectively police somebody else's religion.
Well,
So self
there
ID will
is-
just have to
listen.
suffice.
No, listen, I'm the one that said I don't go around saying fake Christian. That dude on the daily contradicts the basic word of the Bible. He's not a Christian.
Well,
That's
according
my one
to him,
exception.
he's a Christian, and he's
What if I-
John Lennon, peace and love, and no more war, and let's all. love
John
each
Lennon
other.
wasn't a Christian.
No,
John
but he
Lennon's
was
in
peace-
hell.
He was a
This
peace and love
acid
hippie.
melted face.
Like
Do you
listen to
remember when
Imagine.
John
It's pretty
Lennon
much Jack
had
Talcott.
acid splashed on his face? I remember. Shout it out. But yeah, what if I said I was a Satan worshiper and I walked around talking that Mormon word all the time? You'd be like, Tom,
It's
we don't
not for
do the
me
Book of
to
Mormon.
that's between you and
whatever.
Satan.
Well,
People
Get
do that
behind-
with me. People tell me I'm not a real Satanist because I'm not a member of Church of Satan or Satanic Temple, and that doesn't make me less of a
No,
Satanist.
I think
just
you're a
because
member-
they
I
have
think-
the opinion that I'm not a real Satanist.
I
Do they
believe you're a
charge?
Satanist because you're a homo that's going to hell.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, so you're a Satanist. Now,
Like my
how
hell is going to be if I wake up and there's a heaven and I'm in it.
can you not come to terms with Jack's not a fundamental Christian?
I take him at what he says he is. Like Jack's the only one that
Oh, and that's why you're fooled.
tell me what he
That's why
is.
he's going to get you.
Just like I'm
He's
the only
a
one that can
fool.
tell someone my
He's
sexuality.
like Antichrist spirit. He's an Antichrist spirit.
Well, then don't hang out with him.
Were
You
you
on the
not
show all the
raised in
time.
any type of church, Jeff?
No, I was looking for local. I've been looking for Satanists, and I thought I found this little local coven or tribe, whatever they call themselves, and I got canceled.
Oh, because I remember you
It's
talking
just
about
a
I got
boy.
Baptist
canceled by the
churches.
Satanists, so I never got to meet them in person
What
Why
about
did the
Baptists?
How did the Satanists cancel you?
because one of them made the claim that the majority of people that get arrested for CP. For having it on their
That's
computers,
child
or whatever, or
porn.
the majority Christian, and I that struck me weird. Like I didn't even know they tracked the religion of violators, but
I
it
think
just
that-
seems
that
weird
sounds like,
that somebody. And
sounds
so
like
I
Mary.
asked. I do what I do. I asked for evidence. Like, oh, where did you hear that?
Ooh, nice. I know a lot
But
of the.
what I realized was it was the there's a conflict between rationalistic Satanism, which is my Satanism, and reactive Satanism, which is the ones
the
that are all
rational
anti-Christian
Satanists.
and traumatized by Christianity, and they're kind of like
Morgue official.
inverted Satanism,
Yeah.
and that's not my type of Satanism. So
Wait, isn't inverted Satanism Christianity?
it's
Up is
Satanism
down.
that inverts
Down is-
Christianity. It's an inverted version of Christianity that they practice under the guise of Satanism.
And train all the time.
Try Inferno on that if you're on Instagram filters. That's a really cool one. I mixed that with the Queen of England.
I'm not on the gram.
Oh,
Me neither.
sorry.
I only have an X because I got tricked. I hit a link, and then it was like log in with Google, and I did. Oh my God, I have an X now. I have a Twix. Shout out to Elon.
Well, you're
But it's
just
going to be
in
a
time
payment
to
system. It's going to be a payment system.
Find it as useless as the rest of us.
No, it's going to be a payment system. It's going to be a big deal.
Oh, okay.
Elon offered to buy
'Cause so far, all they're
Ripple.
wanting is me to pay them.
Elon offered to buy Ripple for like 25 billion.
What's Ripple?
The people that make XRP. It's the
What's,
one word
oh,
currency.
the coin. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark of the Beast Foundation shit.
Getting put on a list somewhere.
Oh, well, I'll be
I had to
on the
Google
list.
like
They'll
child
make you-
porn conviction like by religion because I needed to know if that was true or not.
A couple
Well,
of the
I
Pred
looked
catchers
into
on
it that
I'm
night.
sorry, I'll let you talk.
Thank you. I looked into it that night, and it came up with that they don't really
You looked into
track.
child porn
Right,
that
like
night?
that's not one of the demographics that they track. I didn't think it was. It was weird to me that they would track crimes by
Ooh,
religion.
you know why they can't track it? Because you can't say who's a real Christian and who's not. Boom.
Then yeah, that's a good reason to not be tracking it.
But a couple of the pred catchers on the YouTube circles of pred catchers have been caught with. One guy got caught with child porn, but it wasn't enough files to be prosecuted. I guess you need like 4 to 5 plus files, and he only had like 3 files. Yeah, it's weird. Those pred
Hey,
catchers are weird.
Lumentami,
Huh?
did you know anything about bikes? I heard you talking to him. I'm actually being serious. I was looking for a bike, and I was just wondering, do you know what size a person like 5'10" to 5'11" would like ride, like mountain bike size? That's like, not like really strenuous.
The gear is the difference. I mean, you would just go sit on it at Walmart. You just pull one down and sit on it, and most of them are adjustable anyway on the seat. But the gears, you change those so that you can crank it, unless you
Like
get
what?
fixed gear. Like, you remember the movie about the bike delivery guy? That was fixed gear where you can pedal backwards and shit. It's just got the
Oh,
one
really?
gear. But you'll get huge legs like that because you have to pedal with it. Like, you're always pedaling. It won't just, how
Well, I'm looking
regular
for a
bikes.
workout also too. So I'm kind of like trying to looking for a workout also.
Yeah,
Like
maybe
nothing-
get a fixed gear. You'll
Do
be
you
a
have any
badass.
type of like? I was looking at a Trek 6500. Have you ever heard that, Bren?
There are yes, Trek is a big deal brand. There are bike stores out here in Denver where you can pay as much as you'd buy a car for on a bike if you want to. I'm not into it like that. I haven't ridden a bike in a long time. But yeah, Trek's a good brand.
Okay, great. Thank you for your help. I would basically I need to get a
Yeah.
bike because I'm.
But I would get one of these if you need it for travel. I'd get one of these electric bikes because they boost the pedaling. And I've rented a LimeWire thing off the street. You feel like Superman. Like, you start to pedal a little bit and it's like zzz, and you go down the street. You feel like a fucking Marvel superhero.
Yeah, I'd love to get one of those. My wallet's kind of tight. I just saw like a Trek around here for like 190. So I was wondering if I could
Well, that sounds good.
So,
But have you ever considered just renting a LimeWire bike every time you need a bike?
well, I converted a Mongoose to an electric about like 12 years ago. I just had it for a long time and the battery ran down. It was a little heavy when it ran out of like juice. That was my problem. But I would go like 35 miles on the thing. But it was,
Pedaling it didn't charge it?
Oh no, it was one of those older lithium batteries that had like a rack on the back of it. It was an e-bike kit. It was pretty cool. But I mean, like, I sold it, so I mean,
Let's make another one.
I'm a little lazy. Actually, I just want to have something light because I've actually when they kind of go out, like I had to like walk like 5 miles a couple times with like an 80-pound bike.
Oh, yeah. No, I know what you mean because I used to have an electric fish head board, and if it died, it was like 30, 40 pounds. It's like,
I
this sucks
crashed
carrying it.
on one. The
Yeah,
front tire blew
you're
and it kept
definitely
going.
crashed.
Yeah, it would basically scare the shit out of me. I almost lost my finger. It was very it just never stopped spinning the wheel.
When you wreck a skateboard at 35 miles an hour, it's like diving out of a car at 35 miles an hour.
I actually wrecked in front of the bike store. That was kind of like really weird. The tire blew out. It was like,
Speaking of almost losing a finger, did you see that YouTube video where a guy's riding a golf cart, or not a golf cart, go-kart at an indoor track, and the camera's like showing his first person, and somebody comes and like wrecks up over him, and it like goes up over his steering wheel, just takes one of his fingers off.
oh my God, that
Yeah.
sounds horrible. That's a
Yeah, he like noticed.
index finger or like
Which I think
pinky
you
or
would, but like, I think it was like index or pinky. It
Oh,
wasn't
that's
a
the
thumb
worst.
to mine. But you still have to like find it and put it on ice and run to the hospital, or just say fuck it, I lost my finger.
I sliced my pinky. Actually, my index finger. I have eight stitches going up the thing, like probably like 20
Yeah.
years ago. That's the worst. It took so long to get feeling in it.
When my mom worked at a college cafeteria, she had an industrial sized what's the foil thing, like Ziploc, whatever, and she dropped it, and it like the long ass box of the teeth for like ripping off the foil. It just like ran down her finger like a saw when she dropped it. She had a bunch of nerve damage, a bunch of
Oh my
stitches and
God.
shit. Yeah.
I've sliced myself on those things also, but oh my God, that sounds horrible.
I'm not gonna sting y'all. That's my choice.
I knew a girl that ripped her finger
You
off with a
filming
ring.
yourself on a phone using a filter? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Okay.
Keeps
love
lag
filters.
down. I've got filters on a laptop, but I'm just using 2 phones. I've got so many phones. I was walking the store the other day, and I was going by this bus stop. I call it Club Bus Stop because usually people are just bumping music and doing drugs more than buses stop there. And as I'm walking up, I can see there's obviously a smartphone sitting on the bench and nobody's anywhere around. So I fluidly walk into the bus stop. I pick it up. I go, yoink. And then as soon as I do that, there's another smartphone behind the bench. I go, yoink. And now I got 2 fresh, fucking clean smartphones that I can use as little computer devices or as phones. Oh, and you know what else is even better? I didn't have to crack them. These motherfuckers didn't even have them locked. There's no
What?
lock
That's
screen on it.
crazy.
So I just
Oh, who
took them
does
back to
that?
factory reset. Yeah, I just took them. I was like, oh, they're not locked. Back to factory reset.
That's cool.
Yeah. What kind of motherfuckers don't lock their phones?
I know. That's yeah.
Maybe they were work phones or something. So now I could use them as like cameras to set up like 4 different positions. I should make little short films while I'm roofless.
When
Well,
is
the
that
joke's
happening?
on
You said
them.
September.
Yeah, like I'm gonna burn my
When
StreamYard
is
hours when I
September
get
right
'em.
now?
Yes, I said like within the first 2 weeks of September, I'm gonna burn my free 20 hours of StreamYard. I'm gonna put my shit in storage, and then I'm gonna stay here till they come knock on the door to kick me out, and then I'll just probably have like my bed and my computer here, and then when they come kick me out, I'll just leave.
Are you gonna stream your eviction?
No, because technically is what it is I already went through eviction court for content and shit. I just didn't record it because I didn't know how long I'd have to wait for my turn in court because it was like from home.
So you're technically already evicted. They just have to come and
No,
physically
no,
remove
because
you.
I see. I was going through this to just find out what everybody's going through. I applied for whatever leftover COVID rent there is, and got approved, and now I've reached the end of that. And I'm not going to go on welfare or Section 8 or anything.
Well,
So
don't you have your Tesla stock?
yeah, I have money.
Okay.
It's ruthless, Jeff. Don't listen to Flow State and Venus
don't.
and Sherelle. Yeah, they're all saying I'm going homeless. I'm like, on purpose. It's ruthless. But I mean, I'm not balling like I was before I failed beating my dog's cancer and blew all my money doing that. And I haven't worked in like 3 or 4 years. So I'm not rich now, but I was when I said I was.
But
I will
like
be
you have
back.
the ability to get you a hotel or shelter if you need to in any emergency.
Well, I'm going to go. Part of the content is I'm going to do shelter without a hotel. And if I'm still doing it when it snows, I'm going to try to make an igloo type thing and see how warm it stays.
Wow.
You're in Colorado?
Yeah.
Oh, I know a metal detector is out that way called Can You Dig It Metal Detecting. He's actually a really cool dude. He goes all around the parks in that area and finds really cool stuff. If you ever want to
Yeah,
check
but
his YouTube channel
I
out.
find cool stuff just looking with my eyes. I find cool stuff.
That
yeah.
too. There's surface finds. I found 95 cents yesterday playing basketball on the ground.
Like within what time?
Amazing.
all at
I don't
once, or-
believe he was playing basketball.
Oh no, I'm a metal detectorist by hobby, and I was playing basketball 3 hours, and every time the ball bounced off, I basically looked under the benches and under the in the grass, and there was like quarters and
What?
dimes everywhere.
What's the minimum you could spend on a metal detector and know that you're gonna get a decent one?
I'd say, well, mine, the one that I have is like 1,200, but that was like years ago. You actually could pick it up for like 600 now. It's like it's a really awesome. The XP day use, it's like it's on the number 2 right now, where it's a waterproof one. But I don't go underwater, so I mean I use it like just like on flat ground. I've been using it for close to like 8 years now, and I found probably like 50 pieces of gold, I'd say, with it. I mean I basically sell it. I found a gold coin with it.
Is there a function or a rating that you can check to know that a metal detector it's like if it's good, or what is it you're looking for?
Well, the higher the frequency with metal detectors, the more chance of finding gold. I mean, the XP days has I use 17 kilohertz on that thing, and I have special programs from other metal detectors in the field that they do recommendings for the settings, and we have very similar ground to France with the I guess it would be the the composition of the soil and stuff like that, and all that, the alkalinity and stuff. But our metal detectors, the XPs from France, it works so well in America. You could go down so far, and they actually have a 2-box system where it's almost like a cave finding thing, and the Arabs use it a lot.
You're setting the frequency for what material you're scanning for? Is that what it is?
Well, that's what the awesome thing is. You set it for everything, and then you have that VDI system where it's the numbers. But with the XP days, they have this thing where it's the XY screen, where it's more oscilloscopes, where when you're testing something, you see if the electronics, how it works. So you're getting the VDI number and the oscilloscope reading, which actually helps a lot, because the oscilloscope thing is a slash to the left, which would be indicate something bad or trashy. A center line, which kind of is in between, but if it's over to the right, you definitely dig it. And gold's a tricky thing, because gold has so many other metals in it, because it's so light, they actually have to mix it with a lot of things.
You sound like the guy from that Rudolph Christmas special. It's just all about gold all the time.
Well,
And
I
he
think
throws the
actually we were
pickaxe
put
up
here
and-
to find gold.
Yeah, I mean, you could just be taking scrap cell phones and yeah.
That
pulling
works
the
also.
gold.
Silver's fun to find also. I find a lot more silver than gold.
And silver has more utility than gold. Gold,
Exactly.
I think the only utility I can think of is it makes good audio cable.
I mean, I just I always wanted to find a coin, and I found one probably after 6 years of metal detecting, and then
Oh
it's
shit,
been-
I find coins all the time, man. I don't need no metal detector.
I hear you. I mean, it's
I don't
just
even
more
bend
fun to
over
do.
unless it's done.
But I highly recommend the XP days if you ever do it. They're actually very cheap now, because they're on the second version of it, and they're just sitting on the shelves, and you can actually pick one up for dirt cheap.
And that guy you're talking about is in Denver or Colorado?
Oh, I think he's Colorado. I think it's actually
Oh.
Denver, Colorado. That's where he's at. Is that the same place?
Yeah, I mean Denver's in Colorado, but I didn't know if you meant here where I am or somewhere in Colorado, because it is a big state.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure where he is located exactly, but I know it's can you dig it metal detecting? He's really cool. I mean, he's I think he's a worker on the road department or something like that. But he's pretty he finds a lot of awesome. He finds more gold than I do, and he just knows where to go.
Is there also a visual readout, or do you have to still wear
He's
headphones?
in
and
Pueblo,
look?
Colorado.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
there's a
Pueblo
visual.
no bueno.
Oh, you checked it out? Okay.
I've been through Pueblo. I don't stop.
But yeah, you get the
They got
visual.
one. There's one decent place in Pueblo. It's called the River Walk, and that's what they use for the background on the news for their weather and shit in Pueblo. Other than that, Pueblo no bueno.
Oh, I could have sworn he was in the mountains, but I don't know.
No, I mean he's probably a cool guy. Pueblo is full of graffiti, gangbanging spics.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think they stole his bike in one of his episodes.
I bet. I've seen good stuff on Craigslist that I wanted to buy or go get. No, oh, never mind. It's in Pueblo. I passed through it on the way to my land. I don't stop.
Yeah, I'm like that with Newark, New Jersey, and other Jersey's. I don't
Yeah,
even
fuck
go.
New Jersey.
So
Yeah.
I just keep driving around. I hate going to New York or Pennsylvania. It's kind of just I wish I could just float above it.
Mm-hmm. Bloodhound
They have
Gang made
planes.
sure, even as a teenager, I was warned about Jersey. I don't go there.
The mountains.
Now
are
I don't
fun,
go to New York
but
because you can't have a gun,
Yeah, oh, dude, you can't even have a BB gun.
right?
No, seriously, you can't. You go to jail if
Oh,
you
I
have
know.
a BB gun. It's
I
ridiculous.
know that guy had a gun and he saved somebody in the subway and he still went to jail.
That's ridiculous. It's
Mhm.
like a 2-tier system. They basically, if they don't like what you look like, you're going down.
And then out here we have guns, but we also have Venezuelan gangs, and they're increasing by the day. Now they're in Colorado Springs. They're robbing gun stores down there.
It's happening here
I
too.
think it's, yeah.
But Remember, I
gonna-
think it was all that Texas governor when he put everybody on buses and sent them everywhere. He knew what he was doing. Instead of like deporting them, he could have just sent them back.
Well, I think that was the federal government doing that because they want to spread them everywhere.
Oh yeah, but I mean, remember that guy? He's like, "Ha ha! I'm putting these guys on
No,
buses."
yeah,
and
so-
Well,
sending them
isn't
to
it
New York
better
and all that."
to spread them everywhere?
Well, we do that too. Like every city they come to, they bus them somewhere else. It's crazy. Like
just keep
there was
busing them
news
around?
footage of, there was news footage of the Denver mayor telling them like, we'll send you anywhere you want to go. We don't have room or work or funds here. 'Cause,
that.
yeah, we're a prime
yeah, that sounds
sanctuary
like a
city.
very generous solution.
Except it's throwing the problem on somebody else when we shouldn't have just let him in the first. We shouldn't have let him in the first place. It's because of these motherfuckers like Jack Talcott saying borders not real. Like, okay, I'll just
So
unlock
you
your
think
front
it's for
door.
ideological reasons, not for economic reasons?
It's for a lot of reasons. It's to drown out votes. They're giving them like 30 grand in food stamps, and then they're going to change the laws so that they can be in the military. And one generation from
We
now,
looked it up the
military will
other
be-
day. It said to get benefits in the U.S., you have to have a social security number.
And that's not true. Because somebody ran a person of immigration up, and the balance said 28.99 something after what they were buying.
But to
Like-
get all that stuff, at least from the federal government, you have to have a social security number.
Oh well, they're
Now,
issuing
they may have
them. Then they're
nonprofits or
standard
state
issuing them.
agencies or stuff that are doing it, but
No,
the federal
Jeff, they just
government-
issue them a fucking social security number. All of them were just fucking stolen online,
I
if
don't-
you remember.
They don't just get the federal government just gives them social security cards with stolen numbers.
You are watching America in name only, Jeff. This country is dying. They're destroying it. They're crashing this plane like Bane.
But I'm talking
Yes.
specifically about the social security card issue with
Yes,
immigrants.
all social security numbers were recently hacked. Do you YouTube, bro?
But I'm talking about the federal government giving food stamps and all that other stuff to immigrants.
Yes.
You need a social
How is
security
this so
card
hard?
to get
Yes,
that from
they
the
gave 'em a
federal
fucking
government.
social
so the
security
federal
card.
government is giving them stolen social security numbers so they can get benefits? Is that
No,
what
they're
you're
just
saying?
issuing them one.
So the
Now
immigrant
here's the bigger part to it. Do you think the cops couldn't just take this apartment complex back? Do you think they could have stopped 10 gun stores from being robbed? They're just not.
so the cops are just kicking back while all this happens.
Oh my God, Jeff! I can't walk your spurgas through the details right now. It's so obvious. To
You
the
can
rest of
answer
us.
questions. The questions are what walks you through. All you have to do
Okay,
is answer
okay.
them. So there's some spurgery on your end too.
Yes, Jeff, they're crashing this plane like Bane. America. Whenever I was telling you about the one world digital currency, that should have implied that all nations will lose control of their currency and who will rule.
Okay.
Found my point of disagreement.
All right, let's civilly disagree. And I'm saying it's not right now, Jack, but I'm saying that's where it's going. It's the only.
Well, nobody
thing.
knows. That's all speculation. If we're talking about the future,
Oh
that's
no,
all
it's
speculation.
what they
None of us
want.
knows where it's
Have
going.
have small power, have small groups of powerful men
You-
not always vied for more power? Is there anything left for them to do when money is? the
So that's
object?
what all this is about: is that people will to power. Basically, the humans try to.
Jeff, ever
power-
since
power
we
themselves.
forged this country versus the savages and the England Redcoats, it's been a fight to keep it, and it's a losing fight.
We
Yes,
still
Jeff.
have it.
Well, we have it, but does
Is
it
the fight
get any
over?
freer?
How is it a losing
Yes,
fight if
it's
not
ending.
over?
I mean, the fight is no longer guns on a field. It's immigrants let in over the border. You not being able to say that the Jews killed Jesus. Black people being convinced that to make the African
Well,
American
we don't need to multiply the example.
to make the African American community stronger, we must distribute baby deletion centers among the neighborhoods.
Yeah, all of
will
that
make them
sounds like
stronger.
crazy, nutty conspiracy stuff, especially if you're talking about
Right?
the future. I was talking about right now at the border that the government is giving immigrants stolen social security numbers so they can get food stamps. That just sounds weird.
I
to me.
didn't say stolen. Now,
You
Jeff.
said that they were hacked. They were recently hacked, and they have all these
No,
matches
it's
of-
two different things. It's two different things. In general, Hackers recently stole everyone's social security number. That's why I'm not worried about it. I'm like, fuck it. If they got all of them, who cares? It's probably a
Right.
step to get us on to the next thing. But then
So you don't think it was
the
hackers?
immigrants, well, I think it was. Follow me, Jeff.
Oh.
It's not the same as the
Yeah, I'm
immigrants
following you. So
having.
when because what you said was it's probably an attempt to get us on all, and that doesn't sound like something hackers would do. So is it hackers that are trying to control and enslave us, or is it an attempt on the part of the government to do it and make it look like it's hackers? These are all relevant questions. If your Spur Great Brain can't
Oh,
follow them, I'm sorry,
point,
but
Jeff.
I'm
No, I
asking
like
them
that.
for a reason.
I like that. No, I like that you finally enunciated your point or whatever. You elaborated. I like that, Jeff. That's good. That's
there's
good
more where that came from.
improvisational thinking. Because if you didn't get it that time, I was going to ask Jack if even if he disagrees with me, can you little help?
Well, Jack may be able to shed some help. Because to
I'm
me,
not
this
sure.
just
Find
sounds
a link.
conspiratory.
Well, it is a conspiracy.
Did he go out or did I go out?
Yeah, no, he went out.
Oh, okay.
Upset.
I do
I
know
went out-
that social security numbers were recently hacked because I got an email myself or something. So
Yeah,
and I had to
I
go to
also
these
got.
websites and check if mine
Be
were
able to
part
hear
of the
me.
thing.
Yeah, same. I had to go to onlinebanking.com-socialsecurity.gov, which is
Yeah.
the main
So-
site you want to use for that.
But I don't know if it's that's tied to immigrants getting benefits. Because PolitiFact says they may qualify for state and local public assistance, but most immigrants living illegally in the country are not eligible for benefits from federal programs. A valid social security number is needed to receive most federal benefits. And it also says that some immigrants that illegally cross pay taxes that contribute to these programs in the first place.
Yeah, that would make sense.
It's true. Immigrants, even illegal ones, are like net zero or better generally.
Then why, if that's the case, why don't we just legalize? Like, why have this category of illegal that's so hard to get rid of? If it doesn't really matter.
Hey, you sound like a fucking open borders communist to me now, dog.
Not open borders. Like, I'm not talking about just let anybody in, but like. It's
Yeah,
just
when
a
you
status
naturalize the
thing.
people that are
Like
here,
we would
because-
have no problem with them being here, but for this like technical status called illegal. But in every other way, they're perfectly capable of functioning in America, like the ones that are legal.
Well, I mean,
Listen.
they broke the law.
Yeah,
That's the thing. I think that's the thing a lot of people can't get past is we're being asked to embrace and assimilate people who broke the law, and that's hard. That's a hard ask.
Are still breaking the law. Yes, they were prisoners and gang members in Venezuela. Now they're gang membering here, and the cops are just sitting on their
It's
hands.
easier to have goodwill to newcomers that are here because they respect the law.
Like
and
Mexicans.
went through
I
the
like
process
Mexicans.
than newcomers that are here, whatever their circumstances, but they were willing to do it around the law. It's harder
was
to
tired
respect
watching
that and embrace that.
For the first time, I can say I'm one that feels drained.
A reboot,
But Jeff,
am I right?
what were we disagreeing on civilly? I missed your side.
We moved way on from there, but it was the Social Security thing, and you said it was two separate things anyway. So.
Yeah, I was trying to find a link, but
So it's not a criminal. When they say illegal, they're not talking about criminal illegal. They're talking about civil legality.
Oh, I don't know
I thought
where you're going with this.
I don't either. I'm reading his comment. I thought criminality was illegal. Like that was breaking the law was crime.
We're in a new time of nobody really is sure what is going on. Because it's
Oh,
like
you're
you're
saying
right,
it
Jeff.
wasn't-
You're right, Jeff. It is the government that's being complacent, so they're not going to say what they're doing, but we see that something is up.
Do we know for a fact that the numbers are up? Like, does the data support
Okay.
that it's increased?
Let's put it this way. I remember the day that suddenly my apartment complex was full of uh, migrants, and I could tell because what they were speaking was foreign, and I knew it wasn't Spanish. And when I walked through town, normal homeless people don't stand on the corner with a squeegee to do like the windows at lights, but for a couple weeks, all the corners had these Puma and what's the other brand where like Puma and something sports track suits and squeegees, and you could tell they had just got to town and they were hitting all the intersections trying to make
Well,
money with
that's just
squeegee.
one data point, though. It doesn't give the actual.
Yeah, that's
But
anecdotal.
it says that it grew between 2017 and 2023. It grew by a factor of 6. So it did increase.
I
It
don't.
clearly increased
What
6
grew?
times.
What grew?
Illegal immigration,
Oh,
specifically
dude, no,
the
that's an understatement.
illegal type.
Even the leftists in California were mad because they had gotten reparations approved, and then they moved California moved immigrants in and said they'd get the reparations too. And even the far left was like, "Hey, wait a damn minute! Wait a damn minute, Rondell!" They were mad, and they should be. We all should be. Like that movie Network when the guy goes off on the rant. I want you to get mad.
I didn't see that one. So yes, illegal
Network.
immigration is increasing. That is a fact, according to the data. So that
Yeah, I
seemed like it
mean,
would
you
be a
saw
problem because it's
you saw
illegal.
the footage of just the hordes of people coming through the border, right?
Not right. I
There's
mean,
not really a
maybe.
fence down there. I mean, there's fence sections, but
But some
there's
of it's
plenty
these
of places to get through.
cartels that are displacing
Of
the
course,
population.
they get mixed in. And this is
Yeah.
what they're saying, Jeff. Even though it's from Mexico into America, you don't know where they came from to get to Mexico to come in.
Yeah.
It's like they
Because
come down
I
from
saw
Canada.
they had them coming up all the way up from South America, and then they would stop, and there's different cartels like in the way all along that journey that they
So if we
could get
keep going,
captured by.
by the end of this stream, we might have you up to like 2019 news level right now. You're getting there.
Yay. I'm glad we're debunking all these conspiracies in the process. It's a win for everybody.
No, conspiracies aren't always debunked. I think we're actually bunking them.
Well, whatever. We're all getting something out of it.
I don't know if I'm able to say
Or
that.
maybe not Wildheart because he hasn't said anything, so please jump in whenever
Yeah,
you
I'm
no,
gonna
can.
not say anything as well.
And I don't know about Omar.
no, I've been enjoying it. It's just, yeah, I don't know a lot about it.
We're a little weak on butts here. I'm glad you brought some of your own. We have plenty of asses, but boobs and butts we tend to be in
Jack,
short
take us
supply.
somewhere. Free spin, Jack. Take it wherever you want. Oh, we lost Oscar. He failed. We failed Oscar. We failed him.
Because if you don't, he's gonna keep driving it.
Right. Learned a lot about metabolism recently. That's fun. Now your metabolism works in your diet. It's crazy, yo.
Oh, I went on a high protein, low carbohydrate diet about 5 years ago. And I lost weight. But then I went back to eating what I normally do. And I didn't put the weight back on. Is that
Slow down, guys. I can't
explain that?
handle this excitement.
Does it change like permanently? Or?
I said any subject, but not this wild. I need it like nice and.
Well, I know,
never
but this is
mentioned
my
the
panel,
dog.
so I get to decide. This is the tyranny, right? Remember,
This
I
is
get to decide the topics.
Metabolism. You never said any topic except
No,
metabolism.
you don't have. Don't. This is my panel. You don't have
He's
to listen
right.
to him.
He's right. He
You don't have
got
to
me.
listen to
He's
him.
right. He's right. I got me. He got me.
Yeah, low carb meme is fun. I mean, yeah, it's I don't know. It's interesting. It's a way to go about things. It's not good for training. It's pretty okay for weight loss. Yeah, just the amount of like fat and protein is very satiating, so it doesn't make you want to eat as much. And then like your like amount of maintenance, you know, if you adjust to eating less and then you follow through on that, then I mean, makes sense that you keep the weight off.
Pro tip, and I've never had a problem keeping weight off. I've been challenged to put it on, but they say if whenever you're hungry, if you drink a glass of water, you might have just been thirsty and your body was staying hungry. So try and drink a glass of water first, and then you might not be hungry. And a lot of people have told me that changed it up. And if you eat on a schedule, like if you only eat a certain schedule and you don't snack in between, you won't be as hungry in between the scheduled eating.
Yeah, I mean, if you're more mindful about what you stuff in your face besides whatever like hyper processed goy slop you're currently craving at the moment, yeah, it generally has good results.
Goy? When I was homeless dishwasher, I got one meal a day from that restaurant, and for a while I would just eat that meal, and it started being like, yeah, this is fine. I started just being fine with that meal and not being hungry till I was back for that
I
meal.
lived on processed junk. Like that's.
Well, this
every
was
meal.
good food though. It was a scratch kitchen. It was Elon's brother's chain kitchen next door. So it's like every day I had one meal of like what's
High
that?
class
Superfood?
processed junk.
Yeah, like quinoa and chicken breast, stuff like that. Yeah, it was all good food.
Nice.
Wonder if you ever.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
arguing with
when I
someone
was
about
working at-
the low carb, high protein, eventually, allegedly, but mostly because they're
You're
saying
not
some
vegan, are you?
crazy shit. Fuck no.
Is that
Then
keto?
you should go argue
Technically,
with
yeah.
Jeffrey Phillips sometime. He's always trying to argue for vegan and flat earth, so we should just go wreck him on both one day.
Oh, I mean, sure.
I mean,
his
I'm
business
cool with him.
makes me
I'm
sleepy.
cool with him, but he is the original bass player from Hollywood Undead.
From who?
Oh,
Hollywood Undead.
Oh, I don't know that.
classics.
Nah, they
Fucking
weren't.
years
I
up.
didn't. Really, wasn't a fan of them.
I
I
like
hate
The band
vegans.
was.
songs.
It
Yeah.
was like Facebook days. It was like the face.
The vegans
MySpace
are
days.
very property about it, like, you know what I mean? As long as they keep it to themselves. The vegan,
You know what?
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
mean-
gonna sing tonight,
Mowgli.
so I think if your Google's not broke, you should just type Hollywood Undead and do your own deep dive. Find out who Jeffrey Phillips is.
Tommy, the freak needs a troll right now.
The Freak is a less than troll.
Oh, okay.
The Freak is
It
Nothing.
looked like a mission if you chose to accept it.
a troll where?
Dun, 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 dun,
Talcott.
dun.
He wants you to fight with me.
Is
No.
Talcott live?
Oh, I thought you meant Talcott. Okay, now see, this is what I'm
Yeah,
talking
no.
about.
I'm the cringe progressive.
Didn't I give
you know?
him an alternate name?
Yeah,
when he
but
came up, I gave him
Freak
an
didn't
alternate
use
name.
it. Freak didn't use it, and so I associate it with Jack. Like, why are you
The
on
Freak
this
doesn't
channel? You
use
should
his
be on
name.
Talcott, confronting him
The
on this
Freak
panel
doesn't use
somewhere.
his penis. The Freak doesn't use his.
So destroy Jack on his politics, because you don't like Jack's politics.
Well, we're free to disagree.
I don't know his like I know specific issues or policies we've disagreed
The
on.
Freak is such a garbage entity.
Politics is very general. Do you want
The
to
Freak,
attack
if you
him
wanna
on
hear an
something
argument-
specifically? I'll try to
No.
destroy him on something.
The Freak, if you want to hear an attack, come up here and get attacked. I like Jack. I don't care what we disagree on. He metal detects. He does
I do
science.
too, actually.
He twists his villain mustache. He does bikes. I like Jack. I don't like you, the Freak. Come
He's
up
a
here and get.
likable leftist.
Like
Oh.
half of those things are not true, but okay.
I thought half of those things we talked about recently.
I did not talk to you about metal detecting or bikes. That was
That was fun with
Omar.
Omar.
Oh, that wasn't you?
Yeah, no,
No.
that was not me at all.
The whole time it was the Muppet.
I don't fucking go
Well,
outside. What the fuck?
And I even noticed his accent. I thought it was Jack talking.
Oh, the
about
whole time you thought you and Jack were talking about bikes?
Yeah. Admittedly, I'm not looking at my. I wasn't looking at my phone.
Is it
I had
because he
been
looks like it more of like a hipster than the puppet did?
I said I'm not looking at the phone for a long time. I was just
Oh, you
doing
were going by
something.
voice.
Yeah. And I thought I had recognized Oscar's voice, and I'm surprised I lost it with the dude. So you were the bike. What were you?
No, I am the chemist and the
The science guy.
yeah, I'm the science guy. The other thing you said.
Bill.
This is my
That's
good
the one.
friend Barnabas. I want everyone to meet and make him
Good.
feel welcomed. Hello. How are you?
Hello, Barnabas. Nice to meet you.
What's up,
I'll
Wild
acknowledge him when he gets a pilot accepted. Okay.
Midlife Barnabas logic.
A pilot
How are you?
accepted.
How are you feeling? How are you? It's good to see you.
I'll feel you.
It's great to see you, Jeff, because you're a fucking star. And if no one told you
Oh.
that besides me today, then they're shitheads. You're a
No one
fucking
told
star,
me.
Jeff.
You keep love bombing
listen
me.
to
It's
Jeff.
making me suspicious.
Yep. That's what
You're-
Scientology, the Church of Scientology did this to Tom Cruise. And that's why we saw his crazy face. Every day he showed up, they made him feel like Johnny Superhero, Johnny Football Hero. And then secretly behind his back, they were dividing his marriage between him and Nicole Kidman, had another wife set up for him. It was a crazy story.
Yeah, I'm not doing any of that shit. I've recognized Jeff's greatness a long time
How
ago.
do I know? He could be right.
Name one channel that you go to that you don't recognize their greatness every time you show up.
Uh-oh. The
That's a good
Scooby-Doo kids
question.
are at work tonight.
Midlife
Actually, I-
lips.
Listen. I do go to some channels that I think
So
are
I'm
not-
one of many.
No.
Mhm.
Okay, if you, again, here you go, Jeff. You're starting already. Trying to finish a sentence, talking over me.
Let's find
everyone
some
gets
Jack
why
Talcott
is-
shows that midlife can come up on.
It's like
Watch.
why is well, Barnabas is triggered. Why is he yelling? I'm yelling because people are talking over me. Let me tell you something. I go on
That's me.
many shows that I don't think are going to make it,
Hypocrite.
and just to show support. And I don't tell them that. I want to know why Illumitami is faking that face. I know who that face is. I don't want to say his name. Is there a reason? Can you bring him back?
Hmm. Yeah, anything to get the topic off of me.
See, you're winning I won my argument from last night. You just said it, that you're only getting loud because of the people. Whenever you said I was a new person last night, no, nobody was coming at me.
I said you were a new person.
You said the brand new Tommy is awesome.
Oh, yeah,
yada,
she
yada,
yeah.
yada.
Yeah.
You're great.
So what you just said shows that wasn't the new Tommy. Just nobody was
Oh.
coming at me, and you're not used to seeing that.
Okay, well, it sounds like you conquered all your enemies. Congrats, bro. You're awesome, Tommy. You're not as
No,
you know.
I
You're
still have work.
you're awesome
still
in a
have
different way, but
I
at
am.
least equally yoked as Jeff. But listen, why are you using that guy's
I
face? I know who that is.
I'm superiorly yoked. I don't know. I'm just fucking around.
Do you?
You want me to change? Are you gonna be okay if I change it? Want me to change it? You want me? I'll go be Chev.
Who's that?
I'll be Chev. That's my producer.
You have a
Oh, that's
producer.
What does your name say?
Hey,
Lemon Z? What does that say?
It says Chev. I'm Chev.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. So Wild Heart Resurrected. Shout out to you, bro. You good?
Good to see it.
Wildheart's
Yeah.
great.
I mean, Wild Heart
Okay.
is famous for something bad. Do you want to talk about that or not?
I'm famous for very many bad things in the past.
Oh, I didn't know all that.
Should we talk about that or should I shut my mouth?
No, it's fine. You mean the PP thing?
The what?
Oh, is there another PP thing?
No, just
No,
the first
Not
one.
the same as the other guy with the PP thing.
I don't know what the
Yeah.
PP thing is.
Oh,
All right,
maybe
well,
we
my-
shouldn't talk about it. I want to keep my stream. Do you have anything for Jack to confront Jack or any criticism? Accountability for Jack? Does he owe you any accountability?
I don't think I know Jack. Jack, hi. Should we
Oh, okay.
fight or be friends? What should we do?
I don't know.
Good one,
Feel each
Professor.
other out. Use your
Fight,
judgment.
fight,
I
fight,
don't know, his
fight,
mustache
fight.
is kind of really turning me off. It's like a little pretentious. He's
I
got
wouldn't take
hippie,
that, Jack.
hippie stuff in his background, and he's got like a bunch of stuffed animals and trophies. I'm a little bit triggered.
Don't
I'm a
let
little
him
bit
get away
triggered.
with the shit. He's a punk, Jack. You can
I
take.
am
I'm a little bit
pure,
triggered.
a pure millennial. I am a progressive scientist. I think the Earth is 6,000 years old and that God didn't make it. Might be flat. Who knows?
No,
Are you
it's
a flat
not
earther?
flat.
Wait, are you a
Probably
flat
not.
earther?
No, there's. It's not about globe and flat. It's about globe acknowledge and globe deny.
I don't even know what that means.
It means it is a globe, so it doesn't matter if you're
Listen,
Minecraft
if you're going to talk
generating.
flat Earth, if you're going
Flat-
to talk flat Earth, you have to put the other face back on, and you know why.
But I'm globe side because it's correct.
Right. Oblate
I don't know
steroids,
how.
yeah.
I don't know how dude can be a chemist and not know that with two eyes standing on the planet, you can see it's a globe.
Look, I want to hear this guy talk. Jeff, what's up with this guy? Tell me.
Well, he's left. He might be able to help you with some trans issues, with some of your racial issues. Ask him about the kangaroo hunting in Australia.
I don't have any racial issues. I just want equal rights
You
for
had
white.
issues in Australia with white people not being able to hunt kangaroos, and the white people in the Faroe Islands being
Yeah.
harassed for hunting whales.
I think it's
And
unfair that
he is
Aborigines.
on the progressive left. He could give you insight into their way of
No,
thinking. Maybe.
he-
I'm not making assumptions.
He's probably a self-hating white who thinks that white people shouldn't be able to kill kangaroos, probably, but Aborigines can. It's probably his stance right off the
Whoa,
bat.
wait.
Judging from his
So real
mustache.
quick, I need at least
Is it
one clarifying
Aborigines?
question. Are these
Which one's
Aborigines like killing them like by hand?
I don't know.
However they kill.
If they are, I'd say that they're pretty good at
It-
combat.
I mean, hey, listen, if you're gonna go fist fight a kangaroo, I support everybody's right to go
Thank
do
you.
that. 'cause
That's
those things
no,
are
no,
fucking
you
aliens,
only,
all right?
you can't.
Common ground.
Only if you're Aboriginal.
Common ground.
I don't know. I'd say if you're gonna take a kangaroo,
You know what?
by
I never
hand, you'd have
did
to
fact
train
check
with
his
the
claim.
buds.
I just kind of took it at fact.
These guys hate bits. I'm trying to save this panel. I'm trying to bring in some bits. These guys hate bits. But if you're going to take on a kangaroo barehanded, I'd say you better train with buds or bring old Painless with you. And Jeff, they said you were chasing. Oh, no, that was the last panel I was on. Never mind.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
Wait, what's a progressive
Colonial
scientist?
roots
What
of
does
the
that even
kangaroo
mean?
controversy.
What does that mean?
I don't understand how he thinks the world is 6,000 years, but doesn't think that it's the Christian way.
Right. Secular young Earth. It's dank memes. Really upsets people in chemistry class. Yeah, I don't know. I'm
What does dank
socially.
mean? I don't know what all this stuff means, bro. Talk slowly and define your terms, please, because I'm
I'll
a
just-
boomer.
He's just a bro.
So how
Just a
does
bro.
your secular young Earth, and I'm not saying that I do or don't agree, how does your secular young Earth abide by the volcanic fluorescence? What did you say earlier? I missed it.
Oh, right.
Does
Yeah.
that,
The halogen
correspond-
O-rings or whatever.
The halogen, yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I just aped a bunch of Ken Ham's arguments.
As a Christian, the hardest thing to wrap my head around was Noah's Ark, and I used to stand against Ken Ham. But now I've changed my tune.
Why don't
I
you
still listen to
wrap your lips around these nuts, Tommy? Start with that, okay? And let me talk.
Ask him about trans. He might be able to help you with your trans.
No, I
questions.
want to know what a progressive scientist is.
He's
I
like a
wanna
new
know-
lib. He's like lib. He's like our new lib. He's from.
He's not
Lib's
lib at
camp,
all.
I'm pretty hardcore
except
liberal.
straight and man.
I
Straight
had a
male.
mustache like that one time. Are you gonna wax it, bro?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I normally do. It's just fucking hot and it's melting. So.
Oh, right on.
What is he talking about? Oh, his mustache.
Yeah.
That's a good
Gotta-
villain mustache. It reminds me of the mustache I had when I played old Painless on Predator. I don't have time to bleed.
Anyway,
You got
I think
time
what
to
Jeff
duck?
tried to gesture vaguely at is that biological sex is a socially constructed category.
Oh God,
Ah, that's
you're
a
one of these.
load of crap.
We just got through
Yeah.
talking about testosterone and estrogen.
You
How
got a
could it be
penis or
socially
you got a
constructed?
vagina, and on the rare occasion we'll deal with those, but that's a very
Solo, what
rare
are you doing?
lottery.
What? Okay, what? So
Hey, how many options does the surgeon give you?
bro, I don't know what you're like.
When they ask how many genders there are, I say, how many options does the surgeon give you?
Oh,
I put
did
it
he
in my
ask you
new
that?
book. Not
Oh yeah,
me.
good point. Okay, so wait a minute. Men and women don't exist. Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean I'm
Not
just
too
saying that
much
they're
longer.
socially defined categories.
No,
I think it's the same.
What does that
They're
mean? Really?
also they're also
No, sorry,
biological phenomena, like
Gender is
actual.
No. You see what they're doing, Bro Logic? They've ruined the moneymaker line from Kindergarten Cop. The little boy with the line from Kindergarten Cop. You can't say it anymore. But I
I
put
know
it
what
in
you're
my
talking
book.
about. Well, what is Wildheart saying, bro? I think he's trying to spread some light.
Boys
No,
have a
I'm
penis.
saying
girls
sex,
have
whether you have a
Hey,
penis
F.
or a vagina, is biological. Gender is a social construct. I think
No,
that's what
I'm saying that like biological sex,
Okay.
like it's based off of a scientific model. Like doesn't make ontological claims.
Hey. I don't know
Now,
what
I agree.
You gotta translate
ontological.
that for the bros.
What does that
I
word mean? Stop.
agree.
Say that. Tommy, can I please learn what ontological means?
Let me say a thing.
You just
I
wanna shut the
agree
fuck up.
that we in 2024 have agreed that consenting adults, you can look how you want to look, you can fuck whatever consenting adult wants to fuck you, but as far as what you are
there's key elements to like, look, it's not about your feels when it comes down to needing to know in certain times what's in your pants.
No, that's the point. Gender and sex are different. What is in your pants doesn't affect your gender. They're
Right,
two-
and so you're saying that gender is just that thing I said about, well, you can act fruity, you can act masculine, you can act whatever, but let's not
Gender is
deny
roles,
that.
behaviors.
Yeah, let's
things
not
you
deny
wear.
that there's
Yeah,
a thing.
It's not your
yeah,
physicality.
there's a biological sex.
Well,
I know what I'm
we
attracted
are showing.
to, and I know when
We
I'm in
are.
the presence of masculinity and when I'm in the presence of femininity, whether that's socially constructed or biological. It's a very
But listen,
real
even the left came around and
human
said yes.
phenomenon.
When fuck you, Jeff.
I don't know what that was about. I'm gonna turn the Spurg energy down.
Yeah, I don't know if that guy is Spurg energy. I think it
Oh,
might
but
be
now the
like
conspiratards are
schizophrenia.
gone.
Oh
Oh, come back. Come on back,
no,
mid bro.
the tism.
Come on, mid bro.
Very high levels.
We're gonna have a
of the
good
tism.
conversation, mid bro.
Yeah, I mean, oh fuck, Barnabas.
No, his name is mid bro.
Barnabas. No,
Mid bro
I
ran
was
away.
responsible for that, and I was wrong for it, and I'm trying to undo the damage that I've unleashed.
Best nickname I've ever heard.
All right.
Yo,
Hey, welcome back.
dude, what's ontological?
Reality.
Sorry. So yeah, it's a branch of philosophy that has to do with like the definitions of like things and like what being a thing means. If that makes sense.
Is there any way you can be louder? I'm on my phone.
Yeah. Or
Can
yeah.
you pump
So
up the volume?
oh yeah. Is this better? Am I too loud?
You're definitely not too loud.
What was the context for ontological? I don't remember coming up.
Because like the category of like woman or female like is an ontological category of like what it means to be a woman or what it means to be a female or like what it means to be a chair. Like these are all ontological questions. Yeah.
They can be, in some contexts.
All right, let's do litmus test on you, dude. You seem like a great guy. You're calm, cool, and collected. I'm going to test you with your permission.
Go for it.
Okay. What do you think about those two track stars that used to be in high school, and they have penises? So, what do you think about people that have penises in women's sports?
I mean, it really depends. Like, there's like a couple broad categories in there. Like, I mean, but yeah, I mean, as long as like people haven't gone through male puberty, I think most of the advantage is gone there. You know, so I think it's fine for them to compete up until through like high school. Once you start hitting college, I think things get a little more complicated. But yeah.
Didn't
Well,
the sports, like whatever bodies regulate it, already settle that? Like they have standards that,
Yeah, like the Olympics
like
have,
if you're this, have this much hormone, whatever, you can compete in these categories, etc. So I think the sports people should work it out among themselves. They're the experts, and it's it's their sports anyway. They should determine
they are,
their
right?
sports.
Like it's the sports administrations
It,
that are all
I don't feel like I have a
these
say.
rules.
It's not an issue that I feel like I need to weigh in or I'm going to have any valuable. Like my input should not be as valuable in this. It's not. It's an issue that can be worked at a lower level than I need to be involved in as a voter.
yeah, and
Well,
most of them have set boundaries based on like circulating testosterone levels, which you know in general
Okay
seems to
like
be
as
a
long
good
as
way
it works
to-
for their
to
sport,
segregate
keeps the
that.
sport fair and balanced.
It
But
doesn't.
even that's a
Let's
nuanced
face it,
thing
dude.
because some females have higher testosterone levels. So even that is a really, really nuanced thing that the people have to go through.
Correct. Yeah.
There's not
Yeah, I
a
mean,
one size
there's-
fits all kind of demarcation that we can use. So
Yeah, I'm not affected by it. The athletes are, and so I think they need to figure this out they need to figure out a solution that works for them. It includes the people that can be included, and it makes it fair for the rest of that's. I'm not competent to work that out. They need to work that out.
Okay, well, I understand your position, Jeff. Thank you for sharing. But what you don't understand is the power of your show. This is ground zero. This is ground zero. This is where culture is decided on your show, Gen X, Jeff, right?
Tongue, meat,
So-
Now I'm really black-pilled.
Even though you're not a track superstar, what we say here is going to decide the culture of humanity. And someone's not impressed. And let it be known that I don't care what if your testosterone's up, it's down, if it's this, if it's that. If you ever had a penis attached to your body, then I don't want you in women's sports. And I really don't care about women's sports. I don't care about sports, let alone women's sports. I mean, what a joke, right?
Right.
But-
So how much is your
You clearly
opinion
do.
count?
Why do you care whether they have a penis or not? Why do you care whether they have a penis
Yeah.
or not? You won't care about women's sports.
Because
I mean,
it's a man's job to protect women. And if there's some weirdo that's got a
but you
penis
don't-
and a fake set of tits and a wig on, I need to protect the whammons from this abomination or whatever you want to call it, right? It's too much. It wouldn't be bad if they all lost and maybe we could just like whatever.
Right.
But
Can
they're
I
like
take
winning
this? I can.
and they're breaking
Logic.
records. Oh my
Pro
God.
logic.
Tom.
Can I say it
mean,
better
they
than
always
you?
win.
So
He wants to say one last thing. He said so.
Okay, look at my picture. It doesn't matter if your current testosterone is balanced or not. If a dude has grown up as a dude, he's going to forever have a density to his bones and his muscle. That's why no trans men are wrecking men's sports and all trans women are dominating women's sports. Like
They're
that MMA
literally not.
fighter, he's breaking.
literally
Yes,
not.
they are. They are. That MMA fighter is breaking a chick's orbital bone every time he's in a fight. It's hard for dudes to break each other's orbital
Okay,
bones.
so is that
Olympic
so? Are you stating that Fallon Fox has never lost ever?
I don't. Which one is that?
Well, probably the ratio. of
Fallon
wins
Fox
lost.
I'm
is the trans
saying-
MMA fighter that you're talking about. You're telling me she has an undefeated record because she's just dominating, right?
No, I'm
Is that what you're
saying
saying?
the damage. I'm saying the Well, she's probably never lost in the women's league.
You did
but
say
I'm
that the
saying,
trans women were dominating.
Are
women's
dominating
games, but the
always.
men-
So
yeah.
Again,
And,
so
and
there's
Like,
not-
they
because
have no fucking clue what they're
hey,
talking about.
these men were like mid-grade rank of men's sports, got trans, went over to that sport, and they're like leading where these high schoolers, college people, they're finishing like half a lap ahead, taking scholarships away from these chicks, and they're just laughing about it. Even the cyclist, he knows what he's doing. He's smug about it. And there's only one trans man I've seen do well, and it's a high school wrestler, and that makes sense because wrestling is just like the ground and finesse, the dexterity thing. But she probably won't keep it on into college and stuff like that. But trans women, yes, they have been just wrecking women's sports. It's what the debate is about. It's because you're still going to retain growing up as a man, and you're going to keep a lot of that muscle density and bone density. It's the difference between men and women. It's why we don't hit women, because a smaller guy compared to women, you can wreck a lot of women.
excuse me, that's why you don't hit women.
What do you mean?
I mean,
I'm
I hit
saying
women.
throughout America, there's been that civil, we don't hit women, but also back throughout the history, they didn't run their mouths and act all wild and out. They act classy.
Yeah,
so
sure.
there wasn't a
So
reason
you
to
can
hit
look in
women.
YouTube chat. You can pull up Fallon Fox's Wikipedia page. She's not undefeated. She's not won everything by knockout. She has hurt people while playing the punch the
Since-
people in the fucking face game.
since when?
You can also look at Laurel Hubbard, an Olympic powerlifter who set world records, who was seated 7th and like didn't win and like went on to place 3rd. Like that's not.
Are you
just, like, you have no
separating- are
idea
you
what the fuck you're talking
separating-
about?
Yes, I do. I think you're doing the cherry picking leftist thing. Are you separating all these wins and losses compared to when they were women and men league?
The cherry picking leftist
Yes.
thing, as opposed to just fucking making shit up and saying it as though you know anything when you haven't looked up any of the things you're talking about.
I'm
cherry
speaking
picking
off of
leftist
when
thing?
these things
Through
happen.
a fucking wall, Jesus.
Oh, fuck you, you fucking leftist piece of shit. You want to have a constructive back and forth? Because I'm not looking shit up live. I remember when this stuff happened.
Yeah, and you just don't know like what you're like.
You
You,
just
you
made
go
a
off of
bunch of
news
claims
reports that
and
are
he
carefully
just-
curated.
Well,
disproved
well, you've addressed that you want, and I can appreciate you want the citing. Let me get my keyboard in front of me. Jesus, guys. Said I'm a fucking college science guy. You just gotta. Sorry, I can't magically pull it out of a hat like your gender choices. I don't know. There's some kind of burn there. I'll leave it. But don't worry, you guys are gonna win. Like leftism is gonna destroy all this. There's no doubt about that.
That's all we do is win, bruh. That's all we do.
Well, communism
winning.
only loses on the battlefield, but yes, you won by infiltrating the education.
I'm a liberal. I don't give a shit
colleges
about
and stuff.
communism.
Well, that's what leftism is ultimately
No, it's
sneaking
not.
in.
No.
No, it's
Are you
corporatism.
socialist?
No, not even close.
No, the
Nope.
right? You mean like free market?
No, I'm a liberal, man. Capitalism, free
Right,
market.
but I
all that.
mean, okay, that's cool. Capitalism, free market, like the old sense, not this perverse form we're in. But
No,
liberalism
never
can
changed.
liberalism can only bring in socialism, which is pre-communism.
Why can't it just
And don't get me wrong.
stay
Don't get me
liberalism?
wrong. There's liberal stuff that I agree with, but this full-on
Liberalism
left
brought everything
idea.
you've got now.
What?
Right? Liberalism has brought in everything you've got now. Liberalism is the reason we're not sitting in a segregated society where half the population is under a form of fascism.
That's not true.
Yes, that is fucking true.
It is.
No,
really
it was the right wing that ended slavery, and we switched paradigms.
No,
But
You know
liberalism
that.
preceded all of that.
That is so stupid. When the Republican Party was founded, it was the most liberal party in the country. In fact, it was so liberal, it had a progressive wing called the Liberal Republican Party.
That's what I'm saying. And John F. Kennedy sounded more right wing than any leftist today,
Can I just
or I
interrupt
mean,
you?
than any right wing today.
Do
So
what,
don't-
Walhart?
Yeah, I've got to go. That's all. Thanks a lot, Jeff. It's been great.
Yeah,
we ran him
thanks
off.
for hanging out.
We ran him
Good
off
to see
with
you.
the politics.
Take a
Yeah,
look.
Rip
I
on
got
her.
No, he stayed here for like
Yes.
hours.
No, I like I forget his name. Wildheart.
Yeah, he's cool.
But dude, that Olympic boxer, some of those women he fought said they're just gonna quit now, that they had never been hit
What
that
Olympic boxer?
hard.
There
Just
were
this
no
past
trans people in the
Olympics.
There were no trans people.
Yeah,
in the
they're
Olympics.
okay. Now who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about?
I promise you, you don't want to go down this road because again, you
don't
are
know what
not
you're talking
informed.
about.
You have
You're
literally no idea what the fuck you're talking
Are
about.
you saying there was no trans female boxer in the Olympics?
Yes.
correct?
There
yes.
was not one.
Yes. There was. There
A
was.
trans person, but she's a female.
Was that misinformation or propaganda?
Yeah. So there's this
No,
thing called the International Boxing Association, who has been run by like corrupt Russian narcotics distributors. And yeah, they have been decertified by the Olympics, like as of like several years ago, because of like unfair reffing and like not judging properly in the Rio games. Like I think 30 or 40 different referees got suspended because of, again, just corruption in how people had qualified and how people were, reffing games. So yes, the International Boxing Association came out and said that this person failed their test, but they released zero details about this. And again, like, it is not the certified Olympic board for this, and they only tested them and released the statement after they beat a previously undefeated Russian boxer. So they disqualified her for being trans, so that their Russian athlete could maintain their undefeated record.
There was some Olympian that we looked up that was, and they had an official statement from the Olympic board saying that they had done an investigation and she was biologically female, that she was not trans, and we went over it on the stream. I remember
There
that.
were
If it's
no
the same
Yeah.
person.
transgender
that is
women
not-
in the 2024 Olympics at all. Zero. There were zero transgender women in the 2024
Yeah, that's what I'm
Olympics.
saying. They put out a statement saying that this lady that everybody thinks is trans is not trans, and we went over it on the stream, and everybody was surprised. that she
Listen,
was a female.
Jack, gold guy that I can't see your name because my phone's small. I enjoy debating you and talking to you. I am sick of this twink Satanist mod godding me when I'm just trying to interact with you.
You said you wanted to.
I will
Oh no,
teach
you're
you-
changing the narrative now. Goodbye. You said you wanted to come on and say one last thing, and now you're staying on the panel, hanging around, and making it like a mod godding you. Fuck you and your reality manipulation techniques. You know that is not what happened, Tommy. Don't come on here and set me up to be the bad guy when you know I'm not. I don't tolerate that bullshit. You've seen me not tolerate it before. People try to pull that shit all the time. Hell no. Bye.
Bam.
All right, y'all can continue. Hey, Chuck.
What's going on?
No, this happens every time you actually present someone who just says shit with actual facts. They have to do something to obfuscate, redirect, like anything like that. It's just,
That was a tactic.
yeah, it's always a tactic. It's
Well, I
always-
do
it's
want-
always a
I
deflection.
don't
It's
want to
always
be. I
trying
don't
to
want to
change
be the
subject.
scapegoat for his argument with you and using me in his tactics. So
'Cause I
everything
guarantee
I
you,
said still
guarantee you,
applies.
even though we just told him that guy is going to turn right around and go say the exact same fucking thing in every other place he goes. Nope, there was a trans person in the Olympics. There fucking wasn't. They don't care. They've got the narrative. They just want to go with it. Like it's infuriating.
I wasn't mod godding. I was sitting there. I didn't say a word. And he's talking about a little twink troll that's mod godding him. He has something going on in his brain that is not corresponding to the reality that everyone else can see on this stream. I didn't mute you, Tommy. I didn't
Nobody
mute
was
you.
muting you.
I didn't mute you.
No, he did not. I don't believe. I heard everything.
Believe
Tommy
me,
was
I didn't mute
saying.
you. Everybody would have noticed. Did anyone
But
hear
you-
Tommy stop talking at all for any amount of seconds?
No, he never got
I
muted.
did not
Oh,
mute
every
him.
word.
It sounded like conversation was going on to me.
Yo, no, I hate being misinterpreted. I hate being accused of things I'm not doing. I hate people that try to manipulate reality and gaslight. I'm super sensitive to that shit.
But Jeff, you love being gaslit.
I don't.
I was going to say, Jack was right. I think that's the
Oh,
name,
that was
right?
like
Jack?
I got it.
Yeah.
But you was right about, was it the IBC, International
IBA.
Well,
Boxing
I didn't mute you, Tommy.
Federation? They got, the whole thing got disqualified because of, it was being misapplied by the Russian league or whatever it was. But yeah, you're right about that part.
Look, there
Thanks,
are,
yeah.
and I'll say this: there are legitimate, real conversations we can have about trans people in sports because sports are traditionally split by sex. There are real conversations that we need to have. They are legitimate conversations. There are worries on all sides that need to be addressed. I'm down
Well,
with that.
It's
But
an
this
easy
panic,
fix.
the
It's an
lying,
easy fix to the problem.
The what?
Just create another category. If they want to compete,
Well, that could
you
be a
know.
solution, but that would come out of a conversation that he's talking about.
Right,
That we
right.
should all be able to come together and have on this.
Without
Yeah.
screaming and yelling at each other. Exactly.
it is a genuinely tough conversation because
And I
in that
agree about the
conversation-
panic.
Oh,
The trans panic.
Because
Not
there are
after eating
ways
that
the sports
barbecue
administrations have
stick.
decided that people can do that, right? If you start to transition early enough in life, and this is where the whole idea of kids starting to transition with hormones and stuff like that, they've determined that if you start early enough in life, you can stop testosterone changing your body that much, and therefore you don't have the physical advantages that a male body would have. Things like that.
But none
I
of that seems like
disagree
a
with that
medical
approach.
crisis to me. It seems like a cosmetic technicality. Like it's not something the rest of society should be hijacked to worry about and prioritize.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, 'cause, like,
sport,
at
the
the end of the
people who
day-
deal with sports.
To me, this
just
is
can't do it.
luxury. Like whether somebody should go through puberty or not, so their body will be ready for a gender transition, affects so small a minority of people. It's just a luxury issue for most people.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, we're talking about like less than 1% of the population that's also stratified by like, you know, the people who have the
I mean, we're talking about
Echelon.
less than 0.1% of the
Yeah,
population.
I think it's so small that it's not even worth the
Who was
airtime
it?
that I
Who
don't
was
know.
it that
I
was
think
asked?
it's a symbol for other things that it brings
There was-
up other associations.
Yeah, there was some
of
right wing commentator who was asked how many people he thinks are on like.
Oh yeah,
I
Matt
think it was-
Walsh.
yeah, he was asked, and he was like, "Oh, it has to be over 1 million," and the number is
Millions.
like 5,000 total in the United States. You know,
like a lot.
that's how much
puberty
it
blockers.
occupies their brain. You know, that they think about it this much, that they think it's this huge problem.
No.
And it's like, I doubt most
Well-
people who care about this shit has ever even met a trans person in the wild.
But
right?
some of it is my kid going to be trans? So they're wrestling with it on a personal level for them. How many kids does Matt Walsh have? None of them are. They're not all grown up yet. He don't know what gender he has.
Well, he thinks he does.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Some of this I think is him trying to, or maybe not like intentionally, but
This might be kind of
because
a lot
this
of it
happened
too,
with
right?
gay
'Cause,
too. All the
you know,
people that
because
came out.
Elon Musk didn't go super anti-trans until one of his kids came out as trans, right?
Musk is anti-trans.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
definitely.
he recently did an interview where he said like, yeah, my kid is trans, and you know that's why they call it a dead name, is because my son is dead now, and that's when I knew that I had to like defeat the woke mind virus.
Well, defeating the woke mind virus is because I'm trying to defeat that too, but I'm not anti-trans.
Well, yeah, like I mean, well, Elon is very anti-trans and think that you know his son was taken from him by a woke mind virus, and so when he says he wants to defeat the woke mind virus,
Well, yeah, I think he might be a little
I don't know.
off there.
Right. Yeah.
If
I
it's
mean, I'm not going to
legitimate
put words in his
trans,
mouth.
It's not a mind virus. It
Right,
happens very early, if not at birth.
Right. But it is funny because his kid just roasts the absolute fuck out of him on threads, like for days following about, you know, because Elon has like unironically like 12 kids. So I mean, statistically, you know, not that off. But yeah, I don't know.
So he might not be the only one.
She.
Oh yeah, sorry.
You're fine.
Well,
It was
don't tell me the person's
ambiguous.
name, so I don't dead name them.
I don't know either. Any of their names.
My issue with the trans, more than anything, is the authoritarianism of the activist. I
agree.
think they encroach and they cross boundaries, which as America, no other citizen needs to be.
I don't think most people are like that, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
the ones I've
listen,
encountered, and the
well,
ones
yeah.
I see
People think they're
online,
like
and the
white
ones
Bro, you
on
live-
Zoom calls,
Yes, they'll
and the
definitely.
ones that are creating the policy, and the
Dude,
ones I'll
you-
tell you where else, the ones that are at the round tables in my own field, at all the peer round tables that we meet and we decide peer policy. It shows up there for sure, intentionally.
Well, yes, but you also live in like the closest thing to communism since the USSR in like, you know, the
Right. So
like liberal ass
I'm
like
seeing
Northwest,
what
like
I'm
like Seattle
seeing-
is famously like crazy left wing, but like, you know, I don't know, if you go down to like Tennessee or Georgia, like things are different.
I don't
um,
want the Seattle to become the norm for the rest of the U.S.
I don't think
'cause
it
I've
is.
seen
I don't think we're in danger of that at all. I think the trans
I-
stuff has kind of peaked and it's kind of floating away now.
There's DEI all over the federal government. It's in corporations. Like the stuff in Seattle that makes it so extreme and weird and crazy. All that stuff is making its way in other places.
Wilson,
Hold
once
on.
you stream the class that you have to
Really
take in
quick,
Seattle.
Maxie, in the comments, I need you to reread your comment, and I need you to reread it and reread it until you understand why you're wrong.
Who are you talking about? Freak.
The person who just put a huge like diatribe on how we're wrong about the Olympics. Like, just keep rereading your comment.
Oh,
The
okay,
information is
that's-
right there. It's in there. Just keep reading it, and you'll figure it out one day.
Oh, no.
Like, unless you don't know the
Well,
difference
we were
between
talking
different
specifically
classifications
about
of peoples, like
trans.
maybe that's why you don't get it. You all think it's one thing,
Yeah.
but we're talking about trans people.
Oh no. Look at all these queer athletes. There's trans people everywhere.
I predict we're all going to be trans. Eventually, it's going to be a meaningless category because we're all going to fit into it somehow, just like we do with non-binary right now. And I think the same thing's going to happen to white.
Well,
And
to me, this all
possibly
comes down
even
to
male and
biology,
female.
right? Like, to me,
I mean,
like
well, that's-
if you understand biology, like none of this none of this is a surprise, right? Like people seem to think that human sexuality is bipolar. It's not. It's bimodal, right? We have chemical processes that push us in two different directions, but it's still a big fuzzy line. You know, people
It's
are
not
born
fuzzy
as
for most people.
it is, but for the human species, like it can get fuzzy. There are intersex people. There are people born with both sets of genitalia. These things exist. It is a big
Right,
fuzzy
but
line
like
that chemicals
just like
are pushing.
with the trans, how much should the ordinary population have to focus so that it's such a small percentage? Like, why is this the dominant issue? These
Well, I think
minority edge cases. For
sure.
most people, they pretty
I don't know,
much
Jeff.
know
Why
what
is everyone
direction
on
their
your side talking
chemicals
about
lead
it?
them. Huh? I have no idea
I think in a place
why people
or
find it.
in countries that pride themselves on focusing on the liberty of individuals, I think one of the easiest ways to make sure that your society is just is stopping the affronts to that are the easiest to do. It is the easiest to legislate and discriminate against minorities, especially extreme minorities. It's really easy to do because people don't care about them, right? Like you just said, it doesn't occupy your day, you don't care. So
Yeah,
but
men
that's
face
why
that all
we,
the time with the way the system is currently.
I mean,
But
men
what
aren't really a minority though, right? Like men in general being like half the population. Like we're
what
talking
is
about
it?
groups that can be subsumed by other groups though. But I'm just saying like this is why people focus on it, right? Like this is why we turn
So they
to them.
white knight for them because it's such a small minority. They pick the group that is maybe most in danger because they are so small, and that's an attractive.
As a good person, you protect the people who can't protect themselves, right? If you have the ability.
Yeah, if I need to, I will, and I don't need like entire training apparatus to instill that in me. But what I do more than that is I empower them to help themselves. So in the future, when I'm not around, they could do it themselves.
Sure. Yeah.
And I don't think that the
But
current
things
DEI
like
praxis does
legislatively,
that.
like trans people as a subgroup would never be able to like as on their own pass legislation, things like that, right? Like that's what.
Why
that's what
not? Other groups
just
have done it.
on their own. A group as small as that.
Well, yeah,
That
I mean,
seems so like defeatist or cynical. Like, oh, we're too small to pass anything, so we're not even going to
Well, no,
try to.
I said on their own. I caveated it with on their own. I mean, and it's hard to do anything on your own in coalition politics.
Like
right?
when you
Especially
say on
when
your
you're-
own, you mean all trans people collectively as a unit.
Yeah, just them.
They would need allies, but even in
Everybody,
the
yeah,
gay world,
exactly.
we needed allies. Like we didn't try to do it all on our own.
Right. Yeah. Unless you're an enormous group, you need allies. You have to do that. That's the entire basis of the left is coalitions of smaller groups of people who come together.
It seems
so
like a
that they
little
can-
bit more than that when I look into it, but I would, because even when I was a liberal, like
Well, I'm
even
not
when I
talking
was in the
about, like,
left, it was at
progressive
least
politics.
that,
I'm
and
talking
that was
about
not a big deal. Like we
left
liked the fact
coalition.
that all these, I call it the Disco Alliance or the Soul Train Alliance, all these different groups could come together and have common political interest. So that's not an issue for me. That on the left, I think that's a good thing.
Your problem is DEI with the left, right, Jeff?
Yeah, it's the specific ideology and the specific praxis, or I don't know if it necessarily has to lead to the way they implement it currently, but it however it's currently implemented, I have a huge problem with.
Yeah.
Like even if the problem is integrating the workplace
that's a
with all
completely
these
legitimate
diverse
gripe.
cultures, I could probably go in there and figure out a much better way to do it than this DEI is currently doing.
Jeff, have you actually been able to? I know you said you knew someone who could get you access to the actual like materials they're using for these classes. Has that worked out? Not to put you on the spot.
I looked it up the other day to see if I could get a copy of it somewhere. I'm still looking for it. I'm not in contact with the person I was talking about earlier that was trying to get it.
For sure.
But it's been, that was like a year or so ago, so I think by now I might even be able to find it somewhere else.
For sure. Well, I just like
because it's this one company, it's this like one private company that this guy started that the state contracts with, and he does all the trainings in the state. So it's his curriculum that he put out.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if you put it out, like, I mean, I guess, like, when you say that you have an issue with the praxis, but, like, neither of us know
Well,
what that
I have the
praxis is.
descriptions. I have the descriptions of the 4 modules. They have that on the website, and I did
Well,
go
sure.
over
I mean,
those
I
in
don't
my
think
stream.
that's, like, enough information to go off of to, like,
It was enough for me to be concerned. Absolutely, it was enough for me to be concerned because I could tie the language
sure.
into
Yeah. And that's
the
super
rest of
valid,
the
but,
DEI language I was
yeah. But, like, being concerned about how it's maybe implemented, is
Yeah,
a
I'll
significantly
post
less strong statement than, like, I don't like how it's being put in. Because, like,
Well,
like
being put
you're
in and
concerned
implemented
about,
is the
like,
same thing to me. When I say implemented, I mean how it's being put into policy. That is what
Yeah,
I
like
mean by
affirmative
implementation.
action, like they did affirmative action.
Like the fact that they're requiring these 4 units of this training. I don't agree with this. I don't think you need this to
What are the 4
have a
units?
job in the modern workplace. I don't think this is necessary to be employed in Washington State. I think it's fine for people that want it if they make it voluntary, if they offer it as a private thing that people could. I don't think it should be a requirement to be employed and participate in the workforce and the market.
Do they list the 4 modules?
Yeah, they do. Racism as a foundation, Module 1. Racism as a structure, Module 2. Feeling like an
What?
outsider, the cost of being othered, Module 3. And belonging, moving from them to us, Module 4. And they even mention using psychological theory and innovative interventions. Learners will be able to understand how belonging uncertainty leads, blah, blah, blah. So I don't
yeah,
want to go
but,
to a
like,
training where they're using innovative interventions. I don't consent to this. Just like the vaccine, I don't want this stuff applied to me in a training. In mental health and intervention is
Yeah,
a
but
technique
what are we?
like
Are we?
that.
Are we talking
sure,
about them
that's
just having to go watch a seminar and that's it?
That's why I
Like,
want more details.
Uh,
But it is a company. It's this guy that has this company, and he designed this
look.
this
Okay, now you're
curriculum,
hitting
this
the heart of it.
training that he
Now
shops
you're hitting
around.
the
So
heart
it's
of
a
it.
very.
It's a
I think it's more than just like watch a video.
And that's the problem right now. I think the biggest problem with the whole DEI thing is that it's become a business.
It's an industry.
Yeah, it's an industry.
And
Exactly.
it's an industry that doesn't have the scientific validity that I would require from something like that.
isn't
Yeah, 'cause
Microsoft also in Seattle?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So they just dissolved their DEI program recently, or like stepped it
I
way the
saw
fuck
that.
back. I mean, like, yeah, like I mean, I guess I don't
Yeah,
know.
there's-
I feel like
correct.
this
I
impacts you
eventually.
specifically. And like, if you're uncomfortable working for the government, like, and having to go through this, like,
This is
10
the
hours of
state.
training.
Any state position.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, and if
mail
you don't,
carrier, anything.
for sure, yeah.
School teachers, special ed teacher.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I guess again, like, until I see the actual material, like, of
Well,
the thing, like, I
from-
don't know,
from
it's
the-
I'd like
training
to see-
videos.
I watch court cases from different states on YouTube, and every time there's a case in Washington, the officials from Washington in their little box, it's got all the pronouns that they want to be called in their little Zoom call box, and it's just strange to see that, that you got to put
And
I think that's just
pronouns.
I don't
like
have a
conservatives
problem
need to
with
get
that as
over.
long as
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
free to
that's just,
not use
like,
mine.
customs change all the time. Like that's just a
But with it, like
and trust me, like,
particularly
the
with
young generation
autistic
growing up,
people,
like as soon as they're
that's a
adults,
problem.
like it's set, it's done. Like they're the ones who are going to keep it going, not old fogies like us, like keeping this shit or caring
Old
whether or not
fogies.
the pronouns.
What
do
year?
anything.
What year was you born?
Well, you're asking personal questions, Chuck. It's only the first day.
What generation? Are you Gen X?
I
I
don't
would.
know
I'm one of
how
those people
that.
who's on the edge. I'd
On the
say.
cusp? On
I was born
the
in
low
1980.
cusp or the high end? Like I'd say the low end. You don't sound that. You don't sound like you're in your 60s, like from the 60s.
No, I meant the edge between Gen X and millennial.
Okay.
I think what am I, a boomer? Or
Yes, at
something? I'm not
least.
sure.
You might be the silent generation or the lost generation.
I'm just an old goat.
Then I still have
Try-
strong
trying
feelings.
to
You're
Okay.
extrapolating
Good
a lot
Lord.
from.
And that's one of the reasons that because I've worked with kids a lot over the last 10 years, and it's a foregone conclusion to younger generations. Like, you can fight it all you want, and if you choose
So they
to fight that kind
honestly
of thing.
believe there's all this racism. There's nothing we can do
Oh,
to
I was talking about
dispel
like the
myth.
pronoun thing and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Got you there.
kids believe what they're told or don't until they become adults and really form their own opinions. So
What's the belief about pronouns that they have that we're not going to dislodge?
well, all of their friends, that whole generation is the generation that's completely open about choosing sexuality and being fluid about your identity and all that. So all of their friends and themselves are participating in it. So the whole pronoun thing is a foregone conclusion to them. It's going to become a normal thing for them to ask and show pronouns and all that stuff. So like you can fight it and you can be angry about it, but all it's going to end up being is you're going to be angry for the rest of your life because you're going to see it for the rest of your life.
I'm only angry about it when I'm compelled to participate in it. So what do they do with the older generations that didn't grow up with it? Like, how are they going to accommodate their lack of motivation to participate in this silly
They're gonna
ritual?
fucking cancel them, like that one girl, that one old lady at that fucking charity, who like who asked about why we have the pronouns, and they were like, you can't work here anymore.
Yeah, so I'm right
Been
to
there for like
oppose
40
them. Thank
years.
you, reinforcing my own intuitions.
Well, no, I mean she got her due. It was fine.
Oh.
But anyway,
Well, I don't even want to have to go through that. So
No, we
Well-
can have no. Like I keep saying, we can have because we all seem to be in this war over the existence or non-existence of things like that. But we can have nuanced conversations about the things. Like I for one agree that people don't have the right to get angry over pronouns until they've spoken with someone.
How can you legislate emotional
The
reactions?
pronouns are descriptive, right? Not
Emotional reactions are not a right. They're a chemical process that just happens in our bodies. Like, you don't have to have the right to have anger.
Yeah, but you can have people feel that they have the right to like show it in certain ways or impose
Well,
it.
in America, they do. We have free expression,
Yeah.
and I'm okay with where our parameters are with our free speech. So I wouldn't want to fiddle with those at all. So if we could currently express anger, I would.
But
wanna
I mean,
keep it that way.
in the sense of causing an altercation, obviously, I'm not saying like not have an emotion. I would never say that. So that to me, that's ridiculous.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Yeah,
in the
no.
sense of causing an altercation over.
So are you talking
someone
about
else's
violent, like vandalism, violence?
anything?
Stuff
trying to
we already have
trying to
laws
yeah,
cancel
for.
someone,
like
trying
assault
to
and battery is bad.
right.
Yeah.
Thinking that you have been given carte blanche to do something immoral or wreck the life or the day of someone because of that. Until you've actually had the conversation with someone, I just don't feel like it's worth getting upset over, especially if, like I said, I feel that, and this is one of the things I've gotten arguments with my friends on the left of, I feel that pronouns are descriptive. If there's a person out there who sees you and in their eye they see a male, they'll probably use that pronoun unless they're more
That's
aware
kind
of
of how
than
it was
other people.
designed.
And unless you're showing that direct sense, someone will do it on purpose. That is true. But people call each other horrible things all the time. I think there's just this sense of, like I said, I'm fine with all of it. I just think there's a lot of misplaced anger for people not like acquiescing as fast as they want. And that's what it comes down to me.
It's people that are trying to. They have a very strong opinion of how I should talk, and they're trying to get me to talk that way. I have a
Yeah,
strong
police-
resistance to that as
To
an American.
police your
Yeah, that I don't do that to people, and I don't like it when people do that to me.
I mean,
That's
do you
not
call people
that's
by like their
encroaching
legal
to me.
names?
Huh?
Okay, so if you meet someone named James and they're like, yeah, like, hi, like, I go by Jim. Like, what do you say to them? Like, no, your name is James. I refuse to, submit to your.
But that's not how pronouns work. Like, I understand nicknames. I don't have an issue with nicknames. Are pronouns nicknames? Like, don't call me Betty, call me she. Just call me
I
her.
mean, they're nouns that refer to something. Or
Right, but they're
someone.
not nicknames. Like nicknames are a different category of word.
I
than
mean, are they?
pronouns. So I
Like-
understand nicknames.
Well, I mean, like, you know, like you would use a pronoun to refer to a nickname. Like it's all in the same chain of like how you refer to someone,
no,
right?
Not in my
agree in
brain.
a way
I have
that
no
it's
problem
similar.
calling somebody Jimmy or Mike or whoever. But my brain, if you look like a guy, I'm going to have a really hard time calling you she. It has
No,
nothing to do with your nickname.
Jack, I agree with you, but does that mean that, say, like you have a job and you've told your boss that you prefer to be called Jim, and he just like calls you James, like you're not going to make a hay about it, right?
I would take it as a sign that he's not intending to have a collaborative work relation like that. That would
Or he's trying to keep it professional because a nickname implies familiarity. Like there's
well, then he can say that. He can say I don't use nicknames because
and
in
that's
my
the
work.
fair point on the other side is that when people do that, there's intention to everything we say. So when a person would come up to you, if you're a male who's presenting as a woman, and you are doing your damnedest to look like a woman, wearing a dress, the full 9 yards, and they look at you in the face and go he, you know that there's intention behind that, right? You know that this person's intentionally being a dick. So, like,
Maybe
to me,
not. I don't ever assume intent. I'm super cautious about that. My instinct is to try to understand why they did something, rather than to assume somebody did it for a certain reason.
You know, also there's.
Here, Jeff.
But
there's a
I
cute
think there are
blog
just
post
echoes of this.
I think you might like.
But it comes down to there's a spectrum of people who are going to be in life, and I think everybody gets this. There's a spectrum of people you will come across who are just going to be either dicks all the way down the spectrum to being nice.
But if I'm not one of those people, I don't want to pay the price for being like I don't want to be treated as somebody I'm not.
How do you mean?
If I'm not one of these people that are doing it to be a dick, I don't want that assumed of me. Just because I don't use a pronoun, I don't want people to assume that's the reason I'm doing it.
So would you not,
because
if you
there
were
are
asked,
people like that, I
think
don't
the
want
difference. Would
people
you
to
not if
think
you were
that.
asked?
Huh?
Would you not use someone's preferred pronoun if you were asked by that person?
I tell them this up front. I use whatever you look like to my brain. Whatever impression you make on my brain is what I'm going to call you. I don't put a lot of thought into it. So if you look boy, I'm going to
You've
call you
never done
he.
that to James, though.
To who?
You've never seen someone who looks like more like a James than a Jim?
I do all the time. Oh, it gets me in trouble all the time. If someone looks like somebody other than their name, I call them that imaginary name instead, and it gets me in trouble all the time, and I can't break my brain out of it. Like if her name is Julie and she looks like Laura, I'll call her Laura, and it'll take me forever to like realize that she's not Laura, she's Julie.
The hell does that Laura look like?
It's just in my brain. If somebody looks like a particular, it doesn't happen often, but it does sometimes happen where I get locked into a particular name, and it's hard to break out. But it's their job to pass. And I talked to a trans activist one time, and I asked her. I said, why are pronouns so important? Because they were not in my generation. The trans people didn't care. And she says exactly what you did, because every day she spends so much time and effort trying to pass, and when she looks in the mirror and leaves the house, in her mind, she's pulled off the successful illusion of a female, and when she hears he, it shatters that, and it indicates to her that she didn't successfully pull off, and it crushes her. And I'm thinking, I feel sorry for you and everything, but that's not my problem. That's not my fault, and that's not my responsibility. And I don't want to be harassed over whatever you have going on in your head around your gender. Like, I didn't consent to that, and I don't want that burden on me. That's your shit to take care of. And I'm sorry that it happens, and it probably happens unintentionally. Like people don't mean to cause that feeling in you, but if just hearing a pronoun causes that feeling, A, I think that part of that is mental health, and B, that's not my responsibility. I'm not gonna. I can't tiptoe on eggshells around because of everybody's micro traumas.
No, on a level, sure, but I think this is more akin to. So there are people out in society, just like if you're out at a restaurant or something like that, there are people who will hold the door. There are people who will say "ma'am" to a woman every time. There are people who will say thank you. You know, it's just a matter of, I think that's what it's going to get to. It's just going to be that's what the polite people do at the end of the day.
You remember Lib? We had that problem with Lib. He wanted to be referred to as a female, but his voice is so deep.
Yeah. He never cammed up. He was just Avatar. It was a trans logo, and it was a very masculine, manly voice. He sounded just like we do, but he was trans, and he identified as she, and he preferred she. And it was impossible for me to do that.
Impossible. Me too.
Like I'm calling him he right now. That's how hard it was.
Because his voice was so deep.
Fixing that.
And he was just cool. He's like, yeah, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. And he was fine with it. But he just happened to be a really cool trans person that was okay.
That's also you hit on something earlier, Jeff. That hits home with me. I have a few really close trans friends that I've had since I was in college in the late '90s, and they are not like younger people are now. Like they don't care about certain things like this. They don't care about any of this newer stuff. And so when I have conversations with them, they're almost the same way. They're just like, yeah, you know, that's what the kids are into. That's their thing. But hey, they're pushing it forward.
That seems healthier to me. It seems healthier intrapersonally. It seems healthier societally. Like and that dead naming was not a thing in our generation. Nobody cared if like you found out they were what's called John. Misgendering was not a thing. Like they had such a healthy resilience to that. And now people's entire psyche, they're in therapy from hearing the wrong pronoun.
Well,
that
sure,
seems
but
like a mental health crisis more than anything.
Yeah.
That seems like
You're
fragility.
citing to anecdotal evidence. Most trans people aren't like that. I don't know why you're generalizing like this like one story that you know, but like this isn't like the average trans person.
That's the ones I meet online. That's the ones I've talked to on streams. That's the ones I've met in person. So you don't know my experience with trans people. It may not correspond to your data graph, but you don't know the experience I'm basing my conclusions on, which are valid.
Here's like some thoughts about like, do you not think that mostly encountering people who are online and willing to come on stream like might be a very heavy selection bias towards like, you know, like middle class people with like not much else to worry about, to you know, like you're strictly saying you've met people on the internet and like
in person,
like,
and I've had trans friends my whole life, just like Effigy. So I understand what your point is. Like I'm not. Are you trying to educate me and bring me up to date on some knowledge that I'm lacking?
How old do you think pronouns are?
Pronouns, like English pronouns, probably centuries, like as old as the English language. Like Latin and Greek had pronouns.
Yeah, English pronouns were like are like 100 years old.
English is older than that. Shakespeare is early modern English.
Yeah, but it's about like, you know, like the idea, like he and he, him, her, she, like those are like 100.
So
years
our
old.
current like the modern pronouns you're saying are 100 years old.
About. I think actually Winnie the Pooh was one of the first people who started to like.
That's more like the modern like solidification of the rules we currently use, right? Like I read a lot of old stuff, and it's not like they are bereft of pronouns. Like there's a lot of other words they use in its place because people were a lot more.
Are we meaning the same thing by pronouns? Because the words like he and she and it have been cropping up in literature forever. Like they're not new things.
Have they? I mean, like so.
They're
like,
in Shakespeare. They're in Chaucer. They're in Homer. They're in Plato, Socrates, the Bible.
Are you reading the original like translation of those, or like what? Like,
well, they're translated into English, but
Yeah.
even in English, we could go back to Chaucer and find pronouns.
Sure.
Just
okay,
go through the prologue of the Canterbury Tale. Just pick out the pronouns, or pick a Shakespeare play. Pick out the pronouns. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings.
Yeah. Okay. So Chaucer uses French pronouns, which is not English.
Chaucer is an English writer. He writes in an early English.
Yeah, and also uses
That's when you're reading Chaucer, you're reading
French pronouns.
English. You're not reading French. You're reading English. Those are English pronouns, and you can go forward to Shakespeare. So if you're talking about words like he, she, and it, those are not 100 years old.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going on this one. 'Cause I know Shakespeare very well, and it's like there's a lot of pronouns in Shakespeare, and that's like around 15.
But I'm more concerned of like what this attack on my experience was. Like I don't know what I'm talking about because I only have limited experience of trans activism. I don't know where the point was going. I'm with that.
I mean, I don't feel like I feel like you're generalizing from like a selective experience of how these people are.
Okay, well
typically,
then
and
how do I
that's
find
unfair.
the accurate, how the typical
He
trans
did-
activist
he-
is? What
he
give me the
didn't
typical?
say
How, but
all.
how do I find for myself? Because I'm generalizing. How do I get to the accurate representation of what a modern trans activist is?
Sorry, so you're adding an extra qualifier now, as in like activist, which is a little bit different, but like yeah.
Well, those
I
are the
mean,
only ones that really do it, are the activists. The ones the thing I'm talking about.
oh,
Because
okay.
I said
Well,
my
that's a
my
whole
only
different-
problem with trans people really are the activists who try to tell me how to talk and control me and authoritarian, that kind of stuff. I specifically said the activist.
Oh, I apparently didn't hear that.
Oh, okay. No, I don't have a problem with most trans people as long as they don't have a problem with me. But when they start power down,
Is it my internet or your internet?
it's
Our
mine. I have a low
internet.
signal.
Last night I kept having my signal would just disappear. Last night, I don't know what was going on. We got solar spots happening or something from the sun.
Bro, I'm looking up Chaucer
Oh,
right now. We're talking about they're using the same pronouns. Okay, so they have I, ick, thou, he, she, hit, he, his, higher, his. What? These are all wildly different pronouns.
yeah, ick is German, isn't it?
Well, Chaucer's different. Like if we're going back into the 1300s around Chaucer, then yeah, the English language was still coming out of Old English and solidifying. So yeah, around
Oh,
there,
yeah.
sure. Then you have a decent argument there for saying that there weren't modern pronouns then, sure. But that's not when you said, my friend.
Oh, well, listen. Maybe I'm just bad at talking, okay, and listening, apparently. So,
No, you had the right point. You just stuck it way, way, way closer to now than it actually is.
right. So, okay, so we currently speak modern English, and Chaucer is mid English.
Yeah, he's a transitionary period between.
Wow.
That old,
So
old
Chaucer
English
was
that didn't even
trans.
sound like English. Yes, there you go. He's a trans English author.
J.K. Rowling's gonna be so upset.
I think it's good we have all these discussions because, like I've said many, many times, it's going to get people ready for the real discussions that are going to blow their minds when we start talking about trans race and transhumanism more. Because I just don't think people are ready for transhumanism when their kid is like, "No, Dad, I want to cut off my arm and get a robot arm." Because it's coming. Like the first guy put in a bionic eye, I think, like a few months ago.
Oh God.
So they're all like hopped up on gender. I'm just like, just wait till your son wants to be a brain in a vat.
Right.
Mm.
And then the loop begins again. Or whatever the meaning
Because
of life is.
at first it'll be easy, right? We'll be like, okay, these people have, lost their arm to something. They can get a robot arm. But then that robot arm is going to get really good and people are going to get jealous and be like, well, I want a robot arm. Then you're going to start having the technology like Musk doing Neuralink. And then we're going to have the real conversations on, is it moral for us to actually put technology into our brain to cognitively improve ourselves?
They wanted my wife to be one of the first ones to get that done. And we researched it and said, no.
Hey, it might be a miracle for some people, like for paraplegics and stuff like it might be an absolute like godsend for them. It also might be a gateway to some of the weirdest human experimentation that we've ever done as a species.
Yeah,
Well,
there's
they
a Bill
have
Burr
done
bit.
it to the first person though. The Neuralink thing. Yeah, I forget. We watched a movie on it, the process, the procedure, and it was something like 80 probes that they wanted to insert into her brain and then mount the computer on top.
Oh,
And it's like,
so you so
oh,
so Chuck, for what it's worth, you don't have to worry about that at all. That project, since that video, has like just slaughtered like thousands of primates in testing because yeah, they can't figure out a way that doesn't kill it or make it go crazy.
well,
Uh,
they have done it. There is the first person. Just was it this year that they put the Neuralink in?
I don't think anyone actually has Neuralink. Like again, like there's
Yeah,
no.
Elon Musk. Yeah, look it up.
And I'm gonna put something in the private chat. This is what is scaring me.
And Jack, I think I know what's happening. I looked at the link he posted. We're this happens with Hank and I all the time. It's a Spurk thing. We're talking past each other. We're talking about two different things. Because it even says on this page, on the link you sent me, that the pronouns are about the same in modern English as in Middle English, which is the same thing I was saying. The only exception, I think you're talking
About
about
the same. It's
specific
also a lot of weird
pronouns,
shit.
but
I mean,
the
like-
concept of pronouns in general informs like he, she, it, and stuff.
Also,
Or-
I'd say like in that Middle English time when they were using things like thou is a non-gendered pronoun. Just saying.
Yeah, that'd be you. Yeah.
So I'm not
Hey.
connecting any of this to the pronouns of today, like other than to make the point that pronoun uses change over time, organically. Yeah, organically.
I
I have
don't
no
think
problem with
there's anything
organic
like-
change.
Yeah, I mean, how do you think organic change happens? It starts with a bunch of whiny babies who settles out into.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen in me, like individually. At
Yeah,
me,
okay, we
this
get it.
individual, it's not
You're
going
a
to
grumpy
happen.
old man that you want people to
That's
get the fuck off your lawn, and that's okay. That's
Whoa.
your
And
goddamn right.
I'm
but,
willing
like,
to vote against
yeah.
the candidates that help keep them off my lawn. So yes,
Yeah, for sure. Which is cringe, but you
and
know.
you'll probably be doing the same thing with your a few decades.
I
No.
was surprised to learn what
Yeah,
Anton
we'll be voting
told
to
us
save
last
democracy.
night.
No, listen, I can hang out with my step nephews who are like early teenagers, and I can meme with them. Okay, I know what a skibbity toilet is, and the gadika dot. All right, I
That's
know.
only one of us then.
I'm hip. Okay, I will be young forever. My lawn probably also stay off it, but you know, not because I really mind, but just because I'm anxious.
No, did you guys check out the link I put? This is this has been like
pulled it up, or if I
my
got to look
small
at it.
obsession. Like this is like a concept that somebody put out because I don't know. I don't. I think it's all science fiction essentially.
Here,
But it
Did
is.
you play it, Jeff?
So what it is this medical
God.
company put out a concept video claiming that they will have the ability to cut off your head and put it on a new body.
Oh, I
that'll
saw
solve the
that
trans
one.
problem.
I saw that. All done by robots.
Yeah, we're gonna get head transplants before we get Grand Theft Auto 6.
Well, they're already doing computerized surgeries over the internet with a
That is
robot
true.
on the other end.
Yeah, my
That's
roommate
wild.
makes those robots. Actually.
Oh, wow.
Look, and if you watch it to the end, they even have part of the procedure so that whoever's corpse this obviously rich old person wants to use even takes their face and puts it on to their head. It's one of the most morbid things I've ever seen. Like,
Oh, half of my back belongs to somebody else. I can't complain. It's not robotic, though.
I think, although my favorite part of the video is also the part where they have some magical undisclosed technology that somehow mystically like reattaches the spinal cord from
Yeah.
the
I know.
cut off head to the back to the body.
It-
Like it's just got
it's
this
a-
like tech sparklies that kind of appear on it, and they're like, yeah.
It's an animated video, kind of. I think I've seen it. They got two robots working on two different bodies, removing the heads.
Yeah.
I don't see how that could work.
Look, so this is like the one avenue of conspiracy land where I kind of feel is true, and this isn't a really really old thought. Even like people like Aldous Huxley and stuff back in the day, like and the guy who wrote the Time Machine.
Whoa.
There's always been this thought that the upper rich, the goal for the perennially super rich people is to one day advance technology to where they can become an entirely different species from the lowly worker people. And then the lowly worker people will just be the dumb Morlocks who slave away in the caves and get all the stuff for them while they live forever like gods.
Cryogenics. Ain't that what it's called? The ones that wanted to freeze their body till technology came out to be able to bring them back to life or something like that.
There is something to what FSG's saying, that the few people I've been in contact with from that world, there are some of those
Damn.
beliefs going around. That's like their version of crazy conspiracy theories. It just with people, conspiracy theories with people with lots of money.
Oh, people with lots of money want to find ways to live forever. They think they have the
Yeah.
means. So
My ex was obsessed with it. He was into all that stuff you just said. And H.G. Wells was sci-fi. This is
Yeah.
the tech crowd, so it's that sci-fi tech, Silicon Valley.
Throw a little L. Ron Hubbard in there.
Yeah, it's not the beliefs of middle America, that's for sure. You're not going to find it at your Denny's.
what was that movie with Matt Damon where like all the rich people went to live on the space station? And they had that machine that basically kept them alive forever. And everybody on the planet was just writhing in garbage.
What was it?
Wally?
No.
Idiocracy.
Let's see, what year?
Ghost in the Shell.
Oh Lord, he's done way too many movies. What year was it?
This brain bridge thing
Elysium.
is
What
not.
is it?
Oh, yeah.
Elysium.
Okay.
That's what
Actually,
it
I remember
was.
that now.
That's essentially the same concept. That the rich people basically find a way to keep themselves immortal, and they leave the planet and let it basically just kind of rip itself apart while they get to live the good life.
Well, what was that other movie where they, was it Harrison Ford or where they had Soylent Green?
Was it called Soylent Green?
Oh, sorry. It's
Okay,
people!
yeah.
But what is that bad? Like, who, if your planet is turning to garbage, who wouldn't leave and go to a better place? Like, wouldn't you make the same choice, or would
People
you
who
say,
would
no, I'm
rather
going to
fix the
stay
planet
here?
they're on.
Huh? Do what?
That's why you come up with solutions to fix it, right?
Yeah, but I guess this is assuming it's not gotten fixed. There's not going to get fixed. I guess they're planning for it's not going to get fixed because they're going to live longer than the rest of us anyway.
Probably not.
No, I don't think they will either.
Well,
They
to me,
You're
think
gonna
the idea
die
in all these
in a
stories is
fucking
that
helicopter crash or something.
yeah, the one
Or
idea like that is a
submarine.
constant is that and I think it's true because we all realize it's true. It's that the people, if there ever was anything like this, the people who would have access to it would never share it, ever.
I don't know if you could.
If you can
I
make
don't know if I
yourself into a
believe you
god,
could
why
get
would you share
there.
it?
It'd be
I don't
like
know
the
if you could get
beach.
there with a small enough group to like not let it get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what was that movie where they had like 7 arcs and this disaster was coming and a code got sent out to special people to
Oh yeah,
That was two of them, right? That was either 2012 or that was the newer one was it
was that
Greenland?
Cusack or
yeah, John Cusack. It was 2012.
That was 2012.
The
Yeah,
dude,
He
yeah,
was
the
the-
Russian dude had
he was
the
the
ticket.
chauffeur. Yeah,
Greenland was
yeah.
also, I think that's what it's called. That latest Comet movie with Scottish guy Gerard Butler. He like gets a beep on his phone saying you're a special person. You get to come and be saved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did they pick him?
White Black Hawk Down. I mean, he's fucking Gerard Butler. Have you seen him? Jesus, he's
No,
built for that.
I've never heard of him. Let me look him up.
Oh.
I'm old.
You know the movie 300?
I have trouble watching Gerard Butler because he has so
No.
much trouble
Oh,
suppressing Scottish
the
accent.
Spartan people. Spartan
Yeah,
thing?
he's
Yeah.
Leonidas. He's the
I didn't
main
watch
dude
it,
in
but-
that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, from the cover, the DVD cover. Okay.
Yeah. Gerard Butler's a sweetheart. Why do you hate Gerard Butler? Why are you racist against Scottish people, Effigy?
No, not at all. I actually love the Scottish accent. My problem is
Oh.
that when I watch Gerard Butler, I have problems being immersed in what he's in because his Scottish accent creeps out all the fucking time. And in fact, I think 300 is the thing that it creeps out the least in because he's yelling the whole time. But my
Right,
goodness,
yeah.
if you watch Gods of Egypt, it creeps out so much. I was like, I can't watch this. Like every other line, he's almost talking like a dwarf.
Or dwarf Scottish.
Well, typically that's how they're portrayed with Scottish accents.
Oh,
Yeah, that's how they sound if you're racist.
the Scottish dwarves and the Irish leprechauns.
There is no Scotland in Middle Earth.
Yeah, but there are dark elves. But not those kinds of dark elves.
Oh god,
Those kinds of dark elves aren't part of the lore.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole right now. Whole nother conversation to misinterpret.
You know what? Listen, I'm going to dodge that conversation. I've never read any of Tolkien's work, but I did read a lot about like his interviews and like how he built his mythology. So, but yeah, I've read way more of his like letters about writing than I have, and I have read 0 pages of his actual content.
None.
But
No
I'd
Hobbit.
still argue with people online.
Wow.
Lord of the Rings is okay. It's pretty good, even I will say.
I read them
Like
as a
the
kid,
movie.
so like that's why they're
Okay.
close to my heart. Like when I was in my 20s, that was when Harry Potter was coming out, and everybody was just so over the moon about it. And I was like, I'm forever. That was at the exact same time that the Lord of the Rings movies was coming out, and I was like, why can you not be hyped for this? And all the older people were like, Lord of the Rings.
Right. I don't know. I don't know. All those things were kind of. I struggle with like high fantasy settings, honestly. So, like Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, I'm both just I don't know. It's all castles and old stuff, and I don't know. I'm not a fan. It's not my vibe.
Yeah.
I'm more of like a cyberpunk type
If you
deal.
don't like that type of story, you definitely want like Lord of the Rings, considering it is the archetype for all the stories
Right.
that followed it.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I've watched most of the first movie, and it is like very good for what it is. Just yeah, not in my interest.
What is your favorite book?
My favorite book?
Wow, that's a big question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
American Psycho. I don't know.
Oh,
Oh,
I don't know. So
no.
like, I've never read a fiction book more than once. So I don't know. I don't know how you want me to answer that question, because like I'm
Well,
gonna
I
probably.
mean, you said you're not really that into high fantasy. You're more cyberpunk. So I was just like, oh, okay. Well,
Oh,
what are
gotcha.
some of your books? Or
Yeah, I mean, I like to
Sorry,
read
go
Stephen
ahead, Dan.
King when I was young. But yeah, I mostly read nonfiction now. It's mostly just like
The-
research
I used to read
papers.
Stephen
The
King when I was young,
original
too.
Frankenstein book. What was her name?
Mary Shelley.
Mary Shelley.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Shelley's wife.
You know what book I've been returning back to lately? Strangely enough, Fight Club by Chuck Palahniuk.
Oh, I love
Really?
the movie. I
Dude,
watched it all
okay.
the time. You read the book?
So honestly,
to me,
that's the
that book seems like it was a fucking prophecy. Like I think Fight Club is a goddamn prophecy. Project Mayhem is MAGA.
true.
Come on. No.
No, the whole thing.
I mean,
like
I can see maybe some rough parallels, but that's how you think of MAGA?
the darker elements of it, the elements like say like the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers,
Election deniers.
or
Do you
or
see them as brainwashed?
It's the idea, like, so if you listen to what Chuck Palahniuk has said about Fight Club, it's like one of the, it would spawn from like a very specific thought from him, and it was a personal thing. But one of the ideas he explored in it is how a specific version of a kind of lonely, toxic, masculine situation led to needing something so bad that you formed this group around this one thing, and it became violently mischievous in a way that led to actual like terrorism.
Well, we have that now.
That's what I'm saying.
But I don't think we have
Exactly.
it on any kind of crisis scale at all.
The cartels.
I think
No,
we have some little
and to me,
groups that
I'm not
cosplay
trying to
here
make
and
too
there.
hard of a political point here. To me, the interesting part is that progression in the book of how these kind of disparate, lonely guys find something that they all come together over. It starts being fun, gets kind of dangerously mischievous, and then leads into something directly dangerous and harmful for people, kind of thing.
Like January 6th.
Yeah, like all of it, just like how things get taken too far.
Yeah, mob
I find yes,
mentality.
definitely. I find personally, I find more corollaries with that kind of crowd, because it seems to me that those kind of crowds were the ones who were like, you know, own the libs, talking shit, Proud Boys doing all their weird fucking things and pulling all these strange pranks and shit like that. And it started like Boogaloo Boys. It all started kind of jokey and tongue in cheek and very 4chan. And then all of a sudden, the Boogaloo Boys are shooting cops in the middle of fucking the Black Lives Matter riots, and the Proud Boys are showing up at January 6th trying to fucking break into the Capitol. And like it seemed I find an echo in that progression from that book.
I wonder if there's a BLM version out there, like some author that captured the BLM side of it.
You know, Fight Club is like one of the like one of two books I've ever read that I've, upon finishing, was like, wow, the movie was better.
It was a good movie.
Yes, the movie definitely did a better job at making you, especially because, man, I remember coming out of that movie and everyone being like, yeah, you know, fuck this modern life, fuck those khakis, fuck your job. And you
I
you
thought it was a dumb movie.
You were feeling
myself.
with those people more. When you read the book, it's more negative toward the people and makes you kind of feel more like they're losers rather than you're much more empathetic in that movie. And plus, like, David Fincher was just a fantastic director. He had been directing music videos up until that point.
Yeah, David Fincher's very good.
How could you have empathy for that? Oh my god.
For what?
For the characters.
For guys who are so lonely and dejected by society that they have to punch themselves in the face just to feel something.
Yeah.
How can you not, as a man, feel for that?
I just do fentanyl, but you know, same thing.
Yeah, that's why I got a brother in a cardboard box. Fentanyl.
But also, it was also like a representation of this idea of recapturing a kind of lost sense of primeval masculinity, where it's like, we're big men, we can hit each other in the face and just walk away from it and still be friends. And
I should have picked
it resonated with a lot of people. It was a very I worked in the movie theaters when it came out. It was a very fucking popular movie.
Yeah, we watched it a couple of years ago in Discord.
I'm a fan. A+ movie for sure. Love me some postmodernism and like existential crises.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a good time.
In film,
And
I
an
do.
actual
I
good
think
twist.
postmodern filmmaking is one of my favorite genres. And 99, which I think is where Fight Club came out, is like the peak of that style of filmmaking. That's when all the good movies came out.
I have a thesis that 1999 is the peak of filmmaking.
It is.
Wow.
It's not a thesis. I just confirmed it.
There you go.
No,
Boom.
you can objectively confirm it. Just go watch all of the good, like go look at the movies that came out in 99. Compare them to.
I'm heavily biased. It was just, 99 was a great year.
Yeah, it was for movies. And then it starts to like drop off in the aughts.
Yeah,
Listen,
9/11 kind of put a damper on the party.
Just a little bit.
You start to get different types or styles of movies, and just
Well,
no, I-
the 2000s became the era of the mega franchises, right?
Oh, is that what it took off?
To that point, so blockbuster movies came into existence with
Jaws.
Jaws and Star Wars and all around that time. So from that time until the end of the 90s, you had movies that were in hopes of making a franchise, right? We hope this
Gun.
movie got super popular, then maybe we can make a sequel. The 2000s started with movies that were built-in franchises.
So it started as from the start, and then they would.
Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter. We're making 8 of these movies. We're making
Star
3 of these
Wars.
movies. Yeah, the Star Wars prequels, like built-in franchises. You know, there are going to be multiple movies coming out of this shit.
I mean, I
They
feel like we
went
have
in
that
the-
more now with the superhero craze, where it's fucking like
yeah.
movies are part of like
now it's
fucking
like
phases.
super mega,
So,
like
yeah, I guess.
Now it's universes, cinematic universes.
Gotcha. The super mega blockbuster. Yeah. All right, as you are.
Is that? Do y'all prefer that? Is that better? Or?
It's
what?
the evolution of the industry. Can't really. I'm not sure where it's going to go now.
Well, even the animated movies like Toy Story, they went into that knowing there was going to be a load of more movies based on those.
The very first Toy Story was a risk. Yeah, they never expected they were going to make more than one movie.
I also probably
So
didn't expect to invent Blender, but wild how things go sometimes. Did you see they're making Beetlejuice 2?
I saw someone mention that. Yeah, and I think
It's
Michael
done.
Keaton's going to be in.
Michael
it.
Keaton.
done already,
Everyone is coming
yeah.
back. No, I don't know. There's a trailer out, but yeah,
Well, it
Michael
just showed
Keaton.
you they decided
Catherine
to make these
O'Hara,
movies based
Winona
on the
Ryder.
popularity of the actors who are associated with them.
Right. Yeah, Tim Burton's coming
And
back.
they're
and the
rebooting
full cast is
Fight
coming
Club.
back.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
rebooting.
Yeah, Greta
Whatever.
Gerwig. Is
Oh,
Wait,
redoing
you're not
Fight Club.
joking?
No, I'm not. That's someone mentioned
Did
it
you
today.
say Greta Thornburg?
Dude, there's a
If someone's gonna
trailer,
make a bad
and I
version of
couldn't
Fight
even
Club.
finish the trailer. It's so bad. I could not. I had to turn the trailer off. It's a 1.5 minute trailer, and I couldn't even sit through it. Here,
Wait, it's a lady that's making Fight Club.
yeah.
Greta Gerwig. She did the Barbie
all-female
movie.
Fight Club reboot.
Yeah,
an
she
all,
did.
an all-female.
No, I don't think it's good. I don't know if
No,
it's going to be all female. Maybe all feminized, but I
This
don't.
is from,
I think
like,
they're still
6
going to have
days
guys
ago.
fighting.
An all-trans
I've never seen
female
this.
Fight Club.
They did that with Ghostbusters, and it fell flat on his face.
And Brad Pitt's in it. It just looks awful.
Oh. There is no. Oh, it's just the rumors.
I'm getting True Detective 4 vibes.
Oh, yeah. That is a verifiably fake thing, apparently.
Yeah, all I could find was a trailer for Fight Club 2 made with AI.
Oh, that was AI. Thank God. Oh, I got fooled. I've never been more happy to get fooled.
You cannot trust anything nowadays.
But there was an
Nope.
article about. Or was that a spoof too? Is a Fight Club female reboot from Greta Gerwig?
It's fake.
All female
It is-
reboot releasing soon. New movie rumors explained.
Yeah.
Rumors hint that so there is a rumor.
There was
Maybe
a
somebody
rumor.
made the trailer because they heard the rumor.
Yeah, if you look after the quoted post, that says that this post is verifiably fake. As discussing film never shared this rumor on any of its
okay.
social media accounts.
They should put that at the top in this day.
Yeah,
and
that would
age.
be
Yeah.
that would be a fucking terrible idea.
Okay. I feel so much better.
Yeah, Greta Gerwig is working on Chronicles of Narnia for Netflix. Just kidding.
Oh. I might be willing to check that out.
Yeah, it's
We had
funny
the little
'cause
cartoons.
It's funny we
growing up.
mentioned all the 2000s movies because all of those movies now, like at the same time, are turning into TV shows on the different streaming
Yep.
services. Like
They
Harry
can't
Potter
come up
turning
with
into a
it.
streaming show. Lord of the Rings is a streaming show. Chronicles of Narnia is turning into a streaming
They
show.
can't come up with anything original anymore.
Where are the great individual directors? Do they still have those, or is it all
Gone
yeah,
just
those.
about.
franchise, impersonal?
And Christopher Nolan
No,
puts out
there's
a
David Fincher, there's Nolan, there's Guy Ritchie. I mean, I don't know if you count Tarantino. He doesn't like
Yeah, I
crank shit
do.
out.
he's pretty much
Yeah, for,
J.J.
especially
Abrams.
postmodern filming. Wait, who's
Yeah,
after
I mean,
Tarantino?
whatever. There's 5.
Who?
J.J. Abrams. Whatever.
okay.
He's
All right.
he has a certain style for sure. And like,
Do we
you know,
have
I don't
any
know.
from the young generation after that?
my favorite director currently, probably for a long time, is Edgar Wright. I love Edgar Wright's movies.
I don't know him.
He did the Cornetto trilogy with Simon Pegg, and
Look it up.
what did he do after that?
Oh my God, you're fucking kidding me. Me and my co-host, his favorite movie in the entire world. Oh my God, you got to watch this movie. It's the best movie ever. Was the Edge of the World or the End of the World?
Oh,
And then we were going to do a
Maybe
review
Driver, that was
stream
it.
afterwards. And I
Scott Pilgrim
watched it,
versus the World.
and it was one of the worst pieces of crap I had ever seen. And then I had to come on the stream afterwards and review it with him. And we argued and fought for like 3 or 4 hours live on the stream
What was
over
the
this stupid
movie?
movie. I
Which
hated
movie?
that. If that's Edgar Wright,
Oh yeah,
you have horrible
plots
taste
are-
in movies.
His plots are weird, but I love the directing style though.
And his acting, and his writing, and his production, and everything else. Every single
Oh,
other
yeah.
element about a movie.
Paul Thomas Anderson.
And
also.
it's British. I can't stand. Is he the one that did Magnolia?
No,
Paul Thomas Anderson.
the Tom Cruise movie. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he did actually.
Because I get him confused with
I
Wes
haven't seen
Anderson.
that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
So, well, save yourself. You'll probably love it. But it is whatever I just said about that last movie. Magnolia tops it. Replace it with Magnolia. Truly the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. I'm not kidding. I can't think of a movie more horrible than Magnolia.
What was
Oh.
that about?
Jordan Peele.
I
is
couldn't even
young.
tell you. It was so stupid. Tom Cruise was in it. They had some lady in the hospital.
It's a really meta movie.
They had a bunch of other weird stuff that I don't want to give away.
Yeah, okay.
People started
Oh.
randomly singing all at the same time.
Also,
for
if
no
you watch
reason
The
in
End of the
different
World
parts
without
of
actually
the-
watching the other two movies from the Cornetto trilogy, it probably fell really, really flat.
Oh, I didn't know it was part of a trilogy.
Well, they're only kind of disparately linked because of the existence of ice cream in the 3 movies. I know that's a strange thing to say, but the other 2 movies are actually way better than that one, in my opinion. Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz.
Oh, I saw Hot Fuzz. It was okay. It was like a fun little, entertainment.
Yeah, that's what they were trying to do.
I mean, it wasn't great art, but like to me.
Wow. Are you an art critic now?
Yeah. I've always been an art critic.
Wow, that's gay as fuck.
Everybody's
I
an art
remember that.
critic.
Everybody's a critic.
I mean, why not be discerning and intelligent and aware of your aesthetic experiences? They're important to me. I haven't seen that movie in probably since the 90s. We used to watch it on psychedelics.
Wait, what
Heard
movie is
someone
that?
discussing that.
Oh, Natural Born Killers.
You used to watch Natural Born Killers on psychedelics.
Was that?
Yeah.
There's so many better movies to watch on psychedelics.
It was for the intensity. It was it wasn't even about the movie. It was the intensity of it. It made it that much more intense. And of course, we did that with most of the movies at that time.
Here I was watching movies with like pretty visuals and crazy things to see.
Well, it has some in there. But yeah, you got the trippiest movie, like the most visually cool movie, or you got the most intense movie that you like. It was hard enough watching it sober, so let's try it on acid and see how much more intense it could be.
Wow. Not even a Serbian film.
I don't know. Proud Babylonian. Anybody know him?
I think they're from Babylon.
Proud. Can you flash your camera in the back so I'll know it's a person?
Show me your titties.
It didn't show. It flashed, but I didn't see anything.
I'll do an overlay if you want, Jeff, till you get top.
Well, I do an overlay after
okay.
they flash, but no flash, no get on. I don't think you've been on 33 times.
We ever figure would it be King Stephen?
Unless it's a different name. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember this guy. He's legit.
How legit?
Let me solo just in case. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Hi. What's up?
Queer?
I'm just chilling, man.
You're what?
Just chilling.
Oh, okay. That's what we're doing.
Y'all usually pretty intelligent. I like intelligent conversation.
Oh, we try. I don't know how intelligent we're being tonight because we're not.
Not tonight, motherfucker.
You would think a bunch of intelligent people would all agree, like eventually be able to come to agreements on things, but not.
No,
these.
intelligent people need to disagree to. That's a necessity for intelligent people to disagree, to be able to disagree.
No, but at some point it seems like you'd have to get beyond mere
I find intelligent people rarely agree.
Well, then how could they be intelligent?
Unless it's about like facts.
Well, there's levels of it. There's levels of everything. There's, but so you have to determine. There will be disagreements until you determine the levels. What level people are on and shit.
Yeah, that's kind of what I try to do, but people, I think they take it to the level they're comfortable with. Some people are comfortable at a more general, abstract level. And so if I try to take it down to like some kind of individual policy detail, they'll keep pulling it back to something general. Or sometimes I'm the one generalizing, and they're trying to take it to some other level. So it's not even always even the content. Sometimes it's communication styles or communication agendas.
Agendas are cool, right?
I mean, we all have them, I guess.
Unless it's Agenda 21.
Well, all intelligent people know that they have agendas. If you're not,
I don't. I don't have an
think
agenda.
non-intelligent
I have
people have
I have
agendas.
9 agendas actually.
What's your agenda for tomorrow?
Oh, I got 3 lined up for tomorrow, and only 2 of them are your mom.
Oh.
Hell yeah!
The hell is that?
This dude's got high. What's it called? Dreams and shit. He's got
Social
big dreams.
emotional intelligence.
I respect people with big dreams.
We found a point of agreement already. We both think your mom is a lovely lady.
My mom is a fucking psychopathic bitch, fool. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself, nigga. Shit.
It's fine. I can change her. I can save her. It'll be fine.
Oh, do you save psychopaths?
No, I just save hoes.
Oh, okay.
Where's the top hat we need?
That's specifically what I'm on the internet for save psychopaths. That's like my entire
Oh.
mission.
Are you being serious?
My mom's not a hoe, dude, but she's 100% psychopathic.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a huge fan of psychopath. I prefer a high-functioning sociopath, but
It's a spectrum. The subtypes don't so much concern me as the larger phenotype.
oh, I mean, they do for me. Like those psychopaths are crazy.
They're all of them are bad
Nope.
news.
But psychopaths have level of intelligence as well.
Yeah, but
So that's
it's not one that works to my
not
benefit.
necessarily.
especially if they're way fucking smarter than you.
You have to. I've had friends that are psychopaths. You have to
That
manage
was such a
them.
psychopath answer.
There's work involved, and there's work and risk involved, and I'm too old. I don't want to do that anymore. I want people that I can just trust and be comfortable.
You
around.
should
Not
never
have
trust
to always
anyone.
be on my guard.
Can you trust anybody, dude?
No,
I have so much experience with psychopaths. I think I can never trust anyone again, dude.
you don't know. And
Amen
not even the
to that.
psychopaths. It's not even that people will intentionally screw you over and let you down, but people, like you said, their own agendas. People just have their own agendas, and they're not always
Are
going to
they
be aligned with yours. So
psychopaths
to
or are
trust
they
that they're always
narcissists?
going to be aligned with your agenda is just not realistic.
Are they psychopaths or are they narcissists?
No,
don't
just
think-
ordinary people. Like even good people. I don't think you can always 100% trust them all the time.
Well, you have to define your define psychopath. Define what you define as a narcissist versus a psychopath. You know, and people are people as well. You know, Depeche Mode made a song about it. People are
I
people.
know.
dude.
Why should it be that you and I should get along so awfully?
Help me
Dun, dun,
understand.
dun, dun, dun. Yeah. And we still try to figure it out. What, 40 years later?
It's because people are fucking evil, dude. Because people are selfish and they're fucking evil.
But
That's
because
what-
we're animals, that's how animals are. Like that's just we're organisms. That's how they like. Even animals are
Yeah.
selfish
Yes,
and focused on
being-
their own.
You have a great point. Being incarnated into a blood blister does that to you. A blood blister with the expiration date makes some people psychopathic.
Maybe.
And
I
yet,
think there is a heritable.
the entire thing
component
that
to it.
separates us from the entire animal species is that we're a species born of compassion, empathy, and cooperation.
What mammals have it? They have lots of mammals
No.
have that.
Yes, they
No.
do, dude. A
Not
lot
to
of
the
them
level
do.
of humans.
No, dude, I know animals with way more compassion than humans.
But is that just because it's a higher level of compassion? Is that a
You have to have a
uniquely
higher
like
level of
new
compassion
distinct
to form
thing, or is
societies,
that
to
just a
form-
As in my older age, I've learned that a lot of animals are way more compassionate than humans. I know a bunch of humans that do not have any compassion.
yeah?
But
I'm not even
I-
all
What-
that compassionate all the time.
By what metric are you measuring compassion here?
I guess that's a good question.
Honesty, dedication.
For me. It's a
Okay,
feeling.
well that's
it's an
okay.
emotion.
So immediately, those are two very unfair things to judge like a human versus a dog on, because like a dog is literally, if nothing else, like if it's not dedicated, it's gonna run away, and you're not gonna have it anymore. So it won't be anything really,
Pavlov, yeah, Pavlov's dog. You know,
right? But yeah, I mean, dogs are fiercely loyal. I don't know if they have. I mean, obviously they have capacity for the opposite of that, but
Dogs have psychic abilities as well. I've dealt with a lot of dogs, and I know for absolute certainty that dogs have a psychic abilities.
did a dog in a wheelchair tell you that?
No, dude.
And watching some Marvel
So,
movies.
okay,
lately?
hold up. So, on the spectrum, do you think dogs don't have psychic abilities?
no.
I don't
like-
even think humans.
I have
that.
I have no problem going no on that one.
Exactly.
So everyone disagrees that no dogs have psychic abilities.
I don't know what you mean by that phrase, but like I feel like I'll probably lean against that. I don't know. Like there's an amount of like sentience calculation we can do there maybe, but
Well, I also respect honesty as well. So you win points for honesty, but you lose level for points for intelligence.
all right.
Okay.
Comparing us to a dog. Okay.
Yeah, I know dogs way smarter than
Do they?
at least,
What do they do? They show them little cards and see if they can guess what the other dogs are. What
you.
card
It's
the other dogs
it's
look
through
at.
life experience, living life in certain things.
That's
I mean, listen, I've never met a dog that's like, like been capable of lying to me, or it's like built
Wait a
like
minute.
a well in Africa. So I don't know.
You
This
haven't
compassion
seen
thing
the,
is weird.
Well, you
the
don't
painting
know
of the
about
dog
Mexico.
playing poker?
No, you don't know about cutting edge science. Cutting edge science supports
They
what
bluff.
I'm saying.
They don't lie.
So you're not in touch with cutting edge science, and you really don't have any real life experience, and you kind of look like a pussy too. I mean,
How do
let's
you
be honest.
know all this about us? You just going off impressions?
The dog told him.
Well, the dog didn't have to tell me shit vocally. He told me through his action.
He
Yeah,
humped
I
your
have
leg.
several friends who have schizophrenia,
Actually-
and like I love them very much. Like they're pretty cool.
Okay, well, you can hang out.
I'm so curious about the psychic dog now.
Yeah.
No, dude. Okay, if y'all know about cutting edge science, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, then it's not
We
my
have
bad.
a scientist on the
I'm
panel.
not here to fucking inform you on nothing, dude. I don't really have an agenda except to hang out.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
and if you aren't aware of the cutting edge science that has proven animals have psychic capabilities, then you're just a fucking dumb fucking bitch.
All
Well,
right.
I have a question.
Ooh.
Why?
Number one.
Why? I have a
Number one, what
question.
do you
Why do
mean
you
by
want to hang
psychic
out with dumb bitches?
capabilities?
Why are you here to hang out with dumb bitches?
Because I'm a scientist.
Oh, what?
I didn't catch that.
Scientist.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I believe it's how the Germans
So-
say scientist, or Jews say scientist. Okay.
A
I think I
scientist?
found
Is
this
that what
cutting
he
edge
said?
science from a year ago. Yeah. Okay, so I found the study this dude was talking about on doggonegoodclickercompany.com, entitled The Mystical World of Dogs, exploring their psychic abilities.
Wait a minute.
Here, I can put it in the
Clicker.
back chat.
Is that's that thing in the
Yeah.
hand, right? Where they click it and the dog responds. Pavlov's dog.
Oh no, it's something called the Clicker Company.
yeah.
Which I don't even know what it is.
No, it's called
This
Doggone
website-
Good, the Clicker Company.
Okay, just this website alone.
But yes.
Alone is not inspiring much confidence.
Well, it's a very, it's a good source.
That's
Trust
not
me,
what
bro.
I'm talking about, but at least you have a certain quickness about you. I respect that because you quickly articulated a few things. Quickness can be
I
respectable.
don't know. I googled dog psychic powers cutting edge science, and it was
and
just
you
like
read
top
the
result.
first. You read the first things you said. So, I mean, you're faster than a lot of people, but it's not all about speed either.
It's
Right.
Google.
I mean, I didn't know what else to type in. The whole dog journal has an article from 2001 about telepathic communication
People
with your
that are
dog.
high level intellects know what I'm talking about. They ain't have to Google shit.
People who are level 12
High
intellects.
intellect. We do have to Google stuff. We do it all the time.
No.
Even low
Excuse me,
level people
I'm
have to
sorry.
Google.
Higher
We don't
beings
just-
let the information seep into their skull rather than come
Well,
through their ears.
people that are on the cutting edge in certain areas are already aware of what's going on.
I'm sorry, sir. We are on the bleeding edge. You on the cutting edge have been left behind.
The cutting edge is that way.
I'm on the
Got him.
leading edge.
Absolutely destroyed. What? That's not a real thing, dude. You can't just like make stuff up.
I haven't made anything up, dude. I'm just fucking
I'm not
chilling,
talking to you. I'm talking to Chuck.
Oh, my bad.
Anyway, Solo,
But
you
you
were
thought it
saying,
was
or wait, you're not willing to explain, so never mind. I will keep googling.
No, I will explain
Power
to a
dogs.
certain. I will explain to a certain level, but
Just show us a link or something. that
Just
has
point me to a
explain-
DOI number, and I will shut the fuck up.
but
Yeah, sorry. Of the many subjects I
There-
read up on, like dog brains, just low on the list, man. Like,
well,
that's-
that is
Yeah.
something they've done. Scientific studies that proven the psychic abilities of dogs. If there's something else,
All right. What do
the
you
science-
mean when you
the
say
science-
psychic abilities? Number one, what do you mean when you say
Foresight.
psychic abilities?
foresight, they can see what's happening. They can know what's
Prophecy.
happening before the future happens. It's a futuristic foresight that's been proven.
That's
How?
literally on that website that I linked in the back chat. So maybe I was on the right
All right,
one.
so maybe that's referencing what I'm talking about. I don't know.
The Clicker Company. What's
Same company that does ShamWow.
Yes, the website
Website
looks
does
about
have
like a
premonition on
website
it.
that would sell ShamWow. The Doggone Good Clicker Company, 2024.
That sounds
box
gay as
click-
fuck.
What's
I
a
actually
That
found
sounds
clicker?
gay
something.
as fuck, dog. Dog owned the clicker company.
What is a clicker? Shop blank clickers and
Oh,
bags.
wait.
It's a little plastic thing that
Yes,
clicks.
yes.
That,
You train your dog with it to go by the click.
okay.
That's
So
why I
this
said
company
analog
that
dog.
sells these little plastic clickers has an article about the psychic ability of dogs. That's the cutting edge science. It's being
I don't think
proven.
anyone would disagree.
Yeah,
that
it's-
brains work different than humans.
Yeah, you're not a fucking scientist, Jeff. So maybe you shouldn't comment.
But isn't
It's
this
not-
what science looks like? I mean, how do you
It's
tell?
no longer cutting edge science. It's already accepted science, dude. That it was cutting edge 10 years ago.
What's the
right now they have like psychic dogs in the army, right?
anything to
Psychic
back
robot
that up?
dogs.
The data, peer review, anything like
Well,
that.
Yeah, there's actually this
article?
study in. Yes, actually, so in 1998, there is a paper published in the British Journal of Psychology examining can animals detect when their owners are returning home. I haven't finished reading it yet, so I don't know the answer.
I
But
know
you
when
know,
people are coming to
maybe.
my house. I can tell
It's
when
based
someone's-
on time. That's why they know.
No,
It's
well,
a
but you're from
trained
Tennessee. You're from
response.
Tennessee, so we have to deduct the 3 or 4 points from you automatically.
Why? Why?
I'm not from Tennessee.
Well, you're representing Tennessee, so now we have to. You're not from there, but you're representing it, so we have to deduct about 10 points now.
Why?
Because that's the only 10 that we see.
I'm just fucking around, though.
You're
Well,
good.
where are you
You're
from?
good.
So we could calculate your IQ points.
I'm from Texas, dude. I would love to go to
Oh, that's-
Tennessee.
What
Now
part
wait a
of
minute.
Texas?
There's only two things that come from Texas.
Uh-oh.
One of them starts
Oh,
with
you
a
get-
Q.
Yep. The other one starts with an S. Steers and queers.
And
Homos.
what part of Texas? That's going to determine the IQ points, the IQ adjustment modifier.
That's true. The blue part or the red part of Texas.
Austin and everything else.
You mean Little Mexico?
So it's well, it's
Well,
not Austin.
dude, Texas. Let me tell you like this way. One time I went to Breckenridge, Colorado. And my ski instructor told me that Texans were evil. I'm just a little kid, right? I'm like, well, why are Texans evil? He looks me dead in the fucking eyes. And he says, because Texans are evil. And I was like, whoa, dude. Like, but it took me a while to figure it out. But I know what he's talking about now, dude.
That's until you found out about Tennessee.
No,
I mean, they
Tennessee's
are always
a whole-
threatening to like leave the government and shit like that. So
They are always.
they like to bring that up a lot. They're always like, "We could just leave." We're like, "Yeah."
Oh,
go
like
try."
just rhetorically.
Yeah, it's like part of their thing. You know,
Yeah.
we're Texas. We used to be a country, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think.
Uh,
Some people are saying it's going to be the next
Texas is a lot
California.
like Scotland. You know, the main problem with Texas is all the Texans. Same thing with Scotland. The main problem with Scotland is all the fucking Scots.
No, nice.
Rupert
nice movie
Sheldrake.
reference. I caught that.
Why does that name sound familiar?
So it turns out from this 1998 study, they found out dogs are not psychic. They cannot, or they don't have powers of premonition. However, it was only a study on one dog, and further studies should probably be done to confirm this result.
Right, and
Oh,
it was
that's-
a
that's not what I'm talking
parapsychology
about.
researcher.
That's definitely not what I'm talking
That's
about.
not
It's not like
cutting
it
edge
might have been.
science.
I know for a fact dogs are psychic because I've lived with a fuck ton of dogs in the goddamn woods and experienced it firsthand. And you can believe me or not, and I really don't give a fuck one way or the other.
Look,
Totally.
no one's not saying
Yeah.
that dogs have like heightened senses in a way from humans and are more attuned to things than humans and things like that. But making the claim that dogs can literally see into the future with their dog brains, like that's
Well, that
Okay,
that
man.
proves your low level of intelligence because you don't know the definition of psychic. It's not that
We
hard.
did ask you. They did ask.
yeah. We did ask you to clarify.
Are you talking about like consciousness?
And then
No.
what you
I
literally
wouldn't
said
say
was
it
they
a
can see into
basic-
the
It
future.
was a basic fucking definition, that not a hard one. I mean, I don't even know what the fuck definition I'm going by. The basic fucking one, dude.
And it's not hard, and you still don't know it.
So far, the
Yeah,
definition you've given
that's
was
how
like
easy
they
it
can
is.
tell the
Your,
future.
your
and
That's how
shit.
easy
entire argument
it is.
is just that dogs have brains and think thoughts. Like, okay, yeah, we'll backtrack and say like
No.
are bad. Like,
Yeah.
but you were generally basically saying that they had psychic powers and were
I didn't say
clairvoyant.
shit about powers, dude. What
I'm pretty sure you said the word clairvoyant. I'm pretty sure you
Abilities.
literally said
Oh, I
clairvoyant.
Not
said the word
powers, just
clairvoyant.
abilities.
This dude's stretching now. I said the word clairvoyant. Yep. Well, you know what? I agree, dude. I mentally threw the word clairvoyant in there.
I mean, can they see into the future? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, to be fair, I can also see into the future, so it's not like completely like out of pocket to think that a dog could do it too. Like that's like a pretty like like tiny brain task. Me, someone who's galaxy brained, like obviously has that power along with dogs.
Not only can dogs look into the future, but the future exists.
Allegedly.
No, man,
I don't know if I go that far. I know that right now exists, probably.
Deterministically set. Like if you see the future, it's done. Dogs are the key to reality.
Presuming we don't all collectively have schizophrenia.
Oh, this must be true because they are making all these robotic dogs.
Psychic robot.
See, the government says that's why they're making all the robot dogs. So like,
that's carrying machine guns. Yep.
Apparently they can, because science has studied. They found a
they're
way.
like the
to determine.
Cassandra of the animal kingdom.
Yeah.
They can see the future, but cannot stop it.
Yeah.
That's true, dude. You can't stop it. I've seen it, dude. It'll smack you straight in the face. I mean, like
the dog will
see the future.
It's coming, dude.
Here.
A DMT trip does not count as the future.
But gravity and
the machine elves.
and the ground, the acorns and the dirt and the grass, that counts as the future, dude.
Gravity?
What?
The
think
future
any of
is
that counts as
coming
the
and you
future.
can't stop it, dude.
You picked like gravity's the worst example of that because we have no fucking idea like why gravity works. Gravity might not work like tomorrow or like 2
gravity's
seconds
what
from now. Like
happened-
there's no.
Well, okay,
future
dude.
is
Well,
already
actually, it's
here.
real easy, dude. Gravity's what's happened if someone like drops you out of a plane or like puts you 30 foot in the air and then you're no longer restrained by anything. You're gonna fucking head towards the ground where there's grass and acorns and shit like that.
Well, corn is yellow, so.
So what do you want to call it, dude? Gravity. It's like the define God. Gravity's more basic than God is.
I mean, again, given that like we have no good explanation for why gravity exists, like how it does, because it defies like all of our logic.
Well,
So,
okay.
again,
Well,
not a
what do you
great-
want to call? What do you want to call if I take you to a 3-story building and throw you out the window? What do we call that?
We would probably call that gravity if I fell, like especially the entire way down. But like if I
But
stopped
then,
falling halfway down,
it might be like what's ever down there, like a car, a fucking parking meter, a fucking
A hoe.
yeah. No, exactly, dude. But, well, my personal experience has to do with acorns and the grass, you know.
Yeah, you mentioned.
for sure.
That's like Aristotle, teleology. And
Oh, it's like
the
Isaac Newton
forms
and
that
the
Jeff knows about
in
hoes,
nature.
mate. Jeff knows about these hoes. Maybe me and Jeff need to hang out.
You can go on Kendra G. Is she still alive? I'm supposed to go on her tomorrow or one day this week. Oh, tomorrow's Labor Day. No, she's not. Is she live?
Wait. Oh no, I'm thinking of Cynthia.
No,
G.
she only goes about an hour. Oh, okay. Well, that's weird. People stream for only an hour.
I mean, if you're falling out of windows and hitting hoes, dude, you must be in a happening place.
I'm gonna see if I can get my dog to do a 4-hour stream. Can you do that for me, dog? Test my psychic ability? Huh? Yeah, you can. All right. You know how to use a computer? Oh. Dog said no.
But how do you test telepathy with one dog? You need at least two, right? Or is it
You
dog
need-
to human?
You need
Human,
more than
obviously.
one.
Who gives a fuck about a dog?
Okay.
Well, it's more about intellect, man.
There's no repeatability study done.
Well, we don't need to study
I
how
did one.
repeatable it is.
Yeah, you done one, right? That's the article said they did
Yeah, I
one
mean, as soon
dog,
as your dog
one
makes your head
study.
explode, we know he has psychic
Dude,
powers.
he read the gayest article he could find. Are you kidding me? Give me a break.
Oh, listen, I found an actual like published
Pick
thing.
one without the rainbow flag at the top, dude. Come on.
We did. We found a
What?
scientific
Yeah.
one, and it
On the
said
Google
that it was
search.
one dog. It was a parapsychology researcher, and they found no.
That's not the study, dude. Come on.
Well, then why don't you provide it? Why are we having to
Parapsychology.
go?
Because I'm
Yeah.
not here to debate. I'm just chilling.
Well, then
dude.
why have we spent the last hour debating this if you're not here to debate it? I'm not
just
here to talk about this topic, and I'm not going to provide
I'm
any
just
evidence
chilling.
for it. But let's
No,
keep it going for an hour.
I have personal experience with it. Well, I've seen what my dogs did when the crooked ass cops came to my fucking property, dude.
They just
Oh,
randomly wandered
what?
onto your property.
Well, the randomness is not random. It probably wasn't random, but whatever.
Yeah, because they
What'd you
have much
do to
better
break the
ears
law?
and noses and senses than you. Like,
What
nothing
law
can
did
see
you
the
break?
future.
Cops just don't wander on the property without a reason. Last time I checked.
All these hoodlums, like the panelverse is half ex-cons.
Oh yeah, that's slow. You know what I find is people that get in trouble, they
Railing against the
automatically.
government.
Yes,
Imagine
yes,
that.
No, it's
yep.
what it is the look for the people who are yelling the loudest about morality, and you will almost always find the people who break their own
We
morality
found the
the
one with
most.
the record.
Yeah, exactly.
We know who has the mugshot.
Instant. They turn into instant haters. It's somebody else's fault. The cops, the government. But yet,
They're
what
victims of
part?
tyranny because they can't commit the crimes freely with
I
impunity.
know
There
from
you
this point on,
go.
I'm blaming the psychic dogs with everything. Like, it's damn
I found
psychic
another
dogs.
paper about after-death communications from non-human animals. So maybe that's the cause of our problems. Just a bunch
Non-human
of pissed off dead
animals.
dogs.
Well, wasn't there a movie that was called All Dogs Go to Heaven?
Yes, an older
There
one.
we go. Proven now. All dogs go to heaven.
It's that same.
Got it
It's this
figured
Rupert
out.
Sheldrake guy. He's some
All dogs don't go to
paranormal
heaven,
researcher.
dude.
Well, yeah, the abstract references that study is like another study. It's like, hey, we were testing psychic dogs. Oh, okay. Sheldrake does have a 2023 study. Okay, this dude's been at it for a minute. Who the fuck is he? Sheldrake.
He believes.
Experiences dying animals.
He's not related to L. Ron Hubbard, is he?
No. Unless he,
We don't know.
changed his entire name and never said anything about Scientology.
Nothing about dead aliens living in volcanoes in this study.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
Oh, there's a second edition of Dogs That Know When Their Owners Are Coming Home. Fuck.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's a book. Me.
Oh, he expanded it.
Is it a study or is it just
second
a
edition?
book?
I swear to God,
I
if it's
understand.
leads
No,
to some
I
secret
understand.
CIA
You've,
program.
you've had no
We're
real
dogs
world experience.
or
I can
psychic
understand that.
powers.
I have experience with dogs. I've had dogs around.
I was talking to On the Spectrum, Mr. X.
So what does
I
it
still have this
mean
name
then
from
when the
Verbal
dog
Combat.
humps
I've never
your
changed
leg?
it, and
Oh. Was that this week? Did you win?
oh no, it was my first time I went on, and I've not been on
Oh,
since
way back
because,
when. You still
I
haven't
don't
changed
know. Right? Yeah. But yeah, either the questions have been bad or I've been too late.
Yeah,
Or also, I hate being
grew-
there.
I had a good time.
I grew tired of that show.
Effigy, who won this week?
Wally won again.
Wally.
I think the chat felt bad because they took it from him last week, like at the last minute, which was really funny.
To be fair,
I
he
got in
deserves to be
I got-
bullied.
I got thrown in this 2v2. It was really funny, and I got my partner was Brick, and I just said, For the first time ever, I had never done this because I don't usually do this. I just said fuck it, and I just decided to troll. So I just started roasting the guys, and I actually won.
I was about to say, yeah. I watched the one with Andrew, and that was a really tough topic to argue because I found myself, like you kind of did too, like agreeing with.
I was so deer in the headlights. Like the one thing in my head was to not let this be entertaining, so that it wouldn't get clipped everywhere.
Oh,
I'm serious. I took the temperature down so much. I tried so hard not to like put myself in a spot where he could just start roasting me.
He handled you very respectfully and completely differently than he handles me when we try that. It's like Andrew has a different debating style depending on how the person he's debating makes him feel, like subjectively.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. He'll reflect directly back.
Yeah,
like
even if he disagrees with you, he'll be civil and polite with you if he's not getting a certain read on you.
When he did his poison the well bit, because I was being pretty boring intentionally. When he did his poison the well bit and basically talking shit about the person who popularized gender and how he was a pedophile and all that other stuff. I just took a step and I was like, okay, talk about something else. Because I'm not taking that bait.
Yeah, I forgot his name. John Money.
Yeah, I had no sense of how I did in that. So
my sense was that there wasn't enough disagreement there to drive one-on-one, and that y'all were just trying to find some conflict in there that wasn't really there.
I thought if I had a little bit more time, because I wouldn't say I was being sneaky, because I wasn't. I was really, like I said, I was very deer in the headlights on that, because I was not expecting to get thrown into a debate with Andrew Wilson right at the top of that, or ever really. But I had him at the end agreeing that there were preferences that people have that were not linked to their sex, and I was like, oh, I'm so close.
But I could see it coming. I knew you were going to be fatality.
Oh, I mean, look, I've told Easy before. I know when I'm there, I'm a punching bag. I know that. My win is existing as long as I can in that place. Also, like, there are many times where, like, it's frankly, even me watching, I'm like, this is boring. Somebody needs to get up there and talk shit, because a lot of the guys, they only know how to argue their conservative position.
Right, it's just a big circle jerk, and that's what I struggle with. Where it's like I want to go in there and be in the den, but also not with these ones specifically.
Andrew Wilson's a stupid motherfucker, dude. Is that who y'all are talking about?
The Crucible.
Yeah, he's a fucking dumbass, dude.
He's spiky.
I would say he's
really
stupid.
sharp on, and there's
a good
areas that he just has
rhetorician,
these
though.
Yeah.
Very
chasms
good at
of
rhetoric.
ignorance.
Right. Yeah, he's many things, but stupid is not one of them.
Yeah.
So you think he's high level intellect? You think he's on high level intellect?
I mean, he can beat probably like 90% of people in a debate, given any topic that he doesn't actually care about. Like, yeah, like he could probably out-talk.
That seems weird to me, but it's interesting, I guess, dude. My impression of that dude, he's dumb as fuck. I've seen that dude. I just looked at that dude. My impression of that dude is he's dumb as fuck.
I mean,
sometimes
I don't agree with the things he says, but there's a ton of people I don't agree with that I just wouldn't dismiss out of hand and say they're stupid. There are a ton of intelligent people that I disagree with.
He's manipulative, obviously. But
I mean,
manipulative isn't necessarily high level intelligence in my opinion.
Well, it's his efficacy at that is what's notable. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's one thing to be really manipulative, and it's another, to like be able to do it without even really trying. Like, yeah, like I don't know. He can, as I said, probably walk over 90% of anyone who were to challenge him on anything.
That glib and superficial, they call it.
Because I've had several different people from different areas try to get me to go participate to fuck with that dude.
Sure. Yeah, I got banned from his Discord, so I didn't really fuck with him there. I was just fucking with his fan base. I mean, I know why. It's because I'm a fucking lefty, I guess. I mean, I didn't.
They have lefties. They have what's his face, Korath. They love him.
Oh yeah.
He's as left as they come.
I'm very hateable though. Is the thing. I kind of have that like smug asshole vibe. So like, you know, I don't know.
So you think it was for emotional reasons or irrational factors?
I mean, yeah, like just like the situation itself, where it's like came into a conversation, was like, I don't like this, go away. Like, okay.
I think I've won over a lot of people over there, though, because even though I disagree with them vehemently on a lot of things, though, I've found my little things here and there to connect people, and that's, like I said, that's part of my mission, not just to push back on some of the things I think they're fucking insanely wrong at, but also to show, like, you guys have to stop thinking of people as the other, because I'm sitting here right in front of you. You know, we're just people.
I say that about y'all.
Yeah,
Well, I think it's crazy.
I see y'all
the
do it more
only time I've ever heard about that, dude, is two different people said, 2 different times off of YouTube, they said, well, let's go fuck with this dude. And it was that dude y'all were just talking about.
Andrew.
Cool, good story, bro. Yeah, we had already moved on.
Yeah, I think it's the left.
So y'all think that
That's
dude's
not-
on the left?
No, I think it's the left that has very shallow stereotyped views of the people that they have issues with and don't challenge them or get to know them.
Well,
I think I see more of that on the left, and that could be my bias.
Okay, am I right or am I wrong?
That's kind of divisive, don't you think?
Jeff, my opinion of you is you identify like to the right, or am I right or am I wrong?
I'm center right. I'm enlightened centrist. I lean right. But it depends on the issue, too.
That's a stupid question, but I had to ask.
Well, I hope the answer was not stupid.
Well, it doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't even fucking matter, dude. Like, I think it's all fucking extra gay, dude.
Not just normal gay.
I'm super
extra gay.
I wish people who use that term as a prerogative, a pejorative, would just like understand that it means you're just saying nothing. We just have to sit there and listen to you say that and just be like, I don't know if he was just saying it was dumb or if he just disagreed with it.
That's what it means.
I'm pretty happy, dude. Considering everything, my
Weird
life experience,
signal
I'm
that
extremely
like-
happy. I'm a very happy person, you know.
You sound very happy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just like that Pharrell song. You have strong feelings about Pharrell? Do you like his
Perry
tennis
Farrell?
shoes?
Yeah,
No,
Perry
Pharrell.
Farrell's
No, not Perry Farrell.
Pharrell,
is
the
it
pop artist.
Pharrell. P-H-A-R.
Yeah. R-E-L.
Yeah.
Pharrell, the black gay dude?
Yeah.
He's not gay.
Is he gay? I didn't know he
don't
was
think.
gay.
Maybe a little
Doesn't fucking
effeminate. I don't know.
matter.
He designed shoes, so that's kind of
If
gay.
he
Like
designed
someone gay,
shoes, come on,
you
dude, quit
know,
playing. He designed shoes.
I mean, he has a whole ass clothing line, ice creams. It's actually pretty dope. You probably couldn't afford it, but
You're probably
See,
right.
see what you did there.
No,
that
was
did not
no,
add to
that
the
was awesome,
conversation.
dude. No, that's honest, dude. That's honesty.
me?
That's pure honesty.
That he thinks you're poor, or
Well,
ignorant, or
with-
somehow your
he has
economic
his
status and your
own
intelligence is
definitions of poor.
correlated.
We all have our definitions of poor and wealthy. You know, he's
I go
entitled
by
to
the
his.
government, by the IRS brackets.
oh, for sure. I go by like whether or not you can afford a $100 T-shirt, because if you can afford that, you're. I mean, you
Well,
might be poor and
I have
ignorant,
multiple
but
shirts. I have multiple shirts that cost more than $100, but that doesn't necessarily
T-shirts,
mean
just plain T-shirt.
well, they're actually.
If they came in a pack, they're not $100 T-shirts. If you had to unwrap plastic to get to
They
the,
mark significant prophetic predictions. Not prophetic, but the expensive shirts that have marked shit where I got a whole bunch of money.
wait, what?
okay. Can you give me an example of where one of these shirts is from?
It has to do with sports speculation.
Sports, but like speculating on like fantasy sports or like watching sports or
Gambling on sports.
okay. Or did you get it while gambling on sports? Did you bet $100 for the shirt and then you won the shirt and now you're saying it costs $100?
I was not listening, dude. I won a bunch of money because I correctly bet on some shit and won a fuck ton of money. So I bought a certain memorabilia to
Okay, so okay,
to mark that moment.
Yeah, that's not like okay. That's not streetwear. Like you bought like an antique jersey, and like that's not like a
No,
shirt.
it is streetwear.
But I was talking about a plain T-shirt, just like
Or, I mean, I don't think that
But
necessarily matters. Like if it's
I
sufficiently
live
like limited edition, then
I
yeah.
live
I want to know if he has the money to spend $100.
Well,
on
I
a
have no
T-shirt.
problem believing that there was a $100 T-shirt at a live event that is specific to that event and only sold one time. Like I've seen that kind of stuff before. So I
Yeah,
have
but
no problem
anybody
believing
would
that.
pay $100 for that, even poor people, if it's some kind of rare piece of memorabilia. But to go spend $100 on a little plain
A name brand,
white,
Richie Rich,
like the Gap used to have these
Like,
little
yeah.
plain T-shirts. They were like $30,
Well, yeah,
40,
I mean,
$50.
like there
That's
are boutiques
bomb.
out there. Like again, like Ice Creams is a brand that started in collaboration with Pharrell that sells like $120 T-shirt with like this cartoon dog across it, and
That kind
it's
of
a
stuff.
fucking
Like to me,
$120
that's
T-shirt.
not something poor people would buy.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
So,
okay,
not
so that's why
spend
I'm asking about
$100.
like where the shirts are from. When it's just
what I
if
bought
it's like
isn't
from a
a
concert or
it's not a
something.
T-shirt.
Oh.
What I bought is not a T-shirt. It's like top of the line shit.
we will
Like,
get
Do
to
you
the
wear it?
Harvard shirt.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was
wear
just
it.
trying to get a sense of how poor you were, so I
I'm
could
bored, dude.
challenge Jax. I was trying to.
That's a good thing, dude. Like the perception of wealth is I have enough wealth to walk around naked when I turn my cameras off.
I do too.
I mean,
Wow, and I'm poor.
that is a
Some deep shit, man.
I'm living in luxury, way
But-
more than I
But
realized.
guess what, dude? Every time I take a dump, I fucking do it on the ground like an Indian.
Okay, well that's
wait, feather or dot.
Feather, dude. Or
Okay.
and dot. They both lay logs the same way, dude.
That's why I asked.
all right. Well,
Depending on different circumstances, but yeah.
it was fun hanging out. So I don't know where to go from there. So I'm gonna say goodbye. So take care. Yeah. So yeah, I need a palate cleanser, and B, if y'all want to wrap up, have anything to say to wrap up. I'll go 5 more minutes. I'll go 5 hours.
Oh, we're almost there. I don't know. I don't really. I probably don't.
Do you have
disagree
any
with
like
Advocacy.
some? Is there anything we didn't resolve, or do you have any like summary thoughts?
I've never met a psychic dog.
Well,
I'm
they're out
unsure. You know, I have a
And the
friend
day-
who
the
insists
day
that
I
one of their dogs
do-
is psychic.
I will proclaim it on the internet loudly.
I
Tell
I
for all
do
to hear.
know like that animals are supposedly able to sense human emotion like
Sure, I have no problem believing
before
that.
humans even become aware of it. The animal is like all tuned in to what your emotions are doing. I've heard stuff like that.
Yeah, animals can pick up on vibes, whatever the fuck those are.
Yeah. Well, that isn't that the epistemology of the left, vibe epistemology. So I thought you would be the person I would go to find out what vibes were. So if you don't know what they are, we're screwed.
Oh, I mean, listen, you don't want to talk about my epistemology, all right?
I do now, especially since you tell me I don't want to. I want to
Yeah.
find out what about it would make me not want to talk about it.
The ultimate skepticism and the depth of the anti-realism.
It's probably going to be the anti-realism, because I'm a skeptic too. Like the depth of the skepticism is probably not going to bother me, but the anti-realism might.
But yeah, no, I I don't know, whatever.
But
We're
you
strong.
don't strike me as a skeptic.
What do you mean? I'm a fucking scientist. That's all
I know, but
what
you-
science
you-
is
you-
trying to prove
I,
stuff
I,
wrong.
in my brief experience with you, you seem less critical when it comes to some things than I think a skeptic would be, or that I would be as a skeptic.
I mean, I'd be interested in seeing, or I don't know if you have any examples offhand, not to put you on the
Basically, like
spot.
the kind of stuff we've been talking about, the DEI stuff, the gender, the racism, the stuff on the left that we disagree about. I think some of those, I don't even want to say I don't know where you get your conclusions, because I think they come off of the assumptions that you adopt, but I think those assumptions are adopted uncritically or can be adopted with more rigor.
I feel like that's projection. Like I don't know. Like when I hear about the legislated like DEI classes in Seattle, like I would like to see the material.
No, Washington
like,
State, not even just Seattle. The entire state of Washington. Every single person in this state.
Yeah,
that
again, for sure.
works for
Yeah,
the state.
you have 4 paragraphs that it's describing a 10-hour training module that, like, alongside a bunch of other training modules.
And those 4 paragraphs don't lose the significance that there was enough in only those 4 paragraphs to raise my alarms.
Yeah,
So
your alarms.
Just
and
those
like,
brief paragraphs.
Yeah, for sure. I don't. I'm not saying you don't have a right to feel that way about it, but like I don't know, I'm not that alarmed. Like I would like to see more information, and I'm like reserving judgment.
Well, you
it
asked
could
for
be
an
concerning.
of an example of where I think you would.
Well, yeah. Well, I feel like you're
less
being
skeptically, and implicit bias would be one of those, I suppose, because that's what the systemic racism theory rests on, at least in these training modules. It looks.
What do you mean? I'm expressing more skepticism than you are, like technically.
About
because,
implicit bias?
No, about like the evaluating the DEI program, because like you're reading 4 paragraphs that describe a 10-hour, experience.
No, you're talking about that specific training program, but I'm talking about the concept of implicit bias and unconscious bias in general, because that's what one of the things the training program is based on. So that's like one of the foundations of that training program.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, like I have the research; it's buried somewhere. But yeah, I have the like articles that explain why, like like some of the statistical basis for implicit bias are a little wonky, and like the metrics behind that are vaguely debated. But like yeah, like I know both sides of it. But like yeah, like I mean, I believe that in-group, out-group bias is a thing. I believe that people will associate with people most like them, and in a place as large as America, that tends to be like your neighborhood, which is generally like racially segregated, and like yeah, like I don't think there's like it's weird to argue that like, oh, if you see someone who's like very different than you, who's like speaking like 20% a different language, and like to not be kind of standoffish about that, even like
there's a lot of assumptions packed in there, and my experiences certainly don't work that way. And I'm thinking maybe that's a neurotypical thing, and they need to review it for neurodivergence too. Because maybe a lot of us don't work that way. What you're describing to me does not track with my own experience of how I encounter and interact with people. So maybe it's the middle of the curve this applies to you.
Like, are you measuring like are you?
I'd say it's definitely
like how are like as a white male? Like how are you?
See,
gauging how racist?
that which you already did. You are assigning an identity to me as a white and reducing me to whiteness, whatever that is, which I don't even identify as white. So you're putting me in a box that I wouldn't even put myself in. And then male, what is male? There are people in this panelverse that don't even think I'm male.
So
do you see the problems already with these conversations and these concepts and using them in this way? It already created a barrier to conversing about it. When you said me as a white male, you assigning me an identity as a white male already created a communication breakdown.
Well, to be fair,
so if you were a DEI trainer, we would have this issue in the classroom from the start, like the first day of class.
Okay. Am I a DEI trainer?
No, but I'm making a point about my resistance to DEI. This is one way of doing it. So the fact that you just just step back and look at the reaction that the fact that you just assigned me a category which I didn't even consent to or identify into. Look at what it's having on me.
He was asking you a question.
No, he told me as a white male. He defined me as a white male.
Yeah,
he said
you
as a white. He didn't ask me. He identified me himself. You as a white male, whether it was a part of a question or not. He categorized me as a white male. And the whole thing is you're supposed to let the other person tell you what their identity. Like you're supposed to ask their gender, ask their pronouns, but it's fine to put somebody in the white male box without asking them. Hey, Hank.
Hey, listen. I just call you like whatever, like race or color that I feel like you represent.
So maybe you're maybe you need this implicit bias because you're the one with it.
So if you don't care about people's pronouns,
because when you use words like you as a white male, I already think you have some kind of assumptions about that in the first place because for even using those words, because there's much more granular ways of identifying me.
Kim, like you said earlier, right? You said earlier that you're going to use those words depending on what you see, what your mind tells you to see, right? So I mean, it'd be kind of the same thing, right? So we see, in my ear, he was saying, "Do you identify as?" Like he was asking the question, but to me,
what was the exact question? Refresh my memory.
He was asking do you identify as a white male? Like,
I didn't hear him say, "Do you identify as a white male?" I heard him say something like, "You as a white male." I was already assigned white male.
He stopped himself. He said, "Do you?" He was like, "You as," and then said, "Do you identify as?" He was.
I didn't hear. I'll go back and watch the stream, but I definitely didn't hear him.
I apologize if I'm wrong. But to me,
but what was the specific question about the white male thing?
I don't know. I only got halfway through my sentence before you.
Before I had a reaction. So, and I want that reaction to stand as part of my point as well, because I'm not the only one having this reaction.
I can't get past this about like when you talk about people's pronouns and trans people and I'm just gonna call you he, she, Laura, like whatever the fuck, and I don't really care. Like that's not my problem. Like that's your problem.
Right.
I guess can't you get over the fact that you're like a white male ?
No, I'm a white male to you in your brain, just like that trans person is a male in my brain, even though they look female.
Okay, and why are you having such a strong
because
reaction to
I
that?
assumed you were trying to build a bridge here, but between your understanding and mine. So starting out classifying me as a white male and not caring how I feel about it or not is not going to further that conversation.
And are you having a strong reaction to that because other people who have started sentences out that way have said some hurtful shit, or is it because do you even know the question that I was asking?
I don't like being reduced, and I don't like being mischaracterized, and I think it does both of those.
Did I mischaracterize you?
I'm trying to figure that out because I'm trying to figure out the original question about the white male, because I may be in your scenario. I may be a white male. I don't know the full question.
Okay,
but to assume that I am is what.
Yeah, don't assume you can.
And it was the largest about identity politics in general, because this just happened to be whiteness and maleness, but it could be when you start atomizing people into their identities and then reducing them to that and making that be the factor more important than them as an individual, you risk getting this reaction from a lot of people.
So here's what I would do. Here's what I would do. I would ask someone to identify themselves, but if they refuse to classify themselves, then I'll do it for them to make my life simple. And if they get offended, good.
It's pretty straightforward, Hank.
Okay, wait, hang on. Jackson.
My volume low?
No, heard you loud and clear.
Okay. But yeah, I'll ask someone to identify themselves, but if they refuse to, I'll do it for them. I think it's just implicit. So. But that's why I don't get put in the DEI box like most other people. Even though I guess I would be kind of more leftist, or I don't know how left I am. So
I'm trying to understand Jack's here.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
I
anyway,
think what Jack's is saying,
I don't.
I think what they're saying in the chat is what he's saying in the chat is that some people keep calling you that to to otherize you and to try to put you in a specific box.
It is otherizing. And if I walked into a DEI training and the trainer said something to me like, "You as a white male," I would never make it through that training. So whatever the goal they're trying to accomplish in that training, it would not.
It's just
it would fail with
phrase. So for me personally,
you're not trying to understand what it is for me. You're insisting what it is on your end, and part of the whole DEI shit isn't it trying to get to know people and how they identify and what they see themselves as and their cultural background and getting to know their background and everything. That's what I'm talking about. You're imposing on me, and you're telling me my cognitive process.
No, what? I did nothing of the sort. I was using a descriptive claim about categories of people, like men, women, adults, children, white, black.
My reaction to that. If I
and that's fine. You could have a strong reaction to that.
If I was in a DEI train, and if what you're doing here is typical of the DEI mindset,
it's not.
I'm trying to illustrate some problems that would already lead to off the bat.
Sure, and
using
I
your
understand that
approach.
you're resistant to this, and like you have a bias like against like this sort of thing.
And I'm trying to understand more than anything. And if your goal was really to help me understand, you would tell me what the original question was, because that's where I got stuck. Instead, we're in this whirlpool
No, you didn't
about
get
something that's not even relevant to what I was originally trying to understand.
No, Jeff.
So I
you
think
didn't-
you're trying to get me to understand what you want me to understand, but you're not trying to understand the difficulty I'm having and what I'm trying to understand. And some of that could just be the spurgery, because I know that that's a challenge for a lot of us.
But not me.
Well, then help us out here, Hank.
Yes. So all you need to do to disable Jeff is say, well, see what you appear to me as. That way, that's you're actually taking the so-called right-wing position, and if he spurgs out there, you just say point out, oh, that's the right-wing position. It's not the EI. So then he has
Okay.
no ways to go.
Was that helpful?
Yeah. So, like again, I didn't get to my question because
Right.
you had your reaction in the middle of it. So like I don't know, it's
But
hard.
then I
or
tried.
whatever.
I tried to get back to the question, and I was
For sure,
not
for
the
sure.
one that
Okay.
didn't get us back.
So like for sure, cool. So like, as like, okay, I'm gonna call you the W word again, and like, if that's okay, because it's just part of my, it's part of a larger point that I'm making. But like, as like a white guy with autism, like how do you measure like how racist the people that you meet are? Like, because not only are you not black and don't get to have different experiences with like white and black people where people might treat you very differently, and like also you have autism and have struggle reading social cues. So like, what if someone is like super duper openly racist and that's just like a blind spot in your thing? Not to make you doubt yourself, of course, but like I'm curious on like like when you say statements is like, oh, I don't really like the people that I meet and talk to, I don't really think that's going on with them, and like I'm wanting to trust like in your experience, but also like there are these two barriers that I have where it's like like people don't treat you like they would treat a black person because you don't look like a black person.
So
all black people get treated the same way, and all white people get treated a
No,
different way.
like,
That-
again, the
that's
whole
one of my
idea of
problems
the-
with the theory right there. I don't
Hold
think
it.
it's-
I had to stop you earlier because you said autistic people have problem reading, which is that's really debatable because the so-called
reading social cues. No, it's not. It's
Yes.
not debatable.
Oh, absolutely, it's debatable because autistic people can't read me properly whatsoever. But there's
I get
misread.
misread all the time. So
Yes.
I think his point is it's not just autism, it's the double empathy problem. It's not just happening in one direction.
Yeah, like again, like yeah, if you struggle with social cues, like you probably lean more spurky than not. Like I don't know, like what, like I don't feel like that's arguable. Like maybe
But
you're really good at masking.
neurotypicals are not adept at reading our social cues either. It's not just us that
Yeah.
can't read their social cues. They can't read ours either. So the burden is not only on us, is the point.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But like, so like either way, it's not like a blame thing on you for being autistic. It's just like, hey, like it's a wash. Like like there's a big gap there in like like reading
no,
and,
no, no.
and
I
giving
honestly
social
didn't
cues.
understand your question, but you said something about an autistic person's not going to recognize somebody being openly racist. I don't know what your definition of openly racist is,
Yeah.
but if the racism is open, I feel like anybody would recognize it. So the autism is not going to be a barrier for somebody dressed in a white hood burning a cross. Like that open racism is not the issue here. The issue is this subtle invisible racism that nobody can see, but we're supposed to be convinced is there because you say it is, based on these implicit bias studies.
Yes, that is
They're
it.
mostly based on criminal justice outcomes and like.
Well, I'm not in.
Test
What does
scores.
criminal justice outcomes have to do with the workplace and the ordinary America? Like that, even that alone. Why do we have to know about
I mean, how do you think you keep people out of jail? Like, do you think you give them a job?
the
and,
jobs,
like,
the workplaces I'm looking to work in are not
Well,
with the people that are trying to be kept out of jail. They're with the people that don't need all that stuff. Like if it seems like maybe there's a specific population that may need this, but it's not most people.
again,
And then
how do you know that?
you also asked how I would recognize, or something about like how am I going to recognize the racism that I encounter every day? But I don't believe most people are racist. I don't believe I'm facing
And you can
racism
believe
every
that.
day when I walk out of my house. I believe racism is largely a non-issue in America unless you can demonstrate otherwise. And every time they try to, it's this, oh, look, there's these disparities, there's this unconscious it's nothing concrete you can see and touch and that science can define. It's always this narrative they try to convince you of.
Yeah, it's literally like racism. Like I can't like show you like even if I could go find like a like hooded dude like burning crosses, like I can't show you the part of his brain that makes him racist. Like yeah, like it's psychology.
Yeah, so
It's a
how
soft
do you
science.
know? How do you know it's there? How do you know that I have a racist part of my brain or Effigy has a racist? Like that's a disgusting assumption to begin with, that I'm racist.
I don't think I ever called you racist.
Well, that's
Have I
what
ever
the
called you
DEI.
racist?
That's what the DE. That's the assumption that DEI and the DEI trainings make.
Oh,
is that we're
did I
all
miss the part?
implicitly racist.
Did I miss the part in those 4 paragraphs where it says that everybody's racist?
I don't think implicit bias means implicit racist.
It does in
yes,
the
it does.
stuff I've been reviewing on my streams, which you could go back and watch. I've been going through it in detail. It's all about implicit bias, systemic racism. That is the underpinning of systemic racism, that the system is racist because all individuals in the system have these unconscious biases that causes the system, which is just the collection of the individuals in it, to be racist. So it's not the inanimate structure itself that's racist, because we've corrected all of that. But the racism is still there in the individuals. They're just not aware of it.
Yeah, I don't like that assumption.
And they're trying to,
No,
don't
it's-
try to gaslight me that this is not the issue coming out of DEI. I've been researching this stuff. I've been doing streams
sure,
on it.
Sure,
Let me
but
reply
let me
to
give you
that.
an example
Let
because
me
it's a matter
reply.
it's a matter of the positive and the negative, right? If I sent a person into a room and that room was split down the middle, the left side of the room was all black people and the right side of the people were all white people, the person who walked in that room more likely than not will go sit with the group that they find affinity with.
And so
not out of
what? That's
negativity,
fucking normal.
Not out of negativity toward the other group, toward a bias positively toward their group, right? Like, so it's not always implicit bias doesn't necessarily mean the negative aspect you're talking about. That's all I'm trying to say.
But there's nothing wrong with anything you're describing. So, like, why is there an industry around it at all? Who cares who somebody goes sit next to when they walk into the room? Every American has the right to determine who they associate with. Like, I don't want the government telling me who I have to go sit to in a room to avoid being perceived as racist. That shit is dumb.
I mean, that question could extend to everything they train you on in corporate world, right? When I was working for state governments, I had to take hours upon hours of training on things that I thought were pointless. So,
was it divisive? Was it pitting one form of American against another, oppressor oppressed?
I mean, I've deleted most of it from my memory.
Oh yeah,
Do you have
of
evidence
course.
that these trainings are resulting in that?
Hey, let me answer. It puts the people who come to work on time against the people who don't come to work on time. So
The studies I've seen show actually that none of this seems to have much effect. Like the corporations are paying for it and saying where are the results.
So,
yeah, it's a scam.
So there's no result. So nothing's changed. It's not
Yeah,
more
it's
divisive.
a
It's not
loop.
doesn't make
It's-
anything better.
Yeah,
It is.
the industry
Yes,
exists so that they
it
can
is my
stop themselves
belief,
from
and I
having
don't think it's
litigation.
an unreasonable one, that telling part of a country that the other part of them doesn't like them because of their race is an oppressor. I believe that to be divisive. I believe telling one half of the country that the other half of the country thinks negative about them because of the color of their skin is divisive. I absolutely do. And I don't think it's a wacky, insane take on that.
But what if it's true? Like
You
what if
have
it's true
to
for
show
everybody?
me it's true. And so far, as the furthest they can get is the implicit bias stuff, which
Okay,
you
so
yourself
what
has
would
said
you-
that you have studies that critique it.
What would you accept? So like if I could show you that like between 1980 and 2000 like people more likely to be sentenced to the death penalty, like when you control for all, like the type of crime, number of offenses, blah blah blah, and the only variable left is like, how black you are, like both in skin tone and features, and like more black people like got the death penalty than like, lighter skin,
You would
like,
have
more
to
whitish
show me
people.
before you make the assumption of why, and you'd have to show me at the individual level. So before you make the assumption of why a particular judge sentenced his people that way, you would have to show me that that's true. I cannot let you get away with making a negative assumption about somebody with no proof. That is divisive.
Yeah, well, there's no way to.
So you can't really prove it and show it. So what we want you to
Okay,
do
so
is
it's-
assume
so it's
it's there.
unfalsifiable.
Assume your fellow Americans are racist rather than assume that the racism's not there. Assume that we're all there for the same pro-social reasons to build a country together. Instead, you want us to assume that half of us are there with negative intent toward the other half. That is more divisive than assuming that we're there for the same goal. And I will argue that to the death. That it is more uniting. It is more. The social cohesion is greater when you're uniting around a common goal and shared values than when you're pitting one group against another based on superficial characteristics and giving one group a narrative about another group based on those characteristics. I will argue that my version is superior to that and less divisive any day.
I feel like you're being divisive about the DEI stuff.
Good.
I agree. So there's no way to prove that every individual in the society is
That's a serious charge. Racism, calling someone racism, you better be able to prove that shit if you don't want this reaction from people.
I don't take it seriously because I actually had friends that happen to be Nazis, so I really don't take racism out that much.
I don't either until I'm asked to defend why I have a problem that the state is asking people to do this in order to participate in the workforce of that state. That's where I have that problem. That's where this becomes a problem for me because it's starting to encroach on freedoms that I've taken for granted here in America. That's overreach to me.
It's pretty scamming if you ask me, though. So because
And I don't think states should subsidize those kind of scams and mandate them on the rest of us.
Yeah, because there's no evidence.
Like
supporting.
I don't argue against the vaccine because there's science behind the vaccine. I could understand the vaccine. This shit, they need to show me that this implicit bias is as valid as the science behind the vaccine.
Yeah, but you
before
don't
I'm
believe
going to
in
swallow
like,
it.
yeah, but you don't believe in any sort of racism that isn't like someone literally being like, I hate black people and I'm doing this, I'm doing
Where
this
did
awful
you
thing
get
to you
that
because of your
from?
race.
Where did
Because
are you
think,
asking me?
or I mean, I believe that the position that you gave is that like, racism can't be an unconscious thing. It has to be it can't be a system. It has to be a conscious actor doing it on purpose.
Yes, I do believe it has to be conscious. I do believe it has to be. Like
So you've
racists know they're racist. They know they don't like a particular group.
For sure.
And,
Yeah.
And even that's fine. Like you can't control that. People like what they like. It's if they take an act based on that, solely for that reason. That I would call racism. And that is an individual act. And there has to be an intention behind it.
So you've defined implicit bias.
Somebody going sit with a group of people because they're white is not racism to me.
Cool. So it is impossible for someone to like be a little racist and not know it.
Well, give me an example. And
someone who's a little bit racist.
Is the crisis of systemic racism over a little racism? Is that because that's not how DEI is presenting it? Like, there's a little racism we need to take care of.
You have 4 paragraphs to describe a 10-hour training that you have not engaged with at all, and you're telling me what that DEI stuff is saying?
I'm telling you the others. That's not the sole source of DEI. These 4 trainings. I've researched a lot of DEI stuff. I've done streams on it. I don't know why you're fixated on this one training. What the points I'm making are not limited to this one training. It's about all the DEI stuff in aggregate that I've been looking at.
It's because you haven't demonstrated that any like worse outcomes are coming out. It's just something that like you don't think is good. Like
you're watching a worse outcome right here. Look at my reaction to it. Look at the division it's causing just between the two of us.
Well, I mean, the most division that it's causing is because you're really upset about it, and I'm like, I don't know.
And I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, like I'm not saying there's definitely no reason to be upset, but like I would need more information to reach your level of alarm.
If there's no reason not to be upset, you don't need any more information. You can accept that I'm upset.
Oh, Jeff, unfortunately, I could turn your skepticism back around on you. Like, who else? Who else is having this reaction to it?
Oh, plenty of people. I spent years in Zoom calls of people coming in week after week after week telling their stories with this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a fun little paper.
I don't see a study. There's no study that says that the systemic...
Well, you can probably go pull up studies. I'm telling you why I know what I know. And what you asked me was, how do I know I'm not the only one acting this way? So that was the answer to that question. Right. I don't need a study to demonstrate that I'm not the only one reacting this way to this stuff.
Yeah, Jake, But Jack, this is an ideological thing, not a science thing. You have to.
That's what I keep trying to tell him.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm very pragmatic at the end of the day, and I need to see like harms caused, like actually, and like, and the harms caused is someone who's like, like up in arms about this and saying this is so divisive, who's like unwilling to give up the point, like has defined it. Obviously,
Is Donald Trump getting elected going to be harms caused?
Well, he's a criminal, so I would say potentially.
I mean, it lost a vote for your side, so that's one harm caused.
I mean, were you going to vote for my
side? It lost
side?
at least one vote for... That is the reason I'm not considering other issues on the left. That is the main reason. As long as that's on the table, that is a hard no. That is a red line for me. So were that not there, I may be a vote for your side. So it lost you at least one voter, and you can assume that I'm not the sole voter that left the party for that one reason.
Yeah. And
sure.
I left the Republican Party for different reasons, so... I
mean, we've all got different priorities,
and
right?
watch the Evergreen Protest documentary if you need a more visceral...
that guy.
Instance of why all this stuff bothers me.
Brett Weinstein, yeah, I remember him.
I don't think that's good. That's not what I want for my country. What I saw in those videos is not what I want for my future. And I don't think I have to defend it or justify it. I think the video speaks for itself.
To be fair, wait, I can never tell them apart. Is Brett the whiny bitch who thinks like all science is like made up and?
Yes, it's Brett.
Yeah, his brother is way cooler? Question mark. What is his brother's name?
Eric.
Eric. Yeah, Eric is not a dumb fuck. Brett is.
Yeah, Brett. Eric is the one who made his own theory of everything. So I'm familiar with both of them.
You had posted a link in the back, but it's 46 pages.
Yeah, sorry, it's a PhD thesis. That's actually Washington State. But yeah, it found that although race had no impact on the conviction rate, you weren't more likely to be found guilty if you were black or white. But if you were found guilty, you were 4 times more likely to be sentenced to death if you were black, or the more blacker that you were, or no, just if you were black. Sorry.
All right, that makes Jeff's point. There you go.
What do you mean? Like, I mean,
the sentence. Yes. So the conviction rate's the same. It's just the sentencing is kind of different. So.
Well, I mean, that's a difference, though, right? If black people are getting, the death penalty more often than white people, I would say that's like, but just because they're black, I would say that's bad.
But you don't know.
It doesn't mean it.
You haven't demonstrated that that's the one sole reason this is happening.
Yeah,
like I said, it's happening at the individual level. The judges or whoever sentences find out from them why they're sentencing black people at 4 times the rate than white people. They're the ones to talk to, not me, not the rest of America. We're not sentencing black people.
That gets
are you extrapolating from the fact that a few judges are doing it that the rest of America thinks like that too?
No, hold it. Hold it. We shouldn't go that far.
Okay.
There's no reason for us to assume that racism exists here yet, because we need to be look at the cases more specifically. So there may be a good reason why the black people are getting harder sentences, but we can't assume it's racism.
Well, sure, but I mean,
I agree. Like the skeptical approach, if not the scientific one, would be not assume that it's racism.
Linking those two concepts directly, I find is incorrect. Everything I read about implicit bias does not say it is the direct equivalent to malicious racism. It is not. It just is not.
But I'm saying that is what is in these DEI trainings. The racism that comes from implicit bias.
Oh yes, like it comes from it, can come from it, but it doesn't mean
it does come from. Not that it can. The DEI stuff I'm saying says it does come from. We all have it. The problem is that the work is to become aware of it. Not that it may. And I read a tweet today that said that as well. It says it treats a sometimes as an always. It's the dogmatism of it. So the trainings present it as this is the reality. Not that in some cases it might be this and that this is what you need to be aware of that we all have. And I told you in Seattle, when my friend got hired, they even put all the white people in one room and trained them differently with a different message than the black people who they had in another room.
Yeah, it's cringe and gay and lame, and
I disagree with that.
I'm against
and
that.
You can fight against that.
I'm having an appropriate reaction then to something cringe and gay and lame.
Well, I mean, also, fuck you, Vaxi. I literally have a citation manager. I literally have a bajillion studies on this. I have a 100-page research doc on how white privilege creates implicit bias and.
Oh, well, we haven't even touched on white privilege. So you mean behind implicit bias is white privilege? It doesn't stop at implicit bias? That makes it even more crazy.
I mean, no, it's just a
you
further
said how white privilege creates
categorization.
implicit bias.
Yeah, yeah. Or wait,
Oh, yeah.
that might not be the title.
So if there's a white privilege, does that mean there's a black privilege too somewhere?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's in much more limited scenarios. Like, I don't know, like you can probably walk around different areas of like Chicago or Harlem that I couldn't get away with walking in. Like, I don't know, like that might exist.
Well, you don't know till you try.
It definitely exists.
Are you telling me that the core of all this stuff that I'm complaining about is not implicit bias after all, but white privilege, and that's the concept? That to me would have less scientific support than something like implicit bias. But are you saying the white privilege is the concept I should be focusing on more than the implicit bias? That's just downstream from white privilege?
Or no, white privilege is downstream from implicit bias. Like implicit bias in a majority white country would create white privilege because like the implicit bias is like in group favoritism.
So that implicit bias is still at the center of it still centers.
Yeah, it's still at the front.
Ideology.
Like
Okay.
like in a.
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like it. Yeah, again, it's like downstream. It's in group, out group bias, and kind of how things are segregated.
And that
in
is
America.
normal. Like that, I don't even know why that's all of a sudden a problem. That's just something that all humans have done everywhere. That there's been humans in group, out group bias.
Sure, I think the point in a multicultural, multi-ethnic society is to simply be aware of those things, right?
But we were. Everybody I know, like nobody had an issue with this stuff until a bunch of people came along and suddenly decided that there was an issue that
Since
nobody
when,
had.
though?
Oh, wait.
I asked you. Hold on, that's what I asked earlier. Where's your demarcation in the American line where all of a sudden we became this kumbaya society?
I was in kindergarten with all different races. We were all getting
What
along.
year?
Like my whole life
What
in
year?
Louisiana.
What year were you in kindergarten?
The 70s and then 80s was junior high and high school.
Because that was certainly the year, quite a few years before David Duke ran for
Right,
governor,
David. 2/3 of the state voted against having a racist governor.
I'm not saying we're not.
And that was 1992. So
Sure,
where's
and
all this racism?
That was better than 1950, right? We're on an arc in the right direction. But to sit there and say that.
So you asked me where the
disappeared.
demarcation is. If it's an arc and it's continuing, then the demarcation gets further and further in the rearview mirror. So why is there a demarcation? That's racial progress. That was the goal, and that's what we were doing. And some people suddenly don't see progress, and they see some demarcation where it went off. There's no demarcation. This is America.
It's weird that you phrase like the David Duke thing is like 2/3 didn't vote for him, and instead of like
yes, 1/3 in 1992. Which was what, 30 years ago?
32 years ago, yeah.
1/3, 30 years ago, in Louisiana, the
For
deep
sure. Okay,
south.
so like again, like what is the slope of that line? Like what would that have been? Like when was that at like 80% or like more than half? Like how many years did it take to get down to 30%?
Well, hold it. That assumes that there was a way for him to win at any time in the past at all. So
I think that's the time he ran, at least for governor. So that's what I'm saying. You only have that one election to go on. But I do remember, and this was Texas, but there was a sundown town.
The black baby thing in South Carolina.
The what?
George W. Bush's camp spread the rumor that John McCain had a secret black baby in South Carolina in the the 2000 Republican primaries. That was considered to be one of the most racist things the Republicans had done in recent memory around then.
Well, wow, that's like all the way back then, and that's the last racist thing they did.
Well, that's 2000.
Right, that's what I'm
like,
saying.
I'm
I
talking about
don't
big
see the
popular
racism that
scandal.
everyone's seeing. I'm seeing like desperate attempts to find something to call racism to drive this ideology, but I don't see the actual racism.
I mean, do I need to show you videos of Charlottesville in 2017? Do I need to show
Yeah,
you videos
those
of
few
Patriot
people, you think that's
Patriot Front?
representative of the majority of Americas? Is
No,
the
not at all.
Charlottesville
I'm
the
just
people
showing
carrying
you
the
these
tiki
things
torches?
exist.
You think that's most of America?
No,
We
I
need
don't know why
DEI
you're saying that.
departments because
Are you
we're
saying that?
closer to the
Exactly.
Charlottesville people than we are civilized Americans?
I'm just showing you these things exist. You seem to be working under
I've
this
never
assumption that these things
ever
are
denied they've
gone.
exist.
Well, then
You have?
don't act as though they've
I've
disappeared.
I've never acted like they've disappeared. We're never going to get to 0%. Racism, rape, violence, gun violence, school shooting, none of that. 0% is never the goal. We've progressed. We've made amazing progress. It's no longer an issue that we have to focus on and spend all our resources on and fight on and call each other racist over.
No one here has called you racist, just to be abundantly clear.
The DEI people have. I'm not saying you have. I'm saying that is the
Oh, you
message
took one of
that
the
is being
DEI
put
classes,
out.
and they
Huh?
called you racist?
I'm saying the ideology. You yourself even use
Is
white
the
privilege.
ideology in the room with you right now? Like, did it call you racist, like, while we were talking, or?
No, I'm not talking about tonight on the stream.
For sure.
So nobody
Gotcha.
on the stream called anybody racist that I can
Gotcha.
remember.
So, no, okay, so I think we've gotten to a point
But to
where,
act like people are not being called racist, like are you saying because it didn't happen tonight on the stream that I'm crazy to think that I'm imagining that all these people are being called racist?
I mean, like, maybe some of them actually are
People
racist,
get
and they
called bad
deserve to
things
be
all
called
the
it.
time. I get called a god.
And maybe some of them are not racist and don't deserve to be called racist. How about that? How about don't go around calling people extreme things if you don't want extreme reactions from them. I don't go call around everybody rapist or pedophile.
Sure, I'm sure there are tons of
and
people
I
who
take
don't deserve to
racism
get
as
called
seriously as
DEI
that.
hires either.
What if we had
Yeah,
trainings
I mean-
that taught how potentially pedophiles everybody was, or how potentially rapist everybody was? It's the same
sure there
level
are
of
somewhere,
accusation
right?
to me. It's divisive. It's inaccurate and divisive.
And it's usually a worthless training, right?
Right, but look at what it's doing to our politics.
Look at what it's doing to your politics, I think. Because,
To
again,
me and
you're
many,
the one...
many other people.
But, like,
and
again,
yourself,
like,
because we've fought over this before too.
for sure. I mean, like, again, it's not an issue with my politics because I'm open to the idea of it being...
Yeah, but don't
cringe
try to
and
make
right.
it a Jeff issue when it's there's
Well,
clearly
I mean,
mass.
it is a you issue. It is a you issue. You're having a strong emotional reaction that's causing you to like straw man the other side. Where it's like
and
this whole
many
thing
many other
thinks
people
everybody's
that are
racist.
creating websites and channels and all to express the same reaction I'm expressing. So it's not just a me. This is not just a one person.
Okay, so just because like a large group
reacting
of
to
people
being
agree
called
with you,
racist.
just because you found a large group of people on the internet who agree with you doesn't mean that it's like true or like meaningful. Like that's just as much evidence
How do
as
you
I have for implicit bias.
how do you know what's meaningful to me? Like I don't understand why you're bringing in truth and meaning.
Or we're having a conversation and you're citing.
You
like,
don't
oh,
think
look at
it's
all these
true.
people.
You don't think it's true that some people are being portrayed as racist because of their white privilege or skin. You don't think it's true.
Did I say that?
That you just said that just because I've encountered a group of people on the internet that it doesn't mean it's true. So you don't think it's true that some of what I'm describing is happening? It's only that because I found an echo chamber on the internet and we tell each other it's true? Is that what you're saying? You don't think it's actually true?
I mean, I think the internet has contributed to a lot of atomization, yes. So I think it's very
So
easy to find other
do you
people who
think
agree
it's
with
true
you.
and it's actually happening or not?
I don't think DEI is the most divisive thing in the country
That's
right now.
not my question. Answer my question. Do you think it's happening or not?
Do I think that what's happening that
What I've been
people
describing,
are
people being
upset
told
online?
that they're racist, people being told that they have white privilege, people being told that they're in an oppressor class. Do you think that is happening or that it's not? There are websites documenting this around the
I
country.
disagree with it. Yes, absolutely, it's happening. It's all happening. But
I want to know if Jack agrees that it's happening.
Is it
Because he
happening?
just tried to say, because I found a group of people on the internet, that doesn't mean that it's true. So I want to know that Jack thinks that it's happening, or does he think that this is a figment of my imagination and a false belief?
if you want to conflate a
I
10-hour...
want you to answer my question. Do you think that it is happening? Yes or no? My question is yes, you think it's happening, or no, you don't think it's. Effigy's answered. I'm waiting for your answer.
This is a malformed question. I shouldn't answer.
Effigy had no problem answering it. So, Effigy,
Sure.
if you want to retranslate it for him to get a yes or no out of him. Do you think that what I described is happening?
I think that is happening, and I think it's bad faith to conflate that with DEI training, like acting like there are DEI instructors that these classes that you have never experienced, never gone through because you're so vehemently fucking opposed to them that you.
No, I've been looking for the curriculum. You don't know what I've been doing to try to find out what in these classes.
I asked you.
You're
if you
talking
found
out
it.
your
You told
ass
me
right
no.
now, Jack.
I asked you.
I
if
am
you found
very
it,
curious to
you
know
told me
what's in
no.
these classes. So to pretend like I have no interest in finding out what's in these classes is false.
Is there?
I've been
any
researching that
universe-
shit for months and doing streams on it.
Is there any
I have an
universe?
intense interest in what is in these classes.
Jeff,
Did you just imply I'm not going to the classes because I could attend them if I wanted? First of all, you have to be hired by the state. I could attend it if I wanted, but I just am not interested enough, so I haven't bothered to attend. Was that your claim just now? Did I interpret you correctly?
Jeff, is there any universe where anything that's said in that class could change your mind and actually make you think that it's a really good thing? Or is your heart hardened?
Probably not mine, but I don't know about others.
Okay, so then again, it doesn't even matter what's in the classes. It doesn't matter what any description
You
is.
don't get to tell me
DEI
what
is equal.
matters to me. You don't get to tell me what matters to me.
I'm not
know
telling
what
you what
matters
matters to
me.
you.
You just said it doesn't matter, and it matters to me. So telling me it doesn't matter is irrelevant if it matters to me.
Question. Sorry, I asked you a very specific question, and that question was: is there anything in that class that could be said that would change your mind? And you said no. So that to me,
Probably not. I don't know till I take the
Okay,
class,
okay.
but
So now we move to probably not. This is a softer statement, which so I will soften my language. But again, I'm trying to point out here that you're going into analyzing this it doesn't matter whatever you read that is the material for the class that you get your hands on, you're going to be analyzing it in this is probably bad, this is probably evil, this is probably divisive, and I think that is influencing your perception and your analysis of it. And that even if it's really good,
you'd have to show me how
you have
it's
hardened your heart.
You'd have to show me how all that's true.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not again, I feel like I'm hearing from here. I feel like I'm hearing from you that there's probably nothing that can change your mind on this, which is a wild position for me to argue against at all, because there's no point in me talking about it because it doesn't matter. There's no argument that could change your mind. You're just nope, it's all evil. They all think we're all racist, and that's just it. Anything with DEI in front of it is fucking evil.
No, that now you're mischaracterizing me. I don't know.
How am I
You're just
mischaracterizing
not
you?
listening carefully enough. to my
Have you found any good DEI programs?
No, I think they're all bad.
Okay.
But to
Okay,
answer
so,
your question, I'm going
I
to
did not
revise my
mischaracterize
answer.
you.
I'm going to revise my answer to your
Okay.
question about
I'm
is
open to
there
that.
anything in these classes. My mind is changed when people convince me through reason and evidence to swap one belief out for another. So if DEI training is able to convince me with evidence or reason to adopt whatever belief they're trying to get me to adopt, then I will treat it like any other successful attempt to do that. I don't believe there's anything in this material that's going to do that. But if someone is able to rationally show me the racism, show me the privilege, all that, then I will change my mind and make sure it corresponds to the new reality. But they have not achieved that yet. Mostly because when you subject it to the methods of hard science, it starts to break down. And that's what it's going to take. When I'm talking about evidence, I want the same evidence that we use for all of our other things that we foist on people. I want the same standard for the vaccine. I want the same standard for the vaccine.
Okay, so human outcome trials, you understand that they can't be randomized or
then
clinically controlled.
just give up the project and find some other way to do whatever it is you try to do.
So again,
Because we
there's
can't
no
treat social sciences like hard sciences. We can't do anything.
Yes, I mean that's
So In order for there to be something in this material to change my mind, it would have to persuade me. Like any other scientific.
Yeah, but you're unpersuadable.
We don't know. I haven't seen like that's your hypothesis, but we haven't tested it.
Can you
so we
name
don't
me
know.
a single redeeming or good factor about DEI?
No. I don't
Okay,
think it's
so
good stuff.
I don't know how you can like say that and like.
But this is
honestly
not even
tell
where
me
the
that
I
you're
don't
not
even know
poisoned
why we're
against
in
it.
this part of the conversation. This has really nothing to do with what we're actually.
It has to do with your
we're in
bias
a
and
rabbit
your
hole.
perception, and that's where you form your opinions from. Is from your biased
No,
perspective. I'm
my-
trying to discuss.
I present very concrete information, like I just said. Just trying to get you to admit that it was happening was like pulling teeth. That's a fact, a concrete piece
And
of
you're-
information that it is happening. I show documents. My audience is intelligent; they can judge for themselves. I show material. I give my interpretation, my reaction to it. They can look at the material themselves. They can draw their own conclusions. I don't care if I'm influencing people against it. I hope I am. I don't think it's good stuff. But I think I'm very fair about it in my critique of it.
Okay, why do you think that you're fair? Like again, there's zero redeeming things. Like that doesn't seem.
That's subjective anyway, unless we want to come with a metric. So I think I'm fair.
Okay, so
Someone
what
else
metric
is,
are
is
you
welcome to
using
think that
to
I'm
judge
not,
by?
and none of it bothers me because it's all subjective anyway.
How can you tell like when you're being fair or not?
I
Like,
use
can
my
you just-
subjective judgment.
Okay, can you tell
When
me
it comes to
things that you're
something like
unfair
this,
about?
like when I'm evaluating DEI, I use my judgment on am I being fair to this subject? Am I giving this a fair evaluation?
Okay, and how do you?
And
like,
I'm
check
satisfied
your
by my
judgment?
own subjective standards that yes, I have given it a fair evaluation.
your
And I have the
sources are-
streams, and this is the good thing about YouTube: they're on video, and people can comment and challenge. Like, we don't think you were fair at this point, or and nobody's done any of that. So I've put it out there. I've put my position, and so far nothing's come back in any kind of way contradicting or affirming it. So that's where it stands. But I've put the effort into communicating my position, I believe, in a very fair and concrete manner, using the actual documents and primary source material from the websites of these departments. These are state gov departments. So I make sure I use as official sources as possible in every case.
And you definitely don't think you're biased about this at all.
You asked if I thought I was being fair.
Sure.
And my answer was yes.
Okay.
And my
And now
answer
I'm
was
asking
also,
you-
if other people think I'm not, they're welcome to think that, and they're also welcome
Well,
to
okay. So
communicate
personally, in
and
my
react.
subjective experience, like to me, when if you're being fair, you should be accounting for your bias. But like that's just how I use that word, because like if you're just going in like super leaning one way and find a bunch of stuff that supports your conclusions, then like that to me doesn't seem like you're giving a fair objective shake to like what's going on.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm going to the websites and I'm looking over the websites and I'm following the different links and pulling up the documents and reading the information. So I'm kind of going over existing information. So
but
the
when you-
focus is really the information itself, and then mine is
when
like
you're-
commentary.
But you're reading most of that in the voice of someone who's saying
I-
everybody's a racist, like like white privilege is real and everybody's
Oh,
actually like, super
you can
racist.
watch the videos yourself and see the voice. I'm not aware that I'm reading it in any particular voice. I'm certainly
again-
not. When I'm presenting it, I don't have that in my head that everybody's racist.
But again, you have literally zero redeeming qualities of DEI. Like not a single instance of like actually it was pretty good here. Like again, like that is I'm trying to analyze your metacognition here, and I'm like that's weird to find absolutely like almost nothing is entirely bad, and almost nothing is entirely good.
Let me ask like a kind of a qualifying question, Jeff. Could you understand why a company, say, that is like a really big company in a town, and that town is 60% black, but the company is almost 90% hired white workers? None of them like skilled, none of them just generic company hiring people. Could you see how that company would need a DEI program?
No, I would need way more details. I have so many questions before I jump to that conclusion. But that was all the facts you were given, and that's the conclusion you came up with just off of those facts?
In that a company, like a place that.
But then I'm a
would
skeptic
hire,
too. I keep
it
a
wouldn't be
very
small
open
company,
mind
it'd be
and
a very
follow the
large- It would
evidence.
have to be a very large company to be so generic of an example. It would have to be employing a large.
And the size doesn't even really matter. I would need. There's so many
It
details.
would
I
though.
need
It
to
would
know.
if you were
What
just
type
hiring
of company,
generic
the
workers.
background. I need to compare it to other companies of similar types. The history, the local, the regional history. There's so many details. I need to go talk to individual people in the company. At the top and on the ground and get a sense of why it like
does
I'd
that
have
mean
to
you-
there's
does that
so
mean
much
you wouldn't-
investigation
that-
I'd have
that
to
you wouldn't
do
accept
to
any
get a
kind of,
sense of
like,
why
measurable
this disparity
statistical
exists.
implicit bias? You wouldn't accept any kind of like statistical proof of implicit bias.
I don't know what statistical proof of bias is, and here's why. Because bias to me is located in the individual, and when I
Bias
see a
in
graph of
healthcare
statistics, I
disparities,
don't see in
education
an
inequity,
individual
employee
mind.
bias, housing discrimination, racial profiling, like all these things
Well,
that we can
again,
measure.
discrimination is an individual act, so it would be somebody in a housing office taking an act against an individual in front of them because of their
But
skin. It's
also
not
a
something that would show
measurable
up in a
occurrence
graph.
that happens to groups of people, not just an individual.
I know
act,
those are
right?
like you're seeing data and you're creating a narrative to explain the data, but I need to see it in the individual. I can't look at a graph and see an individual in a housing office discriminate against another individual. Like I can't see that psychological process take place from just looking at a graph of disparities.
Well, again, like you said, you wanted the same sort of rigor as with the vaccine. The gold standard for the vaccine is human outcome trials, and here we are showing you human outcomes of people.
I'm just
and that, like,
in the
once you
sense of
control
being
for all
able
the
to
things-
scientifically explain it.
Yeah,
That's
again,
the
so-
standard I meant. Not the outcome thing, but more
So,
of the
so again,
sense
we
of
can't
explanatory power.
specifically explain the exact mechanism that the vaccine works, but we do have human outcome trials that show that you're resistant to the virus moving forward. Again, like once you control for type of crime, like age, all of the stuff, like there seems to be a wicked disparity.
Okay, and again,
between
we're
men
in
and
the
women.
prison system, but he's in the workplace, which would be more my set. Like that's more where these issues would show up for me is in the workplace. So if they're mostly prison based, maybe the workplace is.
Well, no,
they're
it's
not
based on
applicable.
I mean, sure, that's hiring
You're
decisions.
drawing
that's-
conclusions based on how criminals are being sentenced
No.
by judges, and I don't
no,
know how
not
much
entirely
that applies.
just that, Jeff. No, Jeff.
Well,
I'm
that's the
talking
one
about,
you brought up. So if there's
Sure,
others,
yes.
not being psychic, I would not know what these are. So if you're
Okay.
going to take that tone with me for not knowing something that I didn't know there was to know, this conversation is not going to go well.
for sure. So
And if you want to talk about bias and good faith, there might be areas in yourself you can examine there as well, because this could be indications of them.
right, we call that projection. So
Yes,
if we're
that it
looking
could be
all the way,
happening both directions.
sure. So yes, so it is all the way far back as school.
Good.
If you
Then I hope
control
you
for
have the same reaction to yourself that you're having to me. I think you're trying to like localize this onto me, and I'm trying to say whatever's
No,
going on here is not just me.
No, I think you're just ad hoc rationalizing why our examples don't apply to whatever narrative that you're trying to spin. Because again, if you go back all the way to elementary or into schools, like public schools, like if you control for all the things, like black kids tend to receive harsher discipline than white students. There is the whole hiring thing that like more stereotypical black names can like impact the outcome of. Even when you control for all the same experience and everything, like your likelihood to get a call back is based on how black your name is. It is with sentencing for crimes. It is with conviction of crimes. It's when you get stopped on the street. Again, these are all like a myriad different like human outcomes studies that like I don't want to send 12 to you at once, but like there are like all of these things that we can measure that there is this massive disparity in human outcomes once you control for the variables, like except for race, then like one group seems to be doing worse than the other.
I would say two things. I would compare everything you're talking about to all the even worse stuff that was done way before today. So if that's only what's happening today, and I would want to know how, like from all the data you're describing, whatever it is, the conclusion is that every one of us potentially could be the one person that didn't hire someone because their name was too black on a resume. So now you walk around in suspicion, looking at your fellow Americans, like, are they that 60%?
I did not say that. You are strawmanning me. You're
I'm asking.
mischaracterizing me.
No, I'm not.
But you're
I'm
not
not
asking.
doing anything.
You're making
What I'm doing
a
is
question.
asking you questions. I had 2 questions. One of them was about referencing them to the past instances. So we've cleared out the lynchings, we've cleared out the slavery, we've cleared out all the really, really bad stuff. And what we have left is these disparities that may be for these vague, but it's nothing like an obvious lynching or slavery or anything like that, or even Jim
Well, what do you
Crow.
mean? I don't know. If black people are 4 times as likely to get the death sentence for the same crime as a white person, and it's just because they're
you
black.
believe that there are that many Americans
Jeff,
that secretly
answer my
want to
fucking
see
question.
black people. I'm
Jeff.
trying to understand your question. To do that, I need to finish
the bias
asking mine.
comes in that
Do you
most
think
judges
there
are
are
simply
that
white
many
and
Americans that secretly want to see black people die?
Is
that the
what it
vision
requires?
you have of America? And then you ask why I think it's divisive.
Here,
That's
I don't see my fellow Americans. I can't make myself see people that way.
That's a huge leap.
Well, what other conclusions are we supposed to draw? Like, what is the point of all these studies, if not to say that we're not sure that it ends here? Potentially anybody could be involved in this, in what we're seeing in these studies.
Do you not think that you treat different
Well,
groups
no,
of people differently? Like
Not
do you
based on
treat
their race,
women
not
the
based
same
on
of
their
men?
race, not
Okay, but
based
you
on their
treat
race.
men
And
okay,
we already
and
have
you know
laws
that, and you
against
can demonstrate that,
discrimination.
right?
We already
I don't
have
care
laws
about the-
against
we're not talking about
discrimination.
that.
So
We're not
what
talking
is
about
a
that, Jeff.
DEI?
We're not talking about that,
What
Jeff.
do I need
We're
to
not talking
know
about that,
about
Jeff.
to
We're not
work?
talking about that, Jeff.
Let's
We're not
say I
talking about that,
work.
Jeff.
Let's say I get
We're not
hired
talking
to
about that,
work
Jeff.
at some
We're
government
not
job,
talking
like
about that,
making, like taking toll at some government toll booth. I take tickets all day. What do I need to know about DEI to work, to have a job? What give me the bullet points of what I need to walk out of that class being aware of. That some people are
so you
racist.
want
I already
me
know
to-
that. I'm not racist. Why is it something I have to worry about?
How do you know?
I
that you're
know
not
how to not
racist?
be
Why do
racist.
you
Did you
have to
take a
worry
test?
about all the training?
Oh, there's a
about
test. There's like official ways to determine when
I don't know.
somebody's
You're
sufficiently
stating
not
with
racist.
pretty high conviction that you're not racist.
I'm not racist.
How
I'm
do I know
quite
that?
confident you can put
How do
any
I know that?
person in front of
Can
me,
you
and I would
demonstrate that to
not
me?
treat them differently based on their color.
Can
In
you
a
show me
professional
evidence that you're
setting,
not
in a
racist?
job, delivering a service, as a business person, I can 100% confidently say that. And the fact that you doubt that is making my point for me right now.
No, I mean, but like, no. I'm asking for the same.
I
level
don't
of
know how to
evidence that you
build
are.
a society with people that don't trust me because they think I'm racist. Because I'm male, they think I'm violent.
No,
I don't
hang on,
know
hang on,
how
hang on,
to
hang on.
collaborate in a society with people that have that many negative stereotypes about me. And they're the same people that 30 years ago went around to all the Christians and all the white ringers and told them how they needed to challenge their stereotypes against gay people and make progress and grow. But the same negative stereotypes are now entrenched in a training that I have to go sit in and listen to about myself.
I agree with that part. I agree that people are turning their biases around and weaponizing them, but I think whenever we talk about biases, I think one of the things you always seem to read from that, if I'm right, is that it's always a negative thing. You always seem to see it as a negative bias.
Accusing
against
people of
someone.
racism is
But
I'll tell
I
in the
think people
DEI
have
material,
positive
it's presented
biases.
as negative.
Do you
It's
think
presented.
people have positive biases?
You don't know that. You haven't seen the
Yes,
fucking
yes,
material.
but in the DEI
Right.
material, the focus tends to
I
be
think
on the
a
negative
lot of
biases.
implicit bias is positive biases. Like you have a positive bias to what is familiar. You have a positive bias to what is like you. You have
Yeah,
a
that's
positive
fine.
bias
Like,
to what
why
is-
do we need departments for that? Like, what's wrong with that that we need departments to fix?
I mean, that's a whole
Nothing.
different question. Yeah.
Nothing. If it's
On-
fine
on the
for
corporate level, it's
for
just a
two
business,
men to
right?
sleep together and get married, it has to be fine for other Americans to like the people they like or not like.
I mean, if we're talking about a representative government, it's really to make sure that the government represents the people, right?
Like, I would attack it from the well. We already have a process for that. Like, the government is as representative as it's able to be with the
But the
process
government
we
also
have,
hires
and we
people.
have
The
a way to
government just- you
change
don't
the
just elect
process if at
everyone.
some point we determine it's not representative enough.
I mean, it also.
So
has
I'm not
jobs.
worried
You do
there
a
either.
government job, though, so it's not just like electing people and making sure because that the people make sure that representative government on that end is as looking like we want it to be. But when you're talking about the government as in like small business or the business aspect of the government where they're hiring people, like that's what is probably the
Like,
mechanism.
so, like, I still don't understand hiring on superficial diversity. Just like, what does somebody's skin color guarantee they're going to bring to a job? Like, why wouldn't you hire on skill? So, because they want visual diversity, they want to look at a workplace and say, "Oh, look, there's some black people in there. There's some white people. There's some Chinese people. There's some rainbow people." But that says nothing about the abilities of any individual in the company.
Because it's more individualized than that, right? It's to make sure that they represent the community where they're working in, right?
If I ran a business, I would want to hire the best employees to deliver the job or service that my business is set up to do. Like, making sure that my demographics match the community would not be the highest priority in my business. Maybe it's a certain type of business where males make the best employees. Maybe it's a certain type of business where black people make the best employees because it serves the black community. I don't know. But there's many reasons a business can have skewed demographics that have nothing to do with racism. And to have that be the default assumption, I think is regressive. It's not advanced or sophisticated. It's kind of primitive.
I don't think like the mom and pop who opens a burger joint is going to have like hardcore DAI shit on them, right? Like,
I'm not sure, because now every single person, a state employee in Washington State has it. So they managed to get into an entire state employment system. So who knows? I don't rule it out.
Yes, and that's very representative of what's going on in Oklahoma and Ohio.
It's also in federal departments as well, under Biden's equity order.
Sure, so that's federal employees, which is not a state.
Yeah, which is federal departments. So it
but
could
yeah,
end up in
How many-
Oklahoma and everywhere else, if that was your point.
I mean, are federal guidelines going to be like passed down to?
Yes,
like as
federal
law?
guidelines are passed down to states. States operate under the federal guidelines. So when the federal government creates a Department of Behavioral Health Equity, all of the state programs that support mental health now have to come under those federal behavioral health equity guidelines. In Washington State, they already had a state department that was even more advanced with the federal department. So the guidelines here are even more rigorous than what comes from the feds. But other states, at least whatever department that behavioral health equity covers, it's mostly probably Medicaid, any mental health services delivered through Medicaid, through SAMHSA, Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration, and peer support and stuff like that. So the field that I tend to be in, that's where it's all going to trickle into, because it's coming from the federal government and then through the state down to the local programs. But they all have to align their policies to what's coming out of these departments. Their funding, the grants, all of that gets readjusted to prioritize whatever's coming out of these federal DEI. They're called strategy plans. This is our strategy plan for the year. These are our racism target goals. These are our LGBT inclusion target goals, etc. And it's not target goals like hire this many people. It's target goals like advance this many people's understanding of systemic racism, etc. It's like education, indoctrination goals. It's not, in addition to hiring quota type goals. And every one of these departments have strategic plans. You can look up and see their vision for DEI.
Was this really different than like when things were like integrated, like workplace integration and all kinds of stuff like that, like anti-discrimination laws when that came out? When you would put up, like, have
what
to put
time
up
period was that?
Oh, when were the anti-discrimination? I mean, that had to be Title IX with like 60s, 70s.
Oh, because I started school in the early 70s, and we started very mixed, and every kid there got along with every. Like, we didn't even know there were separate races. We just were a bunch of kids. We knew everybody by name. So
well, also you from
at a very
here,
and this was like
so
just after desegregation. So
you are the actual melting pot. So you grew up in a place that was very, very
well. Then I should get an exemption. Like, people from Louisiana should be exempt from DEI because we have lived experience. But what you're describing, like the happy utopia that this is all tried to achieve, I had in Head Start in the 70s in rural Louisiana. Nobody focused on race.
We're all mixed down here.
I just want to point out that DeFreak was like, "Oh my God, you're calling like all these people are racist? Like, how dare you like say something so like hostile and divisive?" Then turns around and calls people a fucking communist. Fuck you, literal dumb fuck. Pick a lane.
Are you a communist?
No.
Look,
What do you think? I'm a fucking retard.
A weird story like Cajun people were. So they were French, obviously white people. So they weren't even considered white in the American context until like the 1900s.
But we weren't always obviously white either, because we had intermingled with some of the native tribes, and then when we got to Louisiana, we mingled with some of the black people.
Plus
and
especially those swarthy whites.
And now we were in the hot sun getting sunburned.
Yeah,
all the time.
and we had obvious cultural differences too. So when they saw us in our cultural context, we didn't see white
you can
at all.
find a bunch of newspapers from the 1860s basically calling us a weird interbreed of Native Americans and black people.
That's
true.
me. That's my people.
Yeah, that's us down here in the swamp.
That's the thing. It was like even speaking about like subjectivity is like, you know, like white only exists in the U.S. You go over to Europe, like they can identify if you're, you know, Western German or fucking, you know, South French or, you know, like whatever the fuck. Like there's no
honestly, a lot of this would make way more sense if they focus on ethnicity and not white. Like if they like Anglo-Saxon Protestant culture or something like that makes more our middle class liberal blue state culture, whatever. Like that makes more sense than white.
The multi-ethnic group is growing so fast that it's going to be the dominant thing anyway. So this whole like differentiation of people is going to get like slapped in the face anyway, because like that's going to be the new kind of cultural paradigm of America is actually multi-ethnic people, which we're actually experiencing right now because people can't seem to hold the fact that Kamala Harris can be both black and Indian at the same time.
I don't see black on her birth certificate, so I'll be saving that first. Oh, never mind. I was going the wrong direction with that. And
I think you're right. I think this will be a non-issue in a few years. I don't know why it's an issue now, or other than maybe since it is disappearing, they need to grab onto the last little snatch of it they can and milk it for whatever power it gives them.
Well, now they've got those entire industries, and those are the ones keeping it alive, and basically kind of like having to find ways to justify their own existence so that people keep hiring them and making them money and stuff.
I'm from the South, the rural South, and I don't know a single person in 2024, even there, that couldn't work with a black person, or even like a gay person, or probably a trans person.
Well, see, that's one of the things I've argued about the South for a long time, is that like the stereotype about us is actually inverted because we've been so mixed for so long. Yes, like the racism was the worst here, but the integration is also the best. So you get both sides. Of
the coin. It's the segregated, sheltered cultures that didn't have a lot of contact with black people that are this is their reckoning. They're facing this for the first time. But let them do the DEI. But most of us don't need it. I don't think most Americans need DEI. I think if there are people that need it,
we're also
send them to the trainings.
American politics where the non-white contingent of the population is powerful enough to start shifting its weight around on its own as a coalition. So, and that will happen more and more going forward as the country truly becomes a multi-ethnic country by 2050.
Oh, I won't be here. But honestly, even from the left, I'm this optimistic. I think even from the left, the races that feel marginalized or whatever, I think we're going to find we have more in common than not. I think they're going to come closer to the center too as this dissipates and decide that we all want to form a country together. Like I'm optimistic that they're going to put some of that aside as well.
Well, you know, as your millionaires and billionaires come forward and say how marginalized they are, sometimes it does kind of lose a little bit of the bite. So.
And speaking of, what's their motive for that?
They're gay.
I mean, branding, popularity, album sales.
They're pedophiles that are trying to distract people.
Yeah, but even if that's true, I think it'll become less and less true through the years. Even if what you're saying is true, I think it eventually will.
Well, yeah, it will
achieve
because of all these
liftoff from
DEI
that.
trainings that we're giving
I don't
everyone.
That's
Don't
another thing.
indoctrinate
Okay,
you
Jack,
all.
I'm giving you the best argument ever. Give me your best DEI training. Find your top, whatever DEI training you want to put forth as your best solution to whatever you think the problem is. And then you give me a classroom right next to it. I guarantee I can give you a solution superior to whatever comes out of that DEI classroom. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Or, I mean, of course you can guarantee it because you've
I'm
like,
willing to
defined
put it
my
to
position.
I am willing. If it were ever possible, I am willing to run that test to demonstrate the
Well, sure, I mean,
shortcomings that I
you've also
see in
been-
DEI.
Sure. I mean, but you've also been very open about how like you're very like your heart is very close to changing your mind, and
No,
you've defined like
you tried to paint me with.
well, no,
that
like your
narrative very
definition
hard,
of
but
racism like is
I was
unshakable.
never that dogmatic about it. I never went in and
Well,
said
you are
there's
very dogmatic
nothing
about it.
here ever. That was your dramatic, hyperbolic characterization of
No,
my
no, no.
position.
So,
I told you what
again-
it would take to change my mind. The same thing that always changes it.
No,
I'm very
we have
consistent that way.
we have a more fundamental difference, and like like it's your definition of racism because your definition of racism means that implicit bias cannot exist.
Probably so. We could be talking about two different things.
Yeah, for sure.
And part of the problem is the thing that you're talking about, or your side is talking about, is not something
Mischaracterization,
I've even been
hyperbolic.
persuaded even exists. So I'm talking about historical racism that we could see existed, and this other type of racism that some people don't even buy that it exists. They can't be convinced. It's like astrology to me. People that believe in astrology are perfectly convinced that it works.
I mean, sure. I don't know what any of that had to do with. Like again, you've defined racism in such a way where it is a hard.
I did.
of either
You've
you're
redefined
lynching-
racism because I'm using the same definition of racism that's been used my whole life, like historical, traditional racism. I'm not the one that defined racism in some weird way.
Okay,
that
so-
this unconscious, spooky action in your mind at a distance. That's not how I
Okay.
define racism. I defined it in the traditional way, treating someone differently based on the color of their skin.
But no. That's not your definition because it has to be a malicious and conscious act.
Yes, treating someone differently is an act.
Consciously.
So it has to be
It
conscious.
has
Yes,
to be
it has to
conscious.
be conscious.
Okay.
If you're sleepwalking and treat someone differently because of their race, that
No, it's
probably
not
would not
that.
be racism.
Okay, so is trust a binary for you? Like, is it you either trust someone 100% or 0%?
No.
Okay, so like, do you trust some people more than others?
Yeah. Well, and there's
Okay.
there's contextual trust and there's limited trust. Like I could trust
Yeah.
people for certain things, but not necessarily have to trust them with my whole life. And still, like I trust my doctor to do his job, but I don't have to trust him beyond what I expect him to do as a doctor.
For sure. Yeah. And I guess like I don't know, like that whole spectrum right there is like my definition of racism is incompatible with yours because I think racism can also exist like on that like spectrum of like maybe like you can like be less trustworthy of someone for reasons that you don't fully understand. Like, you know,
Yeah.
like there are just certain people that you don't get along with that well.
Yeah.
And some
Oh,
and you know, a good amount is like personality, like maybe it's
Yeah.
your gender, maybe it's sexual orientation, maybe it's race. Like I think all those things can like, you know, result in this confluence of like, you know, you treat different groups of people differently.
I treat different individuals differently. I'm not aware of maybe women, like certain types of women I tend to like, oh, it's a woman, oh, it's one of those women. So there may be some groups of women that I treat, but in general, I'm reacting to individuals and it's usually more than anything personality. Sometimes it may be ideology or the way they think, like their cognition, but it's usually almost always personality. It's how they make me feel, the energy they're giving off, the aesthetic experience I'm having from it's never related to race, background. Like I have connections and friendships with people of every kind of demographic you could imagine. None of it has been the focus of my reaction to that person. It's always been their unique personality, them as an individual. Even on this
you're much
stream,
better
like
than most
I'm not
people,
sitting
then,
here
Jeff.
with two white guys in my mind. Like never once have I thought I'm sitting here with a bunch of white guys. It's like I'm sitting here with Jack. I'm sitting here with Effigy. Effigy's this very particular persona. Jack is this very unique individual. Like I don't react to people based on. I'm too individual focused. The surface stuff doesn't do anything for me. So if I have these biases, it's because of people's personality or how they're coming across to me.
What if part of their personality is because of like their
But
race?
it's not with me. I just know that I've been around enough people of all different types that I know it's not any.
Are you
kind of
saying there's
superficial
no
fact.
correlation with
So
talking
you're
loudly
saying
and-
you think like deep in the back of my mind somewhere. First of all, I grew up black, so definitely would be a black person. Let's take maybe I don't know a Japanese person. That if I encountered a Japanese person and I had some weird vibe, that some little particle of it might maybe be because they're Japanese.
Well, yeah, I mean they have a wildly different culture, right? They're very like honor
Culture
focused. Like,
maybe.
Yeah,
Culture
yeah.
maybe.
Well, I mean like Japan. I mean you picked a perfect example. Japan is like, you know, I don't know,
Yes.
like second only Israel as like a fucking
But
ethno
the
state
fact
with their
that they had
restrictions, right?
Japanese features or Japanese DNA or genetics would not
But
be
no,
one
no,
of
no. The fact that they are Japanese would influence like how you get along with them, right? Because like their culture might be wildly, you know,
Yeah,
different
but I don't think
and
that's
maybe
racism. I don't think cultural differences are racism. Just like I don't think you'd be racist if you came to Louisiana and
Okay, then
didn't
then
get along with Cajuns right away. I wouldn't say, "Oh, he's racist against
then
Cajuns."
what do we call that? Like when there is, you know, like you know, like there's some conflict that I'm having.
I
because of
call
cultural
it cultural
differences.
differences, but like in-group, out-group preference or bias works for me too. Like or
Okay.
tribalism.
And what's the distinction between in-group, out-group bias and implicit bias?
Implicit seems to be individual. Like in the it seems more. First of all, implicit is it's assumed, which there may not even be a bias there, but implicit bias assumes that there's always some kind of bias there. But what was the question between implicit and what?
In-group, out-group bias, like you treat different groups of people differently.
Oh, like the
but
bias
it's-
itself. Like if I have an out group bias against a certain group, the bias itself, how is that bias different from implicit bias? I guess it would be because it's not implicit. Like I'm conscious of it.
Or are you conscious of all in-group or in-group, out-group bias is a conscious bias? I don't think so.
To me, to have a I don't know what an unconscious bias is. If I don't like someone, I'm conscious of it. If I'm reacting to someone because they're a member of a certain group that I have some kind of reaction to, I'm conscious of it. I'm not just hanging out with a person and all of a sudden realize I don't like them, but I don't know why. I know that I don't like them. I'm aware the second I don't like them, and I'm usually aware why. And it's usually their personality, something they're
Sure,
saying.
but like
how they're
sometimes
coming
you don't know
across.
why. Like sometimes you don't know why, right?
Yeah, there's plenty of times I have a bad vibe about a person, or they
sure.
give me there's people that show up on the panel all the time that get like I have a weird read on them. They're
Sure.
just not
Yeah.
coming across like everybody else, or they're giving me a funny feeling. That happens all the time, and I can't necessarily put my finger on it, but I know it's not because of what their skin color is or the way they look or anything like that.
No, but it's just something about them, some sort of outgroup feature.
No, well, no, not even that. It's something about them as an individual. I don't even know if I can identify it as a outgroup. Like it's if it because I may not always know what group they're in. I may not always know they're in and out.
Or sorry, when I say outgroup, I mean like in-group being like the panel and outgroup being like people I don't want to platform.
Like some of the trolls. That
No, I
keep
mean
off
like
video.
I don't know, the people that you have weird vibes from that maybe you let on for
Yeah,
a bit and then you're like, get the fuck out of here.
there are
actually.
certain people that try to come onto this panel or in this community that I consistently keep out because I don't want them. They're not the energy I want in this community, so I keep them out. Like, but I know exactly why I'm doing it. I'm aware. None of it's unconscious. None of it's implicit. It's explicit.
I mean, but I believe you've already raised the thing that like, you know, like sometimes you don't quite know why. It's just like a vibe or something.
Right, but to assume it's racism.
I never did that. That
No,
is
but I'm
you.
saying DEI,
That's you.
though. Like DEI
No, no,
does not even mean.
we're not.
I don't even
listen.
assume it's racism.
We're not talking about that right now, okay?
Okay.
Like, please stop
All right.
stop
All right.
pivoting because you keep like, I don't know. I'm
Well, it's
trying
not
to
really
like,
a pivot because the whole conversation was about it tonight. So don't frame it as like me not tracking and pivoting
Well, no,
like, in some
but
autistic
again,
way.
No. It's because I'm like, hey, like when we talk about like why you don't like someone, and if you're saying you don't know why, and like
Sometimes
when
I
you immediately
do.
flip the switch to like, oh, that's and you think that's racism, like that is mischaracterizing me. Yes. Like you are doing the thing that you're accusing me of doing, where you're just like, oh, like
Well,
so
but
just
do you
because I don't
understand
like
the
someone's vibes
context
means I'm
for that?
racist,
That was
huh?
the conversation we've been having for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, you're defensive and you're projecting and like you're
You
having
don't know what
strong
I'm doing.
reactions.
You don't know if
and
I'm
like,
projecting. And
I
my
mean, I can
reactions
tell
are
that you
fine.
are because
Like,
every
there's
time that
nothing-
we
I'm okay with my reactions. If you're not, you're free to go somewhere else. But I'm okay with my
yeah,
reactions.
no. I mean, like your like strong emotional reactions like are not my problem for sure.
Yeah, so
they're
they'll make
just getting
them.
in
They're
the
not a
way of-
problem for me either. You're the one that keeps bringing them up. They're not a problem for me at all. You don't,
Well,
just
they're
like
getting
my
in the way of the
rocking,
conversation.
you don't even have to talk about it. If they're not a problem, you don't even have to comment on them. You don't ever say anything about rocking because it's not a problem. I don't ever say anything about you and your
rocking-
mustache because it's not a problem. If you
You
have to
yeah.
remark on my reactions, then they're obviously a problem.
I mean, it's
And
impeding
if
our
they're
conversation.
truly not a problem, there's no reason to keep calling attention to it.
Well, no, they're not my
We can
problem.
just continue with the conversation. Even
Sure.
if I'm in a heightened emotional state, I'm still capable of having the conversation. If
I
you're not
disagree.
because of my emotions, then own that, but don't try to put it on me. Like I have a problem with my reaction. I'm
I
fine
can't
with
even
them.
ask more than 2 or 3 consecutive questions before you start like screaming that like, oh, DEI says everyone is racist and that's where we're going with this, right?
No, I
like,
think
again,
if people
like,
watch the
your
stream
heightened
back,
emotional
they're not
state
gonna
is
see that.
obstructing this conversation, and it's not like it's not my
It's
problem. but,
obstructing
like,
it for you, which is my point. You're
Do you feel like
pretending
this is a
like
good
the reactions
conversation?
are not a problem, but I believe that they are a problem for you because they appear to be doing things like obstructing the conversation, which you just said that they did.
Yeah, because you're incapable of having like a rational
No, because
conversation.
you have difficulty with my reaction.
How do you
don't know how to
like,
have a
how do you
conversation
know that I'm having
and have
difficulty?
and let
You
me
don't
have
know
my
any of
reaction
that.
at the same time?
You don't know how,
Other people,
if I'm getting angry.
Other people, and you're not. It's not just you. Other people. You're not unusual in that regard. But I'm just saying there are people that when I have a reaction can continue with the conversation and just let the reaction be whatever it is and ignore it, just like they can with the rocking and all the other stimming. But there's some people that the reaction creates a particular challenge for. I don't know what's going on in their head and what they're experiencing. I just know the reaction for me when that happens is not a barrier to me continuing the conversation or processing the information I'm receiving. It's just a reaction. It's just what part of whatever my body's doing in the moment.
Well, no, because you're so fixated on like trying to prove why like DEI
Well, I
is
just
evil and
told
thinks
you what it
everyone is
was,
racist.
so go ahead and tell me what it is instead. What my own body.
Or I don't know, like you told me that I was having difficulty with this, so like why don't you go on and tell and like explain
I
more to
said you
me?
appear to be, and then you yourself said that the reactions are a barrier to conversation. So
Yeah, because you keep pivoting.
yeah,
anytime we
so
go down
it
any
is
sort
a
of-
diff. And so I was not inaccurate when I said it's a difficulty for you.
Well, no, it's
You
not
were
a
the one that
difficulty for
said
me.
my reactions are not a problem.
Yeah, they're not a problem. They are
But they
obstructing
are
this conversation.
for you because they're a problem for you.
Oh,
your
sorry. Do
ability
you feel like this is a
proceed.
good cohesive conversation? Like, do you feel like you've made?
I don't know
like,
because we're
good
not
points to
having the
express yourself?
conversation. I'm waiting for you to go on with the conversation. But you keep fixating on my reactions, saying they're not a problem, but that they're a problem.
No.
for the
Like you're having
conversation.
these strong reactions, not holding
But
yourself
we can
accountable
still
for having them
continue
and
the
blaming them on me.
conversation.
That's
My
called projection.
point is we can still continue the conversation. If you can just ignore the reaction or look past it, it's no reason not to continue the conversation unless it's a reason for you.
No, it's because like you want me to just pick and choose what I ignore and
No, we
like,
could
listen
just
to and
pick
respond
up the
to?
conversation thread where we left it off before you started talking about my reaction. That's what
Okay.
I'm saying. We can just continue with the conversation.
Okay.
But if
So
the
when you
reactions
don't
are
like
a
people-
problem and you're going to keep stopping the conversation to talk about them, then you're
if
the
you're going
one
to
that
keep
can't
stopping the
continue
conversation with your reactions because you think that they're valid
No,
and
I'm not
rational.
stopping. It's not causing me to stop the conversation. I can continue. That's my whole point. I can continue the conversation
No, you
and
can't.
have the reactions at the same time.
Look,
you were the
we
keep
one that
looping
said
on the
it's
same
stopping
thing.
it
It from you. Because every time I have one, you stop the conversation to talk about my reaction.
So every time you stop the conversation with one of your strong reactions, it's my fault because we
I'm
stopped
not
because you
stopping
had that reaction?
I'm not stopping the conversation. You're stopping your end of the conversation because
No,
I'm not stopping.
You keep
the,
looping
I'm having
and telling me about
the
how you're
whole
totally
time
not
we've been
stopping.
talking. I've been having a reaction. The conversation's been going on the whole time. So I don't know how I'm stopping the conversation every time I have a reaction. I'm not. I'm clearly not. I'm continuing to talk while I have the reactions. You are the ones that keep stopping it to remark or call attention to the reaction and say, look, you're having an emotional reaction, this, that, or the other. And then you said yourself, if I heard you correctly, that it's creating a barrier to the conversation.
Yeah, you're obstructing the
on
conversation.
your end. It's not creating a barrier on my end. On your so I took it
again,
to mean
if
on
I
your
just,
end.
every 2 or 3 sentences when in the middle while you were saying something just started screaming about something that like I feel like is related and is very important to me and like I have very strong emotions about and like interrupted what you were saying about that, like would you say that I was being a barrier to the conversation or you were because like
that
got
happens
interrupted?
That happens on the streams all the time. I just listen.
I don't care if it happens all the time. I'm asking.
Well, I'm
do you
answering
think
your
it's a barrier to the
question.
conversation?
I'm telling you. You can see examples of exactly this scenario you're describing and how it's handled.
Okay.
It wouldn't throw me at all. I would continue to listen and let you talk and spur out of whatever you're doing while you talk. It wouldn't be a reason for me to stop listening and stop the conversation. I can listen through emotion. Like someone can be having emotion. It doesn't.
Yeah, I
impair my
definitely
ability to
believe
listen.
that you believe that for sure.
Well, you can see it on stream because it happens all the time. People come on here and spur
do see
out
it all the time.
all the time on the streams, and I sit there and I listen to them and I let them finish their conversations.
I mean,
so if you doubt it, you can
consistently
go
interrupted
get
me.
visual evidence yourself. I don't have to justify it any further.
You treat everyone the same way that you treat me.
I don't know how I'm treating you. I could ask the same about you, but
So
I mean,
okay,
I'm
so when you're
really
trying
not
to
that bothered.
generalize and saying this stuff happens all the time, but yet you have no idea how you.
It's not generalized. I feel confident in saying it as a statement of fact that there are numerous instances on these streams of people coming over here and doing exactly what you just described, and me sitting here listening to them and letting them continue the conversation. I'm confident you're going to find that.
Okay.
Copious
I'm also pretty
examples of it.
Great. I'm sure you wouldn't disagree that there's many examples of like people, like not spurting out and you spurting out in the middle of that and interrupting their thing and like having a big reaction and like, obfuscating the conversation or topic.
There's
like, both
plenty
of
of
those
reactions,
exist, right?
When you say interrupt, do you mean the reaction itself is the interruption?
Yes. When I'm like asking
the
you
emotion
a question,
itself is the interruption, or do I verbally interrupt?
It's when I ask like a hard hitting question and you don't want to answer it, and so you pivot to like, well, like actually, like we need to zoom back out to like the macro level now because everyone who's pro DEI
You
thinks
think
everybody
that's
is
emotion,
racist.
That's related to emotional reactions.
Yeah, that is you being emotional.
It's when I'm doing it in my head, it's not. It's me trying to understand the conversation and shift it to. If you think it's tied to emotion, that's just a misimpression. Hey, easy.
Hey, how you guys doing?
I don't know. Okay, I guess.
Yeah, he said he was going to leave 5
Not
minutes
bad.
from
I
now,
was just
like
joining.
an hour and 30 minutes ago.
I was just joining. What are we talking about today?
What happened?
Oh, I was just asking, what are we talking about today?
Spurg stuff and DEI.
Spurg stuff.
Yeah, DEI, racism, and my conversation style, and people's ability to handle my reactions or not, and whether that's my fault or theirs. So all kind of stuff, really. What's up with you? Are you panel hopping?
Yeah. I just going around looking at different panels. I was doing a change my mind, but after a few people had to come up, seemed like nobody else wanted to try and.
Did you get your mind changed?
No, the change my mind was about sexism actually being more beneficial to society than not.
In what way?
What's your version of sexism? What kind of sexism are we talking about?
Like the actual definition.
That women are lesser than men, or
Is that the actual definition?
I mean, I don't know.
I'm looking it up now. A prejudice or discrimination based on one's sex or gender.
Yeah.
So discriminating based on sex?
Yeah.
All right, my next question is how do in this day in 2024, how do we know what sex anybody is anymore?
True.
Well, I could tell most of the time just by looking at people.
Yeah, I think that's the big deal, right? Is that most people can tell most of the time. That's the problem a lot of trans people go through is it's incredibly difficult for them to pass.
Well,
But
that's
I think,
not any of our problems.
Unless
well,
you have
sure,
money.
but I'm just saying it's not hard to tell. So I'm not sure why you would say like why we have a problem. I don't think anyone has a real problem at telling what sex people are,
No,
Yeah,
I don't
with
think
the-
either.
with few
Yeah.
exceptions. We all have trouble in Thailand. We just do.
Yeah, there's very few truly androgynous people I encounter where I'm stumped and I sit there and I stare at them and I honestly can't figure out what they are. Very
Yeah, what do you
very
call them?
rarely does that happen.
To be honest, any time like someone has tried to trick me with this, I haven't been tricked yet. I'm not saying it can't happen because like, I've definitely seen different video, like Blair White really looks like a chick until you really just look at them, when it's not just a photo, they're on video talking, and then you're like, oh, I see what's going on here.
Yeah, I probably won't change your mind either because I think I agree.
Yeah, I don't think biological sex is well defined.
Do you
I don't
think
think
it's
there's-
well defined for the majority of people?
Wait,
Mostly
you don't
ish,
think
I guess.
biological sex is well defined? What do you mean by that?
No, I mean it's not a very well conserved trait in humans. It is I don't know, very flexible. Like there's no like classification that is like,
Sex,
necessary and
biological
sufficient.
sex
Yeah.
is flexible.
Yes.
In what way? I'm so confused.
I mean, people with differences in sexual development are about as common as redheads across the globe. So, like, yeah, I mean, it's like in mammals, like sex is not a very well conserved trait. Like, I don't know if you know about like the
developments. What do you mean by that?
differences in sexual development. So, like, there's people with like extra like ghost chromosomes. There are people with I don't know. There's like sewer syndrome. There's like you can get the SRY gene copied onto one of your X chromosomes and be like XX, but like present male and like yeah. There's just like a I don't know.
But
Whatever
I
categ-
also asked if it was well defined for most people. Did you think? And you said yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying earlier, right? About it, sex being bimodal instead of bipolar. It's pushed in two directions, but it's not a switch, right? That's why we have. Yeah, that's why we.
You think sex isn't just binary? You think there's.
Well, that's
It's
what I'm
bimodal.
saying. It's bimodal. It's pushed in two directions, but we still have those people that he was just describing who are born with who are intersex, or women born with testicle remnants on the inside. Like it's a fuzzy line in the middle.
Right. There's also some like super butch lesbians.
These
that,
are really rare genetic abnormalities, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
these are
like
edge cases, and
these are as rare
gray
as
areas.
being a redhead. So like, I mean, I don't know. That's a really rare. Is doing a lot of lifting there.
As
But-
being
but-
a redhead,
Yeah.
even if that's true, like okay,
I do not think that's true. What
does that need to unsettle gender for everybody else?
You're
Like,
telling
can't they
me
just
that
be
there's the
their little
same
redhead
amount
population and
as- Sorry,
live in society with the rest of us? No, go ahead.
Jeff.
Go ahead.
There's no way you can show me evidence that there's the same amount as intersex people as there are redheads. That's insane.
Yeah, I believe it's. I,
I
don't
mean,
know. They're both around 2-ish%.
A lot of people in the world are Asian and they don't have redheads, right? So like, if we take the entire world's population into account, it's a really small
Wait,
number.
intersex is about 2%.
Yeah, they're like
I thought it was
1.7,
lower.
I think.
Trans
I
is
don't
only
know.
about 1. There's twice as many intersex as trans. Or is intersex including all of the chromosomal abnormality, even if they're not visible?
Or it's
Like-
more than just chromosomal abnormalities. It's
Yeah,
like
you're talking about all abnormalities, right?
Yeah,
all,
yeah.
all non.
Yeah, so like again, like like there are dudes who are born like XYY and like they're technically intersex, but like you
No,
wouldn't
they're
know it
not.
from their phenotype.
No, they're not. They're not technically intersex. They're still male. See, that's the thing. It's still one path. It's still one path or the other. You're male or female. That's it.
I mean, so there's no such thing as a hermaphrodite?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh,
Again,
well, I mean, you kind of implied it though. You're like there are two
But for
paths
most
and only those
people,
two
like-
paths.
We addressed this already.
No, we didn't. Or you didn't address it very well, I guess.
I just said it. These are not. This is a genetic defect, if you will. Right?
Sure.
This
I mean,
isn't-
if you want to exclude all the possible counterexamples, like to suit your argument, that's fine. But like,
I don't think it's a defect, and I
Exclude.
acknowledge the existence of intersex. But what implications should that have for the people that are not intersex? Like, okay, there's these intersex people. We're not intersex. What do we like? What about us? Like, what do we do?
I don't know. They're just
Like,
you know?
sex is settled for us. It's defined for us. So we live in a world where sex is defined. We're not one of the intersex people, and so
Well, again, it's not super well defined. It's not super well conserved. Like like there are counterexamples to any way you want to classify, and like male versus female. Like there are counterexamples where you'd be like, no, doesn't fit in this category.
But if the majority of society is not that category, what relevance or implications does that category have for that majority that's not that category? Like, what are the rest of us supposed to do, or how are we supposed to respond to that reality?
I don't know what you're asking. I'm trying to prove the point that like, hey, like this isn't a very rigorously defined thing. Sex is not a very well conserved trait.
But
in
it
mammals.
is for the majority of people. And you said that yourself.
I mean, kind of, yeah, ish, yeah. But like again, like there's no, like we're talking about a scientific model of the world that like outliers exist in. It's not like a universal truth of the world of like male versus female. That like is there's no good definition that is true in every single case.
Right, but it works for most cases.
Sure, I mean, but yeah, I don't work for most. I mean, like Newton is mostly right.
I would say it's not an intrinsic like fact of the universe. I would say it's the dominant form of reproduction on the planet. Like I would just say that there are forms of reproduction on the planet by creatures that are living that are not male female, right? So like I wouldn't say it's a fact of the universe that everything is male and female, but it's a general biological fact of our planet.
But and in humans, the majority of humans are male or female, more or less defined. And so it's like if you're building a human society or civilization, it's not unreasonable that's the population you would mostly build it for.
And
but like most of the markers that you would use,
when we would approach those people with those abnormalities, when we would approach intersex people, they would actually sometimes have their sex forced upon them as far as one direction or the other.
Right. Yeah. And they can't choose as infants.
Nope. That's what parents are for.
But we have all kind of minorities that exist, like birth or accidents or whatever.
Yeah,
so
this just
we
doesn't
have
make sense.
minorities, but we have to pay attention to the dominant, like the majority of people in society too.
Well, sure, but it's just kind of saying like it's false to say that it's a true dichotomy, right? If there's a third group of people who have both, can you really say that it's a true dichotomy? That it's an actual like flipped switch of one direction or the other? Like even
No, but I
like
think
saying,
for most people,
that
that just doesn't have
you know
relevance.
why? Because if someone's born without legs, you're not going to say humans don't. Not all humans have legs. Yeah, all humans
but
have.
yeah,
legs.
the average person has. So on average, every human has less than 2 arms. Like, yeah, I mean, sure, if you want to do that weird number game, but like that doesn't. It's not relevant to the conversation.
I think you.
No, you know what's not relevant when we're talking about male and female? Hermaphrodites. That's not relevant.
Yeah,
So
that's
do you
kind
have
of the
any
point
other
I was making.
argument to your sex being not binary. It's not one or the other. Anything besides that?
Yeah, it's like sex, as a standardized use in the literature, like is not a binary variable. Like it has to be like more, you know, sufficiently defined in any literature that you read in order for it to be like a meaningful metric.
And this if for humans or for all creatures?
Mammals in particular, this is a thing for. So like hermaphroditic frogs are like a big thing, I know. But yeah, like the it's called the SRY gene, but yeah, it's not a very well, like there's a small percentage of it that most mammals have in common, but like the majority of it, like we have no idea. Like there's no similarity in between like species or even in like mammals as a whole. Like there's only one small section of it like that's conserved. So yeah, it's very prone to mutation, and yeah, it's just not a very well conserved trait.
What percentage of people is it well defined for? Like, how many are not intersex? 98% if we take the 2%.
I mean, probably. Depends on how you're again. Depends on how you're defining.
What are the
like,
standards for being well conserved?
Like not changing very much over time, like a lower mutation rate in
98% of a well-defined sex or gender. Like we've had males and like 98% males and females mostly over time.
I mean, you can appeal to like the rule working most of the time, but that doesn't change like my argument for like, hey,
right?
Like,
but I'm talking
like
most humans you're going to talk to are going to fall in that most of the time category, and so.
Yes, and what I'm saying is there's no hard and fast rule to like, specifically differentiate between the two. That's like a scientific thing. It's all a socially constructed category.
But you said for most people it's defined.
Oh,
so
Lord.
we had most people having it be well defined, and I assume that was male and female, and then we have this third category of the cases that are not well defined, the intersex.
Jeff, are you familiar with like what a bimodal distribution looks like?
Which were 2%. So for 98%, those 98% that you yourself said it is well defined for, that's what I'm focusing on. I acknowledge
Jeff,
the existence of this third category, but most of my experiences are going to fall into this 98%. So that's what my focus is on.
You can focus on that. Are you familiar for what a like bimodal distribution graph looks like? Like, have you seen one of those before?
Yeah, show us one.
Hang on, I will find one. Great.
Why don't you get to your point about it?
I have several times. Jesus, cancer link.
That there's a third category, but most 98% of people it doesn't apply to.
It's not a third necessarily like a third category. It's just again the.
Well, it kind of is. Well, how is it not a third category if you yourself said it's well defined for most people? So we have the category of well defined, and I split that into male and female.
I will here open the link. I would love the bimodal distribution, the picture.
All right. I'm going to share this. Hang on.
For sure.
Is this as good as it got? It's kind of small. Here, take a look, everyone.
Oh yeah, it's.
It won't blow up.
Sorry, I'd literally just grab the first one from Wikipedia. Okay, but again, so this is how, male and female traits are distributed, and you see how like there's no like there's not two very distinct groups. Yeah, it's like male, that's like female, but like where do you draw the line in between the two and like, not exclude people that, like, and not, not
but
exclude
that's
women
any
from the women
category ever is going to have edge cases.
I mean, maybe, but like, I don't know, when we talk about like how many protons something has or electrons or like whether, something is electrified or not, or like on or not, like those are all like binary variables. And this is a wildly different thing. Like, again, there's no hard and fast rule to draw a line on this graph.
The way humans experience their day-to-day life, there's more or less this and this. Like, I can't think of a time in the day where I have to worry about where that demarcation line is. Very, very rarely does it
Oh, I'm not saying you have to worry
for
about
me
it. I'm
as
just saying,
somebody
like,
in that 98%.
What I'm saying is that like that demarcation line like is like arguable. Like there's no hard and fast scientific principle to draw that line. Like you could probably, like if I
Yes,
forced
there
you, you could
is.
probably find
Again,
one.
these people, this is abnormal. This isn't just like a whole new category here on its own. It's just abnormal of the two categories that exist.
Is it like I don't know if you
Yeah,
can
Well,
point
you
out
said
on
if
that
you
graph
forced
where
us
the,
to, that
That's what
we
it
have a
is.
scientist saying we could probably find one if he forced us.
yeah, like you could make up your own heuristic, based on like your own shit, but like there's no like scientific law of biological sex like that doesn't
The
exist.
fuck you mean there isn't?
I actually I see your point and I acknowledge
What
it.
are you
I agree with
talking
it.
about?
But I don't. I think on a practical level, like on a social, cultural, human level, that's just not relevant to most people. Just
yeah,
like
well,
whatever's
yeah.
going on at the quantum level of an atom is not really relevant to our day-to-day life.
And that is my exact point, is that when we talk about like big or small gametes or like parts or whatever, like really you're looking for like long hair, a dress, like, like shorter, tinier, like, like you're not looking for any like biological like criteria to call someone like a woman or a female. Like,
What
you're
do you
taking a
mean
lot of
you're
social
not?
cues to like put
How
them
are you
in a
not?
box.
How are you
And
not?
there's things like penises and vaginas, which seem pretty differentiated to me and most people.
Yeah,
Would
generally.
do you think that testosterone makes you act the same as estrogen?
No.
Do you think someone that
Well,
has
unless it's sufficiently high
testosterone
enough.
already pumped into their body for years would act the same as someone who gets estrogen or has estrogen pumped in their body from their birth? Do you think they would be able to act the same?
Okay, I'm
with
sorry.
estrogen
When you say
supplement?
pumped into, you don't mean like endogenously, right? Or sorry,
No, I mean, obviously they were born with it, right? I know you're trying to look for a way out of the argument, but you know what I meant.
I'm asking for a clarifying question. You don't need to poison the well.
That's
But
what
yeah,
you were
I
doing
mean,
earlier.
no.
Well, it's interesting to see the other end. Go ahead, I'll watch. And
Okay.
then the freak had a question about.
But yeah, no,
racist
there
men.
are, again, I don't know if you looked at that graph at all, but like, yes, like, that graph could be drawn by some combination of factors of free testosterone levels and androgen sensitivity, and you probably get a pretty similar graph.
Yeah, I could draw that graph on a piece of paper behind me. I don't give a fuck about that graph. What?
Yeah. I mean, we get it. You don't care about science.
I do get what you're saying, Jack. I think you
For
do.
sure.
You did a good job of finally getting the light bulb to go off.
You're not.
So
you're not. You're not making a good argument for there's biological sex isn't binary because there's this little small abnormalities that happen in certain people, so that means like that's just
and
it's
that
not a binary, it's bimodal.
transition between those abnormalities and the normal is not what is it? It's not a smooth transition. It is. It's
Yeah, I mean, like, it's very clearly like two clustered groups, but like there's a lot of overlap.
Well, by this we can just say like, well, some people, you're just basically saying. Let me give you a good analogy so I can explain how stupid this sounds. You're saying that because there's it's like what I said earlier with people being born with no arms or no legs, right? We wouldn't then say like, yeah, there's a certain classification of human beings that are born without arms. This is a new type of human being, right? Like, no, that's not how it goes. There's male and female, right? Some people are born with different defects. It doesn't add a new category of type of human being.
Okay, so if I said humans have two arms, would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay, but what if the human was born without an arm?
It's a defect.
Okay,
It's a defect.
so they're not human then, by your own definition, because all
No, I
humans
didn't
have
say
two
they're
arms.
not human.
No, you have to say they weren't
Okay,
human.
so then can you differentiate that for me?
What the fuck are you talking about? Are you listening to me? I'm speaking English.
I am
Can you
listening to
speak
you.
One of the other languages. I
Please spend
speak,
less
or-
time doing this obnoxious like circle jerking and just like make a point.
That's what
Well,
you were
then stop
doing.
making me repeat the same thing over and over.
Then answer better. Like I don't know what the fuck to tell you, dog.
Answer better.
Yeah,
Good argument, bro.
about as good as yours. Of like, oh my god, I can't believe that. Like, this is just like the craziest thing. I can't even like believe that you believe this. Wow, dude.
Yeah, I said that after my arguments. Yeah, the point.
Yeah, after I responded to your arguments and you had absolutely nothing to fucking say, and so you know switched over to personal attacks instead.
But he didn't. Easy did not say they weren't human. They were just humans with the defect. But they never left the category of human.
Okay, so then, so humans have two arms, except
Yeah.
not all the time,
Right.
right? Is
Some
your
people are
statement?
born with defects, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah. Most people are male or female, like, but you know there are
Except-
complications.
right,
yeah.
that's what I said.
Yeah, and it's a
start.
defect. Exactly what I said. What you
Or
It's
it's
not a
well,
defect, like,
deviation.
there's like
there's,
Yeah, it's
you
not
can
a
call it
defect.
defect if you want. I
Yeah,
know what you
yeah.
mean, but I think
I
of it as a
understand.
All
deviation.
of a sudden, that's it.
Yeah. I understand you have no idea about
Less than
statistics, how
2%
bell curves work.
Isn't enough to make it its own category all of a sudden of new sex. The fuck are we talking about?
We're not talking about new sex. We're talking
Yeah,
about like
you are
the.
saying it's a new sex. If it's not,
No, I never said that. I never said that. Please find me in the VOD where I said there's a new sex. I said sex
not
wasn't very well
male,
defined.
and it's not female. What is it? Is it a different sex? Is it both? What is
It's a
it?
good question. If a female can, if
Oh,
the
it's a
word
good
female can
question.
refer
I'm
to
asking you.
someone who
Yeah,
you would describe as
answer the
male,
Good question.
answer the what?
Answer the good question. You said it was a good question. Answer it.
Okay, so I need to have an answer then. Like, yeah, like again, like, what do you call something that you like? If you found a
Well,
human that you wouldn't
yes,
classify
you
as
do.
male or female,
You're
what would you call
saying
it?
you're
Wait, let him answer.
classifying
Let
it
him
as
answer.
a different thing than male or female, right? Because another thing you didn't like, you failed to mention with this intersex thing, a lot of the time only one of the two things they have actually works. So they're still technically either a male or a female, right? But we'll get past this part for a second, just to explain the fact that you won't, you can't, you don't have a classification for what this is, but you're
No, I'm
saying
saying
it's
you
not
don't.
male, it's not female. So
I'm saying you think it's a rigid binary, and I'm saying
It
it's
is.
not. It's not.
okay, you can
like
say
you haven't
it's
demonstrated.
not, but you're not demonstrating how it's not.
Because of the bimodal
But
distribution.
most categories are not
Because of the
rigid.
graph you showed me
Anywhere.
from Google Images, bro. Cool, bro. I can show you plenty of fucking science that tells you biologically there's male and female.
Please,
So,
please
like,
do.
what you want
Like,
me to
give me a
believe? Your
rigorous
Google Images
definition.
graph or the scientist that's been
Well,
doing
again,
it for time.
give me a good definition of biological sex with all the sufficient and necessary conditions labeled.
That's not how that.
Do you have
works.
one of those?
That's not how
Do you
definitions
have one of
work.
those?
That's not how definitions.
Do you have one of
work.
those? Yes or no?
Yeah, you're an idiot.
Okay, so you don't have that rigorous
tell
definition.
me
so
the
that means that
definition
I'm
of a
correct
race.
in that
Stupid.
biological sex
Yeah,
is
tell
not
me the
well
But that's
defined.
not really how
definition of a wolf.
definitions
Tell
work.
me the
It's
definition
categories
of
and
a
language
wolf with
games,
every
as
fucking
Wittgenstein
aspect
taught us.
that make sure you don't leave out any aspect of a wolf. Go ahead. Fucking idiot. This is the stupidest. There's no definitions like that. Fucking
That's
talk
my
about-
point, you dumb fuck, is that it's not a rigorously defined category. You're agreeing with me now. What are you saying?
No, I'm not agreeing with you. That's not how definitions work. We don't.
Okay,
add
then tell
in
me how they
every
work.
little
Please
aspect.
explain to me.
There's a definition describing
What is the definition?
generality of that thing, right?
Sure, and when some of us want to have more rigorous conversations, like we have to acknowledge limitations in that sometimes when you zoom in, things get blurrier.
When you zoom in, things get blurrier. This
Yes.
is stupid. What do you mean, man? When you zoom into your Google graph, it gets blurrier on there, or what?
Yes, that like again, if you want to zoom into any scientific model, that like all the rules you learn in like intro to chemistry, like a couple years later in organic chemistry, you start to learn like, oh hey, so that's kind of true, but like not necessarily, it's true, like we told it to you that it was true for like the wrong reasons, but like actually it's a little bit more complex. Yeah, man.
Yes, you're still not answering.
I think y'all are talking past each other at this point. I really do.
No, he's deflecting everything I say.
Well, no, he doesn't have a good definition for like biological sex, and he's like trying to demand that I like prove a negative, because that's the only way that he can.
I think he has a decent definition in the categories we currently
Holy
use. If we
fuck,
take
man. You can't tell me if it's a simple question. It's not male. It's not female. What is it?
It's a question mark. Yeah, I don't know. If there's only a binary and there's nothing else, then like it's then a malformed question. Like I don't know what the fuck you want me to say to that. Like you again
So
have
you
not
don't
provided a consistent definition of male and female. You've just insisted that it's a binary, that there's never any ambiguity, and that like
There's
the
defects,
2%.
But you yourself said who
Yeah.
would fall in that category. You said there's 98% that it's more or less
are you
defined
saying
for.
that if a female is born without a uterus, say something, is that all of a sudden not make her female now? She's something in the middle? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, it should definitely be a step closer to being like in the middle.
I think
than-
the point
You're
that
an
Jack
idiot,
is trying to make is that for any hard definition you put on biological sex, there will be exceptions.
I know, but that's any
For-
category.
for
That's any
everything.
definition.
But
Any
that's
concrete
what-
noun
in
is
the
going to
world.
have.
But that would make it
Anything. Give me a definition for any item, anything in the world, and I'll show you how I can do that with anything.
You're agreeing with me now.
No.
Okay, so give me any definition in the world except for biological sex. That one is an impenetrable definition. Chair? No, we can't come up with a definition of a chair.
I didn't say you can bend the definition of anything. Keep up with me. I'm saying you could try and twist a definition of something by adding in some little fucking off thing about it that's not added into the whole definition.
Yeah, again, that's the whole fucking point that I'm making. Like, are you
describe-
dense? Are
we
you
don't describe-
unironically this dense? Like again, that's the point that I'm making. You understand that, right? That like all of these definitions like can be
You
tortured and
choose
aren't
to have
rigorously
that
defined.
mustache and you're calling me dense. It's wild.
Well, they're useful if the definitions work for 98% of the people. That's certainly a useful definition.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it's a meaningless definition, but it's a
Well, clearly
distinction
it
about a
is.
difference.
Every definition
right?
to you
Like,
is meaningless.
he's
because
saying
you
that
can
our
defend them
definitions of
all.
sex
So
are
every
that way to be
definition
useful.
can just have any fucking little thing different
Yeah.
about it, and all of
Do
a
you
sudden it
not-
doesn't fit the definition. Like this is
You understand that we made up language, right? Like us
This is
humans,
how
we
you
made up language, right? It wasn't
we made
divinely
it up so
inspired.
we
Yeah.
can communicate properly. Not so little retards like you can try to twist everything up and fucking make everything look stupid. Right?
Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
Effigy, what were you saying about definitions?
I am not sure.
Oh,
Lost it. Had it. Flew away.
yes,
What's
the
the
definitions
definition
work
on sex
98%
there,
of the time.
Jack?
They work easy's way, but there's that 2%, and that Jack's correct about. But it doesn't really. It's not really relevant to the people that Easy's talking about.
Oh, sure.
the
I think that's
98%.
where I was going. It was that our definitions that we have for sex are based on what you're saying, on usefulness, and what Jack is arguing for is precision, right?
Yeah.
If you are being precise in describing what human sexuality is, then you have to recognize that there is a blurry line in between male and female that we can't account for. So to say that the two are completely and utterly bipolar, meaning that there would be a gulf in between those two, and there would be no fuzzy line in between, where we would have those people who can be born in any number of ways that changed our definitions of what we have as sex. Then we could look at it that way. But I think it you have to say that, like, in that middle part, you have to recognize that it exists, and just call it just a defect is just to not understand that but it still can exist. Like, someone can be born with both traits of both sexes and completely function properly.
Yeah.
So if it can exist, like, I don't know, it's weird to call it a defect to me. if we were an entire species that like you literally could not be born anything but one way or the other, then sure. There's a little bit of gray. There's a little bit of fuzziness. Like I said, I don't have trouble thinking about these things because we're a big ball of meat that we're
I
just
think
pumping chemicals
you've
into.
resolved the aporia though. It's that tension between precision and usefulness. That's exactly what it is. The technical and the pragmatic. And most people are going to be pragmatic and useful. Like they're the super subtle little distinctions in that little third category or gray area is not going to concern most people. They're not even going to have the conceptual framework to imagine it. So I think for practical purposes, we're more or less male or female. I don't think it hurts to acknowledge that, and then also acknowledge that there's this little category of exceptions. We do that with all kind of other things, like the no arms, and birthday, autism, gay. There's people that used to think gay was a defect. So we're as a
Some people
society,
still
we're
do.
used to functioning with broad categories that work for most people, and then accommodating the little edge cases or exceptions that fall outside of that. We can do this.
But yeah, I mean, and that's my point, right? Is like, it's not that like these categories are nonsense and all made up and arbitrary and don't actually mean anything. Like they map onto some sort of physical
They
reality.
do, but
yeah.
I think the ordinary person's not gonna. When they look at it, they're not gonna see all that. But
Well, yeah,
that
I'm not
is
here to
going
talk to
on.
ordinary people, okay? I'm not John Legend.
But that's one of the things, though, right? When we talk about very, very small groups of people, the bigger and bigger the population becomes, the bigger those small percentage of the population become. One of the reasons I think, certain groups didn't get rights, or we're not even talking about them until like trans rights didn't really come up until now. Like we're pushing 7-8 billion people at this point, which is completely different than 100 years ago. Like these small groups are now relatively larger groups, even though they're a smaller percentage of just a much larger population. So like even though they're small groups, like the bigger the group of people on the planet get, more likely you are to run into them. So
yeah.
And like you said, like some people used to view certain people's sexuality as a defect, and that's changed. Well, not for everyone, but for most people. Yeah.
Yeah, but
agree.
you'd have to admit, effigy, someone's sexuality. First off, we actually, I don't know, we're not exactly sure if someone being gay isn't the result of something throughout their life rather than it being just natural. There's argument for this. I've actually had many conversations with gay men about this, actually, that they themselves had said that there was something in their life they can point out that put them on this path. And again, this is a sexual preference, and this other thing we're talking about is a biological defect, right? This is way different.
Well, there's
Like,
certainly nothing like that happened.
Why are we gay? Isn't biologically defected, right? That's.
I mean,
that's not to
what
do
are we
with
defining as a
biology.
defect? Something that's just exceedingly rare. Then we could start classifying like people's eye colors as defects, or mitochondria, where they have two different color eyes.
But there's nothing that happened like that in my past to turn me gay. But it doesn't even matter why someone's gay, does it? Don't they have the right to choose who they want to sleep with or date?
I wasn't even going
whether it's
along
because
that
they were
path.
traumatized
I wasn't
or they
even
were born
going
that way.
along that path at all. I was saying simply because I was trying to mention how this is a sexual preference. This isn't a biological defect,
Sexuality
where,
is biological.
like someone who's born intersex, this is a biological defect.
Well, so is sexuality.
What do you mean?
Sexuality is biological. It's hormones, chemicals. It takes place in the brain, the body, the genitals. I don't know how sexuality is not biological, and attraction and desire is not biological.
Right, and you're ignoring the gay super uncle theory.
Wait.
Well, I'm a gay super uncle. I'm super gay and an uncle.
What?
Yeah, have you not heard of this? It's fucking hilarious, dog. I don't know how valid it is. I haven't dove super deep into it, but it has a really funny name.
No, I've never heard of this. I just heard Jeff say I'm super gay and an uncle. I don't know what that meant.
Oh, yeah, there's an idea of like gay uncle theory that like the whole
Gay super
whatever.
uncles.
Most biological organisms strive to reproduce and rather pass down their genes, and that like gay uncles can increase the fitness of certain genes like in the family by helping provide more resources without investing so much into mating with someone else. I don't know. Again, obviously sounds kind of bananas, but some people
I'm
think
a bad gay super uncle then, I guess.
Wait.
Fulfilling my role.
Is someone trying to provide an evolutionary theory behind the existence of gay uncles? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's like it's unironically like a thing.
Or an evolutionary role for gay people.
This
Yeah,
guy's
yeah.
just making this shit up as he goes, I feel like.
Yeah, I think a
Well,
lot of
you
it
can
is.
feel your
It's,
feelings.
it's theorizing and speculation.
Say that louder, Jack. Nobody heard you, buddy.
You can feel your feelings.
Say it with your chest, my friend. Everyone wants to hear you.
You can feel your feelings.
I think he's having a gay reaction and a gender reaction.
I'm gay gender. The new one.
I see.
Gay sex.
How are you feeling, Easy? You're hard to read. You're always kind of stoic.
Well, I'm good. I'm not feeling in a negative way or anything. I like having these conversations.
I do too. I like that we can have them.
The sex being like it's there's all these nuances to it. This is I hear people do these arguments for gender, but for sex, yeah, I don't know how you can make this argument.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the problem of induction?
With the problem of induction?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you mean?
So like there's the scientific method is great and all, but its one failing is the hard problem of induction. Science stuff is based on hypotheses that we're trying to use as a model to predict future outcomes, but we have no guarantee that like our models map onto anything really. It could all just be schizophrenic ramblings. So yeah, I mean, like outside
don't
of
we have like practical evidence that it maps? Like we're able to build things and engineer things, so our models work.
They're useful
enough to allow us to create technology and art and whatever else we create.
They're instrumental, but I don't know if they describe any sort of truth about.
Oh, like correspondent model, like
like I don't know if calculus like has anything to do. Is the language of God or something.
Yeah.
But
they're not.
outside
They're not
of the realm,
without proof. Some kind of like they have some of like you said.
Yeah. No,
which
I mean,
think is a
it's
sort
still
of
logic.
evidence.
It's inductive logic. Is that like the past? Like observations from the past ought like predict the future. But like outside of the world of like deductive logic and like math, like there are no like deductive claims. Like even like a rigorous scientific study like can't demonstrate with 100% accuracy that like this is how the universe works. It's just like we haven't found a good reason to not believe this anymore. So
what does this even matter? Cool. You have can you show me that you're not just a brain in a vat right now?
No, I can't.
Okay, so what does that fucking matter to the conversation we're having right now?
I mean, it matters to my
This is so
epistemological
dumb.
foundation.
We just read on this ramble.
Wait, that's your epistle? That's the one you said I wouldn't be able to handle, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I you know, like,
I agree. I got it like that. I more or less agree with it.
right. Well, there are a lot of assumptions I have to make, you know, in order to get into like the, you know, like scientific method of like I exist and other people exist and my senses aren't lying to me and, you know, this isn't a simulation. There's a lot of hurdles I have to jump over there before I start,
yeah,
you know, getting to the place where I'm like, okay, I can trust my sense data and rely on science to
yeah. Well, then
to predict
like,
things.
this saying like, oh well, we can't really. We have all this scientific evidence about biology, but we can't really prove it's 100% correct. So
Yeah, but that's not what science does anyway.
You know, I mean, science makes models. It's not in the business of like, you know, truth or like, you know, like good or like normative judgments. Like it's just models that we can
so you
use,
think
you know,
biology
that are
got it
helpful.
wrong, bro? You got it right.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, word for word, is that all of biology is wrong, and actually I have a uniform theory of everything. That's exactly what I said.
Good thing this is not verbal combat.
What?
Good
What'd you
thing
say?
this is not verbal combat. If this were verbal combat, who would get fatality?
I mean, me, obviously.
It would be up to
I
the
don't know.
chat.
I honestly don't know.
It would be up to the chat. That's how.
I think for a
verbal combat works.
large part, y'all were talking past each other.
No, he definitely deflected a whole bunch, and tried to justify.
He did some sneaky
a
stuff with me
defect
earlier,
as
but
a
I didn't really
whole
catch
new
him anything
class.
suspicious in this conversation, other than he was doing some of the same stuff he was accusing me of earlier.
I mean, someone like you would say that. He was doing those things to me
notice
earlier.
it because somebody would recognize it.
Or maybe you're just suffering from confirmation
Oh,
bias.
I could
and,
just go replay the stream and analyze
Yeah,
every bit
true.
frame of it.
Who the fuck is Faxi? Why are you?
I don't
being a
know.
Llama Sissy baby in chat?
If unless it's somebody under another name, they just showed up today and
You're just in chat saying you're wrong. You're just wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. Absolutely nothing substantial to say. Good job.
That's liberalism.
They said you're wrong?
That's why I fight so hard for it.
They made a lot of unsubstantiated claims about that are
About you
in
being
contradiction
wrong?
with
They
mine.
said you're wrong. That guy's correct.
Great argument.
What if you're wrong?
I wasn't making an argument. That was a statement, my friend.
What if the state was
Oh
wrong?
no, you're arguing that dude is correct. Like that's your opinion.
No, that was the basic facts.
Oh, okay. Good argument.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay,
just assert
vaccine,
claims.
stop
Give you an
spamming,
argument.
or I'm gonna have to
You keep calling it an
bump
argument. I'm not arguing.
That's fine. You can do your Weasley little word games.
You see,
Weasley.
now you know.
Weasley little word game, like how you were crying earlier.
Although
when
I
Jeff
will give you, Jack, that your
Jeff raised
reactions
his
to it
voice
are a
because
lot
he was you
more
and Jeff were
grounded than mine.
debating about something, and then you started crying about him raising his voice so that you didn't have to debate the topic anymore. Weasley like that, or what do you mean
Did
by
I
Weasley?
yell at him for raising his voice? Did I say that I was scared because I have trauma and I was afraid of his shouting? Is that what I said? Speak.
Who?
I don't know why you were crying about it, but like you
Wait, what?
you really took the conversation away from what you guys
Okay,
were
so you have no
talking
idea
about
what the fuck you're talking about?
about what Jeff was doing. Yeah, you
For sure,
did.
for sure.
You mean
Cool,
tonight?
Cool. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
tonight.
thought he was talking about verbal combat or something. I didn't see any of that happen tonight. What he
Just
talked
earlier, Jeff, with you. I'm saying when you guys were both debating that topic earlier, he started whining about how you were reacting.
Oh
to him
yeah,
to get
yeah. I
away
didn't see
from
him
the
cry,
topic.
but yeah, he did. Yes,
That was a
he did.
Weasley move.
Yeah, I know. I called it out too.
Okay, what about that was Weasley? Like we were going down a line of argumentation. Jeff brought out something out of left field because he had a strong emotional reaction and you couldn't hold it in. And Like
I
I
don't
was
try to
frustrated.
hold
told you-
him in.
he
I wouldn't even
told you
try to hold.
many
I don't try to
times
hold
to
him in.
move
It's
on.
not like I failed at something I was trying to do in the first place.
Sure, yeah, he just kept looping and repeating the same. Just like it's your fault we're not moving on. It's your fault we're not moving on. It's your fault we're not
Well,
moving
no,
on. While he
because you
continued to talk
yourself
about it.
told me
Yeah, 'cause
that.
you
You
kept
said
whining
my
about it.
reaction is creating a obstacle or barrier to you
Sure,
being
but I
able to
say-
have the conversation. So I was moving on. I was talking the whole time. We could have just.
Well, why
picked up
can't
the
we talk about
conversation.
the obstacle? Would that not be more like
Well,
conducive to having a
If
conversation?
I didn't know. I didn't know
That's
that you
always
wanted
important
to.
in debates.
We could talk about the obstacle.
I mean, yeah,
Have
to
a
have a discussion about how we're
conversation
communicating. If we have different
I
communication
didn't know.
styles, yeah.
I to me it was a distraction. I was trying to get back on the track of the conversation. I didn't know that you wanted to have that conversation. Yeah, I could totally have that.
So, yeah, I mean, that's what I was like doing. Yeah, I was like trying to resolve what I felt like was a discrepancy in communication styles. Like, yeah, if you want to have a real, honest conversation instead of bad faith partisan hackery, yeah, that's generally
I
like
wasn't
part
doing
of it.
any of that.
I get it.
feel
I'm
like
not
you
saying you were doing any of that, Jeff.
Here,
No, you're
Jack, I
good.
got you. 1 second, Jack. 1 second.
Oh, are we still on?
Show us on the doll where Jeff violated you.
Stop. Are we still on your stream?
Show us on the doll, my
'Cause
friend,
we're
where
about
Jeff,
to go back to bickering again.
where Jeff violated you.
I don't remember, but it made me realize that I'm gay. Thank God.
That's a fun pop. They make those where I live. All
Yeah,
right.
there
Well,
was some
everybody
crazy shootings
seems
in
at
Toronto
peace.
recently.
God, whoever that is, they are ready to die on the hill that there were trans people in the Olympics. And they
They
don't seem
snuck
to
some
know the
in, did
difference
you?
between non-binary and trans either. So
Do you think they snuck them in?
snuck people in? No.
Like
The-
some of the athletes were.
the
Like
Olympics
what's
did not
that?
allow
What's that
any
movie? Lady
trans
Ballers.
people in. There were definitely no trans females at all. For
It
sure.
said
I
the
didn't
Paris
check on trans
2024
females.
You said it was
Olympics.
non-binary people there?
Non-binary isn't the same as trans. Though.
We're all non-binary. Listen, it said the Paris Games had stricter rules and regulations regarding transgender athletes than previous games. So the rules were
Look,
even more
he's
strict
spamming
this
it
year.
again. Nikki Hiltz is a non-binary runner, not trans. Like it's not the
But
same.
what's that
thing.
mean? What's that mean? I don't
It's
fucking
it's
know what
it's
that
it's
means.
a female who is non-binary who
Okay.
identifies as non-binary.
So a
Like,
female raced against other females?
there were no trans females. I.e., there were no males.
Hold up,
or trans,
Effigy. This is all I need to know.
women.
A female raced against females?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't care about this. I don't give a fuck what they're
Trans
they're-
non-binary is.
I give a fuck
Those
about
are
this
two
sex,
different
they're gonna be
categories.
competing with each other.
So you're saying this Nikki Hills is not
Yeah,
trans?
weird how you don't care about stuff that doesn't fit into your narrative.
Yeah, but I see a lot of that going on.
I mean, the two sources I just looked up said that Nikki Hills is a non-binary runner who uses they/them pronouns.
I
and
want to
that's
see
it.
if that's the one that.
When it says there was less, there was more stricter rules.
Because we debunked
about
one of them on the street. Oh no, this is a
trans
different
competing.
person.
What does that mean?
She looks like a lesbian. This is a woman, y'all. This is a lesbian.
It means the International Olympics Committee has had standards and practices in place
I'm
since
so- I don't know
going
if
back
she's
to
a lesbian.
2007
She looks like one.
about trans athletes competing. Like these guidelines haven't remained very strict. Or rather, the IOC distributes that responsibility off to each individual sport committee that holds their qualifications and shit.
Hang
So,
on,
yeah,
New York
they have a-
Times has her as transgender.
So they don't allow transgender women to compete against women?
They allow the individual sport qualifying committees to decide how they're going to implement those procedures.
That's
Because
ridiculous.
yeah, I mean. I
Oh,
think so.
she identifies as trans. So she's female. And she identifies. So in her mind, she's a male. It's like she identifies as. She's not transgender as like she actually had the transition. So she's a female that came out as transgender, meaning she's realized she's actually a male and she's announcing to the world that I'm
Is that
male or
right? If she
non-binary,
been
but
taking
biologically she's
testosterone and shit,
female.
so what? She takes steroids?
And compete? No,
She's
it says it
just
has been
beginning
taken
her
in-
journey.
Well, then, if she didn't take steroids, and she's a female,
Right.
I don't care that she raced against females.
And Vaxi is saying she's transgender because the lady herself is identifying as trans. So he's treating her as she wants to be identified. But technically, she's female. She didn't transition anything.
Yeah, I don't care then. Yeah, if she's not taking any performance enhancers and she was born
She's
female.
identified trans.
Yeah.
Also, this is fucking begging the goddamn point, because obviously we were talking about people who were a different sex than the sex category they were competing in, right? Like that was the whole point of us
Right.
bringing that up. So trying to find one female who identified as trans but hasn't started her journey yet and competed against other females is like nitpicking to the point of like needing to be fucking slapped.
Well, I mean, so just to be clear, do they allow, like males that say they're women or females that say they're men? Do they allow the trans people to compete against at all in the Olympics?
I don't think that. From what I've read,
depends
there
on
were
the sport.
none. No,
If
I
there's
didn't see
none,
that there
then
were any.
good. Keep it this way. This is good. That's how it should be. This would be one of the positive to sexism that I was talking about earlier.
That you see transgenderism as part of sexism?
No, I mean keeping males and females separate in competing sports. This is a good sexism.
What are some other examples of type of sexism you're advocating?
Just a lot of the different things. So I'll give you another example. If I walked outside of the club, I see you and Jeff here, or Jack, sorry, about to fight. I'm not doing nothing about it. You guys are gonna fight and whatever. If I come out and one of yous are about to fight some chick, I'm laying you guys out.
Mm-mm.
I treat those women a lot different than I treat
Even if they threw the first punch?
Yep.
Nope. Did we get in a fight after her?
And what do you hope to accomplish with this, or like what good outcomes do you think come from this?
The protection of the weaker sex.
Wow.
Wouldn't
how do women feel about that?
So do you like the idea of,
They agree
of
with me.
perpetuating
A lot
that
of women
weakness?
do. Not all, but a lot of them do.
So are you pro perpetuating weakness?
What do you mean?
That's what I say about the woke.
I mean, you're
I just
protecting
said
the
we're
weaker sex, and you want them to remain
the weaker
weak.
sex.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't they? Over time, wouldn't you select for strength if you didn't intervene?
They would never. What do you mean? That wouldn't work. It would never. There'll never be a time where the women are gonna be out strong arming the fucking men. I don't know what you think.
No,
this
not
is.
the men, just the other weak women.
I'm not getting involved. I'm not putting my hands on no women if women are fighting each other and I don't know them. If it was my girl or something, I'll break it up and like.
No, but
pull
if
them
you're
apart,
if you're
but I'm
always
not
going to
hitting
protect,
women.
see
What
women
are
as the
you
weaker
talking
sex and protect them.
about?
If you're always going to see women as the weaker sex in need of protection, then they're going to stay weak. Like, how are they ever going to develop out of the state of weakness if they always have somebody to protect them and enable them
It is
to
their
persist?
biology that they will always be physically weaker than men, and also like there's so many more things you could think about. Then why don't we just have all the public washrooms be co-ed washrooms then?
Washrooms I have no problem. Will you just wash your hands? If we're talking about peeing
Why?
and stuff, that's different.
Why do we do that?
Why do we do what?
Why do we separate the women's and men's washrooms?
Tradition.
Just the washroom? Are you talking about bathroom, like where you pee?
Yeah,
Or
public
just the sink?
washrooms. Yes. Why do we discriminate? Why do we discriminate men from going into the women's and women from going into the men's? to protect the women, right?
That's
Is
what
it?
they say.
I
I do
don't
it because
know
the
if that's
man says
necessarily
they
Definitely
do
for
it.
that.
Okay,
It's
so
definitely
are
just
there
easier.
places with like co-ed bathrooms?
Is there a place?
Yeah,
I've heard
like are
of
there
them.
places in
I've
like
heard of
Europe,
some.
say, hypothetically, where there are
Probably
There's
Seattle.
usually places with co-ed bathrooms have the option. It's like a third option,
for
right?
sure.
There'll still be
Is
a separation of men and women's.
is the rate of like male to female like violence higher in those places than
Well, no, it's
other
like
places?
every bathroom stall is like its own room with a lockable door.
I thought it was the women wanted to pee in private around. They didn't want the men around. Like the women wanted.
Right,
some
we're
kind of-
protecting the women from being around men while they are doing private things. Yeah.
And again, like the outcomes, do they align with your predictions, your hypothesis?
What do you mean?
Do places with co-ed bathrooms have a higher incidence of male on female violence than places with, strictly segregated bathrooms? Wouldn't that be an important thing to measure?
Yeah,
Have
so
they measured it? Do we have the answer?
This could definitely be one of the things you could measure, but you could also use your
Okay, so
common
you-
fucking sense, right?
Oh yeah, appeal to common sense, my favorite logical
you want
law.
dudes that look like you and me to be in the public washrooms with little girls while they're trying to use the washroom privately. Is that what you want? For
I don't know. Do I
society?
want
You
Buck
to
Angel
normalize
going in the bathroom with
society?
my daughter?
Excuse me. Answer the question. Do you want to normalize this in society?
I don't.
Buck
I don't think
Angel's
there's a.
What would he do to your daughter?
I don't know. He's just a huge, jacked, buff dude, like who'd be following my daughter to the bathroom if we're using this hypothetical. Like that'd be, like I don't know, if we're doing like
You're
strict
You're
rules.
just literally trying to run away from every question.
No, it's literally the same exact thing. Like you asked me a question, I'm telling you, like you're like, oh, would you want a daughter in with someone looking like me? I don't know. Would I want them in there like looking like Buck Angel? How do we differentiate those two? Do you know who Buck Angel is? Is that
Yes,
reference
I
lost?
He was
on
on
you?
our show. We had him as a
Angel
guest
is-
one day.
Oh, very cute.
Do you want to
But yeah.
answer a question without asking me a question? I answered your question.
Oh,
now do you
would I
wanna
want my
answer
daughter
mine?
going into a bathroom with someone like Buck Angel? I don't know.
I didn't say your child. Listen. While you're sitting there spurging and twisting your
Jesus,
mustache,
can we skip this part?
open your fucking
Yeah,
ears
we
for
could
a
skip this
second,
part.
bro.
But
Can we skip this part? Come on. You're
Yeah,
wasting
but
my
this-
fucking time.
We can, but this
Some
is kind of what
fucking
you did with
time,
my
dude.
emotional reactions. But we could skip it. Oh, thank you, Caldy. Hang on, we got to play music.
This fucking guy.
Thank you, Caldy. I appreciate it. Jack's welcome on anytime. I can tell he's not. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, how it goes for sure.
No, I'm only kidding. I like our conversation.
You're good at running
especially
away
the
from
meta ones. I just didn't know
argument.
you were that into them. Most
I'll
people
give
are
you
not.
that. Good at doing the little wiggle.
I'd see how passionate you are about your point that you've decided not to make it and just resume like the personal attacks. That's
I did make my point.
It's a very good
You just
argument.
don't listen.
No, you didn't. You literally was
wanna
like, well, why
normalize
you're
your
sitting there
attitude?
twirling your
Are
fucking
you having a
mustache,
reaction?
spurging
I'll
out.
ask you the question
Are you
again.
having a reaction?
I'll ask you the question
No.
again, buddy.
Oh, it looked
I'll
like you
ask
might
you
have
the
been.
question again.
Okay.
You ready? Do you want to normalize men that look like me and you going into the bathroom with little girls?
I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that. I don't think
Ooh,
every
that makes
like
me nervous.
dude that looks like us is a fucking pedophile. So I don't know.
Didn't say
Maybe
that.
I'm just not a divisive
Didn't
person
say
or
that.
something. But
Didn't say
in the
that
same way that I don't
whatsoever.
presume everyone's racist. Sorry, I'm making
Maybe
a
it's
joke
my
with
own
Jeff.
bias, but that makes me
Where did
nervous.
race just come into this?
So I was making a joke to Jeff about whatever. Sorry, I was making
He thinks that he
call back
he,
and
he thinks I think.
I find it odd that you think we should just normalize, men being in the bathrooms with young girls while they're doing their private business.
I think it's weird too, but it's not weird to
Very
queer, like
fucking
queer
odd.
theory. It's not weird.
Like again, I don't know if a girl is going
Is it-
pee
is
in
it
a
weird for
stall
men
and
doing
there's
the
a
bathroom
urinal
with young
there
boys?
and they're separate and they don't interact, then like what I don't understand like what the issue is there unless you're like loading some other shit into there.
Well, when you normalize this behavior, you make it easier for predators to go into.
Oh,
these
okay,
places,
okay. So
right?
you think men are predators and they can't control themselves? Like
no,
if they
no,
were,
no,
if there were
no,
co-ed
no.
bathrooms, if they walk in and
Now
see an
you're
8-year-old girl, they
strawmanning
couldn't help.
there.
But
Hey, Spurks.
Hang on. Oh, we had
Relax
somebody in the
yourself
back.
there.
They left.
Okay, Spurks, Denis. Stop straw manning and fucking answer my argument. You keep asking.
I
for
answered
my
the fucking
argument
question. You just can't comprehend it,
made up
apparently.
your world
I
in your
don't think
head
there's
here. I don't know
necessarily
if
a
I'm
problem with it.
talking to you at the same
With
time.
young
or-
kids in the restroom with grown men.
I like that happens all the time, right? Like like 12-year-old boys and 4-year-old dudes like are allowed to pee in the same bathroom.
Girls.
Okay, I don't understand like what is like crazy different about like a 12-year-old
don't
boy
understand
peeing in
the
a stall
difference?
and a 12-year-old woman like girl peeing in a stall.
Okay, real
like
quick,
as long
we
as the
have
dude is not a pedo.
wait,
Here
we have
for
someone in the back.
predators to prey on
Kane's
young girls.
Catharsis,
Well, you're
Joshua
stupid
Kane. Does anybody know him?
Yeah, I've seen him on somewhere before.
Is he? Shall I live on?
Yeah,
He has your stream pulled up. He has this stream pulled
And this
up.
is why I say there's positive to sexism, right? This is
Effigy,
what I'm
are you
talking about
vouching
right
for him?
here.
I mean, I don't know
Stop
them. I was on
dudes
a
like
stream
this from
that
going
I
and
saw him
taking
on or
pee
was on,
beside
but I can't remember.
the young girls out there.
Here, I'm gonna put him solo.
Oh, Kane's good. He's good.
Okay, welcome, Kane. What's up?
Yeah, you're safe, Jeff.
My signal's going low. I think I'm cutting out.
Oh, maybe you
Can
didn't
you hear me?
Can you hear me, Jeff?
Yeah. Can you
Yeah,
hear
I
me?
was gonna say, you're good. Kane's safe.
Good?
Yeah.
All right. Welcome, Kane.
Oh, I don't hear Kane either. Are
Yeah, you might be
muted,
on
Kane?
mute.
Hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. No, I was just surfing YouTube and saw you guys live, and it sounded pretty.
Where are you from?
I'm from Virginia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, bit of an
Good.
accent.
It's good to have another Southerner. Welcome.
Thank you. I did have a question for Spectrum and Effigy on something that they mentioned a minute ago. They said that sex was a spectrum.
Bimodal distribution, but yes.
Bimodal.
Yes. Distribution.
Okay, so they're from my understanding, they're either distributed to produce sperm or ovum. What's the third distribution?
So bimodal, bi meaning two, is like a description of traits that are, distributed amongst the sexes. Like it's not just like a, I mean, you can draw the graph in that way if you
that
like.
either produce sperm or produce ovum, correct?
That is, you can define it that way if you want. Sure.
Okay.
yeah.
What's the third way to define it to create the third that falls outside of the bimodal?
Okay, so if someone produces both, which one are they? Pick one.
Whichever one is functional.
What if they're both functional or both not functional?
From my knowledge,
both
being functional never happened.
We're in hypothetical land now, right? Like we're not talking about reality. Like we're talking about like if someone was born with both sets of parts and like neither of them were functional.
Okay, well,
are they male or female?
Before we get into
Or can you answer the question instead of like the deflecting?
No,
like
wait,
you're
answering my question with a question. So before we go into your hypothetical, just answer my question real quick. What's the third means of expression?
I don't have a definition for that. Again, I'm talking
if you
about
organize
bimodal
around gametes,
distribution.
does it become bipolar instead of modal?
It can but there is a a category in the middle that of people who produce both types
It
of
just sounds
gametes. Maybe they're
kinda
not fully
it
functional.
here's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like if we were talking about temperature, it sounds like you're saying, well, this isn't hot, but it's not cold. It's lukewarm. So we're going to call lukewarm something other than temperature.
No, I mean I'm saying that warm exists in between hot and cold. So if you ask me about well, what about something that's
temperature
warm?
expresses itself as heat and the absence of heat. So what's the third expression?
A middle ground where it doesn't feel very hot, it doesn't feel very cold. I don't know what. Yeah.
Well, I was just trying to bring more context, and
I kind of understand.
The point is not that there's a third sex; is that there's an overlap. There is no zero starting point. That's the entire
that's
point.
what you should be claiming. You should be claiming that there's an overlap, not that there is a new category.
That is
When you're
necessarily
talking
what
about
a bimodal
reproduction-
distribution is.
We've been saying it
that's
the
what-
whole time.
But
Yeah,
we have
that's-
been calling it third category all night, though.
So,
I have not
let me get this
been.
straight.
You have
You're
been.
saying
All right.
There's feminine men and masculine women. Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean,
There's definitely
yes. I mean, yeah, that's part of it.
But
Yeah.
there's still one or the other.
Not
Right.
necessarily. I mean, again, when we talk about what female is or what male is, you can act like this is a really good question, but it's not.
Answer it then.
Okay, how do you tell the difference between a masculine man
You have
and an
all
effeminate
the
woman?
answers for what it's not. Tell me what the fuck it is, you dummy. Please.
I can tell
I
the
wanna hear what
difference.
it's
I
not.
don't need
Tell me
to.
what
I
it
don't
is.
need to.
I
I don't
told
need
you
to
what
provide
it
my
is.
own
You say
system to.
no.
I do not need to provide my own system to show that to demonstrate that yours isn't
No,
consistent.
but you haven't demonstrated how my answer is wrong. You just keep.
Yes, I have.
Because the question
The
itself
inherent
is
issues of the
idea
ontological
gender.
category of female is.
Do what? Wait, do what, effigy?
The question itself mixes the ideas of gender and sex. When we're talking about a feminine man, we're talking about them putting on the behaviors and roles of a woman.
Exactly.
Not when we say a feminine man, we're not talking about a man with a pussy, right? We're talking about a man who's using
That's what
the gender expressions of a female. We're not talking about the actual sexual traits. So when that question itself mixes those two ideas.
Yeah, as again, I don't know if you've ever seen a masculine woman who was so masculine that you thought it was a dude, but
Gender
that
is
is
directly linked to sex. So I don't know what the fuck.
But what were her
wow, that's so fucking deep, bro.
I didn't. What? What do you mean it's so deep, bro? A good answer, bro.
He's
Did
punching
you learn
down.
that on
He's-
I would say
Minecraft last
gender
night,
definitely
or-
heavily correlates to sex. Yeah.
Wait, really? Sex and gender are heavily correlated? I didn't know that until literally right now. I'm just hearing this for the first time. This
They're
is
they're
crazy.
linked. What do you mean?
It's just a crazy idea. I haven't ever considered that before.
Mhm.
You're giving me a lot to think about.
Well, do we know what gender is?
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of agree a little bit on what sex is with the bimodal thing. But gender
I don't
seems
understand how
even less well
bimodal
defined.
is your out here. Just saying bimodal. How is that your third?
Yeah, you still
Because
didn't
bimodal
answer
means-
Kane's question. You just
One, two.
replied with
That's
the
one,
question.
Well,
two.
and Jack
You
Jack
just
did,
say
Jack did
bimodal.
say
I
he's
don't
not Jack's not the one. I've been the one calling it a third category, and not Jack. So
Yeah, what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
but
talk
still
about.
answer these question
Well,
questions.
it's just me.
You
It's
can
a
answer
My bad. I was
distribution
referring
graph.
to
It's
when-
just a
earlier
way
in the-
that traits distribute. Like if something were bipolar, there would be no middle ground. It would be a switch. It would be this way, that way. There would be no
Exactly.
middle.
it would be
There-
binary.
Yeah,
But
it would
since
be a
it's
true
bimodal
binary.
and not bipolar,
Bipolar
it's
is a true
non-binary.
binary. The fact that there is a middle ground, the fact that there is overlap, means that it's
Y'all are
binary.
crazy, bro. Does this really
I
matter?
told you everybody's not binary. We're all gonna be trans soon and black. And welcome, Taff. I don't know if you can hear if you're connected, but welcome.
Yeah, they
Yeah, I've just tuned in on some of it.
Oh, okay.
I was just rewinding the stream and watching back on it, so I caught
Oh
up a little
God, I'm sorry. Well, good thing we're here for support if you need it. We're
That's all good.
we kind of got. I think we got sex more or less pinned down, but we were maybe working on gender. But do you have any thoughts?
To be honest, I don't really like to get in on this type of topic too much, but I'm gonna keep it real. Jack didn't really answer Kane's question. He just sort of replied with the question. But in my opinion, bro, it's as black as white as there's male and female. Like
They
I'm
never
sort of on
answered
the
that
same.
question, Taff.
I'm still on the same exact same explanation of what Kane said. If you can provide another way that, like, so he said, like, females have ovules, we produce sperm. If you can find another way for us that is there, then I would definitely believe you, bro. But right now you're just answering questions with questions, and you're not even answering any of the questions.
Well,
at
no, it's
all.
like it's trying to show holes in the question, right? So if you're like males are things that produce sperm, what if there's a male that can't produce sperm? Is he not a male?
What if?
But he's
what
still
if?
his
That
reproductive
doesn't create a
system is
bad
still
category.
organized around the ability to produce sperm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're again trying to push me into a corner where I take a position of like all males produce sperm, but it's like it's
one
not
said
that
that.
simple.
But all males are geared to produce sperm. It may not function, but they're geared to do it.
Sure, but again, like yeah, like
Well,
I don't know,
yeah,
like
sure,
if
you
I
can't
can
just roll right by that. Like,
okay, so again, like we have to dig deeper into this then. Like, what do you mean geared to?
we're
Like,
talking about sex. We're talking about human reproduction.
yeah, and I understand you want to keep appealing to common sense because like you
Well, no,
don't
that's all
have like a
sex
rigorous
is.
background in biology or like.
Hey, you're not helping the conversation.
All sex is two organisms coming together, creating a new organism. And females are geared to produce ovum, and males
We're
are
talking about
geared
physical traits on things.
to produce sperm.
Correct, and there's
If
not
there's
a third
another
one.
way for reproduction to take place, what is the third characteristic?
It's not about.
And how does it express itself?
It's not about a new mode of reproduction. It's about like what happens when someone is born when they're geared for both. Like, where do we classify them? If the word male can also
No
like
one is
be
geared
ascribed
for
to.
both.
I don't.
No
Yeah,
one
that's
is geared for
impossible. That
both.
has never
You're not
happened
born
in
that way.
the history of mankind. That has never happened.
Okay, so no one has ever been born that like
No,
is
they
been
did not be
geared to
born with
produce.
a penis that works and a vagina that works. There's no one that been born with that. I do not think
Okay,
so.
so a dude who just has like the penis and like is geared towards producing sperm but is infertile is very different than someone who has both sets of parts but their male set is non-functional. So like we can't ascribe maleness to that person.
How are they different?
They are geared to produce sperm. They can't. It's non-functional. Like they're infertile. Like in that manner.
Exactly. It's an abnormality.
Yeah, or it could have been. It could have been from an
It's
accident, or you
a
took it from birth.
hermaphrodite is an organism that produces both male and female gametes.
Sure. So again, if we're going to say that the categories of male and female are rigorously defined and are a binary, then you cannot. You have to be able to demonstrate that every time we say male, we can have a consistent meaning
No,
where
you don't.
male will never meet,
No, you don't.
can never be ascribed to
Why do
something
you
that
have
could
to-
also be described as female. It's just basic logic. I'm sorry, I don't know if you don't understand it, but like, it's just an easy syllogism.
I'm trying.
Easy, you're muted.
You know, he's talking to his stream.
I'm trying to find
I am too.
some sort of evidence that suggests
how
that
many
there's someone
gametes are
with
there,
two different
Jack?
body parts, but I don't think there is.
How many types of gametes are there?
In humans, 2.
Bang.
Which is a what? A binary, correct?
Yeah.
That would be a binary, not a trinary.
If
or
you
what-
want to describe it that way, sure.
You keep
But
saying
again,
if you
that-
want to. I don't want
What
to.
do you-
That's how reality
that is-
describes
yeah,
it.
that's
How
exactly what
natural
it is.
law
Make up your
describes it.
own
How the dictionary
definition of what
describes it.
sex is. That's the problem here, right?
This is crazy.
I don't know. Several people were.
Sex
talking.
is
I don't
literally
know what
the
anyone said.
biological differences between male and female. There's only two sexes, and there's only
That's a
two
wild
types of
statement.
gametes that can be produced.
No,
That's
that's
it,
a factual
bro.
statement.
If that's such a wild
Biology.
statement, you should easily.
There
be able
are
to say what the
extremely
term is.
rare cases of individuals who can produce both male and female gametes. This condition is known as true hermaphroditism or ovotesticular disorder. It is a complex condition where an individual has both ovarian and testicular tissue, and it is important to note that it is a very rare occurrence. And most individuals fall into one of the two primary sexes, male or female.
Yeah, exactly.
You said they're both functional.
In true hermaphroditism,
they-
yes.
Yeah.
How does that
It's a specific. Hey,
I wonder how that
Chuck,
works,
oh,
bro.
listen.
Like how does that? Does that mean they have a vagina and a dick, or they just like have the stuff inside them that?
No,
makes
they
it
have
that?
ovum tissue that produces large gametes
They
and
still wouldn't be
testicular
able to,
tissue.
So wait.
like they still wouldn't be able to like get themselves pregnant or something. You know?
So are you saying that there are people that
It's moving the
they
goalposts.
produce
Like,
eggs
Yes.
that can? They produce eggs
I'm
that
not
can
moving
come
the
to
goalpost,
fruition,
dude.
and
You're
they
talking
produce.
about a
there's always gonna be
sperm.
something. There's always gonna be some
Yeah,
caveat.
like
Like,
a super fucking rare case that like has no fucking. It's not a. What is it then? Like, is it? What is it? Explain
Wait,
to me.
Jeff, can I
Is
ask
it
you a question?
both? It's both male and female.
Which would necessarily mean that male and female are not rigorously defined. If both of those terms can apply to something, like if you want to draw a harsh distinction between like what
Seems
kind of
like
gametes
it's
you
just a
produce,
freaking
and there is an
name when that
example of
happens,
someone who
right?
produces both,
If-
they are
if
both
they're
male
not
and
mutually
female, right?
exclusive.
Why do you call it harsh? It's just a border, dude. It's not. There's nothing harsh about it. Jeff, did you say that? Were you just now saying that true hermaphrodite is they have a functioning? They produce. They produce eggs that can be impregnated, and they produce functional sperm. That
Well,
can
I don't
impregnate
know. I didn't drill down
Because
to
I don't
those
think
details,
that-
but
to
they
my
are
knowledge, that's
capable of
never been-
producing
that's never
eggs
been-
and sperm. I just don't know how fertile, like how
Oh,
viable
so
each one
it
is.
might not even be functioning, eh?
Yeah, it just seems that seems very, very unlikely that that's a thing. I don't know.
think there's ever been a confirmed case of that. To the
Look,
best of my
we're
knowledge.
Only
just
500 reported cases
we're just
Of
a
what?
bag of meat that gets
of
chemicals
this true.
pumped
It's
into it
ovotesticular
that turns
syndrome.
into a thing.
Well, what does
Might
that
have a
mean?
dick,
OTDSD.
that might not.
Can you read the definition of what that is? What they're
OTDS.
claiming it is?
It is a rare congenital condition where an individual is born with both ovarian and testicular tissue. So I guess the defining feature of the condition is that they have the tissue.
Right. Well,
Of
yeah,
both.
that's not functioning.
Not necessarily that
organ.
they let's see.
Okay, so if it's not functioning, then it doesn't count.
And the
right?
term is considered out. True
I mean, it's still an
hermaphrodism is
organ that's
considered
there.
outdated as a term. So they're using this ovotesticular syndrome now as the term. But
I mean,
I'm
it's
trying
pretty
to
simple.
see if
If you have a person that's born with both sets, say they have ovaries and testicles, whichever set actually works, that's what they are.
I have the answer. It says the gonad most likely to function is the ovary.
No, if it were simple, they wouldn't be able to be born with both. Jesus.
The ovotestes show evidence of ovulation in 50% of cases.
I'm saying the
Spermatogenesis is only be
classification
observed
like a
What's
freaking
simple?
nature.
in
Not-
solitary
Well, that's what we've been arguing
testes
the whole
and not.
time. The classifications are there for our own
classification is
ease
simple.
and
You
for our
guys
own
just wanna fight
simplicity.
But it sounds like it's
You're
a
raging at biology. That's what's going on here.
Yeah.
it sounds like it's a
It's just-
specific type of genital. Like it's not a penis and a vagina. It's like something called an ovotestis. That's like a hybrid of
a pangina.
penis vaginas, and they said that In that case, it ovulates 50% of the time, and there's been no case where it's produced sperm, but there have been cases of hermaphrodism with solitary testes. I guess that's not part of this ovotestes that has produced sperm. And it
see, that's
says
what
there
I'm
are
saying.
extremely rare cases of fertility
Right. So
of
again,
people with this
these are
condition. 11 reported cases of people with this
again
condition.
these are really small exceptions of a
Yeah.
defect that happens in human beings sometimes. This isn't enough to be like, oh well, you know what? Actually, sex isn't binary because you know what? There's fucking one person
these
born
11
every
people.
500 years that fucking might have both because of some defect.
Yeah, it seems like that's just like a freak of nature, or like he said, a defect. I don't think that's a thing to base off and run with.
And again, if you look at the phylogeny of the SRY gene, or just the whole SOX family, I don't know, calling it a defect is a little bit weird because this isn't really out of pocket for nature. Again, you took biology in high school, you think you know a lot more than you do, and you're wrong.
Actually, I didn't only take biology in high school. For the last 5 years, biology is something I'm extremely interested in looking into.
That's
biology, human behavior, psychology. Yeah.
Great for you.
That doesn't mean I know everything, but
It's a
this
defect,
is
then.
just not. This is not an argument anywhere that
What is a defect?
gender isn't. I mean, sex isn't binary. And if you want to make an argument about gender, we could go there. But gender is.
We
linked
kept
to
trying
sex
to, but
as well.
I don't think we ever left sex.
Gender is the vehicle that was used to get us here, arguing about something that's black and white.
There you go, Speak. I'm putting this in Jeff's YouTube chat. You can go read if you're interested in this stuff. I do recommend. It's kind of dense. I don't know. It's taking me a while to slog through it, but it's the phylogeny of the SOX family and developmental transcription factors based on sequence and structural indicators. It's a super interesting read. Do recommend.
And thank you, Caldy. I'm trying to find the information right now.
You put it where?
I can put it in the back chat if that's easier, but it's in Jeff's YouTube chat. I don't know if you have that open. I just put it in the back chat. Sorry, it's the last one.
I can drop it. Let's see. All known offspring have been male. There has been at least one case of an individual being fertile as a male. So does that mean that the other cases were not fertile?
I just want to point out again, though, that instead of answering anything, you just put something in the chat. I'm just gonna put this in the chat over here, so you can go read it.
But sometimes it's valid. If they have an article or a link that summarizes the information, or
don't come debate if you can't fucking.
That's
pick up
good. I'll
your
accept
fucking
that.
take.
So, without saying bimodal, what's the third expression of sexual reproduction?
Okay. So I don't know. Can you point to where I claimed that there was that we should create this third category?
That was me. That
both
was
or
me.
neither?
No, I'm saying.
So there isn't
I'm
a
saying
third
because you're
category, so
saying-
there's only two.
I mean, if
Well,
you
there's
make
this
the claim that it's
ovotestis
not
thing.
two, you made the claim. I heard you. That's why I logged
But
on.
if there's only two, it's binary.
Exactly. And you're saying
No,
it's not
it's not.
binary, so what's the third?
No, it's not. Yeah, it is. The fuck?
I mean, I just really need
You
an
know-
answer on
you
this.
know
'cause
the
I hear
definition
people
of the
making
word,
these
or-
I hear people making these claims all the time, but they never explain what they mean. And I saw this as a great opportunity to speak with someone who's saying it and get an actual answer. Because these, I usually don't find these conversations live on YouTube. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I would love
Yeah,
to hear what
typically
this
we
third
don't.
expression of sexual
gone for a
reproduction
while,
is that I hear about all the time.
That's
What-
not
what
the
can
claim
make a
anyone
baby
is
have
making.
an
That's not the
egg or
conversation that we're having. I don't know if you're paying attention or I don't know if you've heard me say that I'm not insisting there's a third category. What I'm saying is that biological sex is not a rigorously defined scientific category. Like it is a
for some
social
people,
thing.
but for a large part of people,
Where,
98%
bro?
of people, it is. You had agreed to that earlier several times.
Okay. Listen.
If you're saying for
so,
people, then we're not talking about scientifically.
So if we're talking about the 500
Like,
of
science
autistic
is trying
kids
to
or
find
the
precision,
1100,
people are
the
trying to
11
find something
people that
social,
could
right?
give birth from that, that seems very insignificant to.
well, I'm not saying
most
that we
people's
should do
lives.
away with the whole concept of male and female because there are exceptions. I'm just saying that like it's not as rigorously like separated as some people like to think it is.
We're doing away with.
It looks
categories
pretty
that protect
separated, other
women.
than 500 people. That looks pretty
Based on what
rigorously
has been
very-
named here, we're
yeah,
doing away
it's
with
very
categories that protect women's
distinguished
sports.
and separated, bro.
So don't say we're not doing away with things, because that's exactly what you're doing.
Oh,
Is it
Jeff's
not?
dying. What? Sorry. Just reading
I
chat.
mean, is that not the same argument that was used to take away the protections that women have in sports? The right to not compete against men? They're using this, it's sex isn't bimodal or sex isn't binary argument, just like you're making here. You're saying you're not taking away anything, but you are.
Or no, I mean, I think it's like.
What
I
are we
mean,
taking away?
we have to be.
We're saying it's not a true binary.
But it is for most people. Like to say it's not a true binary because there's 500 people for which it's not doesn't erase reality for
So-
90, like most people on
7
Earth.
billion people, yeah.
So again, so like if we get out of the realm of intersex and just in like like people who in like the normal like range of variation, like if we talk about a woman with like very high testosterone, like and is not a defect, is born totally normally, but just has some sort of like polymorphism. Or,
All
sorry,
right, so
some
I need you to
some
ask. I
gene.
need you to answer me.
I
something
was
here,
talking.
Jack.
You fucking Canadian cuck. Like, can you just like?
You know what? You sent me this stupid.
What
fucking
has
link.
Canadian got
Told
to
me
do
to
with
read
it?
it. I'm sorry. You told me to read this link. What is that? What do you think the link you sent me says?
I'm sorry.
Explain
Did you read the whole thing?
Yep.
Okay. Can you
So
summarize
give
the
me a
major
summary
findings
of what
of it? Like
says,
what?
my guy. Give me a summary of what it says, my guy.
It's talking about how pretty much the only well conserved section of the Sox family is the high mobility group, and that throughout most of the rest of mammals, it's very prone to mutation. Almost like sexual reproduction is an evolutionary strategy that like wants some variation in some genes, but not in others.
It literally in this thing you sent me, it literally calls it defects. You fucking moron. Literally calls it defects.
Okay,
In
I guess
thing
the word
you
defects
sent me.
on the table, back on the
Read it.
table. Y'all can
Read
use
it again, my friend.
Great.
Read
That's
it
a
again.
normative word. You didn't read the whole thing. You just like skimmed it until you found something you thought was a good point, but that's fine.
It's literally going.
I also
through
like to
all the
LARP like I care about
different
biology
cells
too.
That are indirectly or directly affected, and the different defects that come from these things. It's called
Science
defects in the
direct,
thing
like
you
that's a
sent me, you
trusty
fucking
source.
moron.
Okay, so when they say
Do you
defects, what do
perceive
they
the
mean
word
by that?
defect?
Do they just mean
perceive the
as like
word defect
any
as
sort of
a degradation?
abnormal?
Spectrum, do you perceive the word defect as a degradation?
I think it's a normatively loaded term.
It's a descriptor. It means that the genes were not expressed correctly as they were intended to. It's not.
Again, you're making an ought statement there, right? Like that, like genes ought to express themselves like in a certain way.
Yeah, the way the DNA that was encoded into them from their parents, from the combination of their parents, was meant to express itself. Something interfered with that.
Is every gene in your code like meant to express itself? Like, are there some genes that like are expressed in certain situations,
what the DNA
or
code
like?
is. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, they're meant to express a certain way. You're meant to express toes. They're meant to express themselves in fingers.
There's a weird like ought gap here that I'm having a hard time bridging.
There's no ought. We're talking about.
It makes sense to me.
reality.
Like
it is what
no,
it is.
you're saying like DNA ought do this. Like the genes that
It
you
ought
have
to do
should
it
work in
because
this way.
that's what the code
Ought
is
you have
written
blue
as.
eyes? Ought
There's
you
code
have
in
brown
the
eyes?
DNA that's written a certain way. However, it's written is how it ought be expressed.
Yeah, so that ought statement is like again
It's
where
not
I
a
have
moral
pause.
ought. It's not a moral ought. It's a biological ought.
I don't know what that means. That's a wild phrase. Can you explain like what that means?
There's also epigenetics. I don't know
Just
if
like
they
I
apply
did.
to gender
The
development.
genes that were formed when reproduction occurred, the genome that was produced has a way has a code in it. That code is meant to be expressed as it's written. Now, for whatever reason, as it's being written through the environment, through whatever factors are introduced, say that whatever happens, defects occur, abnormalities. It's not a degradation, it's a descriptor of reality.
No, I mean we're okay. I feel like you might be talking about like mutations, which are generally like harmful defects, but like also are the main driving thing of evolution. Like I don't. I'm
Well, are
sorry.
these
I'm
is
trying
all
to.
this gender stuff mutations? These
Could be
fuzzy areas, fuzzy
It could be like
categories?
this like wild like diverse set of like our SRY gene and how that is expressed in different people. I mean it very well could be. I don't know. I don't think we know enough about science to make super declarative statements about that.
I'll make a super declarative statement. Leaps in evolution are caused by genetic abnormalities.
Okay.
You're making it seem like it's a bad thing because something is not expressed the way it was encoded to express. If something is encoded to express this way and environmental pressures cause it to express a different way, then if the pressure is great enough, it can cause a dominant change in a species.
Well, yeah,
And that's not a bad thing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but at that point, like this, like defect has now had positive outcomes, and it's weird.
Are we
to,
still
I
arguing
don't
about
know.
the word defect?
But either way, that defect does not create a new category.
Well, I mean, can't we separate defects into like like harms or gains or like evolutionary advantageous or non? That works better for
I mean,
you.
you could at some point, but I don't see how that's pertinent to the discussion we're having of two sexes.
Well, I mean, to discuss a gene that is like like abnormal as a defect, like I feel like kind of comes with a negative connotation. But like if it has higher
you think
reproductive
that's gonna be a
fitness,
personal hang-up thing. I don't know. You just you hear the word defect as something.
Yeah, that might be your bias.
Yeah, you seem to be bringing a bias into there.
Yeah,
Defect.
and it's causing a reaction.
It
but
only has
there's no need to let
a
it bog
negative
down the
connotation
conversation.
if you're using it in a malicious way.
okay, so a defect can be good. I think is where we're at here.
Yeah, like I said, if it leads a species
Okay.
to survive.
Okay, and like even if it does that, we still call that a defect, right?
It was originally a defect. The code that
Oh,
was
but it's something else now.
Huh?
Do you know
Or,
that?
like when does
do
a
you know that- Hey, Jack, let me ask you something. Did you know that tigers aren't actually white? A white tiger isn't a subspecies of any other type of tiger. They're just a Siberian or a Bengal tiger that has a defect. Did you know that?
What do you mean a defect? You mean they're
Yeah, a
albino?
defect that makes its fur.
It doesn't have
turn
stripes.
white.
Its stripes are
It's-
broken.
Why do you keep doing that? What do you mean a defect? Like this obfuscation thing you do is fucking goofy, bro. Just answer the question.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. We've been going back and round and round and round on a defect. Like, who gives a fuck about the word defect?
That's where I was with it.
Doesn't even know what the word
started.
defect is. Defect is this fucking debate style you're trying here. That's a defect, bro. Fix it up.
Okay, good point.
I also said at the very beginning, like an hour ago, that for 80% of the population, it's more or less defined. Everybody agreed to that, and that all this other stuff we're talking about is not really relevant to most people's lives. Everybody agreed to that, but we're still talking about all of this trivial stuff that doesn't really apply to anybody.
Yeah, it's kind of pointless.
I think it's the fundamental issue of what's causing the problems in society right now. One of the main issues, as it is, doing away with what is it, Title IX, the protections that women have in sports and stuff, and it's all based on what he's saying here. Because there are genetic defects found among humans that that we have to change the way 95% of people do business.
Never made that claim.
Same with
never,
racism,
never.
'cause
I
there's
made
a little
0%.
sprinkle of racism
I made.
here and
what
there.
you're saying, so you can't really weasel out of it.
Yeah, no, I can weasel out of it because again, I never made the
Okay,
claim
then
that
let
like
me ask
male and
you
female
directly.
are nonsense categories that are just
Let me ask
schizo
you
ramblings by
directly.
humans.
Should a
You said they're
trans
not binary though.
should a trans
they are.
woman be allowed
Yeah,
to speak?
bimodal. Go to school, you retard, please.
Should a trans woman be
You're
able to
telling me to go to
participate in
school.
women's sports
That's like that sounds hilarious.
then? Should a trans woman be allowed to compete in women's sports?
It depends on if they underwent male puberty or not.
Where they told you that biology has two sexes in human beings. That's it.
Is that what biology says? There's only two sexes. There's never any like,
Yes.
never any
Yep.
outliars.
Yes.
Biology
Yes.
says
what the
there's
third
only two
expression
sexes.
was, and you
Search
won't
it up,
answer.
bro.
So
Put
yeah,
it in your
two.
little chat GPT that got you to send me this fucking thing that proved my point.
There's 500 outliers. There's
You're a
almost as
literal
much as
retard.
we have, and 11 of them were fertile.
Go ahead, put in your chat GPT. Is there more than two sexes? Go ahead.
Do you think I use ChatGPT for research? Like, do you have any evidence to prove that, or
let's see
you
what
just you found the word
Gemini
defect in there and you were like, oh, actually I'm right.
Easy. What are you typing?
No,
What's
he's
the
eating
third-
dive
what-
store
how
Andrew Wilson over here.
How many sexes
You need to
there
calm
are?
down.
Is
Bro.
How
there
many
more than
sexes
two
are there in
Very
humans?
agitated.
Ask it however you want.
He keeps saying it's not just two. Then you ask him to name what the third.
That's not what I said.
expression.
I didn't say it's not just two.
Okay,
I
what
said
did you say?
There are two
I said-
biological sexes in humans, male and female, and that's in bold from the
Said
AI.
it's not
What did
binary.
you say
Gemini.
then? Yeah, that's exactly it, Taf-da.
This
But-
Again,
distinction
it's
is
a
primarily based
bimo.
on reproductive function, where males produce sperm and females produce eggs.
That's all sex is.
While
So
there are
spec-
variations in sex characteristics, and some individuals may be intersex, the fundamental biological division remains between male and female. I don't
And
understand
male
why
and
this is
female.
controversial.
I don't need.
Yeah, it's been like that for thousands of years or long time.
Other than ideology. Like, it's not science, it's ideology. It's achieved through persuading people to adopt belief, but not through scientific evidence and proof and the methods that
100.
science
No,
uses. It's
you're
through
engaging in
discourse.
scientism. Like you're just like, oh, science has figured everything out and everything's
never
like very
said
easily
that.
classified.
I never
You
said
sound
that.
like you're the one that's got
Yeah,
to
he
figure
does
it
that
out.
again.
I know
Yeah,
science.
you sound like
figured
the
it
one who
out,
has
bro.
it all figured
So
out.
tell me,
Jack
Spectre.
Dark
Science
What-
is a model.
Spectre,
It doesn't
what's
make
that
truth
twist
facts.
there?
Science is a method, it's a
You figured it
technique
out.
for evaluating beliefs and hypotheses
Spectrum.
and
What is
figure
your
out which ones
definition
to
of
adopt
sex?
and reject.
What's your definition of sex?
And in that process, a model could emerge.
He won't give you it.
What's your definition, Spectrum? Simple 10-word definition of sex.
Oh Jesus! Hang on, give me a minute.
Don't look shit up.
You
Just tell
can't
me.
Google it. Yeah,
Bro,
I don't
tell
know
me.
if that's
I'm not
really
googling it. Fucking God, die. I'm trying to think. You're asking me to condense a very complicated thing down into 10 words. Okay.
Change.
Okay, I'm sorry. So while I'm thinking of a definition for sex that's less than 10 words, can you give me
Yeah,
a
I'll
definition
give it
for
to
a
you. I'll
chair
give it
in
to
under
you.
10
I'll give
words?
it to you
Shut the
less
fuck up, you
than
Canadian
10
cuck.
Wooden
Biological
objects with
differences
You're not
4
gonna argue.
legs
between male
Go
and
ahead, look
laying
it
that
up.
a human sits on.
That's
Go ahead, look
hey,
up.
chair.
Go ahead, look it up
See
and
how
tell
easy
me
that
whatever
was?
Google tells you to tell me.
biological
Tell me whatever
difference
Google
between
tells you
male
to tell
and
me, dude.
female. That's what sex is.
And I noticed you were using Wikipedia for some of your sources earlier, Jack. I can literally go on Wikipedia right now, the exact source you showed me, and change it.
Talking
And
to
does that mean
Okay.
it's correct?
Do you know what I
Anybody
cited from
change themselves
Wikipedia?
anymore? Are
It
you
doesn't matter.
seriously telling
Everything in
me?
Wikipedia can be changed right now from my computer.
Oh,
Are you
okay.
sure
You're
you're
right.
It's not
seriously
really a
telling me?
valid source
So
of
it's
information.
just totally
It never really has been.
untrustworthy.
I can
Yeah,
observe
it is.
from where I'm at here that you're an adult human male,
Yeah,
and you're
that's-
telling me that
that's
you
dumb.
can't, on your own, come up with a definition of what sex is. Are you serious? Can anybody think for themselves these days?
I mean, not one that like isn't begging the question or like a bad faith response. Yeah, I don't know. It's some combination of like
You don't know what sex
gametes,
is.
gametes, testosterone levels, and or rather just hormone levels in general, and like social cues that people give off. It's like I got
What do
like
social cues have to do with human reproduction?
because you don't determine whether someone's a female or a male by testing their gametes.
What does that?
You
have to
understand
do-
that,
what
right?
does testing have? What does testing?
No,
gametes
you're
have to do
right.
with human
We
reproduction?
Okay,
by
Kane,
what
I can
we're
see you
going
right
to
now.
do
I can see
it.
you right now, and I don't know if you're a man or a woman because you haven't shown me whether you produce large gametes or small gametes, and I can't say for certain either way until a test is given, right?
Well,
Saying you
you
don't know
should
I'm a man.
you should figure that out, my friend.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a bit far fetched.
If you can't
Okay, so the
look
question
at
is,
me
so the
and
so the
figure out if
question
I'm a
is,
man or a woman, I think you need to figure that out for yourself, right?
yeah.
So you
I
can
mean, maybe if
actually
you stopped acting like such a
function.
bitch all the time, then I would have an easier time with it, you know?
Ooh, that was a good one, bro.
So what's your definition of sex? It's been like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I said some combination of gametes, hormones, and social cues that like signal reproductive capacity.
Gametes, social cues, which I.
But
don't see
again,
what
my whole
that
point from the start of
has to
this
do with
is that
anything
sex
at
is not
all.
a rigorously well-defined category. So
What was your
you trying to
second- what
torture
was
my
your second-
definition doesn't really mean anything because like I'm the one saying that there's not a great one out there.
What was your second qualifier? You said gametes, social,
Gametes, hormones, social cues.
hormones. So what does social cues have to do with human reproduction? How does
How
a
do you
social
determine
cue-
who you want to fuck? Like, do men and women just look the same to you? I don't know if you're one of those bi or pansexual
that's
people.
how I
It
know
doesn't
there's
really
two.
seem like it matters, but I'm asking, what role does a social cue play in the actual reproduction?
Because that's the proxy by which we generally like discern male or female. Like we presume that every woman we see is a female because of those social cues and like.
That's a good idea, Caldy. And thank you, by the way.
But again, I'm gonna keep reiterating this my entire position is that this is not a very well like super strictly defined category. So again, I'm giving you a pragmatic functional thing that I don't think is perfect. But like my whole point is that there is no perfect definition.
If there's only 500 exceptions, how is it not pretty well defined?
Yeah.
Like 500
like
in relation to all the
500
other
out of
billions of
fucking
humans seems
million.
pretty well defined.
Yeah,
what other categories do we use such
Billion.
rigorous standard for? That if there's only 500 exceptions, it's still not well defined.
Because again, like I'm super logic brained here. If we want to say that this is a strict binary, that means the word male can never be applied to a female and vice versa.
That's right.
If
Oh,
we
now
wanted-
now you've changed it to strict binary.
No. What I'm saying is if you want it, if you want
you
to,
said
if you want
well
to
defined, and now you're strict binary. So I said like
That's right, you
500
can't be one
exceptions
thing
relative
and
to
something else
billions
at the
seems
same
well
time.
defined
You
to
know
me,
that?
and then you shifted the standard to if you want it to be strictly defined, you can never use. So you shifted it to
changing.
dogmatism from something a little.
How is that
loose and fluid.
dogmatism? No. Because I'm not the one arguing for a
Well,
strict binary.
I'll just
No,
let
you're
people
trying to
watch the
argue that you
stream
can
and
be
I
male
just
and
explained
female
it
at
so
the
people
same
can watch
time.
the
It
stream
doesn't work
and
like
figure
that.
out for themselves how it's dogmatism because I just explained it.
I think your boy Effigy needs to jump up in here. He's kind of quiet.
Yeah,
You know what
Effigy
that's
just
like.
stays quiet. and
Well, it's because we've been doing the same fucking thing for 3 hours.
Because first you use this very loose concept, well defined, and I give my version of it as an example of something I think is well defined, and then you shift to strictly defined.
And Jeff even
Effigy, you're
agreed that
just
I
Jack's
explained this
support,
earlier, and
man.
now we're
It
back
just feels like
arguing the
bullying at
exact
this
same
point,
thing.
because
One
he's
of
not-
Wait,
one
hang
of
on,
you
hang
were
on, I wanna
talking
hear it.
scientific precision.
any
The rest of
argument.
you are talking.
Hang on,
everything
Effigy, go
else.
ahead.
I said I've already explained this before. And you agreed with me when I did it. One of you, Jack, is talking about the scientific precision of what it means and those things and how it is actually bimodal. And if it were actually a true binary, it would not have overlap. That doesn't imply any kind of third sex or any kind of this bullshit that Kane wants to fucking talk about.
Is temperature bimodal?
But I still think that
shut the
qualifies
fuck up,
as well
man. I wanna talk to
defined,
you.
however you're going to define well defined.
But that's what we said earlier, right? We said that the
You
difference in this
don't really
conversation is
say-
someone going for the
just
actual scientific
say
reality
exactly
precision
what
that we've
Jack's
got, and
saying, but in
everyone else
different
talking about mostly social shit.
I think that's a Spurg thing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's ever not going to be there.
Yeah, I'm a fucking autistic scientist. It's literally my
Right.
job to find these exceptions to the rule and study them. Like that's
Oh,
what I
you're
do
a
for a fucking
That's
scientist.
why I
living.
think there's going to
you're a
be some
scientist,
You're a
talking
bro.
past each other a
scientist, are
lot.
you?
I don't think you're a scientist.
Mixing your fucking soaps together at home doesn't make you a
No,
scientist, bro.
I think I take him at his word.
Yeah. Okay. How could this guy be a scientist, bro? My guy can't let go of his fucking mustache. How could you be a scientist?
Yeah, because
Got
apparently
What do you
only
do?
the only thing that
You're a
people can do is
scientist.
try to
all
attack
this
me
is
on my
this is just
physical
fucking
appearance.
needling. This is
Then
just needling.
You're a
It's-
rocket
it's-
scientist?
no, fuck no. Who the fuck gives a fuck about rockets?
So effigy, your claim is that,
The standard on scientist has definitely dropped if you're a scientist, bro. I'm not
Let
gonna
me-
lie.
okay, let
'Cause
me-
you're
let me,
getting your
uh,
You know
information
what? If
from
you are
Wikipedia.
actually a scientist, I'll agree with you. Biology is all throwing out the window now, bro. We're just gonna throw it all out the window.
so effigy, your claim is that
You're no science.
that
Tell
sex
me my claim, Kane.
huh?
Tell me
You
my
just-
claim. What's my claim?
Well, you just said something like
Effigy,
hum-
you're just Jack's
humans
butt,
can't
buddy.
can't be classified as only having two different sexes, male and female, because there's overlap. That's your argument? Because overlap exists?
Yeah, what's the overlap, bro?
No, we're saying that there's not a strict binary because there is overlap. If there
Is
was,
that not what I just said? How's that different from what I just said?
it doesn't mean you can't classify it in two distinct classifications. It's just
Okay.
not a true binary because there is overlap.
So what?
But
How
that's
does that,
Characteristics of one can apply to the same thing. Therefore, they are not two distinct things at all points. Like that's all we've been arguing this whole time. Like if you want to sit there and like try to be like, but you're trying to argue that there's a third thing. It's like, no, we're just saying it's bimodal instead of bipolar. I get that you guys don't get those words.
No,
I
I
get it.
understand that. I'm
You
just
can
trying to
take the
understand.
dictionary and hit yourself in the head 30 times and you probably still don't get it.
Okay,
Oh my
That's all
God,
we're
the-
fucking arguing right now, man.
Yeah, but I
get that.
no.
Male,
see,
female, yeah,
the
that
thing I
exists.
don't get it.
I
When
think they
asked
they
earlier,
think
the
that you're
reason I asked
stupid.
for a third category is because I asked specifically.
The argument's been going
is
for
it-
4
So you're
hours.
saying it's not male and it's not female, and he said yes. That's why I looked for a third category. Don't act like I
That's
don't
cool.
know what bimodal means and I'm some retard. That's just you're just again. This is just something to discredit what I've been saying this whole time.
So
Obviously, I know what you're saying.
Hey,
you can
you know
say
that
Welcome,
overlap.
women
Moose.
play with
And
their hair all
again,
the time.
if you're going to
easy.
say overlap, so you're trying.
Morning,
Does
Jeff.
that mean you're saying that they are both male and female,
Can you
or
repeat
are
your
you
position
saying
Can they be
they are a
both?
male with some characteristics that look similar to a female's? Is that what you're saying? Which one is it?
That's my question to you. If the two cannot exist at the same time, if they
Motherfucker,
cannot
that
be
isn't an
both,
answer to me.
if they cannot be
I
both,
gave you my why do you want me to give you your answers, guys? Come on.
The standard is whichever set functions. I mean,
Moose, play nice.
Okay, so if they don't function, it doesn't count, right?
No,
So if
Ken,
you're
the
if you're
actual
infertile, you
standard
are
at
neither
birth
male
is
nor
whatever
female.
looks like it, right?
Until he
And the
irritates you
doctor
too, like
determines
too
it by
much, like he
look,
did me.
right? That's what
And
the
then you're not
actual
gonna be able to
standard is.
restrain yourself.
Your first reference to your sex on birth certificate is done by a doctor who simply looked at what you had. It's
Right,
like
they
a visual.
observe, and they're 98% likely to be right. So
yeah,
I have no
it's
problem with that.
accurate in nearly
I
every
mean, if the
case.
doctor sees a dick, you're most likely a dude. If you're not a dude, there's something seriously wrong.
And
It
if
must
they
be
got it
something
wrong,
else.
they could change it later,
Yeah, exactly. So what's the problem? Why do our laws need to be
and they
changed?
can
based
develop
on-
better tests for.
Who argued anything about laws? You keep making these fucking
Some
leaps.
dogs.
Because
Some
laws are
dogs.
being changed over your ideology. That's why I'm bringing it up. That's the only reason I care. If laws weren't being enacted in favor of this ideology, I wouldn't be having this conversation because it would not be important to me.
We're not even talking
'Cause I
fucking
don't give a
ideology
shit
right
about
now. We're
none
just
of this.
talking about scientific reality. Like that's
Right.
it.
But effigy. There's
Depends on
ideology
what we
entering
define
into these
reality.
conversations. That's part of the problem. Is it's hard to have a strictly scientific conversation about this because of the ideology.
If my cousin's best friend didn't lose her swim meet because of this ideology, I wouldn't care. Nobody cares what grown adults want to do. But when you start making laws based on this tiny fraction of a half of defective percentage point, I mean, you can't, in all good faith, say that this rhetoric and ideology does not affect society.
I mean, let's be real. Catering to people with mental illness is only going to breed mental illness in society.
Yeah, I don't think you cater to mental illness
Yeah, you
at
don't
all.
make
Like
laws
I've never seen
around it.
that
I
be
think there is some sort of
an
mental illness.
an effective or appropriate approach.
The
I don't think
DEI
these
is
people are all
an
there.
example of that. They're trying to cater to a minority of mentally ill individuals, so that way everybody else has to follow in line.
Which group of mentally ill people is our DEI catering
Jack.
to?
Jack and you.
I mean, if you know anything about DEI, if you do the 5 minutes of research, you could like specifically figure that out yourself.
I have a bunch of streams on it.
No, I'm asking you. You tell me which group.
I don't need to tell you anything. I don't answer questions, son.
Yeah, okay.
Keep playing with your mustache like a fruitcake.
Yeah, that's not me, buddy.
Whatever. I'm gonna use his image in your voice because that's what you look like to me in my mind.
You know, I do want to say I know
That's
my
Bob Dobbs.
I just want to say I know my opinions can be perceived as harsh, and I'm not trying to attack anybody, and I want everybody to live their life freely. But I just feel like in these types of cases, people are telling fairy tales, and I think it's very harmful to children to tell them that.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's borderline child abuse to be filling kids' heads with this, and
I
it's
think it
not
is.
right. And every time you get called on it, you just want to say, "Well, that's not what we're saying," but that is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think it is.
Or it's no, that's not what we're doing.
Exactly that.
And then you find out on the news a couple weeks later that is what they're doing. Hey, people are strange, man. They want
I've been wanting
to
to
do
say
the
these
smoke
things
and
for 10
mirrors
years.
thing.
For 10
Hey,
years,
we're-
I've been wanting to say these things because I've been
good.
it's been building and building. But
Oh my God, you're just getting a
We're
chance
going
to
to be
say it.
good to you and your children.
I could have said it a long time ago, but I didn't feel like it was getting censored so heavily.
Oh
to
yeah,
say
that's
anything.
what I'm saying. Like a
And
lot of
the
people are in that
opposite.
situation.
didn't
People
feel
tell
like
me it's not
anyone was
happening.
I didn't even try. That's why
Free
I said.
speech is being stifled because of this.
Yeah, that's why I said I was surfing live channels and I heard this conversation and I said that's pretty unique for YouTube. I mean, I just don't hear people
Really?
openly discussing this on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, we talk about it all
Maybe
the
I'm
time.
not current because I stopped looking a couple years ago because of the heavy
Oh.
censorship. But
That makes sense. Yeah, I think the trans stuff is dying off now. Thank God.
Do you think it'll get replaced with anything? Like it looked like for a while, Palestine was replacing trans.
Yeah,
but like I don't know what's going to happen after.
Amazing, to be honest. Honestly.
Do what?
I believe that issue will bring the
Dude,
censorship back.
I was over
heavier.
in I took my daughter to the. They'll replace it with another minority.
I mean, they're talking about throwing Elon in prison because people are speaking freely on X.
Well, no, it's probably because of his bullshit ass info harvesting for unregistered voters in swing states. Probably has more to do with that.
What? This is the first time hearing about that. What is that?
Yeah, what is it?
So there were ads being run on X for to help you get registered to vote. And it would, geolocate you. And if you, are on like a, solidly Republican or solidly Democrat state, they just take you to the right page. If you were in a swing state, it would, ask for all this personal information, not actually help you register to vote, and just, have all, just start making a database of unregistered voters in swing states, which is illegal, apparently.
So, like, you would type in your address and stuff, but it wouldn't actually.
Yeah, and you would send it to a third-party super PAC thing that's like just, like harvesting your data instead of actually registering you to vote like it said it was going to.
I find it hard to believe that's
I'm reading about it now. I had never heard of this, but what's a reliable source for this?
And that was him that set that up?
He has to have protections in terms of service for that. I mean, when you sign it, you're basically...
Because I'm on Twitter and I'm just reading headlines about it now, but I'm not finding a lot of detail.
They get out of a lot of bullshit
basically
with the terms
say he's
of
building-
service. They put this in the terms of service, like Disney. Disney was almost going to get sued about this thing. They had a restaurant, right? Something happened at this restaurant. People tried to sue this restaurant. It's owned by Disney or franchise. And because the terms of service in one of their Disney products, they got out of everything. So it's like these people will get out of it. They got enough money. They got
No,
enough lawyers
that
and
was
stuff
thrown
to
out.
mess.
That was thrown out by a judge. A woman died from an allergy eating in one of the Disney restaurants, and they tried to use the terms of service, I think, from fucking Disney Plus to get out of it, and the judge
And
threw it out.
they did, right? They got out of it.
No, the
Our
judge
justice
threw it
system
out.
at work. Look at our broken system working.
Well, then it worked that time. But it's
Yeah.
but the terms of service does protect these companies.
About
Like
that time,
if
isn't it,
you
Kane?
they have forced arbitration, which means you can't actually sue the company itself. You got to go to a mediator, and then you have to go through all this bullshit before you can even get an outcome. So they can hold you in court for years if something goes wrong.
But I mean, trials could do that anyway.
So I
It's
just
not
don't
an
get what-
efficient system.
The way you explained it, I don't see what's illegal. I mean,
Like,
he put
like-
a service out there. He said, if you would like, I'll direct you to where you want to vote. And if they were directed here, it left a trail. If they were directed here, it left a trail. And if they didn't know where to go, it left a trail. He collected
doesn't
data
seem
on the
illegal.
trail that was left. I mean, you give, when you sign terms of service, I mean, they willingly answered the questions. I'm not seeing how that's a reason to put him in jail. Just
You're giving them all your information. You sign that terms of service. Read that shit, man. Read that shit and see what you're giving away.
it's because he's letting people speak on X. That's what it is.
But for how long? Remember the last presidency, there was more censorship than any other time in the American history. I mean, you could say one word and you'd be thrown off of Facebook for months.
It'll
You
ramp
can
up
make-
this next month or two.
It's
Oh,
going
Lord.
to.
I hope
Watch. It's not going to be a free speech platform for very long. Watch.
I remember when the Hunter Biden laptop dropped. You couldn't even mention that on YouTube. If you said Hunter Biden laptop, you were
Really?
Yeah,
And
I
they
got
use-
30 days in Facebook jail just for posting a Hunter Biden laptop story.
Oh, yeah.
Not even a meme, not even something distasteful. It was just information, and boom, there goes 30 days.
Yeah, I did so many.
I got some kind of strike for reposting an article about some trans article, and I just reposted the link, and I got some kind of strike on my account.
Hearts and
I
minds.
don't know if this Caldy person's just fucking blind, but I tagged you in the message, listed the name of the pack, listed the website for the pack, listed the CNBC news story
Is
with
it
the
America
fucking-
Pack? I'm reading the story right now.
Yeah, it's the America Pack.
You can't give these people evidence, sir. They're not going to take their time to go read it. That's why I won't find it for people.
Right.
I'm all
You
about
can't-
getting information out, though.
All right.
Giving people
can
all
use
the
the horse
opportunity to be
water, but you
educated
can't
that I
make them
can.
drink.
Jeff, I
You know what I
want
mean,
to
Jeff?
say, Jeff, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. I'm gonna
You
go
too,
run
Easy.
do a couple other things here.
Hey, Easy, you gonna go take down
I'm gonna
Flo
be a
one of these days,
grifter.
bro? You gonna go take your shit back, take them down, take down Flow State,
Oh, that dude's
Post
a whole
it.
clown.
Hey, do
took
you have any
himself down,
grifting
bro.
tips before you go?
That clown took himself down. What?
Do you have any grifting tips before you go?
Some grifting tips?
Yeah, Moose and I are trying to get better at our grift. We made a
yeah,
menu
grift.
today.
If I was less of an
Yeah,
asshole, I
yeah.
might grift better.
Yeah, I'm not very good
you
at it.
just gotta make sure, you're a pretty consistent person with your streaming, I see. So, remind people you're a consistent person. And,
So
time
just
is
stream
money.
consistently, pretty much.
Yeah, you do. I see you stream quite a bit.
Yeah, I do. I like doing it.
God bless you, brother. God bless you, and I hope you have a great.
Yeah,
great
stop by anytime.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot.
thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Good
have a good one.
talking to
Speak
y'all.
easy. Nice to
Take
meet
care,
you.
Easy.
Jack,
And here,
good
let
luck
me
with
drop
the
his
rocket
channel.
science, bro. I hope you build us a good
Easy, you
rocket.
want
I
to
wanna
tell
go
him about
to the moon
verbal
because
combat?
We haven't been there yet. What's that?
Drop that.
You want to
plug.
tell them about verbal combat real quick? There may be some people that are not familiar. I dropped your channel.
Verbal Combat Friday, every Friday, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, goes till 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time, unless somebody ends up doing the extension, then we go till 3:30. The goal is to come and survive the night. We throw up 5 to 10 various topics throughout the night. It's a blood sport debate, so there's very little to no moderation. Just a few rules about no attacking kids, no doxing, and no TOS. And at the end of the night, we put a poll up. The chat votes for the winner. The winner gets $100, promotion for a week on all the YouTube and Discord channels. And they get a custom verbal combat character made for them. And
I might
during
go try to
the night,
win.
chat can do a bunch of different attacks to the people on stage. So they can do like name changes, random sounds, 1v1s, fatality people right off. It gets pretty wild.
Hey, we gotta be there, Jeff.
Sounds
We gotta
fun.
go see if we can.
Yeah, I
survive
was
the
thinking
night,
that,
bro.
Moose. We should go try to win some promotion.
That's
I'll
what I'm
probably
saying,
get thrown
bro.
out first 30 seconds, but I'll still try.
Hey, listen, people like
Well,
me show
listen,
up, all right, so it'll be
if
fine.
you come
Did
and
you
impress
win?
the crowd, they keep you there. You know.
Did you ever win yet, Jack?
Oh no, I only went on once.
Oh, okay.
I show
Wally
up as
just won
abrasive
the
as
last
possible.
one. With
That's
And then
that's what's
I
for.
redeem
Yeah, that's what
myself.
they like, Moose. The roast.
Actually, that's another thing. You all should go. Everyone should go sub up Wicked Wally on YouTube. That's our current verbal combat champion.
All right.
But
Let me pull
yeah.
in.
But yeah, you should all come by. Everyone's welcome. Not everyone stays. You know, chat decides a lot of what goes on. But it's always a wild night. It's fun. And like if you get fatality, then the chat likes you, they'll bring you back. They always bring back people. So yeah, definitely come by. Again, Jeff, thank you for having me. Make sure everyone in the chat, you all hit the like there for Jeff. If everyone in my chat too, give a second, go over, hit.
Okay.
Oh shit! I was like, what the fuck is playing? I clicked on your stream and it went backwards on the stream. I'm like, are they talking right now? What the fuck is going on here?
Oh.
All right. But yeah, make sure my chat, go over there. Give Jeff a on the stream. But yeah, thanks, Jeff. And everyone else, always good talking to y'all. And I'll see you again soon.
Keep it real, brother.
Yep.
Exactly.
Thanks,
God bless.
Take care, bro. Take care.
You
Thanks
see
a lot.
how abrasive I am at the first like sight? It's like I look at you and I'm like, all right, let's fuck. And then at the end of the conversation, I'm like, all right, baby, have a wonderful night. I want you to sleep well. I want you to have a wonderful day. But it's like that's how you get people to figure out if they're gonna stay around or not. You know, you jump on them first, and then you're like, all right, is this guy a bitch or is this guy gonna actually like have a conversation and stand his ground? And when they stand their ground, I have more respect for them.
Is that prison politics?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was like, I've never been to jail or anything, but hanging out with the jailbirds, you know, over at Paul and Slave.
Yeah,
I kinda
that's what
got
they
that
call
in
the
me,
panelverse. Is prison
that
politics.
junkyard dog, man. I'm like the junkyard dog. I'm chomping at the bit to like get off my leash for a little bit, you know.
I could tell.
Hey, I'm a man
Just
enough
like
to
that
admit
Jet
it, I
Li
wake
movie.
up- Yes, yes. You like Jet Li? That man's a fucking martial arts master, brother.
True. You love me some Jet Li.
Yeah. So, anyways, the insults were all, you know, that's just part of a character, but we can get into the good conversation, the juicy stuff now.
Well, maybe for a little
Oh,
while
what?
longer.
You're going to bed now, Jeff? Come on.
Well,
son.
if I'm gonna do the all-day stream tomorrow, I'm gonna have to fit in a nap somewhere.
Have you tried drugs? It's like a nap.
I
but
have.
You can eat.
Not recently.
Is that
but I
why
have
you're
tried.
twitching so much, Jack?
No, that's the spur. That's the tism.
Yeah. And the caffeine,
Oh,
and the
okay.
alcohol, and the meth.
Oh, no, because I didn't have
Yeah, I'm not
grab
gonna
my
lie.
cup
You have,
yet. I have to go get my
is
coffee.
that
I'll be
is that
back.
Mountain Dew? What is
No.
that?
It's fucking
That's
Warheads flavored Ghost.
warhead energy drink.
Oh,
That can't be safe for you.
No, it's so bad for you. It tastes so goddamn good.
They don't have all the aspartame or whatever. In the ghost.
You're roboting super hard, or I'm roboting super hard. I don't know which.
All right, let's fix it.
I think it's Taf-da.
Okay. That's Moose talking. But anyway, energy drink is aspartame free, and it has branched chain amino acids, which are good for you or something.
All right, am I still roboting?
No, it's way better.
Check. Okay, sorry about that. All right,
You're
so
good.
yeah, the ghost had because we sell a lot of ghosts here at the shop, and the ghosts they don't have all that taurine. I don't know if they have taurine. They don't have a bunch of garbage in it though. It's like the Celsius. The Celsiuses are a lot healthier, but still, all that stuff. You got to think about it. It's like when we first like grew up, right? People were drinking coffee and doing cocaine, and now on a daily basis, people are coming in here and they're drinking 3-4 Red Bulls a day, man. It's unsustainable. It's unsustainable.
I'm mostly doing ketamine, so.
Well, I don't do drugs. I only smoke marijuana, and it was given by my creator. All seeds and animals and plants and shit. You know, God gave it to me. So.
God also gave me fentanyl, so.
It is kind of ironic that those monsters they come in a 4-pack, but they say don't drink more than 3 a day.
Did you know that the Monster actually Monster came out with a Monster energy drink / alcohol at the same time?
Yeah, hard monster. Yeah, that shit's bananas. they did that too with like the Simply Lemonade or Simply Orange Juice, but they have like hard versions of that, like Simply Spiked Orange Juice. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Didn't we pull
That's
those
gonna
off the
kill
shelves though?
an entire generation's gonna be fucking retarded because they're gonna be drinking this shit. They're gonna be like cracked out but drunk at the same time. It's gonna be. I mean, imagine that. Imagine being at a bar and some dude's pounding some Monster and fucking alcohol, and next thing you know, you turn around and like he starts pushing you around. It's like you're gonna be fighting fucking Goliath. It doesn't matter how big the dude is. He's gonna be cracked out and drunk. You punch him in the face, he's not gonna fucking feel it, and he's gonna move faster than you.
Right. That's why I'm trying to bring PCP back. You know, I miss the old days.
Oh my God, no! Don't.
Well, back before they
Man, I would
switched
love
over
to be
to
Superman for a day.
before they
I
switched
would watch
over
my
to,
friends on it. They.
Before they switched over to unleaded gas back in the 80s or late 80s or whatever, whenever that was. You know, we were all breathing that in, and the lead, and they showed that does correlate to They showed how it correlated to a spike in violent crime during those periods when we were flooding the atmosphere with lead.
Hey, but you know what? We have the greatest country in the world, folks. We have.
True.
Have you seen our health advisor? Our health advisor is the most healthy person I've ever seen. Like, that's an example of straight up American build right there. Like, built American tough. Can we bring up a picture of our health advisor?
Yeah, let me figure out who they are.
It's some dude that's in drag, but you know, I don't know.
Oh, is it Rachel Levine?
Fairly overweight, I do believe.
Yeah, but I think it is Rachel Levine. And the thing is I just want to put it up there as an example of how great we are. Like, our country is the #1 country in the world. We dominate everyone. We mount every other country.
No sarcasm.
True. And we have a fat
big
fuck
dog.
for a health advisor, and we're still killing it. It's amazing. That's why I love this
That's
place.
what I'm saying.
Wait,
I
is
mean,
your health advisor overweight?
We had a man as the first lady for
That's-
years.
that's
Nobody
ironic.
even, like, nobody even knew. Nobody knew, right? Everybody was like, "Oh, that's a beautiful woman," and Moose is sitting back here like, "Dude, that bitch has a bigger cock than me."
Oh.
If I'm not
Do you
mistaken,
know Rachel
military
Levine?
enrollment has dropped off.
She's our health advisor.
Is she overweight?
Yeah, you've
I
probably
don't know
seen you probably seen her before.
Look at that. That's a decorated soldier right there.
What the
folks.
fuck's she gonna
Decorated
advise you about health? She need to advise herself.
You see that mask? That mask that she's wearing?
Oh,
That
sorry.
mask is that's an example of pure health right there. That's an
Yeah, they look
example of
qualified to
American
tell us how
ingenuity.
to live.
That's what you call Build Back Better, sir.
I believe
think
it's
they call it
Build
body
America,
positive
Buy
now.
America.
Hey, can you show these guys? Can you pull up a picture
Bring back
of
bullying.
men in gym class in the 1960s, and then side by side that with Rachel Levine, and just show how we've progressed as a country, and how men have just they've become everything they've always wanted to be, women.
So Spectrum and Effigy, do you guys believe that Rachel Levine is a woman?
I mean,
I mean, before they answer, I just want to
Look
say
at
that
all
if you
this
believe that Rachel Levine is a
stuttering and
woman,
hesitation.
I identify as a pastor, okay?
Oh.
It should be a straightforward answer, shouldn't it?
I'm pretty sure I gave one, but okay.
Oh, I didn't hear you. You said yeah, probably.
Yeah, I said sure, yeah.
You accept her as a woman?
Yeah, why not?
You said sure, and sure is not an answer. Sure is not a yes or no. It's a I'm not going to answer this because you're an idiot.
If a 5-year-old kid walked up to you, hungry for knowledge, just trying to figure out things, and they said, "Is this a man or a woman?" Because they're totally confused by the presentation, what would you tell that person? What would you tell that kid?
Dude looks like a lady, yeah.
They're not being derogatory in any way. They're just honestly confused because they're a naive child. Would you tell them it's a man or a woman?
They obviously skipped kindergarten, or they would have learned all this.
Right, good point.
I mean, given that Rachel Levine is probably like performing womanhood, and I would want to associate those, those feminine traits with womanhood, yeah, I would probably call them a woman.
Be completely honest. Is there a slight little bit of cognitive dissonance in your brain when you look
I'm not gonna lie, that brings up a little bit of anger in me. I mean, I'm just gonna keep it real. That you would so casually play with reality to a child who's trying to figure out life. That you would tell them, like, yeah, that is a woman.
Well, sure. I mean, if does that
I mean,
person
that almost seems
look and act like a man? Like I don't understand like why you're so quick to categorize them. In a
I would
different box,
explain that
I
it's a
guess.
trans woman, and they were male at one time, and they transitioned.
I mean,
and
at
now
year
they're female.
5,
that
like, I don't
happens,
wanna-
and there's some people that are like that. I would normalize it.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
I don't
At
think
age
I'll
5,
ever be able to teach my daughter that.
Yeah,
a
they
fake-
teach all the
a
other
fake
stuff
woman
in
is a
kindergarten.
woman.
What can't they learn at age 5 that they can learn in kindergarten? All the different genders, but they
It's
can't
like- it's
learn that Rachel
very
Levine
lying
was
to
a
them.
male that transitioned to a female. Like that. That doesn't seem complicated at all. Sesame Street could pull that off in a 5-minute
It's like
segment.
Santa Claus, though. I don't teach my daughter about Santa Claus. I don't teach my daughter about the Easter Bunny. I don't teach my daughter about anything that's like a fairy tale. And like just because I dress up as a woman and say, hey, today I want to be a woman, doesn't make me a woman.
Yeah, but what if your daughter was coming up to you and she really wanted to know, is Santa Claus real? Would you
I
tell her
would
the
tell her
truth
straight
eventually?
up. I would tell her the truth every single time. I don't care if
That's
my
what I'm
wife gets
saying.
mad at me. I don't care if people around
You're
me
gonna
get
ruin
mad
her
at me.
childhood, Moose.
I'm gonna ruin everything. You know why? Because telling her the truth is going to lead her to be a stronger person. Lying to people
Exactly.
their entire lives and making them believe shit that doesn't exist.
But it's fun. Do
is-
you did do you
I
remember
agree with
Santa?
this.
Did you have a positive
100.
experience?
That's
part of the magic
did
of
have
childhood.
A positive experience, right? I had a positive experience knowing that when I knew the truth, people fucking lied to me, and it pissed me off because they wouldn't just give it up. Like when somebody is lying to me, it doesn't matter if it's like a white lie or anything like that. You're trying to create my reality. You're
Yeah, I
basically
don't like it either.
manipulating someone at that point, and I don't like it. Like if my daughter
Even
says,
if
"Hey,
it's with the
Santa
best of
Claus isn't
intentions.
real, right, Daddy?" I would say no, he's not real, but he is a story. There's a story about old Saint Nick, and this is what he's based on. He's based on a gentleman from this country, and this is what he did, and yada yada yada. I would go find the entire story and read it to her, but I would not make out believe like, hey, there's this dude that comes through our fucking ceiling and puts a bunch of presents there.
I can't imagine how she's gonna grow up without that.
Oh yeah, she's gonna have such a hard life. She's been to like 20 or 30 different states. She's hung out in Mexico. She hangs out with like people of all different races and classes and creeds. And she like literally is going to be more cultured than anybody I ever grew up with. So how is
Well, I
that
don't see a
bad?
problem in letting a child have their fantasies of Santa Claus, but I think when they come to you wanting to know the truth of the matter, you should tell them the truth and not keep
Right,
the fiction going.
right. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna walk up to her and shit
No,
on
I
her
wanted the
like
illusion.
fantasy. But if she comes to me and says, "Hey, Dad," and asks me a question, when your child
She
asks
will.
you a question, are you really gonna turn around and lie to them? They're gonna remember that for the rest of their life.
Well, that's the point I was
Correct.
making when I asked him what he would tell that little girl that came or that little kid that came up to
Just
him,
tell her she's
wanting
Santa.
to know if Rachel Levine was a man or a woman.
Say that's Santa. Ask your
It
parents
relates
to
in the same
explain
way
it.
as the Santa Claus.
I mean, it almost looks like Mrs. Claus with how
That's Mrs.
overweight
Claus.
he
I was
is.
you copied my. Hey, get out of my mind, Moose. I was
Mrs.
about to
Levine.
say that.
Did we reach a lull? Moose, you want to continue a stream?
Well, I'm at work, so I mean, you guys are gonna have to
Oh, okay.
carry it.
Oh no, I need to get some rest so I could do my all-day stream tomorrow.
I don't care if these guys roll over to my
Thanks for
panel
letting
and
me
want
drop
to take
in. I
it over and
appreciate it.
talk for hours. I don't care.
How would
Thanks
that
for letting
work?
me.
Like, set up the stream and then leave it with them on it, and then it would just run. They would just drop off whatever they felt like, and it would just keep running.
It would just it just ends at the end. But no, it's fine. Just ended it.
Oh.
I
Unless
say,
somebody else wants to start one.
I say everybody go take a nap, take care of themselves, do whatever they feel is necessary, and if they want to come back, I'll open up a panel, or you open up a panel when you wake up or whatever. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, 'cause that's my plan. When I wake up, I'm gonna open it up, and it'll be another all day. I'll keep it open. Right now, Speakeasy, streaming, Mel, Pandora, Jamie. So those are all panels people can check out.
Yeah,
If they're
nobody
still
wants to
looking
go
for
to
a panel.
Mel's channel. Mel's channel usually is just a bunch of bullshit. Every time I tune in over there, it's like garbage. So I just want to say my last words
Oh, I
before
dropped
I
out.
offend anybody else. Y'all have a wonderful evening. Thanks for the great conversations. Thanks for not taking it up the keister. You guys are stoic. I want to hear what you guys have to say about other topics, and hopefully we'll meet again. Peace.
Moose, real quick, Moose. I forgot. What did he say about Mel's channel? I cut out.
He said there's just a lot of bullshit that goes on there. A lot
Oh,
of
okay. That's what I was trying to hear. The critique of it, because I wasn't. Well, I'd say no more bullshit than any other panel in the panel.
Yeah,
but
exactly right.
I'll drop the link. Y'all can check it out if you
I want to check out Speakeasy. Could you chuck in Speakeasy's link?
Yeah, I'll put his. Y'all can go check out Easy. I don't think he's doing a panel though. It looks like he's just monologuing. Oh, let's see. And then if you want an actual panel, I'll drop Mel's, I guess. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to wrap up, get some rest, and then be back here in a few hours.
Everyone back tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for
So
having me on,
tomorrow's
Jeff.
Labor Day.
appreciate
I
you
will be
letting me
here all
do that.
day. You're all welcome to stop by and hang. It's a drop in.
Likewise,
Just
bro. Likewise.
come
Nice
in and
meeting
out.
you.
Taff, good to see you. Have a great day.
Good to see you as always, Jeff. Nice to meet you, Kane. Jack,
you too, buddy.
Effigy.
Nice to meet you.
Everyone.
Yeah,
everyone
Kane,
have
great.
a wonderful day.
Nice to meet you.
Or night.
You too. I hope so. What's left?
Don't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad.
Well, with you, we don't know if there's dads or mothers. It could be anything. So, but anyway.
Fuck 'em.
Yeah, explain that to kids.
Maybe it's both.
Kane, good to meet you too.
Your mommy is your daddy.
You too. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate
Yeah,
you giving
stop
me
by
the chance
anytime.
to,
We're here every day,
express
pretty
my
much.
opinion. None
Yeah.
of it's meant with ill intent. It's just honest self-expression.
Well, we
Whatever,
appreciate it.
homo.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
That's how my genes were encoded. Apparently.
And expressed.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yes, bud.
All right, take care.
Yeah,
All right,
you
Jack, let's take care of you. You good?
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Good
Cool.
times. Thank memes.
Yeah.
No, Jack did great. I was falling asleep over here half the time, so I wasn't helping.
And you still.
Yeah, no, it's hard to navigate around some of those questions to where, I don't know, trying to shift the burden of proof, move the goalposts, and then appeal to anecdote.
Yeah, there was a lot of that happening. I noticed from a lot of people. So yeah,
I got really emotional at the end, and I was like, "Well, this started by us talking about semantics and categorization, and now we're talking about ideology." Shit.
Right.
Is it what's the? Well, I guess we'll have to start the rabbit hole now. But the overlap between ideology and what was the other one?
Semantics and categorization.
Categorization and ideology.
Because I think for the most part, me and Jack were agreeing with y'all. We were just like, yeah, but it's this. Like, this is the reality. We agree with you. That's what we do for ease, but this is the reality.
It's the correspondent reality. It's not necessarily the experiential reality of most people.
Yeah, I mean, it's an instrumental like model that like tends to map onto something in reality, but it's not like a hard and fast like universal truth about the world. You know,
Right.
that's like
And,
I don't know.
and-
People
and-
don't
and
like
some
the-
of us like latch on to like, you know, hard facts, like as kind of like the cornerstone of.
Yeah, I'm one of them. That's why it surprises me that I have some of the conversations with the scientists that I do, because I do have such a high regard for fact. That ends up being the stumbling block a lot of times.
Oh, well, it's good. It's a good to navigate. It's a good thing to navigate. All right. Well, I'm gonna go pass out. Y'all have a great night. Great conversation.
Take care, FG.
And good choice.
All right,
See you
Jack.
guys.
Good
Yeah.
talking. Sincerely, I mean that. I enjoy
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, of course. Anytime.
All
Good
right,
bud.
take care. All right, I'm really I'm on fumes right now. Actually, now that I'm checking it with my body, I didn't expect to go 9 hours. So let me go get myself hibernated, and so I can be back here tomorrow for Labor Day. All right, bye everybody. Good night. Rock on. All that stuff. Get some rest. Eat well. Get plenty of exercise. Drink water. Fluids. Be nice to people. Read good books. Do something fun for yourself. Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow.